Alan opens with the ugly truth. He died in a VR game test, the burn and smell of cooked flesh telling him it was an electrocution. When he wakes up again, Alan is already inside someone else's body and has no clear answer for whether this is reincarnation or possession. One thing is immediately clear though, the necromancer class he picked for the game came with him as his real profession. That would already be bad enough, but the body he got belongs to the Holy Emperor's infamous grandson in a ruthless theocracy, and Alan can only mutter that he is completely screwed. In the present, Alan is no prince at all in practice, just a sweating gravekeeper in a grey fog, digging through frozen ground beside a wagon full of corpses. He looks over the cemetery and the collapsing monastery nearby, reminding himself that this frozen northern exile is the land of the dead spirits, where undead roam year-round. Alan explains why his situation is so twisted. The Holy Emperor is treated like God's emissary, so his bloodline should be untouchable, yet this grandson still got thrown away. He remembers the body's reputation next. This prince was pure trash, the kind of bored aristocrat who beat servants and abused anyone weaker than him. But even that level of rotten behavior was not enough to explain exile to this death-filled frontier, so Alan digs for the real reason. The real cause was blasphemy layered on top of a worse crime. The prince tried to rape a young noblewoman training at the palace to become a lady-in-waiting. That attack was interrupted by an archbishop, and Alan notes the nasty twist right away. The girl was the archbishop's own granddaughter. The archbishop explodes in rage and beats the imperial grandson senseless with his crozier, crossing a line most men would never dare cross. Both of them are dragged before the Holy Emperor, but because the grandson was guilty too, the scandal ends with both sides confined for 2 months. That should have been the end of it, but the humiliated grandson cannot let the beating go and starts plotting revenge. So he sneaks into the archbishop's quarters, burns holy scriptures, smashes a cross, and scrawls a filthy insult against the goddess across the wall. That open blasphemy finally detonates the Holy Emperor's patience, and he strips his grandson's status before banishing him north to serve the dead. Alan sums up the Emperor's real message bluntly: mourn the dead, fix yourself if you can, and don't expect anyone to care if you disappear out here. Even after exile, the old brat still acts like royalty, rampaging through a nearby village until paladins put him down almost instantly. The punishment gets harsher from there, with the boy locked inside the monastery on little more than prayers and water until his self-pity curdles into rage. In the end he sees no future at all and hangs himself, and Alan's consciousness comes back just in time to wake up choking in that noose. Alan brushes that grim inheritance aside and decides the body is his now, so this miserable place is simply where his second life starts. He even admits, a little awkwardly, that gravekeeper life suits him better than palace luxury because handling corpses barely bothers him at all. Still, one thing about his necromancer profession feels wrong, so Alan waits until nobody is watching and carefully tests it on one of the bodies. The corpse rises exactly like a zombie should, but instead of reeking of death it shines with white holy power, leaving Alan staring in disbelief. As Alan reviews his skill set, the pattern becomes obvious. Every necromancy spell he has been twisted into a life and blessing-based version instead. He pins the cause on the body itself, because this disgraced grandson may have had no faith, but he was still born with strong holy divinity in his blood. Before he can dig deeper into that mystery, 2 anxious farmers stumble out of the forest path through the fog and call for the imperial prince. Alan finishes burying a divinity-filled zombie after ordering it into the pit, and the thing obediently even helps pull dirt over itself. When 2 farmers approach carrying a wrapped corpse, Alan hides the fact that he was just working with an undead. The farmers awkwardly greet him as the imperial prince, clearly nervous that he might still be the kind of noble who explodes over bad etiquette. Alan asks about the body, and the farmers explain that their neighbor Baron died of the plague. He immediately demands to know why they did not cremate it, but the farmers admit they wanted to give their neighbor an intact burial and do not even know how to burn a body properly. When Alan raises his shovel, the farmers panic and think the prince is about to attack them for offending him. Instead, the wrapped corpse suddenly writhes to life and grabs one farmer by the neck before it can bite him. Alan brings the shovel down into the zombie's head and saves the farmer in one brutal strike. He follows with a kill-confirming blow and bluntly reminds them that an uncremated corpse can become a zombie in just 3 or 4 days. Alan reflects that this whole region is dangerously close to the land of the dead spirits, where the dead rise far more easily than normal. After dismissing the farmers, Alan expects the matter to end, but they nervously stop and ask him for a blessing against the plague. Alan is unimpressed because he is no real priest, but the farmers keep begging for even a simple baptism and offer a few pathetic coins. Half out of pity and half to calm them down, Alan agrees to do a fake ritual even though he has no idea how a baptism actually works. He sprinkles them with ordinary water, draws a sloppy cross in the air, and awkwardly ends with Amen. The farmers still pray seriously, and then a system message pops up telling Alan he really did bless them. Watching the farmers leave, Alan checks them with mind's eye and sees that one of them is officially in a blessed state. That makes no sense to him until he realizes his divinity may have automatically inverted his horrifying curse skill into a blessing. Since nothing seems wrong yet, he shrugs it off and goes back to his grim routine as the gravekeeper who buries bodies and performs purifications. That routine gets crushed when the same farmers return hauling a wagon stacked with 4 or 5 rotting plague corpses. Alan curses the workload because he could handle burial easily with necromancy. But he cannot use zombies in front of witnesses, so the labor all falls on him. When he learns the bodies have been dead for 3 or 4 days and still were not cremated, he already knows what is coming. Right on cue, 3 zombies suddenly rise from the wagon and tumble toward them. Alan crushes the zombies one after another with his shovel, taking blood across the face as he works. Even after killing them, he still has to throw the ruined bodies into graves by hand, bitterly aware that his necromancer build was never meant for this kind of hauling. Once the work finally slows, Alan sits on an unset tombstone and eats a boiled potato with filthy hands because stopping to clean up would waste time. The farmers approach again and, convinced the village is cursed by an evil spirit, beg Alan to exorcise it. Alan snaps that he is only a priest in name and not some proper exorcist, especially not at 15 years old. But the farmers say the visiting paladins told them to leave problems like this to Alan unless the threat became truly extreme. They press harder by reminding him that his blessing already saved them from the plague when everyone else in their village died. Alan listens in a daze as they explain they spent days hauling infected corpses, yet instead of falling ill they felt stronger and healed faster. That is when Alan realizes his sloppy little cross and amen may have created an absurdly powerful blessing by accident. Instead of denying it any longer, he decides it would be smarter to train his skills properly and asks where the 2 survivors are staying now. When they say they are living in a neighboring village, Alan chooses to solve this immediately and orders them to come help him. They travel to the farmer's ruined home village, where collapsed shacks, smashed doors, filth, and scattered corpses make the place look like a horror scene. Inspecting one of the dead, Alan notices bite marks and realizes something besides the plague was feeding here. At first he is relieved not to see any zombies standing around, but the filth and gnawed bodies tell him the village is still very wrong. Then one rat lifts its head to glare at him with red eyes and a nasty trace of demonic energy. The undead rat lunges at Alan, and he chops it in half with the shovel before it can bite him. Even cut in 2, the rat keeps trying to bite, forcing Alan to stomp it flat and confirm it really was a zombie. He demands to know when undead vermin started showing up, but the farmers honestly admit they have no idea. Alan pieces together that ordinary zombie bites usually only cause fever unless the victim dies, but this rat is packed with far heavier demonic energy than it should be. When he looks toward a collapsed shack, he finds the real source of the disaster, a dense mass of red-eyed zombie rats staring back at him. The farmers panic and swear the village was not like this a few days ago, explaining they fled after their families died and only returned to deliver plague corpses. Alan dryly tells them this is their evil spirit, and it is much worse than a superstition. The horde suddenly rushes them all at once, too many to fight with just a shovel. Rather than run, Alan stabs the shovel into the ground, exhales white breath, and activates Swamp of Death as the rat tide closes in. A message rings in Alan's head, and the ground around his shovel suddenly turns into a holy puddle. The zombie rats charging into the puddle melt on contact, their flesh vanishing until only bones sink out of sight. The farmers gape at the sight and start treating Alan like a miracle-working priest straight out of a legend. Alan realizes his Swamp of Death has been twisted into holy water instead, and the skill still drains him badly enough to leave him dizzy. After testing the water, Alan confirms it is safe holy water and decides to use it to stop the plague. He orders the farmers to give each villager a small drink, and when they hesitate at the rat remains floating in it, he bluntly tells them they have bigger problems. Before leaving, Alan asks why the zombie rats were swarming one particular ruined house and heads inside to check. Inside the wrecked house, Alan spots a hidden gap in the floor and jams his shovel in to pry it open. A blood-covered girl suddenly bursts out of the hiding space and slams Alan down with a kitchen knife aimed at his face. Alan barely catches the blade with his shovel and realizes the survivor attacking him is a half-mad girl who looks like she has been fighting zombie rats alone. When she coldly tells him to die and keeps forcing the knife down, Alan realizes he cannot hold back anymore. Alan twists the shovel aside at the last second and smacks her in the head hard enough to drop her. As Alan catches his breath, he sees 2 mutilated adult corpses under sheets beside her and understands what happened here. The farmers rush in, recognize the girl as Charlotte, and Alan snaps at them for claiming there were no survivors. After hearing the timeline, Alan figures Charlotte has lasted for days under the floor by eating zombie rats and refusing to die. Seeing blood on her head, the farmers panic, but Alan confirms she is still alive and drags her outside. He throws Charlotte into the holy puddle and tells her to drink, ignoring the farmers' protests about treating a child so roughly. Alan tells Charlotte the truth. Zombie poison and demonic energy are already spreading through her, so without a miracle she will die and rise as a zombie. He warns that drinking the holy water is a gamble with less than a 10% chance to live, but at least it can keep her from becoming undead. Charlotte breaks down trying to call for her mother and father, and Alan quietly tells her they are gone. When she still cannot choose, Alan pushes one last time and tells her the people she lost would have wanted her to live. That finally reaches her, and Charlotte forces herself to lower her face and drink the holy water. The moment it goes down, her body erupts into a brutal reaction as bones crack, skin tears, and she screams in agony. Alan stops the farmers from interfering and watches in silence as the holy water tears her apart and heals her at the same time. After a long hour, the screams finally fade, and Charlotte collapses unconscious but still breathing. Relieved she survived, Alan tells the farmers to take Charlotte with them, only for them to hesitate because she was plague-stricken. Alan glares them down, and they finally promise to bring her to the neighboring village and keep spreading the holy water. When they worry the holy water might cause the same horrible reaction in others, Alan explains that only happened because Charlotte had already eaten zombie flesh. He pushes them to act fast by setting rat traps and sending word to the nearby domain of Ronia so a priest can trace the plague's source. With the village handled and holy water prepared, Alan finally thinks this plague mess is over and his quiet life can resume. But the very next day, that hope collapses when hundreds of desperate villagers crowd the monastery begging Alan to save them. Their cry is simple and terrifying. Overnight, their villages have turned into zombie dens. By the next morning, the zombie attack had shattered the nearby villages, and about 100 survivors were crammed into Alan's crumbling monastery. While the refugees prayed inside, the surviving men helped Alan haul corpses through the cemetery until things were calm enough to talk. Then the village chief, Perik, stepped up and thanked Alan like he was their only lifeline left. Alan immediately asked where the paladin stationed in the village had gone, because someone should have been watching this area. Perik admitted the paladin vanished after the outbreak began, and even the messenger they sent toward the Empire never made it back. Worse, every road to Ronia and even the nearest sentry post had already been cut off by zombies. That made Alan uneasy, because disappearing guards and blocked routes made these zombies seem organized instead of mindless. When Alan asked how many there were, Perik said they had only seen around 30 while fleeing. Alan quickly worked through the numbers and realized the 3 remaining satellite villages had still been almost completely wiped out overnight. Perik's answer for help was simple and desperate. He wanted Alan to contact the Imperial Palace somehow. When Alan pointed out the roads were blocked, Perik still asked if a prayer or magic could send word anyway. Alan shut that hope down on the spot and told them the only real option was to hold out until paladins arrived, or die here. The blunt truth detonated through the refuge, and the villagers collapsed into panic and open despair. Alan knew this crisis trapped him too, because if everyone died and he alone stayed fine, people would start asking dangerous questions. So when Perik begged again and played up Alan's bloodline as the Holy Emperor's grandson, Alan decided to help on his own terms. Alan checked Perik with mind's eye, saw an elderly schemer shaking in fear, and smiled because he knew exactly how to bargain now. Alan agreed to help, but most of the men still looked doubtful because everyone knew his rotten reputation as the banished prince. Perik finally swallowed his doubts and said they would leave matters in Alan's hands. Alan immediately attached a price to that promise and demanded money instead of being treated like another free exile servant. Perik tried to protest that exiles had always worked for nothing, but Alan's silent pressure made him back down fast. Alan made him agree not to tattle to the paladins later, making sure this deal would not come back to bite him. Then Alan pointed at the decaying monastery and demanded they pay to repair the place too. After a long, miserable pause, Perik reluctantly accepted even that burden. Alan piled on one more demand and secured regular free supplies, leaving himself privately pleased with the whole arrangement. Their deal was cut short when a man came sprinting over in panic and shouted that the zombie horde was already here. Instead of panicking, Alan was almost relieved that the zombies had come to him and saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Alan bluntly ordered everyone to grab their tools, which only left the villagers staring at him in confusion. When Perik asked what he meant, Alan reminded them they had asked him to solve the crisis. Then Alan revealed his plan with a grin. The villagers themselves were going zombie hunting. He even downplayed zombie bites, saying they would not turn anyone and would only bring pain and fever for a few days. Perik tried to laugh it off as a joke, but Alan's bright smile only made it clear he was completely serious. Soon after, about 50 sturdy men gathered in front of the monastery carrying axes, saws, bows, and whatever farm tools they had fled with. Alan's first comment was to warn them not to damage the monastery's equipment, which earned him only fed-up looks. He kept briefing them anyway, saying slow human zombies should be manageable if they stayed calm and helped each other. Then a vile stench hit Alan first, and he abruptly covered his nose as deathly energy rolled in from the forest. Crimson eyes began glowing in the mist, and zombies slowly emerged until the monastery was being surrounded from every side. Alan's confidence cracked when he saw the truth. This was not 30 zombies, but several hundred. He rounded on Perik and demanded to know how the count could be this wrong while the old chief could only stammer that they had reported what they saw. After forcing Perik to count the villages aloud, Alan realized the missing villagers had likely already been hunted down or drifted into this undead-infested frontier. The villagers broke down again and begged Alan for an answer, even asking if they should try to run. Alan asked if there was any standard way to handle a horde like this, and Perik admitted villagers normally just inform their lord and wait for soldiers. That answer left Alan bitterly wondering if this nightmare was cosmic payback for all the blasphemy the original prince had committed. So with the zombie horde closing in and the villagers hoping for holy magic, Alan looked to the sky and called on the goddess Gaia. Then he smashed that hopeful mood by angrily cursing the goddess instead, yelling that if she wanted to torment him, he would curse her even harder. Alan's blasphemous talk leaves the villagers white-faced, and some of them even start whispering that the Imperial Prince may have brought this plague on them. Alan checks the horde with mind's eye and realizes the zombies are mindless biters and claws, which means the real problem is not their skill but the villagers' panic. The men start faltering and complain that they are not priests, so Alan watches the horde in silence while their fear spreads. One frightened villager blurts out that he should grab his daughter and run, until he suddenly spots his zombified wife inside the horde. The man breaks down in tears over his wife, but Alan coldly reminds himself that the woman in front of them is only another undead now. Trying to steady everyone, Alan forces on a calm smile and says the only sensible answer is to wipe out the zombies before this calamity spreads further. Even Alan has to breathe through his nerves, because this is not a handful of corpses but several hundred monsters that can kill with one bite. The grieving man lashes out, shouting that those zombies were once their family and friends, and the unrest among the villagers gets even worse. Alan cuts through the panic with a blunt answer. They are already dead, and pretending otherwise will not change anything. He walks up to the man, pats his shoulder, and says he can run if he wants, which briefly sounds like mercy. Then Alan lands the real blow by warning him to keep his little girl safe from that same zombie wife, and the man freezes on the spot. Alan points at the woman and forces the truth on him again. She may still look familiar, but what stands there is only a rotting corpse. As a necromancer, Alan can see the twisted souls trapped in those bodies, and he tells the man that his wife is still suffering inside that undead shell. He explains that without being put to rest, she will keep rotting and wandering as a specter for ages with no salvation at all. Alan pushes the discarded weapon back into the man's hands and tells him the kindest thing left is to let his wife close her eyes in front of her husband. The man is still in agony, but his wavering finally hardens into a glare, and Alan knows he has made up his mind. With that example set, Alan turns to the rest and warns that running is not a real escape, because these zombies are smart enough to block every exit. He says there is only one way out now: kill the undead again, protect the living, and save the wandering souls at the same time. The men are still trembling, but now nobody backs away, and Alan takes that as enough to start the fight. Alan plants his shovel and briskly lays out the plan: kill the zombies, bury them properly, and trust his holy water if anyone gets bitten. His sarcastic tone earns angry curses from the villagers, but Alan just throws it back in their faces and calls himself the Imperial family's Manhwa. He keeps pushing anyway, saying they should be grateful he is helping at all, then readies his body because their courage might collapse if he waits any longer. Alan gives one last grim order to finish this fast and not die, because every extra corpse would only become more work for him. The story then shifts to Charlotte's past, when she was still a hardworking village girl living happily with her parents in the far north. Her days are simple and steady, helping her mother with breakfast and water in the morning and her father with firewood later on. On the day everything breaks, Charlotte comes back from the river with water and hears a horribly familiar sound next door. She finds the man next door vomiting violently while his wife tends him, and the sour stink makes it obvious the plague is spreading again. Charlotte worries for them, but she still believes what her father said before: plague season is awful, yet people can survive it if they endure. She politely greets the neighbors anyway, only for the wife to flinch, scowl, and pull her husband back inside without a word. She tells herself people only act this way out of fear during plague season and hurries back toward her own home. At her doorstep, a rat suddenly bites at her shoe, and when she kicks it away she notices dozens of glowing eyes inside the open storehouse gap. The kicked rat lets out a monstrous shriek no normal animal should make, and Charlotte drops her bucket in pure fright. Dozens of rats pour after her, and she bolts into the house and slams the door shut before they can reach her. The rats start battering the door from outside, and Charlotte backs away in terror while calling for her parents. No one answers her, and instead a horrifying scream from deeper in the house drags her toward the kitchen. There she finds the nightmare. Her father is already infected and tearing open her mother's throat with his teeth. Her dying mother uses her last strength to tell Charlotte to run, but Charlotte refuses to abandon them and says she will get help. The front door is already blocked by rats, so Charlotte runs to the window instead and screams to the neighboring houses for help. People do peek through their windows, but one by one they close their curtains and leave Charlotte to die. A strange grunt behind her makes Charlotte turn around, and her father is now standing there with blood dripping from his mouth and dead eyes fixed on her. Then he lunges at her, and Charlotte's memory shatters into a blur of blind survival. In broken flashes, she grabs the kitchen knife and fights both zombified parents until they finally stop moving. When her mind clears, Charlotte is left standing over her mother and father, both corpses covered in stab wounds. Outside, the village erupts with screams about sickness and rats, and the next horror crashes straight into her house. The rats chew a hole through the door and rush in with crimson teeth, pouncing on Charlotte as her nightmare reaches its worst point. Charlotte jerks awake from that memory on bedding inside the monastery, drenched in cold sweat and lashing out at empty air. Disoriented, she scans the monastery and blurts out what happened, startling the aunties and old women who have been watching over her. Charlotte wakes on simple bedding inside the crowded monastery, still soaked in cold sweat, while older village women fuss over her and try to feed her a potato. Still dazed and clutching her pounding head, Charlotte tries to understand where she is and what happened to her parents. A scream from the window cuts through the room when a woman spots zombies already closing in on the monastery. Everyone inside turns pale at the sight of a mass of zombies approaching, but Charlotte reacts faster than anyone else. Charlotte snatches the kitchen knife and bolts for the exit like she means to fight them herself. The women hug Charlotte from behind to stop her, then boys rush in too when her strength starts dragging them forward anyway. Charlotte finally stops struggling because she does not want to hurt anyone, but her eyes stay locked outside on one boy in particular. Outside, Alan leaps up with his shovel and caves in a zombie's head in one brutal swing. Alan shouts for everyone to stop hesitating and aim for the head, and his order finally jolts the terrified villagers into fighting back. When one villager gets overpowered and bitten, Alan yanks him free and smashes the attacking zombie down before finishing its skull on the ground. Charlotte watches in shock as a rough-mouthed boy younger than most of the men becomes the one pushing everyone else to keep killing. The villagers eventually cut down the whole pack, and the slow zombies fall far more easily than anyone expected. As Alan sags against his shovel from exhaustion, the women inside casually reveal to Charlotte that the boy fighting outside is the Imperial Prince. That rumor finally clicks for Charlotte, and she stares at Alan's back with a whole new kind of shock. After the fight, the yard is littered with nearly 100 corpses while surviving villagers pant, collapse, or cry over the dead they recognized. Alan looks over the battered survivors and finally lets out a relieved breath when he realizes some are injured, but nobody died in the defense. A farmer brings Alan water, and Alan uses the moment to call him by name, Grill, even though they never properly introduced themselves. Grill is touched that a prince remembers him, and Alan bluntly tells him to stop belittling farmers because their work matters. Alan asks about the infected girl from earlier, and Grill reassures him that Charlotte survived and is being cared for inside the monastery. Alan feels someone watching from the monastery window, but when he looks up he cannot make out a face. Looking over the corpses, Alan realizes the demonic energy and scale of the outbreak are far too extreme for villagers who only turned overnight. He tells Grill this plague is deeply wrong, because even this land's closeness to the land of the dead spirits should not produce a zombie wave this huge. Alan spells out the danger without sugarcoating it. If they do not find the cause fast, everyone here except him will die. Since help from the wider fief could take weeks, Alan decides their only choice for now is to endure and handle the dead properly first. He refuses to leave the corpses lying there, and says the dead are still suffering, so they need cremation and burial right away. The villagers dig a burial pit by the cemetery, gather the bodies, and burn them in a plain mass funeral born out of pure exhaustion. After the remains are poured into the pit, and marked with a rough wooden sign, Alan stands before the grave and offers a silent purification prayer. He works through the night into the next morning, then tells the villagers they need a short rest before they start thinning out the remaining undead. The villagers react to Alan with an awkward new tension, enough for him to notice that something in their attitude has changed. Alan calls over the village chief and asks whether anything strange happened before the outbreak, like a suspicious object or outsider entering the village. Perrick says the plague started about a month ago, but he remembers no suspicious visitor or event to explain it. Alan mutters that a nearby necromancer might be behind this, and the word alone sends fear rippling through the whole crowd. Alan brushes it off as only a guess, but behind the calm face he already knows ordinary villagers would be helpless if a necromancer is really hiding nearby. With no solid lead and everyone at their limit, Alan orders one night of rest and rotating sentries before they do anything else. Alan heads inside to sleep, because after the battle, the burial work, and the funeral, nobody can push any further. A thunderclap and a scream jolt Alan awake inside the darkened monastery during a daytime downpour. The lightning reveals Charlotte right beside him, pale and expressionless with white hair and crimson eyes staring down at him. When Alan asks what she is doing, Charlotte abruptly withdraws and retreats without answering. Grill bursts into the monastery at the same moment, shouting for Alan so loudly that it only worsens his exhausted headache. While Grill tries to explain, Alan notices Charlotte crouched in a corner, glaring at him with a sharp hostility he cannot quite understand. Grill finally blurts out the real emergency. Someone has been kidnapped by zombies. Alan stares out into the storm and immediately finds the story strange, because zombies should kill people, not carry one off alive. Grill explains the victim is Morian, a beautiful young herb gatherer from the neighboring village who moved here 3 months ago. Then Grill awkwardly adds another detail Alan did not want to hear. Before dying, the original prince had tried to court Morian and got rejected. Alan can only suffer through the humiliation when he learns that rejection was part of what drove the prince to hang himself. He drags the story back on track and asks why Morian was outside at all when the monastery was the safest place to stay. Grill says Morian went out to gather medicinal herbs for the injured because she was too kind to ignore them. The villagers want a rescue party because Morian has saved many people with her herbs, and a lot of men are personally attached to her too. Alan decides to join the search himself, because if zombies kidnapped Morian instead of eating her, the trail might lead straight to the real cause of the outbreak. A 10-man search party forms in a hurry and heads into the rain-soaked forest with torches, following the hunter Hans. Hans brings them to a cave marked by muddy tracks, blood, and scraps of flesh, and Alan instantly feels like the trail was left there on purpose. The stench of rot and faint demonic energy pouring from the cave make Alan certain they have found the zombies' den. He realizes marching inside would be walking straight into a trap, especially in a negative field where the undead grows stronger. Alan suggests retreating to fetch oil and burn the cave instead of feeding 10 more people to whatever is waiting inside. The men immediately push back because setting the cave ablaze might kill Morian if she is still alive in there. Alan refuses to risk the whole party for one person, even if the men clearly want to rescue Morian at any cost. After one more look into the suspicious cave, Alan makes the final call to pull back and return better prepared. Before he can finish the order, a sudden stronger corpse stench hits him and his instincts scream that something is behind him. A black shadow lunges out of the forest, bites deep into Alan's shoulder hard enough to tear flesh and crush bone, and drags him into the cave. At the cave entrance, Alan is suddenly dragged into the darkness by a zombie wolf clamped onto his shoulder before the villagers can save him. Knowing he will die if the beast pulls him deeper, Alan shortens his grip and jams the shovel into its neck, but his bad angle and injured shoulder barely scratch it. Out of options, Alan pours divinity into horrifying curse and flips it into a blessing on the shovel even as dizziness hits him. The blessed shovel finally bites in, and the zombie wolf's neck starts melting under the holy power. Even then the wolf refuses to let go, so Alan stabs again and again until the neck collapses and he finally tumbles free. He hits the corpse-strewn floor hard and screams, because the torn shoulder is still burning with brutal pain. Alan forces healing divinity into the bite, and the clash between holy power and lingering demonic energy makes the flesh rupture before the wound knits shut. The shoulder heals cleanly, but Alan catches himself relaxing for 1 second too soon and remembers he is still trapped deep inside the cave. Using mind's eye in the pitch dark, Alan senses a horde of half-rotted zombies shuffling toward him and knows he may be finished. With no rescue coming, he slams the shovel down and summons a divine puddle to buy himself space. The first zombies stumble into the holy water and melt away, but the rest keep climbing over the fallen bodies to reach him anyway. Alan starts smashing skulls with the shovel, but he knows this is only stalling and he needs something bigger. So he casts Plague of Debilitation as a wide blessing, and bright runes flare under the horde. This time the blessing works beautifully, and zombie after zombie burns down into ash around him. That hope dies fast when a massive 3-meter zombie bear crashes into view from deeper in the cave. Alan identifies the monster as the King of Gluttony, a necromancy-strengthened zombie bear far beyond anything he can handle in his current state. Even Alan's holy water and lingering blessing barely faze the beast, and he realizes turning his back to run would just get him killed faster. Refusing to die a second miserable death, Alan bets everything on a new skill and calls out Resurrection of the Dead. The cave corpses answer him, rising in white light as 10 holy zombies instead of ordinary undead. The holy zombies lift their heads, spot the bear, and their eerie hymn twists into a savage screech. Then they launch like predators and tear into the zombie bear with speed and force the normal undead never had. For a moment Alan thinks the numbers game has finally saved him as the holy zombies chew the giant monster backward. But the bear answers with raw power, smashing 2 holy zombies apart with one paw strike. It keeps crushing and scraping them off, turning Alan's desperate army into torn pieces in seconds. When the bear throws its full body against the rock wall, 3 more holy zombies are crushed flat and the last of Alan's confidence breaks. The bear ignores the few holy zombies still gnawing on it, and starts marching straight for Alan himself. Alan decides he has to run, but the instant he moves, the zombie bear drops low and launches first. He throws a blessing onto the shovel and barely gets it up before the monster's claws slam into him. Instead of breaking, the shovel suddenly awakens a new divine aura, and the enhanced tool cracks the bear's claws apart. Even so, the force still hurls Alan into the cave wall hard enough to make him vomit blood. Stunned and barely conscious, Alan realizes the divine aura was never part of the game he knew, but he cannot spare even a second to think about it. His body is too wrecked to stand, and when the zombie bear starts staggering toward him again, Alan finally feels death closing in. As the monster slows to a smug, deliberate walk, Alan realizes a hidden necromancer has likely been watching and controlling it through its eyes the whole time. That realization twists the kidnapping too, because Alan now suspects the missing woman was only bait and is probably already dead or worse. With the zombie bear opening its jaws over him, Alan can only throw one last bitter prayer at Gaia and curse how useless it feels. Then, just before the bear can finish him, Alan spots an unknown pale girl slipping out from behind it with a kitchen knife in her hand. At the edge of death, Alan suddenly sees a pale girl appear on the zombie bear's back and drive a kitchen knife straight into its eye. Charlotte keeps stabbing with brutal precision until the blinded bear goes wild and finally flings her away. Alan uses the opening, pours divinity into his shovel, and drives it into the bear's forehead with everything he has left. The strike shatters the skull, cuts off the necromancer's control, and the huge corpse drops dead beside Alan. Still glaring at the dying eyes, Alan quietly vows that he will hunt down the necromancer and repay all of this. When the fight is over, Alan slumps down and bitterly complains to himself that he never gets the easy hero treatment. Then Charlotte walks up in silence, covered in blood with the knife still dripping, and stares at him hard enough to make the moment awkward. Charlotte even lifts the knife and gives him a strange little grin, and Alan cannot tell if she is greeting him or thinking about revenge. The search party finally reaches them, but the villagers freeze when they see the dead monster filling the cave. Hans recognizes the corpse as the King of Gluttony, a terrifying predator from the land of the dead spirits that even hunts zombies. To avoid awkward questions, Alan shrugs and says the bear was already dead when he found it. Alan notices Charlotte says nothing about the strange powers she might have seen, which only makes her harder to read. When Alan asks why Charlotte is here, Grill admits she secretly followed the group and jumped out after Alan was dragged into the cave. Alan tries to stand, but his legs fail and Charlotte catches him before he falls. Her forced smile has no warmth in it, and Alan gets the very real feeling she could still stab him if she felt like it. Instead of leaving to rest, Alan abruptly decides they should press deeper into the cave and finish this now. The villagers hesitate in front of the dead bear, and with Charlotte helping him over, Alan yanks his shovel free and insists the necromancer will escape if they back off now. Alan points out that the cave is still washed in lingering divinity, so any zombies left should be manageable. When Alan says the necromancer is somewhere in this cave, the villagers' fear hardens into open hatred. As the group prepares to move, Grill tries to send Charlotte back, but she flatly says she is coming with him. Charlotte repeats herself with a dead stare until even the grown men back down under the pressure she gives off. Then Charlotte calmly asks Alan if she can support him, and he realizes she is actually the most useful person to have beside him right now. Taking his silence as approval, Charlotte supports Alan and leads the whole group deeper into the cave. No more zombies appear on the way, which makes Alan guess the dead bear was the necromancer's last defense. At the deepest point, they find a rough wooden door set into the cave wall like the entrance to a hidden room. Grill and Hans open the door, and a foul chamber appears beyond it, littered with corpses, runic scrolls, and grimoires. Alan takes one look at the mess and dryly mutters that necromancers really do live like this. Then the villagers spot a woman hanging naked from the cave wall, wounded all over and presented to them as Morian. Weak and half-blind in the torchlight, the bound woman asks who is there, and the villagers excitedly shout that they came to rescue Morian. Alan has to snap at them to stop shouting and untie the hanging woman first before she collapses. Once freed, the battered woman looks toward Alan in surprise when the villagers say the Imperial Prince came to rescue her too. Alan initially just sees a striking older woman and silently curses the original prince for losing his mind over her. But when Alan uses mind's eye, the truth hits him at once. This woman is Morgana, a 63-year-old necromancer skilled in honey traps, hexes, and assassination. Still acting like the rescued victim, Morgana blushes, steps up like a love-struck woman, and suddenly throws her arms around Alan. Alan answers by shoving Charlotte aside, grabbing his shovel, and smashing Morgana in the head without warning. The blow drops Morgana to the floor, and even Charlotte opens her eyes wide at Alan's sudden attack. Alan coldly steps toward her with the shovel and says he should have hit with the blade, making it clear he already knows exactly what she is. Morgana instantly switches to panic, screams for help, and pretends the prince has gone mad. Alan ignores the act, says he should have searched every survivor sooner, and openly threatens to beat or bury her before she can trick him again. The villagers finally move, but they move the wrong way and step in front of Morgana to protect her from Alan. To them, Alan suddenly looks like the same violent menace he used to be, not the improved prince they hoped for. Alan finally drops the real bomb and tells them the frail young woman they are defending is actually 63 years old. Alan calmly tears apart Morian's cover by saying her real name is Morgana and that she has been setting this village up for months. When Alan flatly calls her the necromancer, the whole cave goes silent, and even the villagers who trusted her start pulling away. Morian panics and insists she is just a kidnapped victim, but Alan instantly pokes holes in every excuse she gives. Her story finally collapses when she cannot explain why there was no other necromancer anywhere in the cave except her. She tries one last trick by crying in front of the villagers, and for a moment their sympathy starts to waver again. Alan snaps at the villagers for falling for tears and immediately demands holy water to force the truth out. The moment Morian catches the sealed vial, she recoils because this holy water is strong enough to burn a necromancer from the inside. Alan tells her to drink the holy water if she is really an abused hostage, leaving Morian trapped under the villagers' stare with the open vial in her shaking hands. Instead of drinking, Morian deliberately drops the vial and pretends it slipped from her trembling hands. Her face falls apart when Grill quietly produces more holy water, proving Alan planned for exactly this stunt. Realizing her careful 3-month disguise is ruined and escape is the only option left, Morian's fear twists into open hatred. The villagers lunge to seize her, but Morian moves first and grabs a shard from the floor even as holy water burns her hand. She pours out demonic energy and blood to cast necromancy around Alan, burning through her own life so fast that her body starts visibly aging. A half-summoned skeleton bursts from the ground and clamps onto Alan before the villagers can reach him. Morian goes for Alan's neck with the bloodied shard, convinced she has finally opened a path to kill him and run. Alan instantly smashes the skeleton apart with his shovel and spins the blade straight at Morian's head without a second of hesitation. Morian barely ducks the shovel and thinks she has one clean opening left, but something much faster hits her from the side. Charlotte appears beside her like a nightmare, white-haired and red-eyed, and slams Morian's head into the cave floor. Charlotte does not let up, pinning Morian down and laying a kitchen knife against her throat so precisely that even a twitch could kill her. Alan walks over, still rattled by how close that was, while Morian sees that the villager's icy killing intent may be even more terrifying than he is. With no other way out, Morian begs Alan to spare her before the Empire gets hold of her. Alan answers with open disgust, making it clear torture and execution would still feel too kind after what she tried to do. Morian changes tactics and offers a bigger secret, saying she was sent here to assassinate Alan, not just survive this outbreak. She pushes further and says she was supposed to seduce him first and make his death look like suicide. Thinking she sees doubt in him, Morian shamelessly tries to seduce him again by offering herself as his slave. Alan kills that ploy instantly by mocking her as a 60-year-old granny he has zero interest in touching. Cornered again, Morian tries blackmail instead and warns that she can expose the strange magic Alan used in the cave. Alan shuts her up by jamming his shovel into her mouth and turns the conversation into a brutal yes or no interrogation. When Alan asks if she was the one who hanged him 3 months ago, Morian can only blink once and confirm it. That answer confirms Alan's old hanging really was an assassination, and he finally gets the truth he had been missing. Alan presses for the mastermind, but Morian admits she only knows the group behind it and names the Black Order. Alan does not trust the confession that easy, but Morian insists honesty is better than being dragged to the Empire's inquisitors. She begs for release in exchange for future information, promising she can report back on both the Black Order and whoever wanted Alan dead. When Alan calls that offer nonsense, Morian raises the stakes again and proposes a soul contract backed by her own life. She even warns that paladins may soon arrive, and if the Inquisitors take her alive they could pry out the secret of Alan's forbidden-looking magic. Alan finally shows his hand and says that is exactly why she should die here, leaving Morian to realize he never intended to spare her at all. When Morian starts shouting that Alan used necromancy, he cuts her off by smashing her in the face with the shovel again. Alan coldly says he will not judge Morian himself, because the villagers will do that for him. The villagers close in from every side, and Morian finally understands she is completely at their mercy. She is gagged, dragged out of the cave, and hauled back to the monastery for the rest of the survivors to hear what she did. Once the villagers hear that Morian caused the slaughter, their grief turns into raw fury, and they stone her without mercy. After beating her into a wreck, they hang Morian alive in the forest and leave her there to die alone. Beasts later tear into her body, and 3 days after that, Morian rises again as a zombie still hanging from the tree. Alan watches the hanging zombie thrash and bitterly notes how terrifying this medieval world really is. He realizes that without a priest to purify her, Morian could remain an undead for decades or even centuries. Alan is annoyed that Morian died before he could learn more about the Black Order behind her. That missing answer leads Alan to a worse thought. Someone powerful still wants him dead even after his exile. He quietly concludes that his own Imperial brothers are the most likely people behind it. Even so, the witch incident is over, while the northern land of the dead spirits creeps closer to the next tide of death. After the witch incident ends, Charlotte keeps watching Alan from a distance during the cleanup and long funeral work around the monastery. She learns that while she was unconscious, Alan personally moved her parents' remains and gave them a sincere funeral. What hits Charlotte hardest is that Alan keeps performing funeral after funeral through the night without resting, even when everyone else is exhausted. Charlotte feels frustrated and overwhelmed because Alan did not just save her life, he also saved her parents from being abandoned in death. When Charlotte asks the village women what kind of person Alan really is, they answer with the ugly rumors attached to his name. Charlotte immediately hates those answers, because none of them match the boy she has been watching. Even the same women admit Alan seems different now, especially after he cared for the dead and saved the village. Charlotte keeps remembering how tiny and young Alan felt in the cave, even though he still fought a monstrous bear and tried to save someone else. That memory leaves her convinced that Alan is deeply caring, and that Morian's betrayal nearly killed a boy who still tried to help others. Charlotte also cannot forget how her own body moved on instinct as she leaped, slammed Morian down, and held a knife to her throat. She barely understood the cave interrogation, but she understood enough to know Morian targeted Alan and sacrificed many villagers to do it. When the incident finally ends, Charlotte joins the villagers in rebuilding the village, hunting stray zombies, and helping with the funerals. Once things calm down, Grill awkwardly offers Charlotte a place to stay since she has no home left. Charlotte agrees, but her eyes drift straight back to the monastery and to Alan. She asks if anyone is there to help Alan with the monastery itself, not just the gravekeeping. When Grill realizes she wants to work there, he explains the paladins forbade anyone from placing a servant beside the exiled prince. The reason is humiliating. The church still treats Alan as a spoiled disgrace who must not be pampered. After thinking it over, Grill suggests one loophole. Charlotte might be allowed into the monastery if she enters as a nun instead. Charlotte accepts that idea immediately, because she has already decided she wants to stay near Alan. The next day, Charlotte returns to the monastery and finds Alan in the library buried in the records taken from the necromancer's cave. As she approaches, Charlotte overhears Alan muttering that he will be assassinated for sure if he cannot find some kind of shield. Alan senses her presence, flinches, and hurriedly hides the book as if she caught him at something dangerous. When Charlotte says she came to repay a debt, Alan misunderstands, gets even warier, and starts reaching for his shovel. Alan awkwardly tells her it would be better to forget their first meeting, but Charlotte takes that as proof of his hidden kindness. Charlotte tries to say she wants to serve him, but stops when she remembers he needs protection more than thanks. Her eyes move to the bookshelf and she notices manuals on imperial swordsmanship, self-defense, and paladin divinity training. That is enough for Charlotte to piece it together. Alan is searching for a shield because someone is trying to kill him. Since she knows Alan would refuse open protection, Charlotte chooses a different answer and asks to stay as a nun instead. In her heart, Charlotte makes the real decision. She will study, grow stronger, and protect the lonely prince who has no one else. She ends the moment with a small smile and tells Alan she will be in his care from now on. About a week later, Alan studies undead lore in the monastery library and learns the tide of death will hit in roughly 1 month. The book explains why undead gather in the land of the dead spirits. Cold weather preserves them, negative fields empower them, and winter frees their hunger for the living. When Alan gets up to put the book away, Charlotte quietly steps in first and takes over the task for him. Charlotte has become a constant presence at the monastery, handling meals, cleaning, grave work, and every other chore she can find. Alan enjoys the convenience, but every time he remembers Charlotte pinning Morian with that bloody kitchen knife, he gets a chill. He tells himself this arrangement probably will not last, because Charlotte will eventually leave the monastery like anyone else. The quiet breaks when Alan opens the library door and finds white-armored Imperial Court paladins standing right outside. These are Alan's church monitors, and they have finally arrived after the village reported the zombie disaster and cleanup. The paladins immediately notice Charlotte in a nun's habit and question why a nun is serving at Alan's monastery. Alan answers with deliberate sarcasm, stressing that Charlotte is a believer volunteering as a nun, not a servant he hired. The head paladin ignores Alan's tone and jumps straight to the real issue, the report that he captured the witch Morgana. Alan confirms it, but the paladin's version of events is already twisted by the villagers into a heroic tale led by Grill. Alan is stunned to hear Grill supposedly defeated dozens of zombies, cornered Morgana, and basically stole the whole legend. Still, the sea of fresh graves outside convinces the paladin that some version of the miracle had to be true. Alan sharply pushes the conversation forward, and the paladin finally asks the part that matters. Did Alan know Morgana belonged to the Black Order? Alan says yes, because he pulled that answer out of her himself during the cave interrogation. The head paladin reveals just how dangerous she was. Morgana is suspected of wiping out 5 other villages before this one. Then he asks the dangerous follow-up. What exactly happened to the witch after her capture? Alan calmly says the villagers beat Morian half to death and hanged her in the forest. And when the paladin asks if he did it, Alan denies it on the spot. Back at the monastery, Alan throws himself at Charlotte and loudly plays the part of a terrified useless prince so the watching paladins will report exactly that to the Holy Emperor. The act works so well that even the paladin captain can only sigh at the humiliating spectacle. Before leaving, the captain sets down a leather pouch and tells Alan it holds 80 gold as Morgana's bounty. When the paladins ask for any magical books from the witch, Alan lies without blinking and claims he already burned them. The captain warns that winter and the tide of death are close, and Alan casually repeats what he learned about the yearly undead surge. Alan perks up when the paladins say they will escort him away from the monastery, already imagining an easy trip somewhere better. That hope dies instantly when the captain names their destination as the nearby Ronia fiefdom, the miserable fortress built to face the dead. Then the real order lands. By the Holy Emperor's will, Alan is being sent there to perform funeral rites for the endless casualties of winter. After the paladins leave, Alan is left fuming that his grandfather did not rescue him at all, but volunteered him for backbreaking holy labor. Soon after, the villagers honor their promise and flood the monastery with carpenters, tools, and lumber to repair the building before everyone evacuates. Perrick personally oversees the work and even brings firewood and food, making sure the rundown monastery can survive the coming winter. Alan pushes 5 gold toward Perrick, sharing part of the witch's bounty with the village. But Alan is not being generous for nothing, because he orders Perrick to use that money to replace the cemetery's sloppy grave markers with proper headstones. Perrick accepts the job with a smile, and Alan dryly warns him not to skim even a little from the payment. With the repairs handled and the paladins gone, Alan finally settles into a short, quiet stretch at the monastery. Knowing the winter dead will soon bury him in work, Alan decides to use this lull to sharpen his skills instead of wasting the month. He ends the break with a dangerous new plan: secretly experiment with the necromancy grimoires he kept from Morgana and Morian. A month later, the brief rest is over, and the paladins return in the dead of winter to drag Alan to his new assignment. As the carriage passes the nearby village, Alan sees everyone else evacuating too, including Grill and Charlotte trudging along with their belongings. Charlotte notices the carriage and gives Alan a small respectful bow while still hauling the oversized load on foot. Alan asks how bad the tide of death really is, and the captain answers with grim numbers. Thousands of undead can hit the fortress in a single week. The captain explains that Ronia survives by packing in 20,000 fighters and using the fortress as a shield to draw the dead into one killing ground. When Ronia finally comes into view, Alan is disappointed to find not a grand bastion but a shabby fortress of timber walls and stone barriers. Alan also learns the dead only need to be held for one brutal month before the season weakens and the horde retreats north again. At the gates, Long columns of chained convicts and slaves are herded inside as disposable frontline troops for the coming siege. One desperate prisoner cries that he was framed for stealing bread, only to be beaten down on the spot, and Alan realizes innocent people are mixed in with the monsters. Alan hurriedly checks whether anyone expects him to fight, and the captain assures him only the prisoners will be sent to the walls. That relief lasts one breath, because the captain immediately says Alan's real job is to heal the injured and perform funeral rites for thousands of dead. When Alan asks how many clerics will be helping, the captain says there are only about 80 priests for the whole disaster, and the workload instantly starts sounding impossible. The captain even notes that a few of their own dying from overwork is normal here, and Alan can only stare at the paladins like they are trying to murder him politely. Once inside Ronia, Alan is brought straight to the local lord's residence, where a middle-aged noble with an extravagant mustache rushes out to receive him far too eagerly. The local lord fawns all over Alan at once, offering tea, refreshments, and even a hot bath while a maid sets the table and the paladins watch in silence. Alan reads the lord immediately and realizes this demoted noble is trying to use the Holy Emperor's grandson as his way back to power. Sensing the advantage in his status, Alan calmly starts using it and asks for a room to rest in and someone to serve him during his stay. Then Alan turns a deliberately greasy smile on the maid, and her instant flinch shows how threatening his rank feels when he chooses to lean on it. When Alan casually asks for a maid to help him relax, the feudal lord stiffens because the watching paladins make that kind of favor dangerous to arrange. Alan quickly clears it up as harmless rest, and the lord grabs onto that excuse with an awkward smile before hurrying to prepare a room. On the way out, Alan catches the head paladin staring hard at him and leans into his spoiled prince image on purpose so any future assassins will keep underestimating him. Alan reaches his guest room and immediately notices the arrangement: a male servant for safety, and a paladin planted at the door to watch him. The servant is so afraid of Alan's old reputation that he half shields his face, expecting to be slapped at any moment. Instead of causing trouble, Alan calmly asks for clean water and some alcohol, which only confuses the servant even more. The paladin side-eyes even that request, and Alan snaps back that he is still allowed to drink, which ends the challenge for now. Once the servant returns with both items, Alan dismisses him, leaving himself alone with the room and its silent guard outside. After checking the room for any magical surveillance, Alan decides he is safe enough to start preparing his own secret supplies. He dumps the liquor away, pours water into the bottle, and starts blessing it because 80 priests handling thousands of purifications sounds like a death sentence from overwork. Alan treats the holy water like a homemade energy drink, planning to use it later to keep his body going through the brutal workload ahead. With that handled, he pulls the necromancer's grimoire from his storage and turns to the other problem on his mind: controlling his power properly. Reading through the book, Alan learns that necromancers sharpen control through breathing and precise energy handling, the exact skill he has been missing as a priest. He tries the breathing method on water, and it works so well that blessing activates cleanly, proving the necromancer's technique can improve his divinity control too. The easy success tells Alan his month of hard training paid off, and he starts appreciating necromancy's ruthless efficiency even more. He remembers how hard he has already pushed himself since the zombie disaster, building divinity, and quietly raising undead in the forest just to survive whatever comes next. But the more he thinks about purifying thousands of corpses, the more furious he gets at being worked like a disposable laborer. Then Alan has a much better idea. He does not actually have to work himself to death when pretending to collapse from exhaustion would protect him just as well. Confident that even the paladins cannot openly force the Holy Emperor's grandson past that point, he decides to fake diligence only until it is convenient to stop. Even so, he keeps making extra holy water as insurance, because this world has already taught him that trouble can hit without warning. While doing that, his attention drifts to a musket hanging on the wall, and he realizes the so-called decorative gun is very real. Alan remembers what he has read: firearms exist here, but they are treated like expensive toys because they burn absurd amounts of mana for weak range and disappointing damage. That wasted potential annoys him, and he briefly laments that if he knew how to make gunpowder, this world would have been much easier to game. Curiosity wins anyway, and Alan decides to try firing the musket himself with only a tiny bit of divinity. He opens the breech and breathes divinity into the weapon, expecting a crude shot, but system messages immediately start stacking in his head. The biggest surprise is divine aura activating on the gun, confirming that Alan's body can reinforce equipment with a power far beyond normal mana or divinity use. He quickly connects that power to the moment his shovel held against the zombie bear, and realizes this hidden reinforcement ability has been helping him all along. The bullet forms in barely a minute, and the drain is lighter than he feared, so Alan raises the musket at a vase just to test what it can really do. He whispers a tiny bang like he is playing with a toy, and the musket answers with a deafening blast that explodes through the room. The recoil throws Alan onto the floor, and screams erupt outside as the whole mansion reacts to the blast. The paladin pounds on the door in alarm, his old machine-like calm finally gone as he demands to know what happened inside. When the lock starts giving way, Alan lunges over and physically shoves the paladin back out before he can see the mess. Alan blurts out a shameless excuse about a boy going through puberty, using embarrassment as his best weapon to get the armored watcher away from the room. After finally slamming the door shut, Alan turns back and sees the truth in full. The musket is on the floor and a head-sized hole has been blasted clean through the wall. Staring at that damage, Alan realizes the so-called decorative gun is lethal enough to kill a normal person or an undead in one shot, and he curses everyone who said it was useless. At dawn in snowy Ronia, Paladin Harmon lines up 80 priests for work and immediately sees them as a crowd of punished cheats and troublemakers. Harmon's eyes settle on Alan, and to him the prince is still the worst of the lot, the Holy Emperor's infamous grandson who ruined his own name across the continent. Harmon's suspicion hardens because he remembers Alan hanging around a nun trainee at the monastery, and eyeing a maid as soon as he reached the fortress. Even so, the villagers' words keep bothering him, because everywhere he asked about Morgana, people insisted Alan truly changed after his suicide attempt and memory loss. Harmon remembers Alan's old behavior too clearly to buy that story, especially the day the exiled prince tried to kick him and stab him with a farm tool during the banishment. He also remembers that the Holy Emperor gave him brutal freedom to discipline Alan however he saw fit, as long as the prince stayed alive. What confuses Harmon is that the villagers spoke about Alan with real gratitude, saying he fought zombies first and kept burying the dead without rest. Harmon still refuses to believe repentance came that easily, and he starts suspecting Alan used amnesia and the witch incident to stage a path back to the Imperial Palace. But that theory does not fully fit either, because Morgana should never have been easy prey for simple villagers. He ends up giving more credit to Grill instead, even thinking the old farmer might be worth recommending for paladin apprenticeship. Then Harmon looks at Alan again, sees the same rude glare under the cheap blanket, and tells himself the prince has not changed at all. One thing still gnaws at him though. Last night Alan's room suddenly exploded from the inside. Harmon rushed in ready to protect the Emperor's grandson, only for an unharmed Alan to shove him back out before he could inspect the room. In that brief glimpse, Harmon saw a head-sized hole in the wall that looked exactly like damage from a magic attack. Since Alan never trained with the monastery books under Harmon's watch, the paladin starts worrying the prince found some dangerous item in the necromancer's cave. His attention shifts to the convict laborers next, and the real shape of Ronia comes into view, prisoners in rough gear, carrying packs, shovels, and canteens like disposable soldiers. A newly arrived convict suddenly bolts, and the regular soldiers shoot him dead without a second thought. The surviving convicts freeze in terror as Harmon orders the corpse removed and the uniforms handed out, making the rule of Ronia brutally clear. For Harmon, this is only the start, because Ronia must hold out through winter and kill the undead waves before they spill across the continent. He tosses Alan a rucksack with plague-proof priest gear and orders the prince to suit up and join the work detail. Alan checks the bag and realizes it is basically full military issue: supplies, bedding, a shovel, a mask, and a medical uniform. Looking around the fortress, Alan sees convicts shoveling snow, soldiers drilling in formation, and other prisoners being armed, and the whole place feels exactly like a brutal army base. That sight crushes Alan's mood, because to him this is just getting dragged into army life all over again. Harmon ignores Alan's status completely and starts reading out a strict work schedule from Dawn, which only makes Alan more anxious. Alan quickly realizes Harmon is the kind of officer who follows the rules no matter who he is dealing with, which ruins any hope of an easy posting. Alan gives up arguing for now and hefts the rucksack, deciding it is safer to keep his head down than earn even worse work. Then Alan catches a rotten smell drifting from the city center, and quietly wonders if undead might already be inside the fortress. A corpse wagon rolls out right then, confirming that the smell is coming from the dead being hauled through the city. Harmon explains that men here die regularly from training and hard labor, and that bleak answer shows Alan just how disposable people are in Ronia. Even with that explanation, Alan still feels uneasy and warns Harmon to tighten public order just in case undead are hiding among the city dead. Harmon actually accepts the advice, reasoning that unrecovered corpses could indeed panic the city if some rose as undead. That tiny moment of relief dies fast when Harmon immediately sends Alan off to work anyway. So Alan opens the pack, pulls out the white-beaked plague mask and robe, and recognizes the outfit immediately. He first dismisses the mask as a medieval-looking toy, but Harmon explains it is packed with purification magic, charcoal, and filters against poison and disease. Realizing the priests at least get proper protective gear, Alan finally puts on the beak mask and heavy white overrobe. Looking over the yard through the narrow mask lenses, Alan sees rows of identically dressed priests, and feels the deadening sameness of military life all over again. Harmon tells him his job is simple: do the same death work as the other priests, because Ronia already has too many people dying from disease and overwork. When Harmon leaves to command the convicts, Alan realizes he at least will not be shadowed every second here. As Alan surveys the fortress one more time, he spots familiar villagers among the crowds and realizes Ronia is packed with thousands of laborers and refugees from many villages, not just his own. In the freezing work camp, Alan spots Charlotte among the laborers as she helps hand out food instead of resting. Charlotte walks straight up to Alan anyway, somehow recognizing him through the mask and thick robe. Without wasting words, Charlotte offers Alan warm baked sweet potatoes wrapped in cloth. Alan thanks her, and Charlotte quietly heads off to feed the others while he enjoys the first warm comfort of the day. A little later, Alan is sent with the other priests to the city cemetery, where winter burials are being handled like grim factory work. Before the dead go into the pits, the convicts inspect every body for signs of zombification. Alan watches the local priests perform a long formal purification rite and realizes his own silent prayers back at the monastery were much simpler. He decides not to overwork himself and starts looking for a good excuse to slack off. That chance appears fast when a clique of lazy priests calls him over from their little corpse-side hangout. Hayes tells Alan there is no reward for working hard here, and Alan quickly decides that sounds reasonable. Alan notices the supervising paladin is too busy to care, which makes the whole lazy arrangement feel even safer. A nervous soldier sneaks booze over, and Hayes grabs it with the smug air of a count's son still expecting favors. The drink hits Hayes almost immediately, and his whining turns into loud complaints about being punished before he could return to the academy. Hayes pushes the bottle at Alan, and Alan tries the alcohol himself since the winter cold makes even that feel welcome. When Hayes asks who he is, Alan hides his real identity and introduces himself as a small country noble named Alan. Hayes laughs off Alan as a country bumpkin, then immediately offers him protection once he learns his name. Hayes proudly reveals he is Count Hedron's eldest son and promises Alan an easy life here if he listens to him. Alan decides this loud idiot might still be useful, so he settles in and lets Hayes keep talking. The more Hayes talks, the more he paints himself as a ridiculous genius hero who can do everything better than everyone else. Then another priest asks why Hayes was really punished, and Hayes visibly stiffens as the boasting mood turns sour. Drunk and desperate to save face, Hayes blurts out that he was punished for trying to rape a maid and talks like he did nothing wrong. Even as Alan realizes Hayes is probably bluffing around the details, the truth underneath is bad enough to make him an eyesore. When Hayes keeps going, Alan finally decides he picked the wrong clique and starts to leave. Before Alan can walk off, Hayes notices Charlotte working nearby and his attention shifts to a new target. Hayes calls Charlotte over in a smug tone, pretending he only wants another sweet potato. Charlotte politely brings him a warm sweet potato, but Hayes is staring at her, not the food. Hayes tries a clumsy noble flirt routine, asking her age and talking down to her like she should be grateful for his notice. Charlotte shuts him down with perfect politeness, telling the priests to work hard and turning to leave. The other priests laugh at him, and Hayes grabs Charlotte's hand in a burst of wounded pride. Charlotte glances at Alan with trembling eyes, and he grudgingly prepares to step in if he has to. Alan never gets the chance, because Charlotte calmly crushes Hayes' hand with terrifying strength. Once she lets go, Charlotte rubs her hand against her clothes like she touched something filthy and tries to leave again. Hayes is too scared to rush her, so he falls back on status and insults, shouting that a commoner had no right to humiliate him. The priests around them start laughing again, and Alan decides Charlotte clearly does not need his help after all. Charlotte starts walking away again, choosing not to escalate the fight. That only makes Hayes nastier, and he starts screaming about Charlotte's low-born parents as a way to hurt her where it counts. Charlotte freezes and clenches her fists, but she still forces herself to stay quiet and keep moving. Hayes keeps going, sneering that in this land of zombies her parents will probably die and become undead anyway. Alan tries to ignore the filth coming out of Hayes' mouth and looks around for a place to start digging instead. Hayes reaches out and grabs Charlotte's arm again, this time offering to keep her as his maid like that should save her. Charlotte finally answers in one cold line, telling him she is already an orphan. That line is what finally makes Alan move, and he chooses his answer with a shovel instead of a warning. Alan slams the shovel down on Hayes' foot hard enough to crush the boot and pin him in place. When Hayes is still too stunned to react, Alan presses down harder and cruelly twists the shovel to make the pain sink in. The moment Hayes finally screams and jerks upright, Alan smashes him in the face with the shovel and sends him tumbling into the open grave. Alan coolly calls it a mistake, then tells the dazed Hayes in the grave to lie still like a proper corpse and stop blocking his work. And with that, Alan starts shoveling dirt onto Hayes as if burying him is just another part of the job. At the burial pit, Alan swings his shovel up at Hayes' gang, and the loud priests instantly lose their nerve. When Hayes tries to crawl out and keep yelling, Alan coldly kicks him back into the grave. Hayes tries to throw his noble name around, but Alan leans over the pit and asks the real question: did Hayes even know who he was insulting? Before the fight can get worse, soldiers and Paladin Harmon rush over to break it up. Alan shrugs and pretends it was an accident, while Hayes shouts that Count Hedron's eldest son has been attacked. Harmon starts to order Alan to apologize, assuming the prince caused another mess. Alan cuts him off and demands Harmon's name instead, making it clear he refuses to bow to trash like Hayes. The mood flips in an instant when Alan's low voice comes out loaded with divinity, and even Harmon feels the air grow heavy. Harmon realizes Alan is using spirit speech and nervously gives his full name like he has no choice. Alan pushes further and orders Harmon to say his status out loud, and the paladin is shaken by how imperial the banished prince suddenly feels. Unable to resist, Harmon declares that Alan is the 7th grandson of the Holy Emperor, and the whole scene goes dead quiet. The pressure vanishes, and Alan instantly drops back into his usual rough self, gleefully rubbing the truth in Hayes' face. Alan threatens to bury Hayes' whole family, and the Count's son finally realizes this might be dangerous after all. Hayes drops his pride and formally apologizes to Imperial Prince Alan on the spot. Harmon starts to relax, thinking the ugly scene is finally over. Instead, Alan accepts the apology and immediately says Hayes should die anyway, forcing everyone to stop another shovel attack. The next consequence lands fast. Alan gets thrown into solitary confinement for 7 days. Even in jail, Alan makes Harmon repeat his name and status again, enjoying the aftertaste of that little power trip. Alan complains that someone like him should not be rotting in a cell, but Harmon flatly tells him a prince still serves time for a crime. When Alan asks what would happen if he had really killed Hayes, he is amused to learn that murdering a Count's son would only mean about half a year in prison. Alan even jokes that he should have castrated the idiot, and Harmon admits he would have been the one blamed for it. Alan says he never meant to kill Hayes anyway, just to discipline him, and Harmon can only stare at how casually he says it. Harmon finally asks when Alan learned spirit speech, but Alan's blank reaction makes it obvious he does not even know what he used. Dropping the subject, Harmon leaves Alan to cool off for a week, and Alan immediately asks for food and history books like he just booked a vacation. Left alone, Alan looks around and realizes this private cell is basically a tidy little room, not the filthy dungeon he expected. Since he wanted time to study magic anyway, Alan decides this forced break is not such a bad deal. He pulls out the necromancer's grimoire to keep studying, showing where his real interest has been lately. Before he can settle in, Charlotte arrives at the cell looking troubled and apologizes for getting him dragged into this. Alan does not think he was helping her at all, but Charlotte quietly insists that she always ends up being saved by him. Not knowing what to do with that, Alan dodges the moment and orders Charlotte to cook him something better than prison food. He tells her to use the Lord's kitchen and ingredients because he still remembers how good her monastery meals were. Charlotte answers with a soft smile and accepts, ending the visit on a surprisingly warm note. A week later, the story shifts outside Ronia's walls, where Harmon commands convicts through a brutal blizzard to clear snow before it hardens into bridges for the undead. As he works, Harmon remembers Charlotte coming to plead for Alan, insisting that Hayes started the whole incident. That memory leads Harmon back to the real shock of that day. For one brief moment, Alan carried the authority of the imperial bloodline and used spirit speech. What bothers Harmon most is that Alan seemed completely unaware of doing it, even though spirit speech is rare even among exceptional leaders. He cannot stop wondering whether Alan truly changed after the suicide attempt 3 months ago, but the idea still feels impossible. Then Harmon notices something worse than the cold. Despite the blizzard, the land of the dead spirits is far too quiet. On the very day when undead should be most violent, not a single monster has appeared, and that eerie calm gives Harmon goosebumps. While the eerie calm keeps bothering him, Harmon finally orders the freezing convicts back inside for lunch. One convict hears a strange sound, turns back into the white fog of snow, and realizes the man behind him is just gone. He calls out in annoyance, only for a towering rotting shape to step out of the storm instead of his coworker. The ghoul flashes a hideous grin and pierces the convict clean through before anyone can react. The scream sets everyone off, and the convicts finally understand a ghoul is in their midst. Then the real trap springs, with more ghouls bursting up from under the snow and tearing into the labor gang from all sides. Harmon stays cool in the middle of the slaughter, shouts for everyone to run, and calls on Heim before drawing his sword. A ghoul lunges right into his face, and Harmon slips under it, cuts off its wrist, and takes its head in one clean exchange. But when Harmon looks up, even more ghouls are pouring out of the snow and the storm, far too many for him to hold back alone. Realizing the field is lost, Harmon turns and makes a full sprint for the fortress while pushing divine power through his body. Even as he runs, Harmon is rattled by one impossible detail. These undead stayed hidden under the snow without attacking until the perfect moment. More ghouls jump in before the gate, but he twists past their claws, cuts one down, and keeps charging forward. The wall archers open fire to cover him, peppering the ghouls as Harmon reaches the gate. Harmon orders the gates shut, but the frozen chains jam and the convicts at the pulley panic. A knight solves it the brutal way by cutting the chain, and the heavy gates crash down just after Harmon slips through. The gate crushes the pursuing ghouls into gore, and Harmon immediately starts barking orders to lock the fortress into battle formation. Under the knight's orders, the convicts grab shields and spears and scramble up onto the wall like a makeshift garrison. As Harmon climbs up after them, he still expects the usual tide of death, a few thousand mindless undead around the 25th. Then he reaches the top and freezes, because what waits outside is nowhere near 2,000 or 3,000. Instead of a loose horde, Ronia is facing a real undead army that actually holds ranks and waits for orders. War drum beats roll through the blizzard as more of the army appears, including armed skeletons, sprinting ghouls, and giant zombie ogres. Harmon realizes the worst part is not just the numbers, but the discipline, because this army is over 20,000 strong and even has siege weapons. At the center of it all, slave zombies carry a sedan chair through the storm for a grotesque master. The creature's demonic voice invades every listener's mind and tells the living to fear it and envy death. Harmon stares at the monster and recognizes what it really is, the final evolved form of a zombie, a vampire. Calling itself the inheritor of the god of death and a savior through death, the vampire count openly claims kingship over the battlefield. The count tears into a corpse on a shield like a meal and savors the thought of all the living packed inside Ronia. In its twisted pride, the monster looks back on its long rise from zombie to vampire and revels in finally becoming a thinking ruler of the dead. What truly empowered him is hanging around his neck, the mountain goat skull of necromancer King Amon. The count believes Amon's skull gathered demonic energy, preserved its body, and set it on the path from count to king. With Amon's skull blazing, the count lifts his arms and finally gives the order for the dead to punish the living. At once, the entire undead army surges toward Ronia together. A week later inside his cell, Alan is baffled that nobody has released him yet and loudly complains that he's still waiting for food. Instead of breakfast, Alan hears panic shouting as the feudal lord and a group of soldiers rush to his prison in visible fear. A trembling soldier fumbles with the lock, and Alan immediately realizes this is far too serious for Genold's weak smile to hide. Alan even checks Genold with mind's eye and is thrown by how merciful the tax-diverting Viscount's traits look on paper. Once the door opens, Genold urges Alan out at once and says they need to move him somewhere safer. Out in the plaza, Alan sees the fortress in full panic mode, with citizens being evacuated and armed troops running the other way. Genold finally explains that the tide of death has hit, and Alan at first assumes this should still be manageable behind the walls. Genold crushes that hope by revealing this wave is completely different, and already over 20,000 undead strong. Alan is still absorbing that number when Genold insists they leave before the fortress can be overrun. But before they can move, a knight runs in with even worse news. The rear gates are surrounded by about 3,000 more undead lying in wait. Those rear undead have not attacked yet, which makes it even clearer they are deliberately waiting to eat anyone who tries to flee. Genold nervously changes plans and starts steering Alan back toward his mansion, just as a huge blast cuts through the fortress. A huge lump of flesh suddenly crashes into a house inside the fortress and cuts off Genold mid-sentence. Alan realizes in disbelief that the enemy really did catapult zombies over the walls. The citizens see the undead and instantly break into terrified chaos. Genold tries to hold the city together and orders a knight to protect the fleeing civilians instead of staying by his side. He tells Alan that zombies are manageable, but the reassurance dies the moment more houses burst open. From holes under the floors, ghouls crawl out of the hidden tunnels Alan sensed a week ago. Genold's brave act cracks on the spot, and even Alan stops trusting his forced calm. The ghouls lock onto the soldiers like predators, and the whole fight turns ugly before it even begins. From a wider view, the soldiers are trapped between zombies in front and ghouls behind. The ghouls slam into the rear line first and tear through the soldiers' defense. Genold shouts for the ranks to close up, and the trained soldiers force themselves into a circular formation around him and Alan. While trying to save an injured man, Genold is hit by the truth that command has fallen onto him, and he has no idea what to do. The undead hit the circle hard, drag one soldier out, and rip his shoulder apart in front of everyone. Another wounded soldier tries to hold the line with one arm, but the zombies swarm his shield and pry at the opening. Just before the defense breaks, Alan finally casts a wide blessing over the whole group. The blessing melts undead hands off the shield and blasts demonic infection out of the wounded soldiers. In seconds, wounds close, exhaustion vanishes, and even the soldier's gear shines with divinity. One soldier blocks a ghoul's claw with his shield and watches the monster's arm shatter instead of his defense. The soldiers turn and see Alan standing beside Genold, shining with divinity and casually anchoring the spell with a shovel. No one can believe the so-called Wastrel Prince is casting a blessing stronger than any priest they have ever seen. Then the old legend clicks into place for them. This boy carries the blood of the great hero Celt Alphals. Alan grumbles for them to keep fighting while he keeps the healing flowing, and that rough promise snaps their courage back into place. With the hero's descendant backing them, the soldiers roar and meet the undead head-on. Now empowered like paladins, they shove back ghouls that should have been far stronger than them. Their blessed spears punch through ghoul flesh with absurd ease, and for the first time the undead recoil in pain. That sudden power rush goes to their heads, and the soldiers abandon discipline to hunt the undead outright. Their overconfidence lasts 1 second too long when a soldier's head suddenly flies off. The killer is a towering Dullahan in full plate, carrying its own head in one hand and a long sword in the other. Alan instantly leaps in with his shovel, but the Dullahan swats him away like a child. Genold panics and orders the men to protect Alan as they scramble to catch him. Genold drags the dazed soldiers back to their senses and forces them into formation again before the whole line collapses. The Dullahan smashes into the regrouped line and cracks blessed shields that held up just fine against ghouls. Even when the spears stab through its armor, the monster keeps swinging and tears the formation open again. Alan ignores Genold's warning, pulls out a rifle, and takes aim at the real weak point. One shot of holy light blows the Dullahan's severed head apart and drops the body to its knees. With the monster down, Alan just sits on the ground and mutters that he should never have stepped forward. The story jumps to the outer wall, where Harmon watches the black storm swallow the sunlight and strengthen the undead siege. As the day drags toward evening, the undead beat war drums and keep pressing the walls without slowing down. The defenders fire volleys into the horde, but most shots only slow the undead instead of stopping them. Ladders go up all along the wall, and the undead keep climbing because fear and pain mean nothing to them. Harmon realizes the siege is turning into a brutal war of attrition, and the wall itself is not the only problem anymore. Then he sees the catapults throwing not stones but packed balls of zombies straight into the fortress interior. Outside the walls, zombie ogres are physically crushing undead together and feeding those living siege rounds into the machines. Some of the flying corpse balls burst on impact, but the zombies inside just get back up and keep attacking inside Ronia. The defenders answer with ballistas, yet even giant bolts sticking through the ogres fail to stop the launches. Harmon finally admits the fortress is being overrun from within, and no reinforcements can possibly arrive in time. Just as he runs out of answers, a silver white-haired girl quietly brushes past him on the wall. On the storm-hit wall, Harmon watches Charlotte sprint between fighters with armfuls of swords and a full quiver, stunned that a farmer's daughter can carry more gear than many grown soldiers. Seeing Charlotte deliver weapons and help the wounded jolts Harmon out of his slump, and he forces himself to refocus on surviving long enough to kill the vampire count if it comes to that. That resolve gets interrupted when a crushed zombie projectile crashes behind Charlotte and blasts nearby defenders off the wall, leaving fresh undead rising right at her back. Harmon swears and charges toward her with sword drawn, but Charlotte only turns in place as the zombie looms over her and the weapons slip from her hands. Realizing he will be too late, Harmon calls on Heim's divinity to force his body faster and throws everything into one desperate rescue attempt. Instead of freezing, Charlotte's eyes sharpen, and she rolls under the zombie's reach, snatches up a fallen sword, and draws it in one rough but controlled motion. Then Charlotte whispers a prayer to Gaia, and a soft holy glow gathers on her blade before she lunges. She drives in, pivots hard, and tears the zombie's head off with one spinning strike so sharp that even Harmon stops in shock. Harmon instantly recognizes the move as Imperial swordsmanship, and that makes the whole scene even stranger because Charlotte should have no way to know it. Charlotte steadies her racing heart and quietly basks in the fact that her secret training from the monastery's Imperial manuals actually worked. Feeling proud that she mastered what Alan never did, Charlotte turns to Harmon and asks what is wrong, only to find the paladin still frozen by what he just saw. Elsewhere at the Lord's residence, the defenders cheer because ordinary soldiers just brought down ghouls and even a Dullahan with only a few losses. The temporary divine power fades from their bodies, but the men are still ecstatic after tasting what it feels like to fight like paladins. Genold is the one left rattled, because everything he heard about the Seventh Prince being a cowardly failure now sounds completely absurd. After seeing Alan charge a Dullahan with a shovel and flood the field with overwhelming divinity, Genold starts wondering if the Imperial family treats miracles as a normal standard. He even starts taking old legends about the Holy Emperor seriously, then snaps back to command the evacuation and order an escort for the prince. Then Genold looks for Alan and realizes the prince is simply gone. A soldier nervously claims Alan left with a company of troops after supposedly getting permission, but the story falls apart because no soldiers are actually missing. The moment the contradiction sinks in, Genold treats it as an emergency and rushes into the city with 10 men to find Alan before something happens to him. The story shifts to Alan himself as he grumbles, gulps down yet another bottle of holy water, and forces his bloated body to keep moving through the city. With his divinity recharged, Alan follows the smell of death through Ronia while hunting the demonic holes feeding the undead. A ghoul bursts through a nearby door to ambush him, but Alan's dead spirit soldiers pin it in midair with a forest of spears before it can touch him. One of the undead soldiers follows up with a clean decapitation, and Alan dryly admits this recycled troop setup is crude but useful. The move catches Alan's eye because these undead can imitate the Imperial sword basics that he himself used to fail at embarrassingly. He keeps tracking the foul scent until it turns overpowering and leads him straight to the outer wall, where the worst fighting in the city is still raging. At the wall, civilians haul arrows and weapons, defenders scream for oil and stones, and the whole place looks like a collapsing battlefield workshop. The wounded keep piling up too, with bitten men screaming for help while priests race through the mess trying to keep venom and demonic contamination from killing them first. Seeing that chaos, Alan puts on a beak mask so his undead escort and his own face will not draw attention in the middle of the crowd. He heads straight for the priests and finds them cutting open a dying man's belly because holy water would kill him before it could save him. The priests explain that demonic energy has invaded the man's organs, so without anesthesia they have to cut the rot out before his insides fail completely. The soldier thrashes and begs not to die, blurting out that he has not even confessed to the girl he likes before his strength starts to give out. That is where Alan steps in, pulls out holy water, and pours it straight into the open stomach before anyone can stop him. The tainted organs explode from the backlash, splattering the priests and making one of them grab Alan in fury, convinced he just murdered the patient. Alan calmly points them back to the patient, and the priests stare in disbelief as brand new organs begin regenerating inside the ruined cavity. The man comes roaring back to life only to scream in even worse pain from the regeneration, curse the priests wildly, and finally pass out. Alan snaps the stunned priests back to work, telling them to stitch the fool up before he dies after all. Once the man's breathing settles, Alan tosses them another bottle of holy water and bluntly tells them to stop more casualties from becoming fresh undead. The priests are left shaken by the miracle and his apparent dimension magic, but with no time to question him, they immediately turn back to the other wounded. Looking over the carnage, Alan mutters that this siege should not still be dragging on against slow undead, then heads up the outer wall with his dead spirit soldiers to see the disaster for himself. As Alan nears the top of Ronia's outer wall, another catapulted mass of zombies explodes across the rampart and blocks his climb. Alan coldly orders the way cleared, and his disguised dead spirit soldiers rush ahead to carve the undead apart and shove the rest off the wall. The convicts and soldiers on the wall see Alan's escort and mistake them for paladins, so the whole rampart erupts in shocked hope. Alan ignores the commotion and finally looks out over the battlefield, where 20,000 undead have packed the fortress front in a nightmare sea of weapons and glowing eyes. The sight rattles even Alan, because his necromancer senses force the dead screams into his head while ladders, arrows, and zombie projectiles keep hammering the walls. Alan quickly sees the real problem. This undead army never tires, grows stronger after sunset, and will become even worse when Amon's death day arrives in 2 days. He admits the defenders cannot win a straight attrition battle against an immortal plague army, so only one option remains: kill the commander. Alan spots the command cluster and picks out the vampire count, a bloated monster lounging on a sedan chair carried by slave zombies in the middle of the swarm. A convict on the wall fires a ballista at the count first, but the huge bolt smashes uselessly against a purple demonic barrier. That failure confirms Alan's read: ranged attacks are blocked, close attacks would be suicide, and the whole war now hangs on his own impossible shot. Alan raises his musket, breathes divinity into the chamber, and starts forging a holy bullet while forcing himself to ignore the system chatter in his head. Even with boosted aim and penetration, Alan can tell the first build-up still will not punch through the count's barrier. So Alan bets on a priest's method he only read about and begins a real prayer to Gaia, hoping devotion can condense even more divinity into the shot. The prayer works almost too well, as divinity whips around Alan and the calm figure of a woman made of holy light seems to embrace him from behind. Feeling that the power is finally enough, Alan sights down on the laughing vampire count and lines up a viciously personal target. Nearby on the wall, Harmon turns at the uproar and sees the beak-masked priest arriving under escort, while Charlotte instantly recognizes him as the Imperial Prince. Then Harmon, Charlotte, and everyone nearby watch holy light gather around Alan until the shape of a goddess appears behind him, and the wall falls silent in pure shock. Harmon is shaken to the core, because what he is seeing looks exactly like Gaia's divine protection being granted to the same prince he thought had blasphemed her. Before anyone can process the contradiction, Alan fires, and the blast of holy light tears across the battlefield hard enough to blind the watchers on the wall. The shot smashes through the vampire count's barrier, scatters holy power through the undead ranks, and burns dozens of zombies and skeletons into ash. For the first time in decades, the vampire count feels real fear, because a holy attack just broke the shield made from the necromancer king's skull. As the count panics, he also realizes his plan inside the fortress has already failed, because the undead he sent through hidden holes have gone eerily silent. Then the count senses that same sacred aura gathering on the wall again, and terror spikes when he understands a second shot is coming. Desperate, the count throws up another barrier and orders a zombie ogre to shield him, trying to stop the next bullet before it arrives. Alan's second holy shot arrives anyway, breaks the unfinished barrier, drills through the ogre's torso, and gets deflected just enough to hit the count below the belt. The count stares down in horror as his crown jewels burn away into ash. An agony he has not felt in 50 years tears a scream out of him. The thrashing count topples the sedan chair, crushes the slave zombies beneath him, and sprawls on the ground in humiliating panic. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the count drops all pretense and screams for a retreat. His undead obey in the clumsiest possible way, grabbing the bloated vampire and dragging him away across the ground while he begs them to lift him instead. After the shot, Alan watches the vampire count get dragged away and grimly admits he missed the kill. He decides the wound should at least slow the count down, but he is so drained that he cannot gather more divinity anyway. Alan tells himself he at least bought time to regroup and make more holy water before the next attack. When he turns around, Alan finds the whole battlefield staring at him in stunned silence. By the next night, Harmon stands alone on the wall, unable to stop thinking about Alan instead of the enemy camp. What unsettles him most is the holy water, because almost every wounded soldier recovered completely in just 1 day. He realizes this is high-grade holy water that should take a high-ranking priest a full day and night to make. The priest even diluted it, and still saved over 100 people, which makes Harmon wonder what Alan is hiding. He tries to deny it, but Charlotte called the sniper Imperial Prince Nim, so Harmon can no longer brush the truth aside. Charlotte troubles him too, because her claim that she learned Imperial swordsmanship from a book is obviously a lie. To Harmon, Charlotte moves like someone who trained for years, which makes her place beside Alan feel even more suspicious. He even suspects Charlotte's adoptive father Grill might be some hidden knight, but the village records do not fit that theory cleanly. Harmon's thoughts turn to Alan himself, whose personality changed completely after exile, the fake suicide, and memory loss. He recalls the ugly history around Alan's mother Euligia, a commoner of Aslan blood whom the palace never truly accepted. Then Harmon remembers the night 5 years ago when a vampire attacked the palace garden and Euligia was torn apart protecting Alan. That night shattered the gentle young prince and left him fearful and warped for years afterward. Harmon starts wondering if Alan's lost memories only peeled away the damage and brought his original self back. He also rethinks the moment Alan beat Hayes, because the insult toward Charlotte echoed the way people once humiliated Euligia. From there, Harmon leaps to a new theory. Alan may have hidden his real abilities and accepted exile so he could quietly pursue revenge. He convinces himself that every mystery now fits, from Morgana to Charlotte to Alan's rude distance toward him. The thought stings even harder because Harmon was there 5 years ago and still failed to protect Euligia. Overcome by guilt and admiration, Harmon swears that if Alan truly seeks revenge for his mother, he will help him. He forces himself back to the present problem, because midnight on December 25th is approaching and the vampire count is likely to strike again. Inside Ronia, extra patrols are searching for more underground entry holes after the undead already used them once. From the wall, Harmon notices a smaller group of soldiers moving without torches through the deepest dark, which instantly feels wrong. He grabs a torch, heads down, and starts following the shadow patrol into a narrow alley. When his order is ignored, Harmon grabs one by the shoulder and whirls it around to face him. Up close, Harmon realizes the soldier is undead, and what shocks him even more is the faint divinity leaking from it. Unable to trust what he is seeing, Harmon decides he cannot risk letting these creatures roam free and attacks first. Instead of crumbling, the undead calmly blocks Harmon's holy blade with a divinity wrap sword of its own. The alley suddenly comes alive as more undead soldiers strike from the walls and darkness with spears and blades. What rattles Harmon is not just the numbers but the way they fight like trained knights using one perfectly shared mind. More undead pour in with bows and maces, forcing Harmon to admit he would rather face paladins than this nightmare formation. Then Harmon spots something even worse. These holy undead are using a rough version of imperial swordsmanship. With dozens of blades closing on him, Harmon starts a full divine attack to wipe them out at once. A calm voice cuts through the standoff and instantly stops every undead soldier in place. Alan steps out of the darkness and leaves Harmon staring at the prince standing in the middle of the undead ranks. Later, Alan sits on the outer wall with his legs hanging over the drop, casually looking down at the corpses still scattered below. Nearby soldiers and convicts start whispering that the masked figure is the saint, and then drop to their knees to pray at him. Alan is baffled and irritated that they somehow recognized him anyway, especially when prayer is the last thing he wants from criminals. He asks when people started calling him the saint, but Harmon is in no state to answer. Instead, Harmon spirals in shock that Euligia's son has learned necromancy, and starts muttering to himself like a broken man. Still shaken, Harmon finally asks Alan directly if he really summoned those undead. Alan cheerfully admits it, even bragging that his holy undead pass for living soldiers at a glance. Alan decides there is no point hiding it now, because his undead will be useful when the Christmas night slaughter begins. Harmon, still tangled in his own assumptions, asks Alan why he went down the path of necromancy at all. Alan gives him the most useless honest answer possible. It just somehow turned out that way. Harmon blurts out the darkest possibility, and asks if Alan made a deal with the devil. Alan fires back that devil-made undead would not be overflowing with divinity, which only leaves Harmon more confused. Pressed again about how he made holy undead, Alan admits he truly does not know and falls back on his missing memories. Harmon still suspects Alan is hiding something, but Alan insists that even he does not understand what is happening. Then Alan flips the pressure back on him and asks the real question. Is Harmon about to report him to the Inquisitors? On the wall, Alan tests Harmon directly and braces himself for betrayal if the paladin decides to expose him. Instead, Harmon says reporting Alan would only make him look like a conspirator trying to frame an imperial prince for personal gain. Harmon warns that if Alan's truth comes out, the fallout could drag even the first imperial prince into danger. Then Harmon reveals he once served Euligia while guarding Alan and swears he will stand by Alan and the first imperial prince to the end. Alan does not trust that sudden loyalty at all, and Harmon's oddly compassionate look only makes him more suspicious. Before Alan can press the issue, a fresh wave of corpse stench rolls in and he realizes midnight has arrived. The clouds split open to reveal a crimson moon, and Alan dryly wishes Harmon a Merry Christmas with Halloween thrown in for free. Far outside normal rifle range, the undead stir again as the vampire count gathers crimson demonic power in its hand. From his sedan chair, the vampire count seethes over the holy shot that ruined his groin and still refuses to heal properly. Furious at the priest who humiliated him, the count tears apart a nearby zombie and swears he will seize enough power to recover and keep conquering. When the tide of death fully arrives, the crimson moon and demon-soaked fog swell the undead with muscle and strength. The count steps down into the fog, absorbs that power, and his useless bloated body reshapes into a solid, muscular monster that can finally walk on its own. Drunk on the surge, the count proclaims himself heir to the god of death and orders the undead to devour the living, evolve into vampires, and crown him king. Then he slashes his charged hand toward Ronia, launching a giant crimson blast straight into the outer wall. The impact blows a huge section of the 12-meter wall apart and showers stone, timber, and defenders into the air. With half his army still left, the Count personally advances as 10,000 undead break into an unnatural run toward the breach. Inside the fortress, a limping Hayes begs Viscount Genold to spare him from battle, but Genold coldly reminds him that this castle exists to force criminals to serve. Their argument dies instantly when the Crimson Strike rips past them and the outer wall erupts. Deafened and dazed by the blast, Genold stares at the collapsed wall while Hayes clings to him in panic and begs to be saved. Genold forces himself upright and shouts for the defenders to stop the undead pouring through the gap. But the running horde, the Red Moon, and the demon fog smashed the defenders' nerves so hard that soldiers and convicts freeze or tried to flee instead of fighting. Realizing no one else will move, Genold prays to Gaia, gathers his mana, and walks alone toward the breach. Then a calm voice cuts through the panic as Alan, hidden behind a beak mask and carrying a shovel, steps out of the darkness near the broken wall. Alan sizes up the choke point and decides it will be easier to bury the mindless undead in one place than chase them all over the fort. He prays to Gaia, the shovel flares with holy light, and a single droplet forms at the blade's tip while the undead close to within meters. The moment that droplet hits the ground, every undead that crossed the wall turns to ash and the demonic darkness is washed away. Alan's swamp of death becomes a shallow holy lake, and every undead that steps into it convulses and melts even in ankle-deep water. Standing in the blessed water, Genold suddenly recognizes the same holy aura Alan used before and realizes the masked priest is the Imperial Prince. Alan follows with a second miracle, spreading a wide blessing over the soldiers and convicts as white particles pour from their bodies. The spell nearly empties him, so Alan has to steady himself and quickly drink holy water to keep going. As the whispers spread that the saint who beat the vampire is here, the defenders snap out of their terror and start looking at Alan with hope instead. Genold seizes that opening and roars that the saint, the Holy Emperor's grandson, and the 7th Imperial Prince is fighting beside them. That speech flips the mood completely, and Genold charges first, dragging soldiers and convicts into a full counterattack. The battle turns vicious as blades, arrows, oil, and fire tear through undead that keep mindlessly flooding into Alan's killing zone. Alan is moved and irritated at the same time, because their faith is working perfectly, but Genold also just shouted his hidden identity to everyone. The blessing has everyone so fired up that Alan decides he does not need to summon his own undead right now. That confidence wavers when a 4-meter zombie ogre stomps through the breach and smashes defenders aside with a mace. Harmon answers instantly, leaping in with a divinity-covered sword and cleanly taking the ogre's head off. Seeing that, Alan relaxes again and thinks the defenders may really be able to hold without his direct help. Then a foul presence crashes onto the field as the vampire Count appears in a new muscular form, wrapped in crimson power and walking on his own. One sweep from the Count blasts dozens of defenders apart, and the dead start rising again as fresh zombies right in front of their allies. Harmon rushes the monster, but the Count casually blocks the holy sword and snarls that he wants the priest who humiliated him. Alan instantly realizes that very personal grudge is aimed straight at him. When the Count sniffs out the holy scent on Alan, the monster locks onto him and charges through the soldiers to devour him personally. Alan jumps up, summons his musket, and aims at the Russian Count because this is no longer strategy now, just survival. Near the broken outer wall, Charlotte and Grill stop hauling supplies and join the villagers in hacking down zombies with farming tools. The defenders are tangled up in brutal close combat, but the surge of battle has burned the fear out of them, and even Grill is grinning as he swings. When Charlotte reaches for a proper weapon from a supply wagon, Grill barks at her to stay behind him because he is dead set on protecting his adopted daughter. Charlotte can only give a strained little smile, because Grill looks brave but fights like an amateur, and she is more worried about him getting hurt. The mood changes instantly when shouts about the vampire and the Imperial Prince ring out, and Charlotte snaps her head toward the threat. A giant vampire Count crashes through the fighting inside the wall, crushing soldiers under its bulk as it hunts for the priest who humiliated it. Paladin Harmon throws himself in front of the monster, but their clash explodes so hard that he gets blasted into the wall. Harmon forces himself back into the fight, and even carves into the vampire's leg, but the Count roars for its Dullahands to pin him down. Pinned by the headless knights, Harmon shouts to Viscount Genold that the prince is in danger, and the order to protect him finally spreads through the battlefield. Before the knights can cut the monster off, the vampire Count swells with crimson power and spits a breath of death into the men below. The breath instantly rots the defenders where they stand, and the dead rise again as new undead while the Count laughs at the slaughter. A divine bullet suddenly smashes through the Count's demonic barrier, and the monster whips around in fury toward the priest with the musket. Knights try to box the Count in with shield and spear formations, but the vampire ignores them and charges after Alan anyway. Watching from a distance, Charlotte sees the prince being hunted and finally grabs a shield and sword for herself. Grill is stunned when Charlotte bolts into an alley after the prince, then he runs after her with his farming tools still in hand. From Alan's view, knights are screaming for him to run while the mad-eyed vampire Count keeps barreling straight at him. As he runs, Alan watches knights get smashed apart and rise back up as zombies, which makes it painfully clear what will happen if the Count catches him. Alan decides the best play is to drag the commander away from the wall, because if he can keep the Count busy the defenders might still win. That plan almost falls apart immediately when Alan looks back and sees the vampire smashing through whole houses to keep up with him. Alan tries to start a prayer for another holy shot, but the Count senses the divinity and hurls a house roof at him before he can finish. Alan dives into a side alley just before the roof crashes down and seals off the path behind him. The Count peeks around the corner with a smug grin, and Alan realizes he cannot spare the time to gather enough divinity for another bullet. Alan gives up on firing back and decides to just stay alive until help arrives, but then a giant shadow drops over him from above. The vampire Count is floating overhead, arms spread wide as it sucks in air for another breath of death, and Alan knows he has nowhere to dodge. Just as the breath pours down, Charlotte suddenly charges in front of Alan and braces a huge steel shield against the blast. Grill dives in beside her to help hold the shield, and Alan instinctively shoves from behind as all three are driven backward by the impact. The shield starts melting and their hands begin to rot away, so Alan reinforces the equipment with divine aura and yells for them to push back. When reinforcement alone is not enough, Alan starts praying to Gaia and pours the last of his divinity into protecting all three of them. The steel shield finally breaks, but Alan's prayer replaces it with a giant shield of pure divinity that slams head-on into the Count's breath. The collision explodes so violently that the alley is blown open, the vampire's mouth is torn apart, and its body crashes to the ground with its barrier shattered. Alan is spent and can barely stay upright, so Charlotte catches him before he falls while Grill collapses unconscious nearby. The Count is still alive, writhing on the ground as holy flames burn through it, and grotesque boils burst across its body. Alan tries to pull out holy water but is too drained to even hold the bottle, so Charlotte lifts it to his lips and lets him drink. The holy water gives Alan enough strength to move again, but his divinity reserve is still empty, and he knows they need to retreat before the Count recovers. As Alan steps back to leave, his foot bumps into the giant mountain goat skull the vampire had been wearing like a necklace. A strange pull from the skull makes Alan inspect it with mind's eye, and he learns it is a Mon's skull, a legendary item that massively boosts demonic energy and related abilities. Even though it should run on demonic energy, the skull does not reject Alan, and that alone is unsettling enough to make him test it. Alan uses the scraps of divinity he has left to reinforce Amon's skull, and the item's power jumps even higher while revealing a new ability called Armor of the Dead Souls. Some instinct from the reinforced skull teaches Alan how to use it, so he places it on his head and faces the recovering vampire Count. Alan quietly speaks the activation words, saying he is the Legion and Gaia's inheritor, and the air itself turns crushingly heavy. The vampire Count, still burning from holy damage, hears those words and freezes when a pressure like death suddenly crashes down on the whole area. When the Count looks back, it finds around 30 undead figures in matching white armor gathered behind Alan, each armed and staring like warriors who never truly died. The Count realizes these are not normal undead at all, because the white-armored dead speak with ego, and even their whispers carry divinity. The summoned holy undead calmly judge the vampire as a heretic that violates the world's order, and the Count is horrified because Gaia should never be able to command beings like this. The knights line up before Alan, kneel like believers before a divine master, and wait in perfect discipline for his command. Alan does not waste words, he just points at the vampire and turns his thumb down, and the holy undead understand immediately. The knights lift their heads, lock onto the Count, and declare with burning blue eyes that they detest death. Their roar explodes with spirit speech and divinity, shaking the vampire's soul so hard it claps its hands over its ears in panic. Then the holy undead lower their stances and charge, and for the first time the vampire Count looks truly terrified of what is coming. Desperate, the Count slams demonic power into the ground and summons about 200 undead from below to overwhelm them by numbers. The Count sends the new horde at the holy knights, calling them the real heretics for insulting the god of death. A great sword-wielding holy knight answers first, one massive swing turning a whole swath of undead into drifting ash. Behind that, the bow and crossbow knights fire shining volleys that punch through several undead at once. Shield bearers and spearmen lock into formation next, and anything that hits their wall either bursts into flame or explodes on the spot. The numbers mean nothing, because the Count's 200 undead cannot even scratch the holy knight's armor and start vanishing in waves. Watching his 50 years of stolen life about to end, the vampire Count breaks into full panic and tries to force out one more breath of death. A holy greatsword cuts up through the Count before it can fire, ripping open its bulging stomach and jaw and spilling its demonic power. Then chained arrows and bolts punch through the Count's body and yank the giant down face first into the dirt. The holy undead pile on without hesitation, crushing the vampire's legs under their shields and trapping its throat with a ring of spears. With the battle already decided, Alan's 30 holy undead pinned the vampire Count down so completely that it could not move at all. Alan walked up to the fallen vampire and calmly removed Amon's skull from his face, finally showing the monster who had beaten him. The Count panicked and begged for his life, horrified that the priest standing over him was only a boy with a devilish smile. When the Count tried to lift his head, Alan stomped it back down and raised his musket right in front of the vampire's eyes. Alan filled the musket with terrifying holy power, muttered a prayer, wished the vampire Merry Christmas, and pulled the trigger. By the morning of December 25th, warm sunlight had pushed back the negative field, and battered Ronia finally looked like it had survived the night. An exhausted convict looked around and realized the undead outside the walls were gone, with only a few remains still melting in the lake of holy water. The stunned silence broke all at once when Genold forced up his injured arm and declared that they had won. That one shout set everyone off, and soldiers, convicts, citizens, and refugees erupted into raw, disbelieving cheers that they were still alive. Still staggering from the fight, Harmon pushed toward the center of the fortress to see what had happened there. For one brief second, Harmon saw several night-like undead made of pure light standing silently in the center before they scattered into particles. When the light vanished, Harmon found Alan collapsed with a satisfied grin, supported by Charlotte, while an unconscious man lay nearby. Harmon then watched the vampire count's body crumble from the head down into ash and blow away in the wind. Seeing Alan alive, asleep, and grinning after all that, Harmon finally understood who had really ended the siege. Not far from Ronia, the Holy Emperor arrived with the elite Holy Cross Knight Order only to find the fortress already celebrating victory. The Emperor had come because no undead had been seen in the land of the dead spirits for a month, and he had feared something far worse was waking up. From what he could see, Kelp dismissed the dead vampire as a mere minor threat that somehow failed to break even a fortress defended mostly by convicts and civilians. Even so, the Emperor could feel a bizarre clash of divinity and demonic energy hanging over Ronia, proof that someone powerful had fought there. That strange aura made him wonder, if only for a moment, whether a saint had descended there. He quickly reined that hope back in and instead ordered priests, healers, and apothecaries into Ronia to save the citizens first and the convicts afterward. When a paladin reminded him that Alan was also inside the fortress, the Emperor's mood instantly turned sour. Kelt refused to see his grandson, convinced the useless boy had probably spent the whole battle hiding in fear and shaming his mother's memory again. So the hero who killed Amon 50 years ago rode away, telling his men to summon Harmon later and report everything at the palace. About 2 weeks later, Harmon knelt in the vast audience chamber and formally reported what had happened at Ronia. Then Harmon dropped the real shock. Alan Alphonse was the one who hunted the vampire count. The chamber rippled with whispers, because nobody there could believe the disgraced 7th prince had done something like that. The Emperor asked bluntly if Harmon meant Alan, and Harmon answered without hesitation that he did. Kelt's disbelief turned personal, and he accused Harmon of throwing his support behind Alan instead of telling the truth. A warning cough from the Archbishop stopped the Emperor from saying something too crude in front of the whole court. Harmon held his ground and said he was simply speaking the truth. Asked for his view, Archbishop Raphael Astoria first declared Alan's supposed feat impossible, effectively branding Harmon a liar. But Raphael could not ignore the reports from Ronia either, because the people there were calling Alan a saint. One imperial prince let out a quick laugh at the word saint, then immediately bowed his head when he realized everyone heard him. Raphael pressed for a full investigation, saying he wanted to stop Alan from stealing credit if that power belonged to someone else. The Emperor accepted that much and moved on to rewards, starting with a promotion for Genold and land for Harmon. Then Kelp made the decision that mattered most. Alan's banishment would be shortened, and once he recovered, he was to be brought back to the palace at once. The Archbishop clearly wanted to object, but the Emperor cut him off, and Harmon accepted the order without protest. After court, Harmon went to a secluded room deep inside the palace, where another prince was living in darkness. Inside, Harmon lit a single candle and revealed the first imperial prince, Luan Alphonse, sitting on a bed wrapped head to toe in bloody bandages. Luan answered Harmon's greeting with bitter laughter, saying that calling this miserable half-life well was almost a joke. His curse had rooted demonic energy in his heart, so his body was rotting from the inside and slowly turning him into a living corpse that could not be healed. Luan listed what the curse had already stolen from him, because touch, smell, and taste were gone, and even sight and hearing were now fading next. When he heard Harmon had defended Alan, Luan snapped and grabbed him by the collar in furious disbelief. He raged that Alan was the trash who caused their mother Eulygia's death and mocked Harmon for backing someone so unfit to inherit anything. But that brief outburst cost him immediately, because blood began dripping from his hands and he had to let go. Luan steadied himself, admitted he had gone too far, and said he knew Harmon was not the kind of man to switch loyalties for convenience. Harmon blamed himself instead, insisting that Alan was not responsible for Eulygia's death and that he had failed her by leaving to seek reinforcements. Luan rejected that guilt too, reminding Harmon that it was his own order to bring help, and that without that decision both princes would have died. With that history laid bare between them, Harmon finally asked the question at the heart of it all. Did Luan truly hate Alan that much? Harmon warns the first prince that Alan may have played the fool on purpose, enduring disgrace and exile so he could quietly build strength for Eulygia's sake. Luan dismisses the idea outright and pities Harmon for spending too long around someone he still sees as a hopeless idiot. Even after being brushed off, Harmon refuses to let go of the thought that Alan needs a powerful backer before his revenge can crush him instead. With a new plan in mind, Harmon heads back toward the land of the dead spirits instead of giving up on Alan. Several weeks after the tide of death, Ronia still looks miserable, and Grill is stuck hauling thawed undead corpses instead of farming. Grill bites back his complaints when he sees even Ronia's feudal lord working in person beside his knights. Han sneaks over during the cleanup and slips Grill a torn piece of expensive-looking paper he looted from an undead body. Since he cannot read, Grill only notices that the document looks old and valuable, so he decides to ask Charlotte to show it to the Imperial Prince later. Back in his room, Alan savors a real meal like a man seeing heaven after weeks of misery. That relief has limits, because Alan has been comatose for 3 weeks and is still so battered that he can barely move. The healers told him he wrecked himself with extreme divinity exhaustion, and only constant holy water and medicine kept him from ending up crippled. Alan still counts the outcome as a win, because being bedridden means no one can drag him into more cleanup work in Ronia. Charlotte quietly asks if the food tastes good, and Alan immediately realizes she is waiting for his honest reaction to the meal she made. When Alan praises the meal, Charlotte gives him a small rare smile that lands harder than she probably meant it to. But Alan cannot shake the fact that Charlotte is no ordinary girl after watching her block a vampire count's breath attack with a steel shield. An Imperial family healer examined Charlotte and bluntly told Alan that her body is becoming hard to classify as human at all. The healer traces it to Charlotte surviving both demonic energy and divinity, a collision that should have killed or ruined her. That impossible survival reminds the healer of the Holy Emperor, who once had his body destroyed and rebuilt into something superhuman during his war with Amon. Alan uses mind's eye on Charlotte and sees the answer plainly. She now has a superhuman physique and the makings of a true hero. Before Alan can get back to eating, Harmon enters with unusually proper etiquette and a message that changes everything. Harmon announces that the Holy Emperor has ordered Alan to return immediately, and the shock makes Alan drop his fork on the spot. Alan treats Harmon's repeated visits like a siege of his own, physically shoving him out of the monastery before the summons can even be finished. When simple refusal fails, Alan has Charlotte bring salt and dumps the whole bucket on Harmon like an exorcism that still does not work. Harmon keeps showing up at breakfast, lunch, supper, and even Alan's window at night until Alan starts seeing him as an unstoppable machine built to ruin peace. Charlotte worries when Alan sends Harmon away again, but Alan just tells her to ignore it and eat. Too kind to leave him standing there, Charlotte brings Harmon sandwiches, and Alan slams the door the instant Harmon tries the summons again. As winter gives way to spring, Alan clings to monastery life and buries himself in grimoires instead of returning to the Imperial Palace. One of the books teaches divine control well enough to help Alan beat the vampire, but its author's obsessive praise of the goddess still rubs him the wrong way. His bigger problem is Amon's skull, because the relic can unleash divine skills almost without limit but leaves him horribly drained afterward. After testing the skull in an empty field and collapsing again and again, Alan admits the recoil is too severe to keep using carelessly. He turns to another massive Raphael Astoria book on revival, hoping healing theory might show him a safer path forward. Late that night, Charlotte appears in a winter robe and quietly asks if Alan really plans to return to the Imperial Palace. Alan rejects the idea instantly, because to him the palace is a nest of people who already exiled him and may still want him dead. That word, dangerous, lingers with Charlotte as she gives a strained smile and says goodnight. Alan walks Charlotte to the monastery gate and finds Harmon still waiting there like a patient sentinel in the dark. Alan still thinks Harmon is a stalker, but he has to admit the paladin does one decent thing by escorting Charlotte home at night. Back in her room, Charlotte changes for bed but keeps turning over Alan's words, now convinced the Imperial Palace is truly dangerous for him. She starts imagining that the same people who drove Alan into exile may still be targeting his life, which makes his refusal to return suddenly feel painfully reasonable. Charlotte wishes Alan would trust her enough to share what burdens him, but that thought immediately turns into self-doubt about whether she could help at all. Remembering Alan casually destroying the vampire count while she could do nothing, Charlotte decides she is still far too weak to protect him. So Charlotte makes herself a blunt promise. If Alan is walking back into danger, she has to work even harder than before. On her way out, Charlotte notices an old blood-stained document abandoned on a shelf, the same kind of strange paper Grill had scavenged earlier. Then she steps outside and freezes when she hears Harmon asking Grill whether he has any interest in entering the Imperial Palace. When Harmon says Grill is being summoned to the Imperial Palace for helping Alan against both the vampire count and Morgana, Grill jumps from flustered to outright panic. Harmon quietly runs through Grill's absurd record in his head and becomes even more convinced that this farmer is hiding something big. His suspicion deepens when he remembers Charlotte's swordsmanship and starts wondering if Grill is really a hidden guardian knight assigned to protect the prince. Seeing how troubled Grill looks, Charlotte steps in and asks about the old document she is holding to try to ease the situation. Grill explains that Hans handed him the paper after the fighting in Ronia, and he simply brought it home because he thought it might sell for a little money. Charlotte warns him that loot taken from undead can carry dangerous curses, which only makes Grill laugh more awkwardly and try to act casual. When Charlotte slowly reads out the faded name Her Eyes, Harmon immediately rushes over, realizing the old paper might be something important. The Imperial Seal tells Harmon this is a real noble certificate from the long-lost Her Eyes family, and Grill immediately tries to hide it before a paladin asks too many questions. As Harmon remembers the Her Eyes family died fighting Amon 50 years ago, the pieces click together, and he starts seeing Grill and Charlotte as their surviving descendants. In Harmon's eyes, Grill has been secretly guarding the north while Charlotte has already chosen to serve Alan from his side, just like loyal heirs of her eyes should. Even after deciding their hidden identity must have its own reason, Harmon refuses to let a family like this disappear from history. He finally breaks the silence by declaring that he will write a recommendation letter for Charlotte. Then Harmon shocks Grill by asking if Charlotte should be sent to the Imperial Palace, not as a servant, but as a knight and even a paladin. Harmon goes even further and promises to report her to the Holy Emperor, secure a fitting peerage, and even recommend her to the Academy if needed. When Harmon asks Charlotte directly, he tempts her with proper training in Imperial swordsmanship and the chance to become a real help to Alan. That one promise lands perfectly, because Charlotte only asks for one thing in return: she wants to stay by Alan's side. Harmon reassures her that he intends to escort Alan back to the palace no matter what, which only hardens his own determination even more. That same night, Harmon writes to the Empire, setting Alan's return and Charlotte's future in motion. 2 months after the vampire incident, Alan stands in the monastery library frustrated that the few grimoires there can no longer satisfy him. One healing grimoire catches his eye because it was written by Raphael Astoria, a name he knows has to matter. After digging through historical records, Alan confirms Raphael was one of the 5 archbishops who fought Amon beside Holy Emperor Kelt Alphals. Because Raphael was the Empire's best healer and master of divinity control, Alan starts hoping the old archbishop may know how to handle Amon's skull without crushing backlash. Before he can follow that thought further, a knock at the door brings Harmon back again with the exact same purpose as always. This time Harmon is not alone, because a full escort of paladins, priests, and a large carriage is already waiting outside, and Charlotte is standing there in a maid uniform looking worried. Harmon bows and plainly tells Alan it is time to leave, making it obvious that asking for permission is over. Alan glances down at Raphael's grimoire and accepts the trip at once, deciding the capital might be exactly where he needs to go anyway. On the road to the capital, Alan keeps reading inside the carriage and mutters that he never expected a whole paladin corps to be sent just to fetch him. He privately decides he still cannot tell the truth about the vampire count, and will have to mix facts with lies if anyone presses him. Harmon notices Alan genuinely enjoys studying magic, while Charlotte sleeps beside them with her head against the carriage wall. Alan brushes the question off lightly, but Harmon's meaningful stare shows he is still weighing far more than casual small talk. A paladin knocks from outside and announces that they have reached Lawrence's, the capital of the Theocratic Empire. Alan leans out and is instantly impressed by a fantasy capital far grander and more beautiful than anything he imagined. As the carriage rolls through the towering gates, Alan feels both wonder and tension because this holy city is also where his imperial family is waiting. He jokes about not getting a triumphant reception, and Harmon awkwardly explains that the Holy Emperor dislikes flashy pretensions. Watching the clean streets, lively markets, happy citizens, and steady patrols, Alan starts thinking the Holy Emperor may actually be a wise ruler. For a moment he relaxes and enjoys the city like a tourist seeing a new world for the first time. That mood dies instantly when a rotten stench slams into him so hard he covers his nose and feels his stomach turn. When Alan asks if undead could be hiding inside the capital itself, Harmon's face hardens on the spot. Their procession halts in the street, and Alan steps down with Charlotte and Harmon staying close as he follows the foul trail on instinct. He passes through a bright, noisy marketplace full of ordinary life, which only makes the hidden smell of death feel more wrong. The trail leads him into a narrow shaded alley so quiet and gloomy it feels cut off from the city just a few steps away. There they find the horror waiting, a beautiful severed woman's head on the ground with flowers around her neck, and her bloodless headless body hanging above on the laundry lines. Before anyone can recover, the severed head snaps its eyes open and starts screeching, proving the victim has already become undead. Alan reacts instantly, pressing his hand onto the screaming head and burning it away with divinity, until only a bleached skull and drifting ash remain. The stench still hangs in the air, so Alan realizes the thing that made this undead is still somewhere nearby. He bursts back into the market, summons his shovel, and locks onto a red-haired man moving through the crowd as the likely source. The red-haired man flinches, glances back, and silently confirms he knows Alan is chasing him. Then the death stench thins out, the red-haired man vanishes into the crowd, and Alan is left groaning that he is already in deep trouble the moment he arrived in the capital. As Alan's carriage passes a market alley sealed off by paladins, the crowd whispers that another bloodless murder has happened again in the capital. Harmon mistakes Alan's grim face for shock, but Alan is not rattled by murder itself. He is already dreading the trouble this case is about to dump on him. The carriage reaches the Imperial Palace, where servants line up in perfect rows and Harmon immediately separates Charlotte and Alan to be escorted to their own rooms. Walking through the glittering palace halls, Alan keeps replaying the severed head, the bloodless corpse, and the foul demonic smell that he recognizes from Ronia. That smell confirms the worst for him. A vampire is hiding in the heart of the Theocratic Empire, and Alan instantly decides he wants out before this turns into another Ronia. Even while planning to flee, Alan decides to rob the palace library first and asks a terrified maid for directions instead of letting anyone guide him. Alan figures he can slip past his escorts later by pretending to sightsee, leave Charlotte under Harmon's protection, and disappear with a few grimoires and some cash. His clean escape plan falls apart fast when the palace maze defeats him and he wanders into the garden instead of the library. In the quiet garden, Alan notices a bronze statue of a smiling woman named Elysia and realizes she died about 5 years ago. A grumbling old gardener suddenly snaps at Alan for not greeting him first and orders him to carry over a hoe and a bucket like a lazy new hire. Alan is stunned that anyone would boss around an imperial prince, then realizes his own ragged clothes make him look more like a worker than royalty. He ends up obeying, and as the old man calmly finishes the garden work, Alan starts feeling a strange familiarity he cannot place. When the old man's rough hands get dirty, Alan instinctively wipes them clean with his own handkerchief and asks why one old worker is left to maintain such a huge garden alone. The old man finally says Alan's memory loss must be real, because the boy cannot even recognize his own grandfather. Alan uses mind's eye and gets the full shock at once. The harmless gardener is actually Kelt Alphos, the Holy Emperor and the Empire's legendary monster of a ruler. Alan really does try to run after that, but the late arriving gardeners panic at seeing the Emperor at work and Alan gets hauled straight to the audience chamber instead. In the huge audience chamber, Alan faces rows of paladins, nobles, and clergy glaring at him, while the same old man now sits on the throne in full imperial splendor. Before the Emperor even presses him, Alan catches the nobles whispering that he could not have killed a vampire and must be taking credit for some hidden expert's work. When the Holy Emperor asks if the story is true, Alan quickly decides this is less about praise and more about testing whether he can hunt vampires at all. So Alan answers carefully, admitting the hunt happened but spreading the credit across Harmon, Charlotte, Viscount Genold, and the people of Ronia instead of claiming the kill for himself. Alan's careful answer catches the Emperor's interest for a moment, but the nobles just sneer harder and decide some masked expert must have done the real work while Alan hid. After a quiet word from a retainer, the Holy Emperor suddenly cuts the audience short and tells Alan to go rest instead of pressing him further. Alan is almost out the door when he stops and bluntly warns the whole chamber that a vampire is stalking Lawrence's, and the citizens are terrified. The warning makes the room go ice cold, and Alan walks out realizing too late that he may have said the one thing nobody wanted spoken aloud. After Alan leaves, Kelt privately compares him to the cowardly boy from half a year ago, and cannot ignore how different this prince now stands and speaks. Harmon's report already told Kelt that Grill and Charlotte are descendants of the Herais bloodline, which at least explains how Alan could have had enough help to bring down a vampire count. Even so, the details from Ronia sound absurd to him, because the Herais line was known for swordsmanship, not for pouring out overwhelming divinity. Genold's report claims Alan healed dying soldiers, found the undead tunnels, and even received Gaia's protection before piercing the vampire with a musket shot. Kelt wants to dismiss all of it as lies and flattery, but the sheer number of eyewitness reports leaves behind one stubborn thread of hope. So he asks his loyal retainers for their judgment, and they instantly reject every story because no one wants to believe the disgraced 7th Prince could really do any of it. In the audience hall, Holy Emperor Kelt Alphos rubs his brow and watches the nobles circle the succession question like vultures as his abdication draws near. Kelt's thoughts drift to Elysia and to Luan, the kind and capable heir she raised, and that only makes his bitterness worse because Luan's weak health means the throne still cannot go to him. Even so, Kelt refuses to hand the empire to the other princes while vampires still hide inside imperial society, because the next emperor has to be someone who can root them out. He remembers the 7th Prince warning that vampires were hiding in Lawrence's, and for the first time Kelt wonders if the boy might truly have the talent to expose them. That thought is interrupted when Count Fomer, one of Luan's supporters, steps forward from the nobles and kneels before the throne. Fomer asks the emperor to investigate more deeply, keep the 7th Prince in the capital until Elysia's memorial, and recognize that killing a vampire already counts as real atonement. Fomer pushes further and proposes a banquet honoring the heroes of Ronia, giving Kelt the perfect excuse to keep Alan close and judge him in person. Kelt agrees, deciding that Alan's fate will now hinge on how he carries himself at the banquet. A week later, Alan is living shamelessly well in the palace, sprawled on a ridiculously luxurious bed with snacks and grimoires, and starting to think princely life is amazing. The comfort calms his nerves too, because with priests and paladins packed into the palace, Alan figures no vampire would be crazy enough to move against him here. But even after reading the palace grimoires, Alan still feels stuck, as if both his divinity control and his reserve have hit a hard ceiling. He sneaks out hoping to test Amon's skull, only to find a tense paladin already guarding his door and killing that idea on the spot. Alan covers with a lie about fetching more grimoires, but the escorts insist on following him anyway, proving he still cannot move freely in the palace. At the Imperial Library, Alan finally gets a little space by making the paladins wait outside before he enters alone. Inside the quiet library, he finds a lone blonde girl in a high-ranking attendant's robe studying under a lantern instead of an ordinary maid. Alan casually comments on her late-night studying, and the girl freezes in pure fear the moment she realizes which prince is standing in front of her. She stumbles away as Alan awkwardly assures her he only came to read, but her silence makes it obvious that his old reputation still terrifies her. Remembering how easily appearances fooled him before, Alan uses mind's eye on her and is stunned to learn that this frightened girl is Alice Astoria, Raphael's granddaughter, with enormous divinity and even a trait called God's Fragment. Then the mood shifts again when Alice peers at him in confusion and asks if he really is the Imperial Prince at all. In the next quiet beat, Alan notices the book in front of her is a high-level grimoire on resurrection and praises Raphael for having such a brilliant granddaughter. Alice still keeps her distance and tries to leave, making it painfully clear she wants out before Alan can give her any excuse to stay. Alan flips through the book and murmurs that resurrection through divinity might not be impossible after all, which stops Alice in the doorway cold. Alice firmly argues that divinity can heal a body but cannot call back a soul that has already left it, so true resurrection is impossible even for Gaia's miracle. When Alan asks what if the soul could be arrested, Alice explains that only necromancy even approaches that, and mixing demonic energy with divinity would normally destroy the caster completely. Alan keeps pushing anyway, and their talk shifts from resurrection into how prayer, mana, demonic energy, and magical tools all shape the use of power. Alice explains that prayers and incantations are really ways to organize the image in the mind, and that a caster with effectively infinite divinity could skip those steps and shape nature directly. The discussion runs until dawn without Alan noticing, and when the lantern finally dies he looks up to find morning light flooding the library. By then Alice has already slipped away, leaving Alan oddly satisfied because her answers finally blew away the mental blockage he had been fighting. The moment Alan opens the door, Harmon is waiting with a troubled face and a reminder that the Imperial Banquet is only 1 week away. Alan immediately grumbles that he wants to skip the whole thing, but Harmon warns that public recognition is exactly what will make life in the palace easier for him. When Harmon cautiously asks whether anything happened with Alice, Alan cheerfully praises her knowledge and misses the grim tension in Harmon's face. Alan gets offended when he realizes Harmon suspected him, only for Harmon to quietly remind him that he already tried to assault Alice once before. Elsewhere in the corridor, Alice walks alone replaying the night and wondering how the 7th prince could look the same yet feel like a completely different person. She knows he supposedly changed after losing his memories, but to her the difference ran deeper, almost like two clashing natures were mixed inside him. Alice admits she entered the library terrified, expecting him to hurt her if she slipped, so she kept answering in detail just to avoid giving him any opening. But as the hours passed, Alan's questions became sharper and more interesting, and Alice gradually forgot her fear enough to look forward to what he would ask next. That realization disgusts and unsettles her, because she caught herself studying the very man who once tried to assault her. Before she can sort through that mess, Alice looks up and finds her grandfather Raphael waiting outside the first Imperial Prince's room. In the palace, Alice smoothly lies that she was studying in the library when her worried grandfather asks where she disappeared to. Raphael fondly praises her curiosity, then warns her to stay away from the 7th Imperial Prince who is somewhere in the palace. The warning hits hard because Alice is secretly thinking about that awkward night she already spent with Alan. She hides it with a bright answer, and Raphael melts into doting affection as she comforts him instead. Raphael still worries that the next task is too heavy for her, but Alice insists she can handle it. He hands her a bird-beak mask and medical robe, and together they head into the first Imperial Prince's room. Inside, Juan thrashes in unbearable pain while his body keeps rotting, so the masked healers pin down and bind his limbs before healing can even begin. Alice pours everything into the treatment, but even her talent means almost nothing against a curse that has already tainted Juan's heart. 7 hours later, the treatment ends in failure, and the exhausted healers file out looking completely crushed. Raphael tries to comfort Alice by calling the task impossible, but the word lands like a death sentence right in front of her. Seeing her break, Raphael tells her to rest while he handles the report to the Imperial family. Alice barely makes it around the corner before her legs give out, and she collapses into a squat in the corridor. Alone at last, she is crushed by one thought: even with Gaia's fragment, she still could not heal him. The deeper truth terrifies her. Juan is not just dying, he is on the verge of becoming undead, and ordinary healing cannot undo that curse. Then Alan's earlier words come back to her, and for one desperate moment she clings to the impossible idea of resurrection. She searches everything she knows, but in the end there is still no answer, and Alice is left clutching her head in pure frustration. Back in Alan's room, he goes over Harmon's secret report on the 7th Prince's past and immediately notices one glaring omission. When Alan asks why Alice was left out before, Harmon admits he hid it to keep scandal from spreading even further. Alan keeps digging and realizes the report also says nothing about the 7th Prince's own parents. Harmon acts like Alan already remembers his parents, but Alan bluntly says he has forgotten them completely. Harmon still refuses to believe him and insists they are on the same side, which only makes Alan more suspicious. Pressed at last, Harmon paints Alan's old life with his parents as an ordinary happy one, but his evasive eyes make the lie obvious. Alan realizes the palace staff are all hiding the same subject, which tells him the truth about his parents is tied to dangerous imperial secrets. Trying to steer him away again, Harmon brings up tomorrow's banquet and asks if Alan has prepared for it. Alan casually says no, because he skipped etiquette lessons entirely and spent his time on magic instead. Harmon warns that nobles will mock him, then points out that Charlotte has been studying hard just so she will not embarrass Alan in public. Alan tells Charlotte to just relax and enjoy it, but Harmon reminds him a palace banquet is nothing like an ordinary party. Then Harmon drops one more warning by asking what Alan will do if the first Imperial Prince shows up there too. Alan immediately spots that this prince is missing from the report too, and Harmon's flimsy excuse convinces him something serious is being hidden again. Alan forces the answer out of him, and Harmon finally reveals that the first Imperial Prince is Luan Alphals, Alan's older brother from the same mother. The next day, the Imperial banquet opens in the Grand Hall, glittering with nobles, diplomats, music, and lavish food. Alice attends in Raphael's place and politely endures a stream of flattering nobles while knowing her grandfather will be furious later. She came because Raphael stayed behind to care for Luan, and she wants to protect her grandfather's standing even if it earns her his scolding. Then Count Fomer appears, charming as ever, and greets Alice with smooth praise that immediately puts her on edge. Around them, the nobles whisper that Fomer is popular with the common people and close to Raphael, yet they still sneer because he serves the sick first Imperial Prince. Fomer kneels and kisses the back of Alice's gloved hand, but instead of feeling honored, she is hit by a wave of disgust she cannot explain. She cannot even hold his gaze, and that instinctive revulsion makes her want to get away from him immediately. A perfect excuse appears when Count Genold and Grill enter looking hilariously stiff, clearly overwhelmed by the luxury around them. Alice quickly escapes to them, introducing herself on Raphael's behalf because these two are much easier to talk to than the sharks around her. Even there, Alice suddenly feels Fomer's gaze crawling over her from behind, especially at her neck, and the chill comes back at once. Before she can break, the Chamberlain announces Alan's arrival, and Fomer immediately excuses himself to greet the prince. When Alan steps into the hall, the nobles look his way for a moment, and then casually ignore him. But the hall cannot ignore Charlotte, whose platinum hair, red eyes, and crimson dress instantly steal every gaze in the room. Charlotte lifts her dress and offers Alan her hand with flawless grace, carrying herself more like a knightly noble lady than a servant. Even Alan is thrown off, and he half jokes that Charlotte must secretly belong to some noble house. They settle in a corner of the hall, but the nobles keep whispering that Charlotte cannot possibly be just a maid. Watching her, Alan realizes just how hard she worked to master etiquette for his sake, and her quiet loyalty leaves him puzzled. Count Fomer approaches Alan directly, greeting him with unusual warmth after briefly noting Charlotte and Harmon. Alan remembers from Harmon's report that Fomer publicly supports both Luan and the Seventh Prince, which makes this open greeting meaningful. Fomer speaks to Alan more kindly than the other nobles do, presenting himself as a clean, popular lord who regrets not being there when Alan was humiliated before. The moment their hands meet, Alan activates Mind's Eye on Count Fomer, ready to see what this smiling noble is really hiding. At the banquet, Alan quietly checks Count Fomer with Mind's Eye and is jolted to find the Count tagged as a thirsty vampire obsessed with blood and beheading nobles. Alan tests him on the spot, but even with divinity flowing into the handshake, Fomer's skin does not burn at all. Without showing his suspicion, Alan scans the hall and realizes several nearby guests also carry the blood-sucking trait. Alan smoothly switches tactics and offers Count Fomer a drink, secretly turning the wine into makeshift holy water with divinity. Fomer accepts the toast and downs the whole glass, while Alan watches for any sign that the holy wine is working. Even after swallowing divinity, Fomer only acts mildly dizzy, which tells Alan this vampire is hiding his nature far better than normal undead. Alan abruptly smashes his glass and slashes the back of Fomer's hand with the shard to see whether the wound heals like a vampire's should. Harmon is ready to intervene, Charlotte instantly turns wary, and Fomer subtly keeps the cut visible to show it is not healing. Alan suddenly plays it off as an accident, and Fomer grabs the excuse to retreat before the scene exposes him any further. Fomer leaves the banquet looking like a loyal noble taking blame for the disruption, and Alan lets him go with a pleasant wave. Out in the palace corridor, Fomer keeps greeting people with a gentle smile, but the holy damage starts eating through his composure. The moment he locks himself inside his private bathroom, the pain finally explodes and blue flames burst from his mouth. Knowing he cannot leave a trace in the imperial palace, Fomer tears off his clothes and rips open his own abdomen to cut out the parts tainted by holy water. He realizes the divinity has already spread too far, so he hacks out every internal organ and lets the burning flesh turn to ash on the floor. When the holy aura finally fades, Fomer's insides begin regenerating with slow tentacle-like growths, but he is starving and weakened in daylight. A maid knocks to check on him, and the starving vampire immediately sees his chance to recover. Fomer invites the worried maid inside, locks the door behind her, and keeps acting gentle until she notices the bloody signs in the bathroom. When she looks back, Fomer drops the act, his mouth splitting grotesquely wide as he lunges at her. Back at the banquet, Alan ignores the nobles whispering about his outburst and orders Harmon to bring him pen and paper. Alan scans the hall again with Mind's Eye and decides the palace banquet is not a holy court at all, but a nest full of vampires. After cleaning himself up, Fomer steps back into the palace with a bandaged hand and no visible evidence left in his suite. He covers the maid's disappearance by telling other servants that he sent Milia to his territory as a private maid, and their envy works exactly as he hoped. Once they leave, Fomer focuses on the real threat and realizes Alan was not guessing but had somehow seen straight through him. Fomer decides Alan is too dangerous to leave alive, but instead of moving directly, he plans to use someone in the palace who already hates the 7th prince. With that plan in mind, Fomer heads straight for the quarters of the 1st Imperial Prince, Luan. Meanwhile, Alan keeps checking faces around the banquet while the nobles nervously give him space after what he did to Fomer. The 3rd Imperial Prince, Ruppel, approaches with fake warmth and greets Alan like a long-lost younger brother. Alan cuts off Ruppel's introduction by naming him immediately, making it clear he already knows who this brother is from Harmon's briefing. Ruppel keeps smiling, but his real concern slips out when he says he is relieved Alan is not chasing the Emperor's throne. He goes even further, telling Alan to keep living like before and just do as he is told, which exposes how little respect he really has for him. Ruppel says his piece and walks off, leaving Alan to dismiss him as an empty fool with no real presence. Once the interruption is over, Alan returns to Harmon and hands him a written list of the vampires he has already found in the hall. Alan explains this is only the start, because he has checked just the ground floor and many suspects already turned their faces away after realizing he was onto them. The count so far is 12 hidden vampires among the banquet guests, including nobles, servants, and maids who built good reputations to hide what they are. Harmon does not ask for proof, because after everything he has seen Alan do, he trusts him completely. Alan grimly realizes the infestation cannot stop at this one hall, and the Imperial Palace may be crawling with far more vampires than he expected. When Alan worries they might all be as dangerous as the vampire count from Ronia, Harmon finally explains they are probably weaker blood creations, not true progenitors. That answer is a relief and a warning at once. These palace vampires should be weaker than the monster from Ronia, but they are clever enough to hide in the heart of the Empire. At the banquet, Alan pushes Harmon for a real way to expose vampires hiding among humans, but Harmon grimly admits the Empire has no reliable method. Harmon explains why the usual vampire tests fail. They can warm their bodies, endure holy water, and pass as ordinary people. Then Harmon reveals the real nightmare. A vampire can graft on a human victim's limbs and skin, so even holy tests can react to the stolen flesh instead of the monster underneath. That answer finally explains why Count Fomer stayed fine earlier even after Alan tested him with divinity. Alan keeps firing off ideas like divine magic, fake wounds, sunlight, garlic, and even surgery, but Harmon shuts down each one. Harmon adds one last horror story. A continent-wide vampire hunt once cut open more than 10,000 innocent people and found only 2 real vampires. Alan clutches his head, realizing that even warning the Holy Emperor would mean nothing without proof. Then his thinking snaps in a dangerous direction. If he cannot prove who the vampires are, he can just kill them first and confirm it afterward. Trusting his own bad reputation more than the system around him, Alan decides to act like the Empire already expects him to. He asks Harmon about his authority, and Harmon answers that as Vice Captain of the Holy Cross Knight Order, he can move 1 Paladin Corps on his own. Alan hands over his list of suspects and first says to arrest them, then coldly corrects himself and orders Harmon to kill every name on it. Harmon agrees, but he warns that mobilizing armed paladins in the middle of the Imperial banquet could look exactly like a coup. Alan dismisses the political danger and says their only job is to kill the vampires and gather the ashes as proof. When Charlotte and Harmon stare at him, Alan spells out the real reason for his hurry. After openly testing Count Fomer, he knows Fomer will try to kill him first. Before they can move, a loud commotion rises outside the banquet hall doors. The doors burst open, and a bandage-wrapped man stumbles inside while attendants panic and beg him not to push his body any further. The stench of death and the demonic energy rolling off the stranger make Alan realize this is no ordinary illness but a necrotizing curse. Harmon tries to get Alan out of there, but the half-crazed man roars Alan's name and charges straight at him. Alan is stunned to learn the attacker is his own older brother, the 1st Imperial Prince Luan. Alan reads Luan's overwhelming hatred and realizes his own brother truly wants to punish him over their mother's honor. Charlotte jumps in front of Alan as Luan rages that his brother disgraced their dead mother, tried to violate the Archbishop's daughter, and even attacked Count Fomer. Every time Harmon tries to stop him, blood drips from Luan's ruined body onto the floor, showing how badly he is forcing himself past the curse. Healers and an elderly archbishop rush in behind Luan, but he still shoves past everyone and lunges for Alan. Before Luan can reach Alan, a thunderous divine roar crushes the hall and freezes everyone where they stand. The Chamberlain announces the Holy Emperor, and the old ruler enters with such crushing presence that each step cracks the floor and crackles with lightning. Elsewhere on the upper floor near the railing, Alice listens awkwardly as Grill and Count Genold excitedly tell impossible stories about Alan's miracles in Ronia. Alice cannot believe Alan created a lake of holy water, but she does admit that a prince swinging a shovel somehow sounds exactly like him. A sudden shattering noise snaps Alice out of that mood, and she looks down from the railing toward the ground floor. From above, she spots Alan with Count Fomer and feels a strange queasiness just from seeing the two of them together. She watches Alan deliberately wound Count Fomer, then smile as the red-haired Count leaves, and the whole scene feels deeply wrong. When Alice notices concentrated divinity in the spilled wine from Alan's shattered glass, she starts suspecting there was a hidden purpose behind his behavior. As nearby nobles gossip that the drunk 7th prince insulted a loyal vassal for no reason, Alice keeps turning over the holy wine and the wounded hand in her mind. Grill drunkenly calls out for Charlotte from across the hall, embarrassing Genold and drawing mixed laughs and scowls from the nobles. When Alice looks back down, she sees Harmon hand Alan a pen and paper, and Alan starts prowling the hall with eyes that look far too dangerous. Before Alice can figure it out, Juan bursts in and tries to throw himself at Alan. Then the Holy Emperor's divine roar slams into the hall, and Alice flinches as the imperial family confrontation turns deadly serious. Realizing Juan's body is too unstable for this, Alice abandons the balcony and rushes downstairs instead of staying to watch the family drama. As she slips past Alan, Alice catches him secretly passing a note to Harmon and whispering for him to hunt down the vampires. Alice barely has time to process that word before Juan clutches his chest in pain. She catches Juan before he falls, and the Archbishop rushes in to inject divinity into his cursed body. Back in Alan's view, he quietly makes sure Harmon has the vampire list while Juan reels beside him. The Holy Emperor explodes in fury and roars at the princes for dragging the imperial family's honor through the mud in front of the whole hall. Alan can only think that this terrifying emperor would feel more at home in a screaming family melodrama than a sacred imperial court. When the emperor demands an explanation, Juan throws the issue straight at Alan by accusing him of insulting Count Fomer. Alan admits he did it, but he knows saying Count Fomer is a vampire right now would only drive the real enemies deeper into hiding. So instead of revealing the vampire plot, Alan shrugs and claims he was simply too drunk and made a mistake. The Holy Emperor does not accept that excuse and stares at Alan as if he already knows there is another reason. Alan doubles down and asks why there would be any other reason at all. Juan, breathing hard and still full of rage, snatches a nearby wine glass and hurls it down at Alan's feet. At the banquet, a glass shatters and First Prince Juan suddenly calls Alan out to a duel like he is picking a street fight, not speaking as an imperial prince. Alan looks between Juan and the Holy Emperor and quietly wonders if this hot-headed streak runs in the family, only for Harmon to dryly tell him that he is not much different. The Holy Emperor scolds Juan for demanding a duel in his near-dead condition, but Juan bows and insists he cannot ignore the insult done to his loyal vassal. The Emperor tries to send Alan away and promises an investigation, but Juan changes the angle by bringing up Alan's huge role in the vampire case at Ronia. Juan argues that a duel will expose whether Alan truly defeated the progenitor vampire or just stole someone else's achievement, and that logic makes the Emperor hesitate. When the Emperor falls silent, Juan takes it as approval and openly vows to beat Alan's insolence out of him. Alan can only stare at this absurd turn and think that his life has just wandered into the kind of cheap imperial duel plot he never wanted. The banquet mood vanishes as the nobles flood into the training hall, excited to watch a family clash dressed up as a formal duel. In the center of the hall, Juan raises a wooden sword while coughing blood, yet still fixes Alan with the same wild determination. Alan watches the silent Holy Emperor and realizes the old man is worried about Juan, but still refuses to stop the duel because he wants answers about Alan. Before the match, Charlotte helps Alan into leather armor and nervously begs him not to force himself if things turn dangerous. Alan tries to reassure Charlotte, but inside he knows the real problem is simple. Unlike the hero of those duel stories, he barely knows how to use a sword at all. The Archbishop makes things worse by banning divinity from the duel and coldly saying that if Alan truly slew a progenitor vampire, skill should prove it. Raphael's hostile stare makes it painfully clear that the church leader Alan wanted to meet most already despises him. Seeing no easy way out, Alan quietly tells Harmon to focus on the preparations instead of worrying about him, and Harmon obeys and leaves the hall. The Holy Emperor formally opens the match and reminds both princes to keep courtesy between brothers, trying to preserve dignity over a situation already slipping away. Juan snarls one last promise to correct Alan's insolence, leaning on his wooden sword just to stay upright until the Emperor finally gives the signal to begin. The moment the duel starts, Juan forces his ruined body forward in a bloody charge and leaps with his sword raised for a full attack. Instead of fighting, Alan drops his own wooden sword, bows neatly, and surrenders on the spot. Alan doubles down without shame, saying he is too terrified of his older brother to continue and that the noble first prince has won. Then Alan starts clapping and even urges everyone else to applaud, turning a sacred duel into a painfully awkward public farce. From the Emperor's side, the ugly truth is clear. He allowed the duel because he needed to test whether Alan might truly be saintly enough to inherit the Empire's future. So when Alan instantly surrenders and keeps clapping, the Emperor feels his anticipation collapse into anger at this childish wreck of a duel. But Alan's allies move fast. Charlotte starts clapping first, then Genold and Grill join in, trying to end the duel before Juan destroys himself. Alice and even the Archbishop follow with hurried applause, and once the church starts clapping, the rest of the hall has no choice but to join the awkward performance. The Emperor realizes too late that Alan has already flipped the room's mood, but he also sees the deeper problem. To Juan, this surrender looks less like mercy and more like open humiliation. Back in Alan's view, he even tells the Emperor to clap too, convinced he just gave his sick older brother a little face-saving victory. Alan tries to wrap things up and return to the banquet, but Juan answers with a real swing that whistles past Alan's head. Juan explodes in fury, convinced Alan is insulting him, and Alan's panicked attempt to explain only makes the prince angrier. Now completely serious, Luan swings again and drives Alan into a desperate roll across the floor because Alan no longer even has a weapon in hand. Luan bends into a strange but precise thrust aimed straight at Alan's face, making it obvious this is no harmless display anymore. With no time left, Alan yanks a shovel from his item storage and catches the thrust, shocking the whole hall. The spectators are not just baffled by the shovel itself, but by how it appeared without mana, forcing the court magicians to mutter that this must be divine aura, not magic. Luan keeps attacking, and even in his ruined state his imperial swordsmanship is terrifyingly clean, forcing Alan to fend him off with a literal shovel. In the middle of the clash, Luan's eyes shift from hatred to shock and he finally asks if Alan truly did kill the progenitor vampire. Alan answers honestly that he did not do it alone, but Luan glances toward the Emperor and grows even sharper, as if he has already decided what that answer means. Then Luan starts invoking divinity anyway, even though it was banned, and Alan immediately realizes this could kill him. The hidden demonic corruption in Luan's heart reacts violently to the forced divinity, making the flesh under his bandages swell and burst into blood. Raphael begs the Emperor to stop this at once, but the old man, teeth clenched and eyes wide, can only force out that he already knows how bad it is. Divinity floods into Luan's wooden sword, and under that pressure Alan's shovel starts to crack apart in his hands. At the last second, divine aura engraves a rune onto Alan's shovel and hardens it enough to withstand the empowered sword. Alan desperately wishes anyone would stop the madness, but the nobles are too enthralled by the imperial family feud to intervene. Then Alan spots the real puppeteer in the audience, Count Fomer, smirking among the nobles like he orchestrated this whole disaster. That sight snaps Alan's patience, and he decides the fastest way to end this mess is to go after the vampire himself. Alan apologizes to Luan, knocks aside the prince's attack, and smashes him with the flat of the shovel hard enough to launch him off his feet. Luan crashes to the floor with a broken nose and loose teeth, twitching helplessly as the duel finally stops being a contest at all. Standing over the fallen prince, Alan summons his musket rifle and starts a prayer to form a divinity bullet, making the hall panic all over again. The archbishop begs the emperor to stop Alan before he shoots Luan at point-blank range, not realizing Alan's real target is elsewhere. Alan cuts his eyes toward Count Fomer in the crowd, and the vampire instantly flinches and stumbles back, exposing his fear of the musket. He has not had nearly enough time to make a proper holy shot, but Alan decides a rushed bullet to the face is still better than letting Fomer slip away again. With the spectators breaking into chaos, Alan swings the musket fully toward the crowd and takes aim straight at Count Fomer's head. Alan fires, and the holy bullet slams into Count Fomer's head right in the middle of the horrified spectators. Alan's rush shot blows apart one side of Count Fomer's face, but the Count is still alive and screaming on the training hall floor. Before Alan can rush in with the shovel and finish it, the Holy Emperor coldly orders the paladins to stop him. Alan gets dragged away grinding his teeth, knowing he was one hit short of ending Count Fomer right there. Watching the duel, the Holy Emperor's disappointment turns into sharp interest when Alan reveals powers that do not follow normal magic or priestly rules. Luan is just as shaken, because he personally saw Alan use divine aura and other impossible tricks with no clear flow of mana, divinity, or demonic energy. Harmon's old suspicion suddenly comes back to Luan. What if Alan acted like trash on purpose so he could be banished and grow stronger outside the court's eyes? That thought turns personal fast, and dying Luan decides he wants to test Alan as a possible emperor from the same mother instead of letting the court's mockery win. Even while thinking that, Luan watches Alan toughen the nearly broken shovel with divine aura, knock aside the wooden sword, and smash him in the face. Flat on the ground, Luan sees Alan summon a musket and aim past him at Count Fomer, which makes Alan's obsession with that count even stranger. Then Alan does something even stranger by cutting off a prayer midway and still firing a deadly shot through a decorative musket with almost no casting at all. The shot lands on Count Fomer's face, and both Emperor and Prince are left with the same unnerving conclusion: Alan is hiding something huge. After Luan passes out, Alice quietly wonders why Alan targeted Count Fomer so hard, and that question catches the Holy Emperor's full attention. When Alice explains Alan's bizarre banquet insults, the Emperor realizes those crude acts were actually old vampire tests. The Emperor immediately notices something else is off too. Harmon is missing even though he was supposed to be guarding Alan. Once he sees Count Fomer refusing treatment and trying to leave, the Emperor orders Raphael to bring the Count to him. The Emperor's real plan is brutal and simple. He will heal Count Fomer by pumping divinity into his head and see what Alan was trying to prove. Alan's next stop is much less grand. He wakes up locked in an imperial prison cell and grimly realizes this is becoming a habit. In the quiet palace, Alan concludes Harmon likely failed too, because Fomer's bold appearance in the hall means the vampires had already finished their counterplay. He works out the trap in full. The vampires only needed time to hide, shield themselves with human soldiers, and leave him holding the blame for trying to murder a count. Then Third Prince Ruppel shows up at the bars sounding smug, because from his view both Alan and Luan have just wrecked themselves nicely. Alan cuts past the fake brotherly talk and asks Ruppel to let him out, only for Ruppel to remind him that helping an attempted murderer would be dangerous. Alan changes tactics and points out that Luan is already half dead, which instantly grabs Ruppel's attention. He promises Ruppel an entertaining spectacle if he helps now, hinting that he wants to visit the brother who insulted him and settle things in his own style. Ruppel goes much farther than Alan asked, secretly freeing him and escorting him all the way to the palace armory. Alan sees exactly what Ruppel is hoping for. If Alan causes a disaster near Luan, two rivals might ruin each other in one move. Inside the armory, Alan weighs two options and rejects the clean one because proving the vampires openly would still leave him unable to control the nobles' private armies. So he chooses option B instead, use the one man with more authority and trust than him, even if that man can barely move. Alan decides that Luan will have to handle the cleanup after all, whether his proud older brother likes it or not. Then Alan turns to his own hidden force, about 50 dead spirit soldiers waiting silently in the armory for orders. Fed up with hiding and with the vampires cornering him, Alan finally snaps and declares open war on both the bloodsuckers and the rotten imperial family around them. The holy skeletons answer by putting on paladin armor and helms, turning into a disguised strike force ready to move through the palace. Alan leads the armored undead straight into the imperial corridors, and the palace servants scatter in fear at the sight. When palace paladins block the way, Alan bluntly tells them this is a family feud and they need to move. Instead of waiting any longer, Alan summons his shovel and smacks the nearest paladin down with the flat of it. The paladins finally call it what it looks like, a revolt, and Alan's skeletons surge past him on command to clear a path without killing anyone. In the tight corridor, the undead fight like one body, using linked shields and chained attacks to batter superior paladins aside and keep Alan moving. That push carries Alan all the way to the guarded entrance of Luan's quarters. The guards outside Luan's room are ready to hurt even a prince if they must, but then Alice steps out and walks straight into the chaos. Alice reacts instantly and fights hard, but Alan's side has too many bodies, and the skeletons overwhelm her with sheer numbers. A moment later, the undead pin Alice to the floor by her head and wrists, and Alan opens the door himself. Inside, the beak-masked healers panic at Alan's entrance, but he gives them one simple warning: leave if they do not want to be hurt. The healers refuse because Luan has only just stabilized, so Alan has the skeletons force them out at sore point instead. With the door shut, only Alan, his disguised skeletons, and the bedridden Luan remain inside. Luan glares from the bed with Necro's flesh showing through his loose bandages and asks the obvious question: what is Alan planning to do to him? Alan drags over a chair, sits beside the bed, and tells Luan this whole disaster started because Luan would not leave him alone. Then Alan drops the real subject in 2 words, vampire hunting, and Luan's eyes shake hard at the accusation behind it. When Alan says Count Fomer is one of them, Luan admits he always found the Count suspicious but still cannot accept that the church's inspections failed. Alan keeps pushing until Luan has no good answer left, because bribed clergymen and shallow inspections would explain everything. Luan finally asks why Alan stayed silent, and Alan answers with the blunt truth that no one in this family would have believed him anyway. Luan says Alan should have shown his real power sooner, but Alan knows that would only have made the court try to use him. Alan admits he wanted nothing to do with the court, the family, or the vampires, but the bloodsuckers have now pushed him into a corner where hiding is over. As pounding starts on the door outside, Alan cuts off the talk and reminds Luan of his own challenge. If power is what Luan wanted to see, then he will see it now. Alan stands over the bed and promises not just power but a miracle, then tells Luan to finish what he could not. Inside Luan's sick room, Alan quietly snaps his fingers and has paladin armored skeletons pin the first Imperial Prince down and cover his face so he cannot shout. Alan pulls out the Necromancer King's goat-like skull and tells Luan he is about to experience a miracle, then bitterly says his brother can clean up the mess himself after waking up. Luan keeps struggling, and Alan, forcing down his own hesitation, quietly delivers the order that will kill him. Alan drives divinity into Luan's body, and the prince dies with a brutal internal burst of blood. It is Alan's first real murder in this world, but he hides that bitterness behind the skull and immediately starts the impossible next step, reviving Luan. Out in the palace corridor, Archbishop Raphael storms into chaos as paladins in identical armor are brawling so badly that nobody can tell friend from foe. A paladin reports that it looks like a revolt, but the attackers are fighting strangely gently, knocking people out without trying to kill them. When Raphael hears Alan forced his way into Luan's quarters, his anger spikes and rescuing the first Imperial Prince becomes his top priority. An armored enemy blocks his path, and Raphael knocks the knight down with the confidence of a veteran who still believes this is just a normal fight. But the downed knight still grabs his ankle, and Raphael realizes something is very wrong when divinity pulses from the body itself. Raphael tears off the helmet and finds a divine skeleton inside, a walking dead thing that should not exist in the heart of the Holy Empire. Horrified that the truth could plunge the whole continent into chaos, Raphael orders the entire corridor sealed so not a single witness can leave. He decides he has to do 2 things at once now: silence the undead scandal and save Luan before Alan reaches him. Calling on Gaia, Raphael unleashes binding light that wraps up the undead hidden among the paladins without catching the living men beside them. With the fake paladins exposed, Raphael rallies the real knights and pushes toward the prince's room. At the door, Raphael spots Alice pinned down by undead and Luan's healers trapped nearby, all of them urgently pointing him inside. Before Raphael can break through, every undead in the corridor suddenly dissolves into drifting light and leaves only empty armor behind. Then Luan's door blows open and a flood of overwhelming divinity erupts from the room so violently that the palace itself seems to shake. The holy pressure is so intense that even Raphael can barely stand, and for a moment everyone can only stare at the doorway like a god just descended there. When the light finally fades, Alice shakes Raphael back to his senses, and he slowly reaches for the creaking half-shut door. Inside the darkness between death and life, Juan remembers Alan calling Count Fomer a vampire, and realizes he had been manipulated for years into turning against his own brother. He accepts that Alan had every reason to kill him, and as his heart explodes and his soul slips free, Juan feels a strange relief instead of fear. But Alan's voice reaches him through the void, promising revival, and the darkness starts pulling Juan back with horrifying force. Juan is slammed back into flesh through bone-crushing pain as his body rebuilds itself from the inside out. He wakes coughing, hears his own clear voice, and stares in disbelief at healthy skin where rotten flesh used to be. Overcome with panic and wonder, Juan touches his face, rips away the bandages, and keeps testing the impossible body he has been given back. When he turns the old mirror back toward himself, Juan finally sees a healthy man instead of the decayed monster he had stopped looking at long ago. He bites his own finger just to prove this is real, and the sharp pain confirms Alan truly accomplished the miracle every healer had failed to deliver. Then he notices Alan collapse beside the bed and understands this impossible revival came from his younger brother's hands. As Raphael cautiously enters, Juan ignores the old man's shock and covers his face, overwhelmed by confusion, joy, and the feeling that he has been born again. That joy hardens into a grin when Juan vows to finish Alan's work himself and hunt down every insect that stole their mother from them. Juan moves immediately even though his restored body is still weak, because revenge against the vampires now matters more than his dizziness. After learning Count Fomer has already been summoned before Emperor Celt, Juan decides Alan's next instruction is the one that matters now. So he goes straight to Harmon, and the paladin is left staring because the man who looked like a wrapped corpse now stands before him alive and whole. Juan cuts off questions and directly asks whether Alan's goal was to hunt vampires. To prove Alan can be trusted, Juan points to his own restored body and tells Harmon this miracle is all the proof he should need. That finally breaks Harmon's hesitation, and he hands over the list of every suspected vampire he could identify. Juan scans the names and realizes the rot runs far deeper than Count Fomer, reaching nobles, servants, and even visiting aristocrats from other lands. Harmon admits he only had enough authority to keep them from fleeing the capital, but not enough to break into noble estates and finish the job. Juan brushes that worry aside, because now that Alan's word carries saintly weight, he has a far more brutal tool ready to use. Heavy footsteps echo through the palace, and masked figures in blood-red robes start filling the corridor behind the prince. Juan invokes Alan's miracle as proof, declaring that if Alan named them vampires, then vampires they are. The Order of Crimson Cross kneels before the first imperial prince and formally reports that the heresy hunters have assembled under his authority. Juan thanks them, then issues a royal decree to hunt down every name on Harmon's list as enemies who stained the empire and murdered his mother. His fury spills out in full as he gives permission to kill resisting nobles and orders the suspects tortured until their bodies prove whether they are truly vampires. At last, the revived prince straightens his back and gives the order that turns his vengeance into state-sanctioned slaughter. This is a vampire hunt, and they are to seize them all. Screams tear through the imperial palace as the Crimson Cross storms a noble suite under Juan Alfos's direct order. They coldly warn the paladins that resisting this purge means instant execution, even for imperial loyalists. Once the guards step aside, the Crimson Cross kicks the door in and freezes the nobles inside with pure terror. The inquisitors check their list and order everyone seized, saying any head taken in resistance will prove whether the target was a vampire. Count Bernia tries to bluff his way out with his title and a drawn sword, but the moment he resists, the inquisitors treat him like a dead man. The Crimson Cross answers in one voice and cuts him down on the spot. When the severed body ignites in blue flames, everyone in the room gets instant proof that the Count really was a vampire. That one reveal wipes out all hesitation, and the remaining nobles are suddenly treated as suspected blood creations too. At the same time in Lawrence's, other Crimson Cross riders stop a carriage at the city gate and single out Count Rurin from their list. They shoot him full of bolts, loop a noose around his neck, and drag him away alive because a real vampire should survive that much. From the palace halls to the capital streets, the Empire turns vampire hunting into open blood-soaked panic. Watching from a palace window, Juan smiles as captured vampires are hauled back in. Elsewhere, Count Fomer is summoned into the Emperor's audience chamber, and immediately feels that something is deeply wrong. The only door slams shut behind him, and the sealed room makes the trap impossible to ignore. Celt Alfos speaks almost casually, first pretending he wants to heal Fomer for Alan's offense, then asking the real question straight to his face. As the Emperor steps closer, he promises apology if Fomer is human and punishment if he is not. Fomer hears undead screams elsewhere in the palace, realizes a full vampire hunt is already happening, and understands his whole side has collapsed. He searches desperately for a way out, only to find the door sealed and the windows barred shut. Then fear turns into calculation when Fomer notices the Emperor is alone, old, unarmed, and apparently killable. Fomer finally drops the act, laughs at the Imperial family as madmen, and answers Kelt with open contempt. To prove it, Fomer devours his own human arms and grows writhing vampire limbs in their place. Certain he can win, Fomer lunges at Kelt and boasts that killing the Emperor will earn him true recognition among the progenitors. Instead, Kelt catches the attack barehanded, and Fomer's claws shatter against the old man's skin. Kelt reminds him exactly who he is, the holy Emperor who beat the Necromancer King to death with his own hands. Before Fomer can beg properly, Kelt grabs his head and rips it free with the spine still attached. Seeing the vampire still alive, Kelt leans in and says this is only the start because he still needs answers about Eulygia's murder. After Alan's prison break, Ruppel retreats to his own residence and learns that the palace and capital have both turned into a slaughterhouse. He panics that freeing Alan might have caused this, then clings to the rumor that the chaos is actually a vampire hunt instead. When Ruppel enters his mother's suite, the bedridden Rose sweetly calls him over from her sickbed. A black-haired maid greets him from the corner, and the odd look in her eyes unsettles Ruppel before his mother pulls his attention back. Rose already knows he freed Alan and coldly accuses Ruppel of helping trigger the palace chaos. Before he can defend himself, Rose smashes a flower vase over his head and screams that he is ruining everything. Then her expression flips in an instant, and she clings to him again as if nothing happened. What really guts him is hearing Rose call him her first child, because he knows she still sees him as a replacement for the son she actually cared about. Rose lays it bare that Ruppel's only value to her is becoming holy emperor so she can beat Eulygia in the crown prince's eyes. Ruppel swallows his fury, pastes on a smile, and promises he will become the next ruler anyway. By the first day of the hunt, half the names on the list are already dead or captured, and the Empire decides to make a public example of them. An inquisitor strips away their human masks for the crowd and denounces them as heretics who traded their souls for youth and power. The executions happen behind partitions so the people see the shadows of beheadings first, and the blue flames afterward prove the monsters were real. The speech is really aimed at the vampires still hiding, warning them that Gaia's faithful now claim they can find every last one. Below the palace, the captured vampires are kept alive for experiments because the Crimson Cross sees them as perfect self-regenerating test material. News spreads across the continent that the Theocratic Empire has finally learned how to identify vampires. That rumor sends some vampires into hiding and others fleeing the Empire altogether, while the Church's prestige only grows stronger. Alan thinks the crisis has finally settled down, right up until he is suddenly called to stand trial himself. Now Alan stands alone in a courtroom-like chamber, unshackled but very much the accused, under the eyes of the Emperor, Luan, and the church judges. Archbishop Raphael opens the Inquisition by accusing Alan of leading soldiers and throwing the palace into disorder. The charge barely lands before the Holy Emperor cuts in from his throne and asks what law Alan supposedly broke. When the bishops try to frame it as unauthorized mobilization, Luan steps in too and reminds them the imperial bloodline can arm itself in emergencies. With both Kelt and Luan openly backing Alan, the bishops suddenly look less like judges and more like the ones being judged. Luan ends the exchange with a quiet threat to summon the Crimson Cross and verify whether Alan revolted or the bishops were just making a suicidal accusation. The hearing is almost over, and Alan can tell this whole trial was just a formality meant to praise his achievements, not punish him. Just as Raphael moves to end the proceedings, he freezes and suddenly asks Alan the one question everyone else avoided: is he involved in necromancy? Alan understands why this is dangerous, because Raphael is knowledgeable enough to recognize the holy undead and too competent to dismiss what he saw as an illusion. Alan coolly asks where these eyewitnesses are, pointing out that the courtroom was cleared so thoroughly that no one can publicly testify against an imperial prince. Raphael pushes through his fear and openly says he saw Alan summon holy undead, leaving the other bishops staring at him like he has gone mad. When Alan asks if they really want the truth, the whole room goes still as Kelt and Luan lock onto him and wait for a real answer. Alan lets the suspense hang for a beat, then smiles brightly and denies everything anyway. After leaving the courtroom, Alan is met by Charlotte in a maid outfit, and she quietly checks on his health while helping him back into his coat. Charlotte's concern is justified because Alan only recently woke up after 3 weeks unconscious, and the backlash from using resurrection nearly killed him despite Raphael and Alice caring for him. Alan knows trouble is coming next because people will start digging into both the holy undead and the secrets behind resurrection. Their walk is interrupted when Harmon arrives with a summons from the Holy Emperor, but the order is for Charlotte, not Alan. Before Charlotte leaves, Alan casually tosses Harmon his broken shovel and asks for a replacement like that is the most natural thing in the palace. Harmon tries to push Alan toward proper swordsmanship, but Alan insists a priest with a shovel makes more sense than a priest with a sword because shoveling is what he actually knows. Thinking it over, Harmon suggests something better than a replacement shovel, a custom weapon forged in Hilda Fiefdom, the Empire's northwestern mining and armory center run by the first imperial princess. When Harmon adds that Hilda might even have a proper musket rifle, Alan immediately starts thinking less about shovels and more about how much stronger his firepower could become. Back in the courtroom after Alan leaves, Raphael and the bishops hurry out, leaving only Kelt and Luan behind to seriously discuss whether Alan might really have created holy undead. Luan admits that after being restored by Alan's miracle, He can no longer dismiss impossible ideas, and Kelt grimly agrees that Alan is still hiding something from them. Kelt also understands why Alan keeps secrets from them, because the Imperial family abandoned him before and never earned his trust back. That conversation is interrupted by a letter from the first Imperial Princess Hilda reporting that demonic beasts are rampaging near her northwestern fiefdom. The Verdant Cross has already been sent, but the beasts keep striking from the forest and vanishing again, turning the campaign into a frustrating chase on hostile ground. Kelt guesses the beasts grew bolder after hearing the vampires were driven out, then turns his attention to Charlotte and Grill arriving with Harmon for their audience. Grill walks into the tense hall already nervous, but Kelt immediately tells him and Charlotte they are being rewarded for defending the north. The contrast is immediate. Grill collapses into a panicked prostration, while Charlotte kneels properly with the polished manners of someone trained far above her station. Luan brings out an official decree, and Kelt shocks Grill by formally declaring him the head of House Herais and elevating him straight to Marquis. The royal rewards keep escalating when Kelt grants Charlotte the rank of Paladin and a place in the elite order of the Golden Cross under his personal command. When Kelt offers Charlotte a choice, she answers without hesitation that she will keep protecting Alan, and that loyalty wins her even more Imperial support for the future. With the ceremony over, Kelt leaves after blessing them, and Juan quietly rewards Harmon too by promising more funds for his territory. The moment the royals are gone, Grill finally explodes and grabs Harmon in total panic, demanding to know how his life somehow turned into this. Harmon tries to calm him by saying the Emperor already acknowledged Grill as Grill Herais, only for Grill to blurt out the fatal truth that he just found that noble document by accident in Ronia. The disaster gets worse when Grill admits all those heroic stories were drunken lies he made up to boast at the pub, not proof of hidden noble blood. Harmon looks to Charlotte for rescue, but she coolly confirms that the great feats against Morgana, the king of gluttony, and the progenitor vampire were Alan's alone and that she and Grill are just commoners. Now Harmon finally sees the full scale of his mistake. He accidentally fed the Emperor and won a complete misunderstanding, and if that lie comes out, his own neck might be next. As they walk through the palace, Juan asked if raising a commoner to Marquis would cause trouble, but the Holy Emperor brushed it off and blamed Harmon for failing to investigate properly. Kelt admitted he now suspected Alan might have hidden his true self on purpose, even if the amnesia itself still looked real when Alan failed to recognize him in the garden. Luan pushed the darker theory that Alan may have arranged his own banishment to hunt vampires, and Kelt agreed Alan could have uncovered dangerous secrets in the land of the dead. Because Alan might be hiding more than anyone knew, Kelt said the Empire needed the House of Herais restored right now. He pointed to Charlotte as the key find, saying Harmon saw real potential in her and that, if she matured safely, she could one day protect both Juan and Alan. Kelt revealed the real reason behind reviving the Herais name. The old house had once been one of the Emperor's strongest loyal pillars, and he wanted even tighter imperial power for the next generation. When Juan teased him for backing a commoner, Kelt snapped that Charlotte at least had to be presented as a count's bloodline, or the nobles would revolt over appearances alone. That jab turned personal when Juan brought up his own mother, and Kelt bitterly admitted he had once looked down on Euligia before learning she was the purest person around. Kelt's bitterness ran deeper because, after the crown prince vanished, only Euligia truly grieved while the other consorts immediately schemed for succession. To change the mood, Kelt brought up a new problem. Hilda's northern fief was too important as the Empire's armory to be left unstable with the southern kingdom moving suspiciously toward war. Both grandfather and grandson landed on the same answer. They needed someone with strong divinity, courage, and the nerve to kill vampires without hesitation. Smiling broadly, Kelt decided to send Alan to Hilda and publicly crown him as the Holy Emperor's heroic grandson first. That plan exploded into a citywide victory festival, with moonlit lorises packed with fireworks, free blessings, performers, and roaring chants for the Empire. Alan got shoved right into the middle of it all, dressed in painfully flashy princely clothes and displayed on an open-top carriage while the crowd hailed him as a saint and Gaia's chosen hero. The praise only made it worse when Alan spotted actors reenacting his battle against a vampire and had to hide his face from sheer embarrassment. The parade led straight into a palace banquet, where priests, nobles, and noble daughters all swarmed Alan at once and treated him like a living miracle. Already dizzy from all the attention, Alan got cornered again when Harmon quietly demanded the truth about whether his lost memories were real. Alan answered the same as before, saying the memories were completely gone, and Harmon reacted like the answer hurt him all over again. The celebration dragged on for a full week, loud and exhausting, until 2 weeks later the mood shifted completely for the anniversary of a woman's death. In the palace garden, Kelt, Juan, and Alan stood before a woman's statue and held a brief, solemn memorial with none of the festival's noise left. After the others left, Alan stayed behind until Harmon quietly told him the woman was Euligia, his mother. Stunned, Alan looked again at Euligia's statue and remembered she had died protecting him from a vampire's sneak attack. Alan offered one more silent prayer at her grave, but the quiet moment did not mean his palace life was about to calm down. Even after the festival and memorial were over, nobles, noble daughters, priests, magicians, tutors, and Harmon kept flooding Alan's days until every hour in the palace felt claimed by someone else. The loss of freedom hit even harder when Alan realized someone had to taste his meals before he could eat, leaving him openly nostalgic for his old gravekeeper life. Only at night did he get a little peace, and on his balcony Alan slumped in the dark and admitted he would rather hunt zombies and vampires than deal with endless living people. That fragile peace vanished when Juan barged in with wine, draped an arm over Alan's shoulders, and looked far too healthy and cheerful for someone who used to be dying. Alan asked him to at least knock first, but Juan laughed it off and quickly steered the conversation toward how badly Alan was handling palace life. When Alan finally admitted he was exhausted enough to think about running away, Juan slid over an envelope and offered him a simple errand as a change of pace. Alan saw the letter was addressed to Hilda, and Juan explained that their elder sister ruled the northwestern fief where the Empire's weapons were made. Juan pitched the trip as a vacation instead of a duty, promising a festival, tourism, freedom from palace manners, and a chance to personally pick up a weapon that suited Alan. The promise of actual rest hit Alan exactly where he was weakest, because since coming to this world he had never once gotten to travel for himself. Juan sweetened the offer even more with jokes about souvenirs, food, beautiful women, and seeing Hilda, and that finally pushed Alan over the edge. Alan accepted on the spot, deciding that if leaving the palace was the price of peace, he would gladly go all the way to the northwest. Juan happily started making preparations at once, then revealed one last detail with a fresh smile. Hilda's territory also offered beast hunting. The next day the convoy was ready, but Alan's hope for a quiet solo trip took a hit when he learned Archbishop Raphael and Alice were coming too. Juan casually joked that Raphael might want to murder Alan in his sleep, but said the Archbishop could still separate personal grudge from official business. Alan relaxed a little when he found out the two sides would at least ride in separate carriages, and he silently thanked Juan for that much consideration. A few other pieces had shifted too, with Harmon staying behind for palace duty and Charlotte leaving elsewhere under a recommendation letter from the Emperor himself. Once the crimson-robed knights mounted up and the carriages finally moved, Alan felt like he had at last escaped the palace alive. The journey itself turned into the break Alan had wanted, with village stops, local food, souvenirs, naps in the carriage, and long stretches spent studying magic. After 2 peaceful weeks on the road, Alan's body and mind finally began to recover, and he started calling this trip the real otherworld vacation he had been waiting for. He was so satisfied with the freedom that he even started thinking he might abandon the imperial palace for good and just travel the continent instead. But just after the convoy passed the last village before Hilda's territory and approached the bridge between domains, the carriages suddenly stopped. Late at night near Hilda territory, Alan notices the convoy has stopped so abruptly that something is clearly wrong. A Crimson Cross member tries to calm him and sends him back inside, but Alan looks ahead to see armed men blocking the road. The bearded bandit leader shouts that they should hand over their money and women, treating the convoy like easy prey instead of something dangerous. Instead of panicking, Alan gets weirdly excited that he has finally run into a real fantasy-style bandit attack. The Crimson Cross dryly explains the bandits only dared this because they outnumber the convoy and have no idea who they are facing. Alan stares at the masked warriors and honestly cannot believe anyone looked at this creepy group and thought they were harmless performers. When his men ask for orders, Alan decides the bandits should be punished enough that they cannot prey on travelers again. The answer that they will just cut the bandits' tendons makes it clear Alan's escort is every bit as ruthless as it looks. The Crimson Cross starts advancing on the bandits, and Alan can only offer them a brief prayer for better lives next time. Right before the clash, Alan catches the acrid smell of blood and notices fast-moving shadows weaving through the trees. Red eyes begin appearing all through the forest, and Alan instantly realizes the real danger is not the bandits at all. Alan shouts for battle stations and orders everyone to ignore the bandits and form up around the carriages. Without hesitation, the Crimson Cross obeys and tightens into a protective cordon, proving just how disciplined they are under Alan's command. Alan steps fully into the road, summons his musket rifle, and prepares for whatever is coming out of the forest. The masked knights finally recognize the attackers too and warn that the demonic beasts of the forest have arrived. The bandit leader still walks in smugly to interrupt, completely unaware he is seconds away from dying. A lichen bursts from the trees and rips the bandit leader's throat out in one savage lunge. The monster tears his body apart and scatters flesh across the road, turning the robbery into pure slaughter. As beastly howls echo through the forest, the rest of the bandits break and run, but the undead beasts target them first. The Crimson Cross identifies the monsters as lycanthropes, and Alan is thrown off because they look far more twisted than any normal werewolf story. His men explain these are only blood creations, so dangerous but still manageable for them. Then the freshly butchered bandits stand back up as red-eyed zombies, making the sudden ambush even worse. At that moment, Archbishop Raphael steps out of the other carriage and immediately claims the undead lycans for proper burial by force. Alan suddenly realizes this lichen problem is exactly why the Archbishop and Alice were traveling to Hilda territory in the first place. Raphael slams down his crozier and begins a prayer, so the Crimson Cross closes ranks even tighter around him. The lycans hesitate just long enough to judge Raphael as the biggest threat, then suddenly charge straight for him. Alan starts to aim, but a crossbow bolt flies in first and punches through a Leakin from off to the side. Mounted fighters in green robes and balaclavas come over the hill at full speed, reloading crossbows as they ride. The new force tramples the zombie bandits and hammers the road with spears, forcing the Lycans to retreat instead of pressing the attack. Their leader orders nobody to chase into the forest, because once the Lycans get back under the trees the terrain belongs to them. The woman rides up, greets the archbishop with respect, and shows she already knows exactly who she has just rescued. Then she dismounts, comes straight to Alan, and studies his face like she is checking how much her little brother has changed. Alan quickly checks her status, and realizes this woman in front of him is absurdly gifted, politically and martially. She finally introduces herself properly as Hilda Alfols, Alan's older sister, and the ruler welcoming him to her fiefdom. Later in Hilda's domain, Alan discovers the festival he expected is gone, and the streets are dead quiet instead. He bitterly realizes Luan sold him a cheerful festival trip, but what he actually walked into is a lockdown frontier haunted by undead. The only activity on the streets is the verdant cross hauling skewered zombies around, which makes Alan decide this is a festival of blood and nothing else. He curses Luan for tricking him and fumes that this entire family keeps turning his supposed vacation into work. Trying to make use of the trip anyway, Alan studies written records about lycanthropes and compares them to vampires. The records explain that lycans are beast zombies that evolved for a long time under demonic energy, ending up as strong half-human undead with some intelligence. He also learns vampires keep lycans like pets, because they are obedient enough to control and brutal enough to be useful. As Alan wonders if lycans might be easier than vampires, Hilda cuts in and warns that their bodies are even more dangerous than he expects. Alan immediately throws a jab that people with the Holy Emperor's blood apparently do not know how to knock. Hilda brushes it off and reveals she brought someone who can help Alan choose a proper weapon. The newcomer is Belrug, a broad-shouldered dwarf blacksmith under contract with the Imperial Court, and Alan lights up on sight. The three sit together with wine, and Hilda gets straight to the point by asking what kind of weapon Alan wants. Alan says he just wants a weapon for self-defense and plans to leave as soon as he gets it, because he has no interest in joining their Leakin hunt. Hilda is genuinely taken aback because she was told Alan came here specifically to help with the crisis. When she names the Holy Emperor and Juan as the ones who said that, Alan realizes his family set him up all over again. Alan makes it clear he came for a festival, not a Leakin extermination, and he is even willing to leave the Crimson Cross behind if that helps. Hilda sadly explains the actual festival was supposed to begin next week, but the recent Leakin attacks forced it to be cancelled. That at least confirms Juan did not lie about everything, which takes a little heat out of Alan's anger. Hilda tells him their family probably only wanted to see what he could do, but as his older sister she does not want to push him into danger. She promises the Citadel is the safest place for now and says his weapon will be prepared properly. Belrog finally takes over the discussion and asks Alan whether he already has a preferred weapon type. Alan awkwardly admits he has mostly been relying on a shovel because swords and spears never felt right in his hands. Belrog asks to inspect his hands, and Alan holds them out so the dwarf can judge him like a craftsman assessing raw material. Belrog concludes these are not the hands of someone who has trained a weapon to mastery, which leaves him unsure what to forge. He admits a shovel can do many things, but as a real combat weapon it is still a compromise. Hilda cuts through the uncertainty and decides the fastest answer is to test Alan directly in the drill hall. She orders the drill hall cleaned up and cheerfully announces she wants a little duel with her little brother. Alan refuses on instinct because one palace sibling duel was already more than enough for him. Hilda reassures him she is not like Luan and only wants to see which weapon suits him best. When Alan grumbles that he only came here to rest, Hilda offers an easy compromise and says she will only defend. That finally gets a reluctant agreement out of Alan, and Hilda looks openly pleased that she got her way. Belrog nervously points out that Hilda is not good with liquor, but she ignores the warning because she wants to celebrate seeing her brother again after 5 years. Then Hilda stands up from the table, declares they are warmed up enough, and pushes the duel to start right now. Inside the Citadel's drill hall, Hilda starts Alan's weapon search by throwing him every kind of weapon that might fit his build. While dwarves help strap simple leather armor onto Alan for the duel, Hilda admits she regrets ignoring her younger brother after Eulygia's funeral. Hilda says the rumors about Alan becoming a mad prince never matched the kind child she remembered, and his new bearing tells her exile changed him in ways she can only guess. She apologizes for not paying attention before and promises that, whatever her mother thinks, she will look after Alan while he stays here. Alan realizes that unlike the Holy Emperor's indifference and Juan's hatred, Hilda is the first imperial sibling to treat him with real consideration. Hilda tells him to attack so they can find his best weapon, and Alan starts with a sword even though he already knows her spear skill is far beyond him. The test goes badly from the start, because Hilda brushes his sword aside and sends it flying before he can even threaten her. They keep cycling through spear, mace, morning star, chains, gauntlets, and even the shovel, but every weapon ends up stripped from Alan's hands just as easily. Hours later, Alan is sprawled on the floor begging to stop while Hilda squats beside him, grinning without even breaking a sweat. The dwarves finally give their verdict. Alan is about equally average with every weapon, and even his decent shovel handling is still useless for real combat. They add that Alan's movements show real combat experience, but his weak body makes it nearly impossible to judge any weapon as his true fit. Hilda immediately decides the answer is to improve Alan's physique, and Alan tries to refuse before she turns the idea in a different direction. Instead of brutal training, Hilda asks if Alan's divine aura strengthens weapons, because the local master craftsman already studied reports about him and guessed as much. Hilda orders him to keep testing while using that power, and Alan realizes this weapon search is not ending in a day or two. A whole week passes in the same hall, and Alan still cannot land a single hit on Hilda no matter how many times he collapses from exhaustion. When the dwarves repeat that Alan's weak physical stats ruin every test, he can only bitterly admit to himself that this body was never trained for frontline combat. Hilda changes the plan again and tells Alan to reinforce his own body with divinity during the next spar, even if he has never tried it before. That night, Alan heads to the Citadel library and starts digging through grimoires focused on body reinforcement magic. Alice finds him there alone, lantern in hand, and her first reaction is fear because she still remembers the prince who once threatened her. The moment Alice notices he is studying reinforcement magic, her fear fades into sharp curiosity, and Alan quietly tells her to ignore him if she wants. Keeping her distance, Alice carefully asks if Alan is researching body reinforcement too, because it is the exact same field that interests her. The next morning in the drill hall, Alan begins sparring again while the dwarves wait with notes, towels, and water, fully expecting another collapse. Instead, the very first clash shocks everyone, because Alan's reinforced strike smashes Hilda's sparring spear into pieces. Elsewhere in the Citadel, Alice wakes on a library desk with a blanket over her shoulders just as Raphael finds her and gently scolds her for spending the night there. Alice hides that she ran into Alan last night, but she cannot hide that the whole experience felt strangely more fun than she expected. As they walk, Raphael mutters that he still cannot understand how Alan used resurrection or created holy undead, and Alice knows he is holding back his curiosity because of what Alan once did to her. Alice is just about to suggest asking Alan directly when a loud crash from the drill hall cuts her off. Remembering Alan's late-night study of reinforcement magic, Alice follows her curiosity toward the drill hall even when Raphael warns her to stay away from him. Then Alice learns Raphael never put the blanket on her, and that small kindness makes her realize Alan must have done it before leaving. By the time they reach the door, both Alice and Raphael feel a strange divinity from inside, and curiosity wins over caution for both of them. They peek through the door just in time to see Alan's attack break Hilda's spear, and the shock freezes the whole drill hall. Hilda asks if sword is finally the answer, but the dwarves refuse again because Alan is not using the weapon's traits at all, only raw reinforced strength. Even when Alan switches to a mace and shatters another spear, the dwarves still call it the same problem, which leaves him biting back clear frustration. Refusing to give up, Hilda grabs her real personal spear and decides they need a genuine fight with attacks and evasions, not a simple blocking test. Once Hilda comes at him for real, Alan's divinity-reinforced body finally lets him duck and weave through her beautiful spearwork instead of getting overwhelmed instantly. Hilda bats away Alan's last desperate shovel and leaves him completely unarmed just as her real spear drives in for a finishing thrust. At that instant, Alice realizes Alan is using the body reinforcement theory she talked about last night, by sending divinity into his own living flesh instead of another weapon. Alan breathes divinity into his hands, clenches his fist, and meets Hilda's incoming spear with a bare punch. The punch obliterates Hilda's spear and blasts the hardened drill hall wall apart, sending Hilda flying across the room. The room freezes in stunned silence, and even Alan can only stare at his own fist and the broken wall because he has never reinforced himself like this in combat before. Alan rushes over in alarm while Raphael and Alice reach Hilda first and help her back onto her feet after the brutal hit. Even after taking the blow herself, Hilda still looks to the dwarves for an answer, and they can only say Alan is not suited to hand-to-hand combat either. Watching Hilda stay stubbornly focused on helping him even while hurt, Alan finally decides she is someone in the Imperial family he can truly trust. After the spar, Alan checks on Hilda, and she brushes off her injuries while bluntly pointing out that whatever happened to him overnight was far beyond a simple stat boost. Alice quickly hushes Alan in front of her grandfather, so Alan dodges the question and claims he was just trying something he had been curious about. Alan realizes Alice's lessons worked almost too well, because mixing priestly divinity with a necromancer's control method gave him absurd power he never expected. Hilda praises the raw killing power in Alan's blow and says this brutal hand-to-hand style may suit him better than any weapon. While Hilda is examined, the dwarves step in with the result Alan was not hoping to hear. He has almost no talent for handling weapons. Alan objects that he still broke Hilda's spear, but the dwarves explain that he did not use proper technique at all, he just smashed it apart with boosted strength. Even Alan's hand-to-hand ability cannot be judged cleanly now, because his divinity has pushed his body so far that the dwarves can barely measure what is skill and what is overwhelming power. The only faint good news is that Alan handles a shovel naturally, but even that is nowhere near enough for real combat, leaving him with a sour feeling that all his effort missed the mark. Then Alan's mood shifts, because if every normal weapon is equally bad in his own hands, he starts wondering if that limitation can be dodged altogether. After Hilda tells him to rest and leaves with Alice, Alan stays behind alone in the rec hall and starts closely inspecting the weapons for another way to use them. That night at the northern mines, the dwarves finally finish their quota and Belrog happily sends everyone off, already thinking about Hilda's promised feast and drinks. The relaxed mood dies instantly when a beastly howl echoes through the mountains and the moon above turns blood-red through demonic energy. Realizing lichens are nearby, the dwarves scramble to load their freshly made weapons and climb into the waiting carriages before the beasts close in. The lichens hit before the escape is clean, tearing into the soldiers so fast that the guards can barely shout for the dwarves to run. The surviving dwarves crack the reins and flee, but the lichens chase alongside the carriages at full speed through the dark forest road. Belrog smashes one lichen with his warhammer, but another beast rips into the horses and overturns the carriage anyway. Thrown onto the road and surrounded, the stranded dwarves watch the other coachman hesitate until Belrog roars at him to keep going and bring help. More movement spills from the forest, and with too many lichens closing in, Belrog orders everyone to fall back to the mine and fortify it until Hilda can rescue them. By the next chapter's morning emergency, whistles and bells throw the whole citadel into motion, and Alan spots Hilda and Raphael leading the verdant cross out beyond the walls. A dwarf arrives with the explanation: their comrades are trapped at the mines, and even while trying to sound calm, he is clearly shaken. The dwarf then notices the noise Alan made overnight and walks into the hall, only to freeze at the sight of the place being completely wrecked. Alan casually claims he was only testing magic, but the dwarf can tell these scars were made by weapons and realizes all the stored arms have vanished too. Instead of answering, Alan smoothly asks to see the dwarf-made muskets, because he wants a new weapon to experiment with. The dwarves wheel out several unusual musket rifles, each with its own build and magic-assisted design, even if most people only treat them as expensive decorations. When the dwarf reminds him that Alan already sniped a vampire from more than 400 meters away, these flashy rifles suddenly look a lot less decorative in his hands. Using mind's eye, Alan reads the built-in functions like spread shot, rapid fire, and snipe, and he immediately falls in love with the whole collection. Then Alan simply starts storing the muskets away, and the dwarf's suspicion spikes that the missing drill hall weapons disappeared the same way. The bells ring again, and the dwarf finally says it plainly. The lichens are raiding the villages now that the vampires are gone, and the Crimson Cross will not move unless Alan gives the order. Seeing Alan hesitate, the dwarf lands the real temptation and asks if he wants to test his brand new muskets on live targets. Out in the attack settlements, ordinary troops can only rush civilians toward the citadel, because they are badly outmatched by the lichens. The situation gets even worse when lichens climb the outer walls, open the gates, and let zombified animals flood into the city itself. In the middle of that chaos, Alice stays with the evacuation line, and when a mother begs for help, Alice gently comforts the crying child before healing the injury. Then Alice feels something wrong, turns, and sees a pack of zombified animals crashing into the soldiers protecting the civilians. A lichen on a rooftop catches Alice's holy scent, twists its face in hatred, and launches straight at her with its claws out. Alice reacts on instinct, jumps into the attack, grabs the beast by the head, and slams it into the ground hard enough to shatter the street. For one brief second it looks like Alice stopped it, but the lichen rises back up anyway, mocking her as if that blow barely mattered. Before the lichen can pounce again, its head suddenly explodes from a distant shot, and the huge body drops to its knees in front of Alice. Alice searches for a mage, finds none, and finally spots only a tiny human silhouette on the emergency bell steeple nearly 500 meters away. In the city below, Alice feels a fresh wave of divinity, and sees holy shots start punching straight through zombified animals. When the remaining undead recoil from that sacred power, Alice remembers the rumor from Ronia and realizes the sniper can only be Prince Alan. Up on the steeple, Alan is thrilled by the dwarf-made musket rifle because it hits harder, reaches farther, and wastes far less divinity than his old gun. He reinforces his body against the heavy recoil, breathes into the long barrel, and pours divinity into his eyes to sharpen his aim. Divine aura boosts the rifle with accuracy and penetration, and Alan decides the real targets are the lichens hiding between the buildings. The instant a lichen peeks out from cover, Alan fires and blows its head apart. Alan keeps tracking the undead by their death stench and picks them off one after another, settling into the hunt with ugly satisfaction. Remembering Juan's words, Alan admits this kind of beast hunting is a lot more fun than he expected. The undead finally fix on his position, and the lichens start rushing the steeple under cover of nearby buildings. Alan jokes that he is more popular than he thought, and a bird-masked Crimson Cross Knight beside him answers with eerie devotion. When the masked knight worries this is dangerous, Alan dryly reminds him that protecting the prince is exactly why the guard is here. The Crimson Cross Knights answer by swearing to sacrifice even their souls for Alan, and the whole guard ring sharpens at once. Alan puts away the first musket and pulls out another, explaining that these magical dwarf rifles need cooldown time between heavy divine charges. He orders the Crimson Cross to buy him 2 minutes, and the masked knights rush to meet the wave with shields and a strange mix of pole arms and blunt weapons. The front line holds against the zombified animals, but the lichens hit hard enough to shove the shield wall backward. The knights answer with tight teamwork, crippling a lichen's limbs and finishing it with coordinated holy commands. Even so, the numbers keep climbing until Alan can see hundreds of undead animals and dozens of lichens flooding in from every side. Alan activates Divine Aura again, and this time the musket gains a larger holy reserve and a new skill called Burst Fire. He offers a prayer to Gaia, asking for salvation for the living and judgment for the undead crowd below. After carefully marking the Crimson Cross positions among the enemy mass, Alan smiles and decides he does not need precision anymore, he just needs to erase the whole area. Alan fires, and a violent storm of divinity bursts from the muzzle before splitting into a rain of holy bullets. The barrage tears through undead and allies alike at first glance, but the holy rounds only destroy the dead while passing harmlessly through the Crimson Cross. Dense smoke and deafening gunfire swallow the church square, and Alan gives in to the wild rush of dumping all his pent-up fury into the horde. The undead screams gradually fade as the holy storm keeps purifying everything around the steeple. After hundreds of shots, the musket finally clicks empty, and Alan is left dizzy from burning through so much divinity. When the smoke clears, the Crimson Cross Knights check their own bodies in disbelief before realizing the holy bullets left them unharmed. All around them, the undead are burning into ash, with only a few ruined bodies still crawling across the ground. Alan drops onto the rooftop, laughs like a madman, and proudly calls the massacre Gaia's grace before awkwardly checking whether that counted as blasphemy. Looking down at the last limbless undead trying to crawl away, Alan coolly declares that the hunt is over. Elsewhere on the road to the mine, Hilda and Archbishop Raphael are forced to stop when they find the dwarves they came to save already taken hostage by lichens. Hilda instantly understands this is a hostage trap, and then the lichen leader steps forward to introduce himself as Redmoon. Redmoon says he wants to negotiate, and what he really wants is Hilda herself. With a mocking hint of menace, Redmoon offers to release the dwarves if Hilda agrees to go with him alone for a private discussion. Hilda raises her hand to hold the line while the Verdant Cross and Raphael prepare to strike if the deal goes bad. When Hilda questions why she should trust him, Redmoon frees one dwarf first to prove he means to bargain. Redmoon insists the lichens are not like vampires and claims they still have honor, so the rest of the hostages will be freed if Hilda comes willingly. Raphael urgently warns Hilda that it is an obvious trap and that the lichens will attack the moment she goes with them. Because he hears that warning, Redmoon raises the stakes and reveals there are even more captive dwarves hidden in an underground graveyard beneath the forest. That explains the custom armor on Redmoon, and Hilda realizes the lichens have been keeping dwarf slaves alive to forge for them. Seeing her shaken, Redmoon presses harder and promises to free all the captive dwarves if she comes. Then he dresses the threat up as diplomacy, claiming the lichens want peace, freedom from the vampires, and an alliance with the Empire. Back at the city steeple after the slaughter, Alan sees the area secured while Crimson Cross Knights finish off the last twitching undead. A platoon of armored dwarves charges into the streets, and their commander personally thanks Alan for saving the evacuation. Alan waves off the praise and gushes instead about how absurdly good the dwarf muskets are. The dwarves are stunned that he really used their muskets, because what they saw looked far beyond the weapon's normal limits. They carefully ask to study Alan's divine aura the next time he fires, hoping to understand how he pushed their muskets that far. Alan agrees as long as it stays easy for him, figuring he can repay them a little after taking so many weapons from their drill hall. With that side of the fight settled, Alan only waits for Hilda's force to return. When the Verdant Cross finally comes back with rescued dwarves and no visible injuries, Alan first thinks the mission must have gone smoothly. Then one rescued dwarf admits Hilda had to go with the lichens because they were taken hostage, and the courtyard freezes around Alan. That revelation sets off furious infighting among the dwarves, who lunge at the former hostages for letting Hilda sacrifice herself. Alan looks past the dwarf fight and notices something even stranger: the Verdant Cross has no battle damage at all. He also realizes Archbishop Raphael is missing and asks if the old man went with Hilda. The calm answer only deepens Alan's suspicion, because the Verdant Cross looks less like a unit that lost its princess and more like one following a plan. Once the dwarf shouting dies down, they demand a rescue at once, but nobody knows where the lichens hide inside the forest. A Verdant Cross soldier finally reveals that Hilda's location is already known, and that is exactly why she went with the enemy. He says they should move out because Hilda is likely waiting for them, which confirms this was a deliberate infiltration, not a collapse. Alan presses them on why they are so calm, because no loyal Imperial Guard should have handed Hilda over this easily. Their spokesman answers that they trust Hilda completely, in her temperament, her talent, and above all, her skill. They go so far as to say that if Hilda had been born a man, she might have stood next in line for the throne. They also remind Alan that Raphael went with Hilda, and to them that makes her situation look even safer, not worse. Alan pushes back, arguing that Raphael is still an old cleric facing savage close combat lichens. That reaction makes the Verdant Cross realize Alan's missing memories left him without crucial history, so they start explaining what he and the dwarves do not know. They remind Alan that Raphael Astoria was one of the heroes who fought beside the Holy Emperor against the necromancer King Amon. Alan finally remembers why Raphael's name mattered so much, and the Verdant Cross sums it up brutally. To that man, lichens are nothing but newborn puppies. Deep in Redmoon's lair, Hilda sits chained to a chair while the injured Archbishop Raphael is kept beside her gagged and blindfolded so he cannot pray. From the darkness, Redmoon praises Hilda's beauty and her brutal skill in hunting his creations, making it clear this obsession has been building for a long time. Redmoon says he wanted to turn Hilda into a zombie and keep her forever, but instead he wants a formal alliance with the Empire. He finally reaches the real point and asks the Imperial Princess to become his bride as the symbol of that alliance. Hilda cuts through the creepy proposal and coldly demands the real terms, asking what the Empire would actually gain from dealing with him. Redmoon lays out his terms without shame: land, freedom, and a regular supply of human slaves, in exchange for using leaken senses to hunt vampires for the Empire. Hilda dismisses the offer as absurd and asks a different question instead: where the other captive dwarves are being held. Redmoon mistakes her question for noble concern for her subjects, and Hilda quietly presses to be shown the hostages alive. When Redmoon says the vampires taught him how to handle hostages, Hilda also insists on bringing Raphael with her. Redmoon inspects the old priest, decides the bloodied, gagged captive looks harmless, and agrees to let him come. Redmoon leads them through underground tunnels, and Hilda quietly memorizes the route as she supports the staggering Raphael. The tunnel opens into a grim factory where zombies haul cargo, and starving dwarves are forced to forge weapons and armor for the Lycans. Hilda asks to speak with the prisoners alone, deliberately phrasing it like a lover's request to stroke Redmoon's ego. Pleased and careless, Redmoon gives her a short visit and leaves guards behind, while Raphael is kept outside the prison under watch. The dwarves break down the moment they see Hilda, horrified that their capture dragged their princess into the trap too. Instead of blaming them, Hilda comforts the prisoners one by one and starts calmly gathering facts about the other hostages. She learns there are around 30 captives in total, with another workshop elsewhere, and some comrades already dead from overwork. Hilda's anger flashes when she hears the dead were worked to death, but she forces it back down and moves straight to practical questions. She asks what weapons and armor are being made here, and whether the dwarves themselves can use any of it once the fight starts. As the dwarves explain the tunnel layout and security, Hilda realizes this underground graveyard actually favors dwarven movement, and has handed her Redmoon's nest on a plate. Now that the hostages are mostly safe and the enemy base is mapped, Hilda decides she does not need an army or reinforcements anymore. She turns to the supposedly helpless Raphael and finally drops the act, ordering him to perform the mission he came here for and hunt the beasts down. Raphael bows his head, and divinity suddenly erupts from the old priest the Lycans had mistaken for harmless baggage. In an instant, the nearby Lycans are burned into silent charcoal, and Raphael tears off his gag and blindfold before searching the ashes for keys. After unlocking the prison, Raphael grumbles that serving the imperial family is ruining his life, while Hilda cheerfully praises the result of her reckless plan. Hilda bluntly points out that her capture let them reach the nest, save the hostages, and sees a perfect chance to wipe the Lycans out in one strike. Then she gives Raphael the worst part of the job, asking him to go first and draw all the beasts onto himself while she follows up. Raphael tries every excuse he can think of, from close combat to missing equipment and old age, but Hilda brushes all of it aside with a smile. Left with no escape, Raphael sadly reflects that the imperial bloodline is full of maniacs, and that serving them never gets easier. He gives in and begins a formal prayer to Gaia, gathering a huge amount of divinity despite the graveyard-like underground setting. A shield of divinity forms before Raphael and a sword of pure light appears at his side, turning the frail old man into the vanguard. Elsewhere in the tunnels, Redmoon is still basking in his own cleverness until he suddenly smells divinity and freezes in pure dread. Redmoon rushes back and sees one of his Lycans pinned to the wall by a sword of light just before blue flames erase it. The sight waiting for Redmoon is absurdly simple and terrifying: Raphael, still just a skinny old priest, advancing with a divine shield. Realizing how dangerous the priest is, Redmoon panics and screams for his pack to kill Raphael before the prayer is complete. Raphael keeps praying while fighting at the same time, sending blades of light through the Lycans and holding the undead back on his shield. When Raphael's prayer peaks, rays of divine light explode from him and the charging Lycans are reduced to ash. Redmoon is scorched so badly by the holy radiance that blood runs from his eyes as he stumbles backward trying to shield his face. Before he can recover, Redmoon notices the ground shaking and turns to see the rescued dwarves marching in with weapons, with Hilda at their center holding a spear. Redmoon feels humiliated and accuses Hilda of pretending to like him only to betray him the moment she was free. Hilda casually acts confused, then mocks him by saying he would only be useful to her as a stuffed trophy for a castle wall or a gift to the emperor. Redmoon finally understands he was never the hunter here, and Hilda lowers her stance with her spear and tells him the imperial family has to be insane enough to hunt monsters like him. In the cramped underground cavern, Redmoon finally snaps completely, his black fur turning red as his body swells with rage and murder. As Redmoon charges straight for Hilda, the dwarves throw themselves in front of her with their spears to protect their princess. Redmoon ignores the spears punching into his body, batters the dwarves aside, and swings a killing blow at Hilda. Hilda calmly finishes her prayer to Heim, and Redmoon's claws suddenly look slow enough for her to read and evade. Moving so fast she leaves after images behind, Hilda slips into Redmoon's opening and drives a divinity-charged spear into his chest. Her strike blows a huge hole through Redmoon, and the waiting dwarves immediately pile on with more spears to drive the Lycan back. Instead of relief, Hilda clicks her tongue in annoyance because she still wants to preserve Red Moon as a stuffed trophy for the Emperor. Only now does Red Moon understand the truth. Hilda and Raphael are the kind of monsters even vampires fear. Raphael finishes cremating the other lichens and walks in at ease, saying humans have to become monsters to hunt creatures like this. A sword of light pierces Red Moon from behind, and holy power starts burning through his spine and organs from the inside. Then Hilda and Raphael box him in and casually offer Red Moon 2 deaths, stuffed trophy or ashes. Red Moon makes his choice with a desperate roar and charges Hilda, hoping to force a way out. Hilda greets the attack like a hunt, but Red Moon sacrifices his own arm to break through the spears and ignore her completely. His severed arm crashes to the floor, but Red Moon keeps running on one arm, bleeding holy ash and tears of blood. Red Moon bursts out of the underground passage into the abandoned graveyard above, and the nearby lichens ignite and crumble behind him. He flees into the forest sobbing for his life, and one terrified glance back shows Hilda and Raphael standing at the graveyard entrance like nightmares that might still catch him. The story then jumps to Belrog's old memory of child Hilda marching up to the dwarves and boldly declaring herself their new master. That impossible first impression becomes the start of a rough, affectionate bond between Hilda and the dwarves. One day Hilda wet the bed, cried in embarrassment, and the dwarves laughed anyway until she kicked them for it. They also watched her struggle through spear training, helping her up after every fall and eventually forging a spear that actually suited her. After Hilda grew up and returned from the imperial palace with real training and authority, she gave the dwarves freedom and a home of their own. From then on, the dwarves stopped serving Hilda as slaves and stayed with her because she had become the person they cherished most. Back in the present, Alan hears Belrog's tale and blurts out the obvious. The dwarves were basically Hilda's dads. Belrog panics at the disrespectful phrasing because of status and politics, but his secretly pleased grin gives him away. Alan studies the Red Moon forest and confirms they are now marching into the lichen's actual nest. When Alan suggests burning the forest down, he learns the Nording wood here is nearly fireproof and too valuable to destroy. He also hears that the lichens only turned this aggressive after the vampires suddenly disappeared. Alan starts getting suspicious because the Verdant Cross is advancing far too confidently for people who supposedly did not know where the nest was. A Crimson Cross Knight explains the gap in skill. They are inquisitors, but the Verdant Cross are trackers built for pursuit and forest hunting. Alan calls one scout over and demands to know if they really found Hilda's trail. The scout points out a trace on the dry forest floor that only his order can read, proving Hilda really passed through here. Then Alan catches a foul familiar stench in the air and instantly knows enemies are coming. A badly wounded Redmond bursts out of the trees with other blood creations behind him, crashing straight into Alan's rescue force. From Redmond's side, the fleeing lichen is still obsessed with survival and revenge, howling through the forest to gather every scattered lichen and zombified beast he can. Once a horde forms around him and Hilda's group is nowhere in sight, Redmond starts feeling safe again inside his own forest. The moment that relief hits, humiliation floods in harder, and Redmond tears apart a nearby zombified animal to feed and recover. He swears revenge on Hilda and Raphael, but only after fleeing this nightmare country and rebuilding his forces somewhere else. Then Redmond catches the scent of another human group and spots soldiers, dwarves, church knights, and a small boy leading them. Alan looks weak at first glance, but Redmond no longer trusts appearances after meeting Hilda and Raphael. He decides the smart move is to avoid a fight entirely, but Alan shoots first. Redmond dodges by instinct, and the divine shot only rips away his cheek and part of his maw instead of blowing his head off. When Redmond sees huge divinity gathering around Alan's musket, his fear spikes all over again. Alan's grin reminds Redmond of Hilda, and that is enough to break whatever nerve he had left. Panicking, Redmond orders the zombified animals to stop the humans while he leads the other lichens away in full retreat. Back in Alan's view, he clicks his tongue because the first long-range shot was too weak without a proper prayer and divine aura boost. He prepares a second shot, but Red Moon is already turning tail while a wave of zombified animals comes crashing out of the fog instead. Alan immediately orders battle stations, and Belrog answers by forming a defensive line. The dwarves slam down their shields and lock spears through the gaps, turning the forest floor into a compact wall of spikes. At the same time, the Verdant Cross climbs the trees to rain bolts and arrows down from above. The setup is perfect for killing the zombie animals, but Alan realizes a defensive fight will also let Redmoon slip away. A Crimson Cross Knight confirms the wounded beast is Redmoon, and that makes the earlier calm from the Verdant Cross suddenly make sense to Alan. Alan realizes Redmoon's ruined body means Hilda, Raphael, and the captive dwarves must be close, which turns the next choice into a real headache. The Verdant Cross asks if they should chase Redmoon, and now Alan has to choose between rescuing Hilda faster or ending a future threat for good. After a brief silent plea to Gaia, Alan decides he will personally hunt Redmoon while the Verdant Cross and dwarves push on to Hilda. He refuses extra trackers from the Verdant Cross and instead takes the Crimson Cross with him for the kill. The Crimson Cross vaults over the dwarf shields and tears into the zombie animals to open a path for Alan. As the dwarves part for him, Alan steps through with one clear promise: he will not let Redmoon escape. Alan strengthens his body and eyesight with divinity, but he still cannot see the fleeing lichen or even a trail on the ground. What Red Moon does not know is that Alan does not need tracks at all, because the undead stink is strong enough for him to follow. Grumbling that this is going to be a pain, Alan starts chasing Red Moon anyway and decides to use the Leakin Pack as test subjects for an experiment he has wanted to try. Red Moon tears through the dark forest at full speed, but a gunshot catches up from behind and explodes a tree beside it before the sound even arrives. Terrified, Red Moon zigzags between trees and looks back to see Alan still chasing with masked Crimson Cross troops close behind. What shakes Red Moon most is that its usual forest tricks are failing, because even in the thick fog Alan somehow keeps cutting back into its path. While fleeing, Red Moon studies Alan's attack pattern and guesses the musket only becomes dangerous if the boy gets time to breathe divinity into it. That plan feels thin when another Leakin running beside Red Moon is erased by a holy shot, making the pack realize this chase is bleeding them out. Instead of dying like prey, Red Moon finally stops, turns around, and decides to fight on its own turf. Alan actually sounds relieved, joking that Red Moon made the right call because his own divinity was getting stretched by the chase. Insulted, Red Moon declares this forest belongs to the Lycans and sneers that Alan has neither dwarf shields nor the speed of the Verdant Cross to save him now. Red Moon spreads its forces out, and the clearing fills with glowing red eyes as surviving Lycans and hundreds of zombified animals surround Alan from every side. Red Moon tries to freeze Alan in place with threats, warning that one move will get him and all his men torn apart. Alan ignores the threat and calmly starts loading the musket again, which rattles Red Moon enough to make it scream for him to stop. The second Alan raises the rifle, Red Moon panics and yanks a nearby Leakin in front of itself as a living shield. Alan fires anyway, blowing the shield Leakin's head apart, and making it painfully clear that Red Moon's hostage tactic means nothing to him. When Alan coolly asks, "So what?" Red Moon can only sag in disbelief because this human refuses to be intimidated at all. Alan quickly admits to himself that this is still dangerous, because in a forest his Crimson Cross bodyguards cannot shield him from every Leakin and undead beast at once. He sizes Red Moon up again and notes that even maimed, the progenitor still looks dangerous enough to tear Count Fomer apart. Even so, Alan decides this monster is still easier than the vampire Count, and that thought hardens his resolve. When zombified animals surge in from every direction, Alan abruptly changes plans and orders the Crimson Cross to shut their eyes, cover their ears, and kneel. The order sounds bizarre, so Alan bluntly tells them to trust him because he is about to show them a shocking magic trick. The Crimson Cross obey without hesitation, dropping to their knees and making it clear Alan now has a circle of absolute believers and no witnesses. With the beasts charging and Red Moon rushing in, Alan decides this hidden part of the forest is finally his territory too. Alan pulls out a Mon's skull from his item storage, sets it over his head, and quietly speaks the activation phrase he has been waiting to test. The moment Alan activates it, even Red Moon senses something is wrong and stumbles to a stop just outside the range. A soft drop-like sound breaks the clearing, and holy water blooms beneath Alan until the dry forest floor turns into a glowing shallow lake. Skeletons start bursting up from the holy water one after another, turning Red Moon's charge into stunned disbelief. More and more skeletons pour out until there are too many to count, and the whole scene starts feeling less like magic and more like a nightmare Red Moon cannot understand. Those skeletons are not weak leftovers either, because each one reaches into the holy water and draws out a real weapon forged by master dwarves. Alan quietly enjoys the test, because if he cannot wield these weapons well himself, his undead army can do it for him. The holy undead instantly butcher the zombified animals, skewering, hacking, crushing, and chaining them apart before the wave can even reach Alan. Once the animals are wiped out, every skeleton turns at the same time and locks its glowing blue stare onto Red Moon alone. That synchronized attention finally cracks Red Moon's nerves, and the Leakin tries to order the other Lycans to buy time for its escape. Before Red Moon can finish that command, part of the skeleton army collapses into a heap of bones and starts rebuilding into something much bigger. A towering bone golem steps out with a great sword, crushes one Leakin's skull in one hand, and starts carving through the rest like they are nothing. Red Moon can only glare at Alan and demand what he has done, because this level of divine undead power should not even be possible. Alan answers with cold satisfaction, calling the Lycans wonderful test subjects and signaling that the experiment is over. Then Alan lifts his musket and begins another prayer, making Red Moon realize the real danger is still the boy himself. Red Moon inches backward to flee, but every step makes the skeletons tighten around it like hunting dogs waiting for one wrong move. Seeing that escape is impossible, Red Moon freezes and turns back toward Alan's prayer with cold sweat running down its body. Alan suddenly interrupts his own prayer just to mock Red Moon, sneering that a beast who bragged about honor must be thinking of running away like a scared mutt. Red Moon knows it is bait, but the taunt still snaps the last of its reason and turns fear into furious pride. Instead of fleeing, Red Moon swears it will die fighting if that is what it takes to land one solid hit on Alan. Red Moon pulls demonic energy into its last arm until the limb swells grotesquely, and the ground buckles beneath the strain. Alan calls that the wise choice, annoyed but ready, and goes back to breathing divinity into his musket for the finish. Red Moon launches itself in a suicidal charge, exploding the ground behind it and pouring everything into one final strike at Alan. The holy undead answer as one, spearing Red Moon, wrapping it in steel chains, and throwing bodies in its path to stop the rush. The bone golem's huge hand blocks Redmoon's path, and its great sword comes down hard enough to hack the Leakin's body into ruins. Even torn apart and dragged back, Redmoon keeps staring at Alan and forcing itself forward, desperate to reclaim a shred of pride before true death arrives. Alan finishes the prayer, raises the musket, and calmly announces that Redmoon is about to become the final test for the weapon. Redmoon realizes too late that it never even managed to wound Alan, and that one last step is now completely out of reach. Alan tells the beast to have a nice trip and pulls the trigger, unleashing a blinding blast that wipes out Redmoon, the nearby skeletons, and even a chunk of the forest itself. Back in the ruined forest, Alan pulls off Amon's skull and stays conscious, but the backlash hits hard enough that every muscle in his body screams. He steadies himself, sees his summoned undead disappear, and realizes the fight is finally over. The Crimson Cross still obey Alan's earlier order so strictly that they remain kneeling with heads down and ears covered even after the battle, while he moves in to release them. Alan has to pry one knight's hands away himself before the masked soldiers finally dare to look up at the destruction around them. Trying to break the tension, Alan jokes that all the zombie animals vanish like a magic trick, but the men are far too stunned to laugh. When Alan looks over the battlefield himself, even he is impressed by the sheer damage his spread shot caused. The musket test tells him exactly what he wanted to know. His necromancer-style summons can pull real dwarf-forged weapons from storage and fight with them. Then a voice stops him cold, because Redmoon is somehow still alive as nothing but a ruined severed head. Alan picks up the head, and Redmoon demands to know what he really is and how he controlled undead with holy power. The moment Redmoon says undead out loud, Alan notices the Crimson Cross can hear this and pointedly refuses to engage. Rather than answer, Alan raises the musket, forces more divinity into it with his hand, and nearly staggers from how empty he already is. He cuts Redmoon off with a point-blank shot and blows the last of the Leakin away into blood and ash. Alan checks the area, confirms Redmoon is truly gone, and immediately starts burying the truth under fake casualness. He pretends he did not hear anything and asks the Crimson Cross if they caught what the Leakin said, giving them an easy way to deny it. Once they all play along, Alan finally relaxes, sure that the dwarves and Hilda should already be safe by now. That relief lasts 1 second, because Alan immediately remembers the first Imperial Prince, and silently vows to put a bullet in his forehead when he gets back. He tells everyone to head back, only for the mood to turn awkward again when nobody has any idea how to get out of the blasted forest. Elsewhere in the woods, Raphael Astoria hides against a tree, drenched in cold sweat after witnessing Alan summon an army of holy undead. The sight makes no sense to him, because divinity and undead should oppose each other completely, yet Alan somehow fused both. He briefly wonders if Alan's Aslan blood explains it, but even that falls apart, because history has never recorded anything like this. Then his fear twists into exhilaration, because as a magic researcher he realizes he may have just seen a miracle no one else in the world understands. He starts longing to kneel before Alan, beg for the secret of that magic, and then raise the boy into a weapon for the Empire. In Raphael's mind, Alan could someday magnify the Empire and even the gods themselves if that talent is properly cultivated. But the old rage is still there too, because this is the same boy who once threatened his granddaughter, so obsession and hatred crash together in his head. He decides he must report all of this to the Holy Emperor, then gets trapped in an even uglier thought. If ordered, he may have to accept Alan as a disciple. By the time he mutters Alan's full name, Raphael is glaring through the trees with both greed and resentment burning at once. 2 weeks later in Hilda's fief, Alan stands at a shooting range with a musket while excited dwarves wait nearby with pens and paper to evaluate the weapon properly. Alan prays to Gaia, packs divinity into the musket, and the barrel starts swirling with visible holy power. He fires at a target 100 meters away, and the divine shot blows through it so hard that even the rock behind it shatters. The dwarves instantly lose all professional composure and erupt into cheers before some of them even remember to keep taking notes. After more test shots wear him down, Alan lowers the gun, and we learn this whole evaluation started as soon as he fully recovered from the leak in battle. Belrug steps in and praises the weapon like a living thing, because Alan's divine aura has pushed the musket beyond ordinary craftsmanship. The glow vanishes the moment Alan lets go, which tells Belrug the aura only activates while the weapon is in Alan's hands. Belrug demonstrates the real standard musket next, slowly feeding mana into it, and firing one painstaking shot after another. Alan is stunned when Belrug calls that rapid fire, because dwarf standards are nowhere near the absurd output Alan gets by flooding the weapon with divinity. Belrug explains that Alan's divine enhancement is not simple reinforcement at all, because it actually changes the musket's internal structure into something more advanced. As a smith, Belrug is openly thrilled, calling this true advancement, while lifting the musket toward the sun like a masterpiece. Then the practical problem returns, and Belrog points out that Alan is dangerously exposed every time he has to gather divinity and pray before firing. Alan admits that weak point has already put him in danger more than once, especially against enemies who can fire much faster than he can prepare. That makes Belrog propose the obvious fix. If Alan's body is already absurdly strong, he should wear armor and reinforce that too. Before they can go deeper into it, Another dwarf arrives with better news and announces that Hilda is ready and the festival for Alan is about to begin. Belrog reluctantly shelves the armor talk, but not before promising he might forge Alan a set himself. The smith immediately starts barking furnace and material orders, making it clear his brain is already forging ahead to the next project. With that, Alan is pulled away from weapon tests and led toward a full village celebration waiting in his honor. In the village plaza, Hilda climbs onto a raised platform with a bottle in one hand and a cup in the other, ready to open the event herself. She drains the cup, splashes crimson liquor over the crowd, and loudly declares the festival of blood open. The plaza explodes into noise as petals fly and villagers start pelting each other with soft crimson fruit that bursts like fake blood on impact. Alan watches and quickly understands the point of the ritual. After surviving real horror, the village is using this mock bloodshed to shake off bad luck and fear. He notices even the church soldiers are joining in, although their masks and coverings make the whole thing look a little ridiculous from his seat. Then Alan tries one of the fief's famous red fruits and is genuinely impressed by how good it tastes. A moment later the dwarves crowd him with a giant cup of red liquor, already drunk enough to be dangerously enthusiastic. They fill the cup to overflowing and insist Alan drink, leaving him no real escape except an awkward smile. Alan downs it and gets hit by a brutal mix that tastes like soju and ground tomatoes, strong enough to spin his head almost immediately. The crowd roars for another round, and now villagers join the dwarves in topping off his cup again and again. Instead of resisting, Alan finds himself loosening up with the village, because their laughter feels less like protocol and more like a way of surviving together. He realizes the easy mood starts with Hilda herself, because she is not acting like a stiff princess at all but like one of the villagers hosting the party. At the heart of the plaza, Hilda calls for a proper toast, thanking Gaia for the monster's defeat and naming Alan as the one who made it happen. The whole square answers with a loud cheer as cups crash together, ending the scene on Alan being celebrated not as a distant prince, but as one of theirs for the night. At Hilda's festival, red fruit kept flying through the village until everything and everyone looked splashed in crimson. Alan spots Alice Astoria throwing fruit at children like she's finally free to act her age, even though she's already soaked red from losing earlier. One stray fruit smacks Alan on the head instead, and the mood flips when Alice realizes who she hit. Alice turns pale and bows over and over, terrified she offended the prince she still associates with old trauma. Alan brushes it off as harmless festival luck and offers Alice a drink so she can stop forcing herself to be afraid. The dwarves nearby stare at Alice with sparkling hopeful faces until refusing a cup starts looking impossible. Alice finally gives in, and the shared drink starts melting the awkwardness between her and Alan. A little drunk and red-cheeked, Alice finally asks the question bothering her, how Alan really pulled off resurrection magic. Alan answers bluntly that he forced healing beyond the limit with an absurd amount of divinity, and the theory Alice taught him. When Alice protests that Juan's soul should have already left, Alan calmly says he just caught the soul and dragged it back. Alice is completely shaken by the idea, but Alan makes it even stranger by telling her the miracle happened thanks to her. Alan tells her plainly that Juan survived because she never gave up on the theory, and that makes her a healer she can be proud of. After downing her drink, Alice stands, formally introduces herself as Rafael Astoria's granddaughter, and thanks Alan from the bottom of her heart. Alan thanks her back, and for one quiet moment the two finally meet each other without fear or distance. That peace ends instantly when Alan feels a murderous stare burning into his back. He turns and finds Raphael glaring from the crowd with bulging veins and enough madness in his face to ruin the whole night. Elsewhere, Charlotte travels east with the Holy Emperor's recommendation until she reaches Humite near the Aslan border. Carrying a letter for Humite Academy, Charlotte follows an address to a humble house and steps inside to meet the man she came for. A hushed voice stops her cold, and the old man inside crushes the room with pressure before he even moves. Charlotte faces a gaunt old man with a burned scar, farmer's clothes, and a glare sharp enough to feel like a drawn blade. He calls her a puppet who received the name Her Eyes, and Charlotte kneels to formally answer as Charlotte Her Eyes. When he names himself Oscar Balder, Charlotte freezes because she has just found the Sword King in hiding. Oscar asks what she wants, and Charlotte answers without hesitation that she wants strength. She swears that strength will be used to serve and protect the Seventh Prince, even if the debt costs her life. Oscar tests the limit of that loyalty by asking what she would do if the prince ordered her to die, or even to kill him. Charlotte can accept her own death, but she refuses to say she would kill Alan just because he commanded it. Oscar explodes at her hesitation and drills in the doctrine that imperial puppets must obey any rightful heir without doubt, pity, or conscience. Then he decides that her resistance just makes the job more satisfying, and promises to turn her into a proper monster if she survives. He coldly congratulates Charlotte Her Eyes on becoming a puppet of the imperial family, and her training begins with a threat instead of a lesson. On a different night, a red-robed figure with a beard and a huge sack bounds across dark rooftops hunting for children. The creature spots a child still outside, drops from above, and stuffs the victim into the sack in one practice motion. Inside the sack, other kidnapped children are already trapped and screaming as the abductor runs again. Neighbors throw open their windows just in time to see the red creature cackling on a roof under the moon before it vanishes. Panic spreads through the street as the residents scream that the Red Devil is real and rush to hide their children. A month after the festival, Alan finally returns from Hilda's territory to the capital and fixes the palace with a murderous stare of his own. He ignores the full welcoming line of servants, summons a musket on the spot, and marches straight for Luan's quarters with the Crimson Cross at his back. Alan kicks open the door and catches Luan in bed with 3 naked maids, turning his brother's luxury into the worst possible timing. Luan tries to play the gracious older brother until he notices the gun in Alan's hand. Alan orders the women out, and his knights cover them with robes before clearing the room for what comes next. Once the door shuts, Alan pours divinity into the musket and tells Luan this healing bullet probably won't kill him, but it will hurt. Then Alan fires his bottled-up anger straight into Luan's forehead. Afterward, Alan leaves Luan groaning on the floor and dumps all of his own duties onto him as payback for the leak and hunt deception. Luan accepts the punishment with infuriating good humor and still welcomes Alan home like nothing happened. Alan decides his revenge break will be spent studying magic instead, now that his divinity control is finally improving. Book after book, Alan absorbs magical theory almost like learning game skills, though harder grimoires still demand real effort and practice. But even in the library, Alan suddenly notices the same intense old stare waiting for him beyond the open door. From that point on, Raphael starts appearing everywhere in the palace, quietly shadowing Alan at every hour of the day. Alan first suspects revenge or overprotective grandpa behavior, but Raphael's stare carries something worse: naked greed. Even the private bath is not safe, because Raphael calmly slips into the water across from Alan like this haunting routine is perfectly normal. When Alan finally asks what he wants, Raphael at last reveals the point of the stalking. He wants Alan to learn magic from him. Later, Alan vents to Luan that he wanted a month of rest, not private lessons with the continent's most unsettling old man. Luan tries to frame Raphael's offer as an honor, but Alan flatly refuses because books and Alice already teach him enough without that nightmare tutoring. Their tea break is interrupted when a maid whispers urgent news into Luan's ear and his mood shifts at once. Luan brushes it off as more trouble from the Black Order, and that single name makes Alan's mind jump straight to Morgana. Inside the Imperial Palace, Alan searches for necromancy books and comes up empty, which immediately tells him the palace is useless for the knowledge he wants. While Alan digs through the shelves, Luan explains that the Black Order has resurfaced in Humite, a dangerous choice because noble heirs live there. Alan cuts straight to what he cares about and asks Luan if the Empire keeps any books on necromancy at all. Luan tells him the palace keeps no such ominous material, but Humite Academy stores plenty of grimoires under the magician's care. That answer lights Alan up, because his priest's powers have limits and a trove of necromancy grimoires sounds like exactly what he needs to fill the gaps. Alan quietly judges that if he could handle Morgana and even a vampire, the Black Order should be manageable too. So Alan makes his pitch to Luan. He will wipe out the Black Order if he gets a little vacation in return. Elsewhere, Holy Emperor Kelp reads a report that confirms the Black Order has moved in Humite and even their familiar, the Red Devil, has been sighted. Kelp curses their nerve, because setting up in Humite means provoking the Empire right under Oskel's nose. He knows the Black Order is weaker than the Empire, but their secrecy is the real problem, since even tortured captives reveal almost nothing. That makes Kelp think of Alan, the prince who already hunted down lichens with frightening ease. After hearing Raphael's testimony, Kelp has already decided the real Imperial contenders are Luan, Hilda, and Alan, while the rest have fallen behind. A second report derails him again by hinting that the missing crown prince may have been spotted in a southern marketplace. The thought of his vanished son leaves Kelp bitterly helpless, because the man disappeared so completely that he cannot even confirm whether he is alive or dead. Then another report arrives to make the day worse, warning that Aslan's necromancer corps is moving suspiciously. Kelp grimly suspects Aslan and the Black Order may be working together, and the Empire's endless troubles are piling into one giant headache. Just then Luan enters, and Kelp immediately pushes a pile of work onto him before asking what brought him here. Luan explains that Alan wants to go to Humite himself and volunteered to deal with the Black Order. When Kelp hears Alan has a score to settle, he immediately links it to Morgana's attack and the prince's growing interest in forbidden power. Raphael's earlier plea about Alan's holy undead returns to Kelp's mind, and that idea excites him more than he wants to admit. To Kelp, holy undead are more than a curiosity. They could overturn Aslan's necromancy monopoly and shake the politics of faith itself. So Kelp asks the key question: did Alan demand anything in return for going? Luan admits Alan asked about necromancy tomes and grimoires, which is all Kelp needs to hear. Kelp approves the dispatch on the spot and decides it would be satisfying to crush whatever Aslan and the Black Order are planning together. He goes even further and orders Luan to support Alan without limit, no matter what the boy asks for. 2 weeks later, Alan and Harmon ride for Humite by carriage, and the long trip is already almost over. Harmon hands Alan his new papers, revealing the prince will enter Humite under a false identity, as Viscount Genel's adopted son. Harmon then reveals Luan arranged transfer papers for Humite Academy too, hoping Alan can enjoy a quiet student life while working. Alan clicks his tongue at the extra effort, because he only wanted access to the Academy library and expects this hunt to end fast once he finds the Black Order's nest. As Humite's distant lights come into view, Harmon asks one last time if Alan truly wants to travel without any escorts. Alan refuses again, saying guards would only get in the way and give him more witnesses than he wants. To shut the argument down, Alan asks Harmon which is stronger, the Black Order or the vampire Count of Ronia. Harmon admits even a swarm of Black Order members would not be able to scratch that vampire, which means Alan's point is made. Reading the Emperor's intelligence, Alan sees the Black Order's crimes are brutal but still small-scale, which makes him dismiss them as minor threats. What interests him more is the Black Order's research, because necromancers who risk their own lives for magic should be hoarding valuable tomes and artifacts. So Alan asks Harmon a darkly cheerful question: since he is hunting villains under Imperial authority, he can do whatever he wants to them, right? As a heresy inquisitor, Alan really does have that freedom, and Harmon can only complain that the prince's grin looks exactly like the Emperor's. Alan bristles at the comparison to Celt, but the banter ends when he spots a report about something called the Red Devil. Harmon explains the Red Devil is the child-stealing monster from local stories, except it is real and works as a familiar for the Black Order. The description sounds so much like Santa Claus that Alan is thrown for a second by how absurd this world can be. Harmon adds that the Red Devil is made from stitched zombie parts, stronger than it looks, and nearly impossible to notice unless it is right in front of you. That stealth creates a real problem for Alan, because necromancers hide behind familiars and he cannot simply track living enemies by scent the way he can undead. So Alan reaches a new conclusion: if he cannot find the kidnappers easily, he needs bait to make them come to him. He remembers the victims are 10 to 16 years old, then abruptly realizes he is 16 himself. With that, Alan starts grinning and asks Harmon what a kidnapper would do if a 16-year-old boy were standing alone with no guards nearby. Later that night, the carriage reaches Humite, and Alan and Harmon step into a city that feels wrong the moment they arrive. Instead of the usual night crowds, Humite's streets are almost empty, with only patrol soldiers showing themselves regularly. The reason is obvious. After the Red Devil's appearances, people are too scared to stay outside after dark. A wall covered in warning notices and missing child posters drives that fear home, turning the Red Devil from rumor into a citywide nightmare. Alan studies the drawing and can only think the monster still looks exactly like a twisted Santa Claus. Then the tip of Alan's nose suddenly stings, and he turns at once toward a fresh, foul presence nearby. Across the rooftops under the cold moon, a long shadow dashes through the dark, and Alan has likely found his first real lead. Alan boosts his eyesight with divinity and finally spots the child kidnappers, not one, but two red devils sprinting over the rooftops with red pouches on their backs. Even while staring straight at them, Alan can barely register their existence, and he realizes the red devils are hiding themselves with a presence cloaking trick. Alan points them out to Harmon, orders the patrols alerted, and splits the hunt in two so they can save any children before the monsters vanish again. When Harmon hesitates, Alan reminds him he already killed a progenitor vampire and a progenitor lichen, making it clear this lesser undead is not the real threat here. Alan summons his musket, reinforces his body, and launches into the chase alone through Humite's dark streets. The red devil slips out of sight, so Alan follows its stench instead and catches one more glimpse of it squeezing its round body down a chimney. Alan rushes the house instead of hesitating, because if this thing reached a child first, every second already matters. He kicks the front door open, hears screams upstairs, and bolts toward the sound. Upstairs, Alan finds the fake Santa in front of the fireplace with a bloody machete, two parents already cut down, and a child trapped inside the red sack on its back. The child's muffled cries suddenly fade, and Alan realizes the red devil can shut sound away too, making the abductions even harder to catch. The undead lunges first, but Alan ducks the machete and answers with one point-blank musket shot to the head. With the monster down, Alan tears open the pouch and a sobbing little boy immediately throws himself into his arms. Alan tries to comfort the boy, then has to cover his eyes when the murdered parents start rising back up as zombies. He knows resurrection is already impossible for them, so Alan quietly finishes the two fresh zombies out of the boy's sight. After wrapping the crying boy in a blanket, Alan waits for help and learns Harmon's side also killed the second red devil. Alan inspects the two fake Santa corpses and confirms they are an unfamiliar zombie type built for speed, strength, and nearly perfect stealth. Seeing the orphan boy still clinging to his dead parents leaves Alan furious, and he orders Harmon to gather every report on the abduction so they can crush the Black Order fast. Alan stores the red devil corpses away, already planning to study the enemy's undead and turn that knowledge back on them. Near a village outside Humite, Charlotte endures brutal night training as more than a dozen Golden Cross knights attack her all at once with scabbards. She deflects most of the blows, but one strike tears open her back and blood sprays before she forces herself to keep fighting. Charlotte drops 3 knights despite the numbers, and even Oscar watches in open admiration at how monstrous her talent already is. But Oscar says this still is not enough to shield the Imperial family from the true monsters, and he steps in himself with a white scabbard to make the training harsher. Day after day she studies at the academy, and every night she comes back here to sharpen herself in these punishing duels. On a rainy night, Charlotte collapses into the mud and coughs up blood, but even that does not end the lesson. She drags herself back upright, refusing to stay down even when her body is already failing. Oscar taunts her that she could give up the sword and live an easier life as an ordinary farm girl, and Charlotte rejects that idea without hesitation. Charlotte endures because she has one clear goal now: she wants the strength to protect Alan. Pleased by that stubborn fire, Oscar swings at her again and drives the training onward. Charlotte slips inside and drives toward his torso, but Oscar blocks her cleanly and praises her future growth in the name of the imperial family. Charlotte silently rejects his reason, because she does not care about serving the imperial family at all. She only wants to stay by Alan's side. Back in Humite, Alan spends a week at a local inn and finally hears the full count from Harmon. 15 children have already been taken in just 1 month. Alan is disgusted that every victim has been a commoner's child so far, which makes the city's protection feel especially rotten. Harmon explains the nobles protect their own heirs with private guards, and even the Black Order avoids provoking noble houses into flooding the city with troops. When Alan asks what force is strongest nearby, Harmon answers with the one name that matters: the Golden Cross is stationed close to Humite. Even with that elite order nearby, Harmon says this kind of covert hunt is the wrong job for them, and calling them in now would only scare the Black Order deeper underground. Alan agrees and refuses to mobilize them, because flushing the enemy into hiding could also doom any children still alive in their nest. Believing the kidnappers will strike again soon, Alan pulls the 2 red devil corpses out onto the in-room floor to start dissecting them himself. Harmon nearly loses his appetite as Alan calmly cuts one open during the meal, completely unfazed by how gruesome the work is. Inside the body, Alan finds a heart still holding traces of demonic energy, and realizes the Black Order forced it to keep beating to animate the corpse. That discovery excites him, because one corpse is now useless but the other can still become part of a trap. Alan tells Harmon to fetch blue robes, hinting that he is about to hand the Black Order an unforgettable gift of his own. By studying the heart with mind's eye, Alan pushes his analysis far enough to generate a brand new skill. About 2 weeks later, another red devil returns to Humite at night, convinced the humans have grown lazy again after the lull in kidnappings. The creature thinks this is just human forgetfulness at work, the perfect moment to restart the old nightmare and snatch another child. Its eyes settle on a lone boy in a shabby blue robe standing in the plaza, easy prey who looks just small enough to fit in the sack. The red devil dives on him, but the moment it lands, the boy turns his head and smiles because Alan was waiting for exactly this. Alan is even relieved there is only one target this time, but the red devil starts feeling that something about this victim is badly off. To keep the act believable, Alan suddenly puts on a panicked performance and screams for help like a proper victim. The act works, and once the red devil relaxes, it covers Alan's mouth and stuffs him into the red sack. From inside the cramped pouch, Alan immediately starts complaining, making the abduction feel absurdly more awkward than terrifying. Patrol soldiers spot the red devil and rush in, forcing it to flee across the rooftops with Alan still inside. Its concealment works again, and after shaking the pursuit, the red devil slips into a plain building hidden in a dark alley. Inside, it unlocks a hidden route to the basement, and climbs down into an underground tunnel leading deeper into the Black Order's nest. At the tunnel entrance, a black-robed necromancer stops the red devil, checks for pursuers, inspects its condition, and finally grins after confirming the boy in the sack can be brought in. The red devil leads Alan deeper underground into the Black Order's real hideout, a sprawling tunnel nest packed with necromancers, undead, grimoires, and crying kidnapped children. The red devil reaches a steel-doored corpse workshop where 2 necromancers happily greet what they think is another child sacrifice. When the pouch opens, the child inside is not terrified at all, and Alan pops out smiling like he has been waiting for this exact moment. Alan cheerfully admits he used himself as bait for days because he was afraid the kidnappers might slip out of Humite before he found them. The necromancers decide to silence the weird boy anyway, and the red devil starts toward Alan with its machete drawn. Instead of panicking, Alan theatrically announces a gift from Santa and reaches into the pouch for his own surprise. A full-sized blue-clad corpse suddenly comes out of the tiny pouch, and the necromancers freeze when they realize Alan somehow brought in a twisted holy version of their own red devil. Alan pumps divinity into the blue corpse, turns its dead eyes on, and reveals his real gift, death for necromancers who toy with corpses. The newly awakened blue-clad undead moves first, and cleanly takes the red devil's head before the monster can touch Alan. Alan casually orders the blue-clad undead to kill them, and the 2 necromancers are butchered before they can cast the spell. With the workshop secured, Alan studies the room and realizes he has found an entire factory full of red devil bodies ready to turn into his own blue-clad undead army. Since Harmon already supplied enough blue robes, Alan decides Christmas can happen here after all, just with death delivered to the bad side. Elsewhere in the tunnels, overworked necromancers grumble that the Black Order seems to be preparing a huge coordinated attack across Humite, and maybe the whole empire. Their talk dies when heavy banging starts on a steel door nearby, and the sound alone tells them something is very wrong. The door finally blows off its hinges, and multiple blue-lit eyes appear in the darkness beyond it. Blue-clad undead in matching winter clothes shuffle into the hall, and at first the necromancers step closer in curiosity because the corpses look almost like improved red devils. That curiosity turns to panic when they sense divinity instead of demonic energy coming off the bodies. The front blue devil answers by splitting a necromancer's head open, and the hallway instantly becomes a slaughterhouse. Alan steps out from the middle of the Blue Devils like a delighted MC and announces that Santa has arrived with exactly the present these death-obsessed necromancers deserve. The moment Alan says his gift is death, the blue-clad undead rush the hideout, and the massacre spreads through the tunnels. Screams and laughter echo together as the blue-clad undead hack necromancers apart and drag down anyone who tries to run. Alan uses the chaos efficiently and orders his undead to find the kidnapped children and strip the hideout of every useful item and document. The remaining necromancers finally try to fight back with spells, but Alan moves even faster and turns every corpse and skeleton in the hall into holy undead. Those newly risen holy undead crash into the necromancers before their spells can finish, tearing the defenders apart from inside their own stronghold. A playful blue-clad undead points Alan toward a sealed room, and he realizes it has found the prison holding the children. Inside, a necromancer is threatening cowering children with a bone knife, but one of Alan's blue-clad undead slips through the dark and breaks his weapon hand from behind. Alan quickly counts only 13 children in the room and realizes 2 of the abducted kids are already missing. Alan tries to calm the children with a warm smile, but after the massacre outside his expression only makes them scream harder. Alan makes an even worse call by asking one blue-clad undead to play Santa and soothe them, and the children panic more the moment it leans in. Thinking fast, Alan lies that these blue corpses are angels sent to take the children safely back to their parents, and that finally gets through to them. When a blue devil drags another necromancer past the open doorway, Alan hurriedly reframes the bloodshed as heaven's punishment and tells the kids to shut their eyes and cover their ears. Alan steps back out and seals the prison room, leaving the rescued children protected while he finishes crushing the hideout. A commanding necromancer tries to rally the defense behind a line of skeletal mage guards, but Alan lights up when he sees what valuable specimens they are. Rather than kill the leader, Alan orders one of his blue-clad undead to take him alive because he wants the man's necromancy, an undead under his control. Once the fight is firmly in hand, Alan calmly sits down in the middle of the blood-soaked hall and starts reading through the confiscated papers. Among the papers, Alan finds the Chaos Plan and realizes the Black Order is not just hiding here, but preparing coordinated terror attacks across multiple Imperial cities. That discovery is too big to sit on, so Alan immediately sends one of his blue-clad undead to bring Harmon down to the hideout. He then looks over the captured necromancers and decides their real value is not in dying quickly, but in being kept alive until he learns everything they know. Up in Humite's central plaza, 10 blue-clad undead suddenly appear with the rescued children, and the soldiers freeze because the monsters are escorting hostages instead of attacking. The blue-clad undead kneel and gently pat the children before vanishing into blue light, leaving the soldiers to rush in and the kids to insist Blue Angels and Grandpa Santa save them. Watching from a distance, Harmon silently follows another blue-clad undead into a deserted alley and down to Alan's hidden battlefield. The moment Harmon enters the hideout, he is hit with the full aftermath: blood everywhere, holy undead hauling corpses, and the stink of bodies already being burned. In the center of that carnage, Alan has surviving necromancers blindfolded and bound in front of him and starts asking the question that matters most: what happened to the 2 missing children? When the prisoners only tremble and beg, Alan coldly asks if they already devoured the children to fuel their demonic magic. Alan rejects their pleas and makes his verdict clear: the dead are done, but the living necromancers will be worked without rest until he learns necromancy through them. After crushing the Black Order hideout, Alan mocks the captured necromancers for whining about dying when they chose a path that was always headed for death anyway. The moment Harmon arrives, Alan forces his rage behind a polite mask and says he has a new job for him. Alan hands Harmon the Black Order's Chaos Plan, and Harmon is stunned by how recklessly insane it is. Harmon says the plan would collapse within hours, but Alan points out that even 2 or 3 hours of chaos could still be enough for the Black Order's real objective. Alan explains that the raid uncovered a wider network, with more Black Order cells still hiding in Humite and other major cities across the Empire. Even Alan admits the Black Order is not cowardly but outright insane, because they were ready to burn themselves down just to strike at the Empire. Alan orders some of the surviving necromancers sent to the Imperial Palace so the Crimson Cross can tear the rest of the truth out of them. Harmon worries that sending them to Inquisitors will expose Alan's holy undead, but Alan says the Archbishop and probably even the Emperor already know something is off. Alan tells Harmon to warn the palace, reinforce all key cities, and extend his stay in Humite because he still has unfinished business there. Harmon leads away a group of prisoners, leaving Alan behind with the rest of the Black Order members. With Harmon gone, Alan flashes an evil grin and starts another round of questioning to hunt down every remaining hideout in Humite. Far from Humite, a lonely house near the Aslan border hides another Black Order base where executives receive bad news from the field. The report is brutal. Humite's group has been wiped out, priests and paladins are being deployed across strategic cities, and the Chaos Plan will likely fail the moment it starts. The executives rage because Humite was the key piece of the whole operation, and now the Empire is clearly moving before they can. When they hear the Heavenly Army has already been stationed near Aslan's border, the room realizes their timing advantage is gone. Their real assignment had been simple but vital: flood the Empire's key cities with undead terror for a few hours and pin down the Golden Cross near Humite. Instead of launching the plan, Aslan now wants it postponed and will send an envoy to deny any connection before the Empire decides to invade. The Black Order leaders curse the collapse of their chance to seize fertile Imperial land, especially after Humite's mistakes ruined everything before it even began. Then a cold voice cuts through the room and rejects the word failure outright. The founder of the Black Order steps out as a lich, and every necromancer immediately drops to their knees before him. The lich orders the envoy informed that the plan is only delayed, not cancelled, and declares that he will personally cover the loss of Humite's forces. He also commands them to uncover who exposed the Humite hideout, promising to personally erase that enemy and Humite with it. A month later, Humite looks completely different, with lively evening streets full of families, travelers, and children staying out without panic. An elderly necromancer named Besham slips into the city under a hood, looking for any survivors from Humite's destroyed Black Order branch. Then a child suddenly shouts about Santa, and Besham turns to see what everyone is pointing at. Perched on a chimney is a blue Santa, and Besham instantly realizes it is a red devil-type undead dressed in a different color. What unsettles Besham even more is that the city treats the blue Santa as a blessing instead of a nightmare. Besham remembers the rumors that these blue Santas return kidnapped children and even leave money behind, turning them into strange guardian fairies of Humite. The blue Santa suddenly locks eyes with Besham, identifies him through its master's power, and quietly says it found one. Besham bolts into an alley and runs hard, desperate to shake off whatever just marked him. When no one seems to be chasing him, he cautiously checks his surroundings and tries to convince himself he lost the thing. Still panting, Besham pulls out a map and heads for another hidden safe house where Humite's survivors should be waiting. He reaches an unmarked steel door, gives the password, and hears fear in the guard's voice before he is finally let in. The guard hurriedly pulls him inside, already acting like a man who expects death to follow right behind the guest. As Besham is guided below, he finds the surviving necromancers filthy, hollow-eyed, and broken by fear. When Besham enters the inner room, the survivors immediately ask whether the Black Order sent help or a rescue team. Besham bluntly tells them there is no rescue coming because he only came for information, and that answer pushes them even closer to panic. Confused by their behavior, Besham asks if heresy inquisitors are hunting them, but they say the real problem is a monster still searching for them now. The survivors spread documents on a table and insist they piece together a pattern from old rumors and recent massacres. They claim the slaughter of vampires in the capital and the Leakin hunts were all early signs of a new weapon being developed by the Theocratic Empire. In their minds, the butcher of vampires and lichens is the same being now haunting Humite, a terrifying angel created by the Empire. Besham laughs the whole thing off as paranoid nonsense, but the survivors insist they even have witnessed stories from children who said an angel saved them. Trying to humor them, Besham asks whether this angel is just another name for the blue devil he saw outside. The room goes cold when Besham casually admits that one noticed him on the street before he came here. A survivor explodes at him in fury, calling him an idiot for coming straight to the hideout after being seen. That accusation breaks the whole room, and the remaining necromancers start packing their documents in blind panic. They decide to scatter the moment they leave because they are convinced the angel is already on its way here. Besham tries to stop one of them and demand an explanation, but the man can only scream that the creature is coming. Then the hideout is rocked by a violent explosion, proving the survivors were right too late. A blast tears open the steel door of the necromancer's hideout, and the people inside freeze as a small armored figure steps out of the smoke with heavy metallic footsteps. Blue rune-like light spreads across Alan's white armor as divine aura flares, and the necromancers instantly realize the angel of Humite has come for them. The necromancers burn their own lifespans to summon zombies and skeletons, but the angel just keeps walking as his divine aura melts every undead body that gets too close. Alan raises the musket and unleashes spread shot, turning the tight passage into a brutal storm of bullets, ricochets, and explosions. When the smoke clears, the blue Santas begin searching the hideout for kidnapped children and loot, while the angel keeps marching deeper inside. He switches to burst fire and calmly guns down fleeing necromancers one after another, making it obvious this angel shows no mercy to death magic users. One legless necromancer begs for mercy, but Alan pins him underfoot and coldly promises to send him to hell with the goddess's grace. He kicks down another heavy steel door and finally reaches the larger chamber where Besham and the remaining necromancers are waiting. Besham is stunned that the monster terrorizing Humite is so small, but the others still order a full attack before fear can swallow them. Their combined curses, fire, poison, and frost slam into the angel's shield hard enough to wreck the room, yet he comes through the barrage completely untouched. The angel's glowing eyes and steady advance break their nerve, and even Besham starts panicking as the entire room runs out of strength before doing any damage. As Besham desperately prays to Udai, Alan studies their spellwork in real time and loads the same kind of fire magic into his musket. The copied flames incinerate the other necromancers on the spot, leaving Besham staring at a room full of charred corpses. When Besham turns back, the angel is already standing right in front of him, and his terrified demand for an answer gets nothing but a silent reaching hand. The next morning, Alan wakes up sore from his armored rampage and drags himself downstairs at the inn for a simple breakfast. Harmon joins him at breakfast and starts reporting on the captured infiltrator, only for Alan to calmly reveal that he already knows the prisoner's name is Besham. Alan only says he knows Besham's name, but privately he remembers how he used mind's eye through necromancer familiars during the raid to learn more than he is admitting. Harmon says Besham claims he came to investigate Humite, and he promises to pry out the rest with the Crimson Cross helping the interrogations. The wider picture is ugly. The Black Order is spreading through imperial cities, so the Emperor has reinforced key regions and even prepared for a war with Aslan. After ordering Harmon to squeeze every bit of information out of Besham, Alan gets up with a new plan for the day. He says he is heading to the Academy Library, and when Harmon wonders why he goes there so often, Alan dodges with a dry answer about there being lots of books. Alan keeps the real reason to himself. The Academy stores stronger necromancer grimoires, and right now he wants everything he can find on the Necromancer King. Harmon gently pushes him toward a normal student life at the Academy, but Alan snaps back that he can barely survive his nightly vigilante routine as it is. Harmon sincerely says he wants Alan to enjoy at least a little normal life, which leaves Alan privately annoyed at the irony. Alan leaves for Humite Academy, and just as he enters the library hall under his cover name Jeroen Ripon, a familiar voice stops him. The man waiting for him is Ruppel Alfels, the third Imperial Prince, and one sibling Alan nearly forgot existed. Alan greets him warmly enough, but Ruppel instantly notices that his little brother probably forgot him again. Alan smooths it over by reminding Ruppel that he still owes him for freeing him during the vampire chaos in the palace. When Alan asks why he is here, Ruppel says this region falls under his authority, and invites him somewhere private to talk properly. Ruppel takes Alan to an executive office inside the academy, where tea is served and the real confrontation finally begins. Ruppel bluntly accuses Alan of stirring up dangerous incidents in the territory he governs without even informing him. Alan fires back that he did not cause the mess at all. He cleaned it up with the Emperor's approval after Ruppel left the city suffering for more than a month. He goes even harder by telling Ruppel to visit the victims' graves if he wants to understand what his delay really cost. Ruppel snaps and brings up the chaos in the Imperial Palace, but Alan turns the question back on him and forces him to admit he has heard how dangerous his younger brother has become. Trying to retreat from that subject, Ruppel changes tack and complains that Humite spiraled out of control after Alan arrived. Alan mocks that complaint by pointing out the obvious result. Humite is safer now, its evenings are lively again, and even Ruppel has to admit public order has sharply improved. That is when Ruppel finally reveals the real problem. The Blue Santas look too much like the Red Devil, and he wants to know how Alan controls such an ominous, holy undead force. Alan answers with deliberate nonsense and half-truths, casually joking about torturing necromancers and extracting bizarre technology from them just to watch Ruppel squirm. Once the joke passes, the brothers line up on the real danger. Black Order agents are inside the Empire. Aslan is gathering its necromancy core, and the Emperor likely already believes invasion is coming. Ruppel says Aslan has been spooked enough to send an envoy, and Alan immediately starts thinking less about diplomacy and more about how expensive the apology gifts should be. The envoy should arrive in Humite within a month, and when Alan casually says he will still be here, Ruppel looks even more nervous. Ruppel finally says it outright. He needs Alan to stay quiet until the envoy arrives and, if possible, disappear into ordinary academy life for once. He explains why he is so desperate. In Aslan, necromancers are holy men and ruling nobles, so publicly abusing them in Humite could wreck the entire diplomatic mission. Then Ruppel drops all pride, clasps his hands, and begs Alan to let him handle this one success before the Emperor forgets him completely. Alan understands the political desperation, but he also knows necromancers keep slipping into the city, so he cannot promise to ignore the problem for free. So when Ruppel offers to grant him almost anything in return, Alan's mood sharpens immediately. Alan instantly names his price. He wants access to the Academy's stored grimoire of the Necromancer King Aman. Ruppel freezes on the spot, because even he cannot hand over that grimoire without the Emperor's direct permission. With the Holy Emperor backing him in almost everything, Alan pushes Ruppel for one forbidden favor anyway, smuggling out Necromancer King Aman's grimoire so the risk will not fall on him alone. Alan sweetens the deal by promising to behave like a harmless student, and Ruppel nervously agrees to try even though he knows he will be punished if he is caught. Once the deal is done, Ruppel asks the question that really bothers him: how Alan keeps finding vampires, lycans, and necromancers when everyone else thinks they are impossible to tell apart. Alan says he can, and when Ruppel demands to know how, Alan points back to the taboo northern incident with Morgana the witch that nearly killed him. Ruppel quietly confirms he knows about Morgana, so Alan leans into the act and claims he received a divine revelation from Gaia herself. Alan insists Gaia taught only him a sure way to expose evil beings, and Ruppel immediately asks if that secret can be taught to others too. Seeing how serious Ruppel is, Alan gives him a fake holy method: place a god statue, pray with a pure heart, kowtow, and recite an ancient chant. Alan finishes the prank by teaching Ruppel a mangled piece of Buddhist scripture as if it were an ancient divine hymn. After leaving the office, Alan hears Ruppel already mumbling the chant inside and realizes his joke has landed perfectly. Alan privately wonders whether the gods will ignore Ruppel or put him through the same miserable trials Alan has endured since insulting Gaia in this body's past. His mood shifts when he checks the transfer document Ruppel shoved into his hand and remembers he is now supposed to lie low as a student until the envoy arrives in 1 month. Then Alan remembers Charlotte is studying there too, and the tedious academy assignment suddenly becomes a little more interesting. Elsewhere near a village outside Humite, Oskel drills Charlotte on one point without compromise. As a Golden Cross agent, she must obey the imperial family without question. Charlotte swears she will follow His Highness, but Oskel snaps and corrects her to His Majesty, making it clear that her loyalty must point to the Emperor alone. She swallows the urge to quit because she knows this brutal place is making her stronger, and Oskel immediately declares that from today her training will be twice as harsh. The next day at the academy cafeteria, Charlotte arrives covered in fresh bandages and dried blood, drawing uneasy stares from every table around her. Hayes approaches carefully, asking if she is alright and trying to offer concern to the girl he once insulted back in Ronia. He even offers a rare potion for her wounds, but Charlotte rejects it flatly because Oskel taught her to endure pain and keep moving even when hurt. Hayes is left staring at her in quiet awe, struck by how composed she stays despite injuries that should have left anyone else barely standing. When Charlotte stands to leave, Hayes hurries after her, still looking for a reason to stay close. But Charlotte's exhaustion catches up to her, and the world abruptly drains into monochrome as dizziness nearly makes her collapse. Someone catches her before she falls, and Charlotte thanks the stranger automatically while trying to pull herself away on instinct. Then she hears the familiar voice, looks up, and freezes as Alan appears in front of her inside that dim, colorless haze. Charlotte blurts out his title, but Alan quickly hushes her and warns that she cannot call him that here. With a bright grin, Alan introduces his cover name as Jerome Ripang and tells Charlotte he will be attending the academy for a short while. Now living that cover full-time, Alan quickly finds academy life unbearable because the classes are too easy, too dull, or too useless for survival. He decides there is no chance he will endure a whole month like this, so he starts skipping class and hides out in the library instead. At lunch he runs into Charlotte again, and now that he sees her up close, her injuries look so serious that he fears she may be getting bullied for being a commoner. Charlotte recovers herself at once, sets down her tray, and formally greets him as young Master Jerome without slipping once. Her careful distance stings Alan for a second, but then another surprise lands when she introduces herself with the old noble's surname Herais. Alan recognizes Herais as one of the old houses destroyed by the Necromancer King, one tied to a lost military force that once served the imperial family. Before Alan can dig deeper, Hayes spots him from behind, drops his tray, and recognizes him as the saint on the spot. Hayes immediately drops to his knees and prostrates himself in front of everyone, loudly paying respect and wrecking Alan's plan to stay unnoticed. Since lunch hour gives them freedom to leave, Alan escapes the mess and heads to the market in Humite's center to eat somewhere less public. That piece lasts about 5 seconds, because Charlotte sits on one side of him and Hayes on the other, turning a simple meal into a painfully stiff 3-way lunch. Alan goes straight back to the issue bothering him and asks Charlotte what really happened to all those blunt force injuries. Charlotte quietly says they came from sparring, but Alan does not buy it and bluntly asks if she is being ostracized. Hayes jumps in at once to deny it, and Alan turns that suspicion on him instead by asking if he had anything to do with her condition. Alan presses harder by bringing up the maid assault rumor from Ronia, and Hayes is horrified enough to finally explain himself. Hayes insists he was not the rapist at all. He says higher-born boys planned the attack, he tried to stop them, and the whole punishment was dumped onto him instead. He even admits his vile act in Ronia was mostly bluffing, because he thought acting like a dangerous count's son was the only way to survive among the convicts there. Alan accepts that for the moment and circles back to Charlotte, still trying to understand who is hurting her. He even wonders if Grill has turned into a child beater, and that finally makes Charlotte snap up in alarm to defend her foster father. Charlotte says Grill is caring and that they still exchange letters, but after that brief defense she closes up again and refuses to reveal anything more. Then Charlotte makes her real intention clear at last. She wants to become a paladin and serve Alan personally. Her words hit hard enough that Hayes drops his food in shock, while Charlotte ignores him completely, and keeps her focus fixed on Alan. Charlotte rises from the bench, kneels in the middle of the public street, and pledges herself as Alan's sword and shield. As the crowd whispers around them, Alan looks down at Charlotte and weighs the gravity of her vow, knowing full well that the path to becoming a true paladin demands a monstrous body, mind, and faith. Alan accepts Charlotte's wish to serve him, but he immediately tells her a paladin at his side should not look this broken. Charlotte says she needs the will to endure pain and rise again, but Alan dismisses that grim mindset as pointless. Alan tells her she never needs to fear injury under him, because he will simply heal whatever happens to her. To prove it, Alan pokes Charlotte's forehead and quietly pours divinity into her body. Charlotte's bruises and old scars fade away in front of her eyes as Alan continues healing her face. Alan unwraps the bandages from Charlotte's head and promises that even if she suffers a terrible wound, he will leave no scar behind. Alan goes even further and says that if Charlotte dies, he will drag her back to life himself. When Alan pushes her untouched burger toward her and asks for her answer, Charlotte finally breaks into a bright, genuine smile. That night at the training ground, Oscar immediately notices that Charlotte has changed in a way simple healing cannot explain. Charlotte's body moves more smoothly, but what really shocks Oscar is the new fire in her eyes. As she remembers pledging herself to Alan, Charlotte hardens her resolve and decides she will never give up. She unleashes a brutal upward slash that explodes through a golden cross knight's guard and smashes him into the trees. Divinity shines along Charlotte's blade so brilliantly that even Oscar is left staring in stunned disbelief. Excited by her talent, Oscar rushes forward and starts talking about how far she could grow for the Imperial family. Charlotte cuts him off cold and says she has no intention of pledging loyalty to the Imperial family. Even when Oscar warns her about duty and obedience, Charlotte insists she will move by her own will and never live as anyone's puppet. Charlotte goes all in and tells Oscar that if he wants to turn her into a puppet, he can try to break her first. Oscar says someone without loyalty cannot stay in the Golden Cross, and Charlotte answers that she only needs one lord. She names Alan Alphonse as the only lead she will ever serve, and the whole field goes still. When Oscar says Alan is not emperor, Charlotte answers with an even more dangerous vow: then she will make him the next holy emperor. After making sure everyone heard her, Oscar unexpectedly bursts into laughter instead of condemning her on the spot. Oscar admits she cannot remain in the Golden Cross while openly defying the holy emperor, even if he thinks she could have been his ideal successor. Then Oscar orders the others to bring him the sword of her eyes, and the mood shifts from discipline to inheritance. Oscar formally expels Charlotte from the Golden Cross and throws the white-sheathed sword to her feet instead. But the blow turns into a promotion when Oscar assigns her to the forgotten sixth force of the Imperial family, the White Cross. When Charlotte draws the sword, she realizes she is being recognized as the new head of House Herai's Lost Order. Oscar takes up his own sword and orders Charlotte to kneel, treating her not as a child to scold but as a leader to appoint. He taps her shoulders and head with the blade, charging her to follow and protect the man she chose. Oscar declares Charlotte his equal as head of Marquis Herai's line and reveals the Emperor's secret order to make her the strongest being in the Empire. The ceremony ends as a challenge when Oscar points his sword at Charlotte and promises to forge her into a true paladin by force. 3 weeks later in Humite's marketplace, Alan spends lunch on a bench while Harmon quietly warns that necromancers have been growing active again. Alan grumbles that killing one necromancer only makes more appear, especially around Humite's outskirts at night. Harmon explains the Black Order is likely throwing away its weak, short-lived necromancers as disposable pieces. That answer only convinces Alan that the Black Order's chaos plan is still moving, even though he still has no clear lead on what they are trying to do. Harmon adds that Aslan's envoy is still coming and still denying everything, which leaves Alan wondering whether war is really on the table. Their discussion is cut off when a beautiful noblewoman suddenly recognizes Alan in the middle of the marketplace. Harmon nearly chokes when he realizes the woman is Rose Darina, the crown princess consort and mother of Ruppel. Alan reads her with mind's eye and is thrown by how unstable and obsessively fixated she really is beneath the polished exterior. Rose asks why Alan is in Humite, and he smoothly answers that Ruppel recommended the academy to him. Rose reacts oddly and starts talking about her son as the second imperial prince, which instantly confuses Alan. Alan quietly asks Harmon who this supposed second imperial prince is, and Harmon clearly does not want to answer in public. Before Harmon can explain, Ruppel arrives in a carriage and rushes over in alarm at finding his mother here. Rose immediately hugs grown-up Ruppel in public and fusses over him with overwhelming affection, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Alan almost sees it as simple family warmth until Rose starts praising Ruppel as the second imperial prince and her beloved first son. Alan bluntly asks what that means, and Ruppel shoots Harmon a hard glare before Harmon stalls for time. Ruppel gently gets Rose back into the carriage, but she still throws Alan one last nasty glare before leaving. Before shutting himself away, Ruppel tosses Alan the sealed bundle he promised him, the chained grimoire of Necromancer King Amon. Alan is too distracted by the family mystery to enjoy the prize, but Ruppel shuts him down and leaves without another explanation. Once the carriage is gone, Alan turns on Harmon and orders the truth as both prince and heresy inquisitor. Harmon finally gives in and warns that this is the kind of imperial scandal even the court avoids speaking about. Harmon explains that Rose loved the imperial crown prince deeply and became his second wife, expecting a child she had already named in her heart. Then he drops the real tragedy. The child who was supposed to be the second imperial prince died in Rose's womb before birth. Alan blurts out in shock as Harmon adds that even the priests at her side could not bring the dead baby back to life. Rose, shattered after the stillbirth, clung to the dead child in grief, and the crown prince gave the baby the title of second imperial prince before holding a proper funeral. Even after that, Rose never recovered, and Harmon ends on the bleak truth that the crown prince stayed by her side but could not pull her out of her sorrow. Harmon explains that Rose's grief twisted into a full mental collapse, until she started calling servants, and even a doll by her dead baby's name. When Alan asks if a priest could heal her, Harmon says the body can be cured, but a broken mind is another matter. The crown prince tried to save Rose's future by giving her another child, hoping a new life would ease the old wound. But while she was pregnant with the current third prince, Harmon says Rose crossed a line she never should have touched. After a long pause, Harmon admits the truth: Rose somehow brought the dead second imperial prince back. Alan instantly understands that real resurrection is impossible, so Rose could only have raised the baby as an undead. Harmon confirms it, and even now no one knows how Rose did something only a necromancer should be able to do. The court blamed necromancers and launched a purge, but the real damage stayed inside the imperial family. The crown prince recoiled from Rose in despair, and in the aftermath he was forced to destroy the stillborn child himself. Rose never even seemed to understand what she had done, and when her next son was born, she simply replaced the dead prince with him. That is why the third imperial prince grew up being called the second prince, carrying the dead baby's name inside his own life. Alan ties Rose's chaos, confusion, and obsession back to this old crime, and all he can call it is tragic. Later, inside a moving carriage, Rose coldly remarks that Alan looks far too healthy for her liking. She goes further and says it would have been better if Alan had died along with Elysia. When Ruppel protests that Alan is still his younger brother, Rose casually reveals she expected the Black Order to assassinate him during exile. Rose fixes Ruppel with a predatory stare and orders him to win the throne, because his success is the only way she thinks she can be loved by the crown prince again. Listening to her, Ruppel realizes his mother is no longer just unstable but monstrously consumed by love, fear, and obsession. When Ruppel tries to steer the conversation away from his father, he suddenly notices the black-haired maid beside Rose staring at him with a bewitching look. That stare is enough to make Ruppel falter, and he hurriedly swallows whatever he was about to say. Rose shifts to business and reminds him that the envoy will arrive soon, pushing him to handle this meeting perfectly as his chance at the throne. Ruppel steels himself, knowing he cannot afford a mistake, and tells the driver he will go greet Aslan's envoy at once. At the Empire's border, Aslan's special envoy rides to a giant gate in the wall under the watch of the Heavenly Army. The moment Jaime crosses the gate, he tears his eyes from the dead desert behind him and stares in shock at the Empire's rich green land ahead. One doorway separates ruin from abundance, and Jaime immediately sees why Aslan would call this land heaven worth stealing. He also studies the rows of armored paladins and remembers that the Heavenly Army can bury nations under sheer scale if the Holy Emperor gives the word. Ruppel receives Jaime with polished courtesy, meeting the envoy at the border like a proper imperial prince. Jaime gives his name and bows smoothly, all while sizing Ruppel up as the man Aslan may need to manipulate. When the two men shake hands, Jaime is already thinking that if he uses Ruppel well, Aslan might seize all this fertile land. At Humite Academy, a sword instructor faces Charlotte with a wooden sword and nervously begs this 17-year-old prodigy to go easy on him. He knows 11 instructors have already fallen to this 17-year-old monster, and losing here would humiliate him in front of everyone. To save his pride, the instructor clings to one edge. This sparring allows divinity and mana, so he bets Charlotte still cannot match him there. He pours divinity into his sword with a full prayer and a roaring display, trying to overwhelm the room before the clash even starts. Charlotte answers without a single chant, and clean divine light simply becomes her blade. Even the floor parts under Charlotte's glowing blade, and the instructor suddenly realizes the gap between them is absolute. Before he can recover, Charlotte steps in and slices straight through his divinity-coated wooden sword. The force of that one passing strike caves the floor and sends the instructor tumbling across the hall. Shaking on the floor, the defeated instructor can only stare at Charlotte and ask how someone her age reached that level of enlightenment. Charlotte gives him a proper knight's salute and thanks him for the match, making his defeat feel even cleaner. That makes 12 instructors down, and the academy is running out of anyone left who can test her. Around lunchtime, Charlotte wakes Alan from a nap in the library and reminds him the day has already moved on without him. As the three walk the corridor, Alan notices that students keep staring at Charlotte with obvious awe and attraction. The reason soon appears outside the cafeteria, where a crowd has gathered around a poster announcing a banquet for Aslan's envoy. Alan frowns at the idea of celebrating an enemy nation's envoy, but Charlotte explains that this is standard imperial custom. She says these visits are really about showing outsiders the Empire's key institutions and making that display impossible to miss. The banquet will be paired with a city-wide festival and a huge athletic showcase, turning Humite into a stage for imperial strength. Alan jokes that it sounds like the Olympics, and Charlotte calmly confirms the scale is almost that excessive. Charlotte adds that noble students can win money and prestige from the imperial family here, which is why Hayes and she plan to compete. Before they can say more, a loud voice calls out to Hayes, and his face hardens on the spot. 3 older noble boys swagger up, and one of them throws an arm around Hayes in fake friendship while needling him about his punishment. Charlotte quietly identifies them as scions of Duke and Marquis houses, confirming these are the kind of nobles who can make trouble for Hayes. Hayes tries to push the conversation elsewhere, but the boys ignore him and turn toward Alan and Charlotte instead. Then the seniors finally get a proper look at Charlotte, and all 3 of them freeze on the spot. At the academy, the boys tense up the moment Charlotte shows up, which tells Alan she already has a dangerous reputation here. When Alan asks about a rumor that Charlotte beat a Viscount's descendant bloody, she brushes it off like it was nothing. Alan decides the boys are just immature noble brats, and tries to walk away with Charlotte instead of escalating it. The boys mistake Alan's restraint for fear and call after him and Charlotte, promising to summon them later for something especially fun. When they say they will help Alan do what Hayes could not, Alan immediately realizes Hayes was dragged into something ugly. Alan smiles and plays innocent so the boys will explain exactly what kind of present they give their juniors. The boys openly admit they pick a commoner junior and treat that person like a meal, exposing the academy's rotten side in one ugly breath. That confession kills Alan's patience, and he coldly tells Hayes to get a shovel because he wants these future noble heads buried before they can poison the empire. Hayes goes pale and tries to stop him by reminding him those boys belong to major noble houses. Charlotte calmly asks whether she should fetch a shovel from storage, showing she understands Alan immediately. One of the boys gets bold enough to reach for Alan, and Charlotte drops him with a flawless back throw before he can touch him. Alan openly applauds Charlotte while the two remaining boys stagger back in shock and outrage that a commoner touched them. Alan answers their outrage with a snap of his fingers, making it clear the punishment about to fall on them will not be coming from a commoner. A heavy bang from the roof makes everyone look up, and Alan cheerfully tells the boys Humite has a fairy that abducts naughty children. On the academy rooftop, a blue Santa appears with a big sack and a machete, and the boys instantly recognize the infamous Red Devil. The boys try to run, but the blue Santa pounces first and smashes them down with the machete handle instead of killing them. As the corridor turns into a screaming mess, Alan decides this still counts as the quieter option compared to beating them himself. Alan uses the chance to turn this into a lesson and orders the blue Santa to stuff the boys in the sack without harming them too much. Security finally arrives, but the guards freeze the moment they recognize the blue Santa because Imperial orders forbid anyone from harming it without extreme approval. Alan sends the captives to the Crimson Cross for moral education, and the blue Santa leaps back to the rooftops with its cargo. Alan casually invites Charlotte and Hayes back to lunch as if nothing unusual happened, but Hayes can only stare after the disappearing monster. The next day, those three noble boys are found naked in a vacant lot, and the scandal explodes at the worst possible time, the day Aslan's envoy arrives in Humite. An enraged Ruppel storms in to confront Alan, and Alan assumes this is about the boys and their powerful families. Alan even admits he was responsible, expecting a political scolding, but Ruppel's real accusation catches him completely off guard. Ruppel explodes that dead necromancers were hung in Humite's plaza on the very day of the envoy's visit, and Alan is stunned because that was not his doing at all. Still reeling, Alan demands an explanation, and Ruppel says eyewitnesses claim an angel hung the bodies there at dawn. The situation is even worse than Alan thought, because the dead were Aslan envoy nobles, not Black Order pests he could quietly justify killing. Alan flatly denies involvement, but Ruppel says Envoy Haima already erupted at him and treated the hanging as a direct insult from the Empire. Realizing he could be framed in a disaster he did not cause, Alan asks to see the crime scene for himself. Alan heads to the plaza with Harmon and finds the entire festival district stalled by fear and rumors of war. From the rooftop bloodstains and cut ropes, Alan sees the hanging really happened there, and the city can feel that diplomacy is already cracking. Harmon reports that the imperial family likely did not order this, because murdering foreign nobles as a warning would be madness before open war. There are no real eyewitnesses either, which means the killer was skilled enough to leave bodies in the heart of the city almost out of thin air. Alan and Harmon briefly consider whether Aslan staged the killings as a pretext for war, but the envoy's genuine outrage makes that theory shaky too. That leaves a third party, and before Alan can chase the thought any further, a demonic stink and crushing pressure suddenly slam into him. Alan turns toward a nearby alley and spots a hooded figure there, while a voice speaks straight into his mind instead of out loud. When the hood lifts, Alan sees a white skull with burning crimson eyes, and the Lich calmly identifies him as the angel who ruined Humite for its side. Alan triggers Mind's Eye and realizes the skull-faced monster is a Lich steeped in destruction, black magic, and necromancy. Realizing this Lich is the real culprit and far beyond an ordinary undead, Alan instantly draws his musket to kill it before it can do worse. Alan starts charging his musket with divine power and summons all the blue Santas in Humite before Harmon even understands what enemy he has sensed. As Alan prays and stacks more divine power into the long-range shot, Harmon scrambles to evacuate the nearby citizens. Alan fires a fully charged bullet of light across the plaza at the Lich, trying to erase the threat in one long-range shot. The Lich counters with a Amon's staff and a demonic barrier, and Alan's holy shot detonates against it in a violent clash instead of piercing through. The cracked barrier proves Alan's shot was terrifyingly strong, but the fact that it still failed to kill the Lich leaves him badly shaken. Alan immediately swings his musket back onto the surviving Lich for a second shot, but the enemy decides fighting him now is too costly. Before retreating, the Lich throws Alan a telepathic promise that next time they meet, it will definitely kill him. With that threat still hanging in the air, the Lich dashes deeper into the alley and escapes before Alan can finish it here. The instant the Lich tried to flee, Alan realized this enemy meant to come back for him later, so he rushed straight into the alley after it. While running, Alan offered another prayer and poured divinity into his musket for one clean killing shot. Alan's blue Santas swarmed the escaping Lich first, but Nasu's crushed them with terrifying ease. Nasu's flooded his staff with demonic power, and the blue Santas trying to block him either burned to ash or rotted apart on the spot. Even in close quarters, the Lich moved like a veteran fighter, ducking blades, crushing one Santa's head, and hurling the corpse aside. Watching through the blue Santa's eyes, Alan understood the real danger now. Nasus was not just a caster, but a monster in melee too. Nasus finally ran out of road at a dead end, only to find blue Santas on the rooftops and Alan stepping in behind him. Alan leveled the musket, called it checkmate, and fired before the lich could bring up its staff. The holy bullet blasted straight through Nasus's skull and exploded the top of his head into scattered bone fragments. The lich slammed into the wall and collapsed into a heap of bones, but Alan stayed tense instead of celebrating. Alan still smelled the lich's presence, and that lingering menace told him one shot had not truly finished something this dangerous. Then one bony finger twitched across the ground, traced a magic circle in an instant, and the lich threatened to dissect Alan next time they met. In the next blink, the lich's remains and Amon's staff broke into particles and vanished through Hyter warp magic. Alan clenched his teeth as the lich escaped cleanly, realizing the Black Order was far stronger than anyone had admitted. From the lich's words and status clues, Alan pieced together the bigger truth. The Black Order was not some stray cult, but part of Aslan itself. Elsewhere beneath an ordinary house near Humite, the warped particles gathered back together and rebuilt Nasus over a rune-covered magic circle. Even with his skull restored, Nasus staggered and admitted to himself that Alan's divine bullet had shaken his soul hard enough to become a real threat. Before he could settle, the Aslan envoy Haima confronted him in the hideout, furious about the dead priests in Humite's plaza. Nasus ignored the envoy completely, rummaging through hidden documents while Haima raged that a puppet undead had no right to act on its own. Haima grabbed Nasus and mocked him as a failed product built from 100 sacrifice priests. But the lich had already found the paper he wanted. The moment Haima threatened to strip his authority, Nasus spun around and lifted the envoy off the floor by the throat. When Haima's guards tried to intervene, crimson power burst from Nasus's eye sockets and rotted the necromancers alive where they stood. Haima finally saw the hierarchy had flipped when Nasus declared he existed for Aslan alone, not as some obedient servant to the death god. As Haima begged him to remember the king's authority, Nasus cut him off and said the king had already given him all the authority he needed. Nasus took command of the whole operation and assigned Haima one job at the banquet: secure the third imperial prince and pin down the golden cross. He then revealed the real scale of Aslan's plan. The empire's great wall would be broken, and a massive invasion army would march through the breach. Nasus calmly explained that he had already prepared the excuse for war by choosing 2 priests and a noble as sacrificial victims the day Haima arrived. With Haima effectively trapped, Nasus declared that Humite and the Empire's green land would become new territory for Aslan. Then the document in Nasus's hand turned his attention to a far more valuable prize than the city itself. The old Black Order request named Alan Alphals, and the client was Rose Darina, the mother of the third Imperial Prince. What should have been a simple hit on a powerless child had instead led Nasus to a contradiction Aslan could not ignore. To Nasus, Alan was an angel-like being who used divinity for necromancy, a terrifying bridge between life and death that could shake both religions. By the end of that thought, Nasus had made his decision. Aslan needed to secure Alan no matter what. Back on the Empire's side, Harmon reported everything to the Imperial family, but the Holy Emperor still ordered the banquet to proceed and told them to maintain diplomatic contact. Alan was stunned that the old Emperor would keep this event alive even with a war threat hanging over Humite. Hoping to stop the banquet another way, Alan called Ruppel to the Academy's executive office for a direct argument. But when Ruppel arrived, he calmly confirmed that the banquet would still happen in 2 weeks along with an even larger festival. Alan could not believe it, especially when Ruppel explained that Haima had apologized and wanted to clear up any misunderstanding through dialogue at the banquet. Ruppel snapped back that throwing out Aslan's envoy now would make the Empire look guilty of murdering foreign nobles and starting the war first. Alan tried to drag the talk back to the real problem by reminding him that an undead lich had already shown up in Humite. Ruppel admitted that much, but he leaned on one reassurance: Oscar Baldur of the Golden Cross was in the city, and even stronger than Archbishop Raphael. That still did not solve Alan's real fear, because this was no longer about one enemy but about tens of thousands of civilian lives. Alan decided the only sensible move was to go straight to the Imperial Palace and report everything to the Holy Emperor himself. Ruppel shut that down immediately, because Haima had specifically asked for Alan, the man who led the hunt against the Black Order. Alan saw through it at once and called it what it was: a stupid excuse likely cooked up by the lich. Ruppel answered with cold reality. They all knew it smelled wrong, but they had no continent-wide proof that Aslan controlled the Black Order. He kept pushing the same bitter logic. Without proof that even other kingdoms would accept, dialogue was the only option left if they wanted to preserve peace. Alan finally agreed to attend, but only with a dangerous twist: he would also use his own authority as a heresy inquisitor. Ruppel instantly feared Alan meant to arrest the envoy, but Alan said no, he intended to stop whatever Aslan was preparing instead. Then Alan dropped the real move on him. He would deploy the Empire's army to the Aslan border before the enemy could act. Ruppel blurted out that such a thing should be impossible, until Alan reminded him he could combine his authority with Luan's and Hilda's as well. Alan called Harmon in at once and began issuing rapid-fire orders to gather every force he could reach. He ordered messages sent to Luan and Hilda, called for the Crimson Cross, requested the Verdant Cross and the Dwarven Legion, and even demanded troops from Viscount Genold. Alan did not stop there. Ordering paladins gathered and the 3 young musketeers' corrupt families investigated so their private forces could be confiscated and conscripted too. Harmon simply bowed and accepted, making it clear Alan's war readiness was already in motion. Ruppel shouted that Alan was dragging them toward war, but Alan answered that he was trying to prevent one by making invasion impossible. Alan's message was brutal and simple. If Aslan came, they would die at the border wall before ever setting foot inside the Empire. He told Ruppel he was only tolerating the banquet out of consideration for him, and the moment Aslan made one suspicious move, Alan would strike without hesitation. Alan left Ruppel with one last warning for Jaime too. If Aslan wanted peace for its own people, it had better behave itself. Outside the office, Alan kept moving and gave one final order to Harmon: bring Oscar Balder to him for a face-to-face talk. Alan's letter set the whole Empire moving, and Juan, Hilda, and Genold all sent troops without hesitation. The Empire used the crisis as cover to expose corrupt nobles, seize their private soldiers, and swell the invasion force at the Aslan border. While more than 26,000 soldiers massed at the frontier, Harmon spread paladins through Humite, and the Golden Cross locked down Ruppel's residence under the excuse of protection. When Jaime learned how much force the Empire had gathered in just 10 days, his face went white. Jaime snapped at Ruppel, demanding to know why friendly diplomacy had turned into a military noose. Keeping his voice low under the paladin's eyes, Jaime warned that if Ruppel really wanted war, he still had time to dismiss the army. Ruppel could only admit that he no longer had the authority to stop any of it. The truth was simple and worse for him. With Juan, Hilda, and Alan all involved, the right to move that army now rested with Alan. As Ruppel trembled, he finally understood why those powerful figures trusted Alan so easily. Each of them owed him a miracle, or a victory. For the first time, the wild rumors about Alan slaughtering vampires and butchering lichens no longer sounded like nonsense to Ruppel. Still rattled, Ruppel asked if they should postpone the banquet. Jaime rejected that immediately, saying Aslan had already prepared too much to turn back now. Then Jaime leaned in with a new plan and said they only needed to stop the Order of the Golden Cross from moving. Whatever Jaime whispered next made Ruppel's face harden on the spot. Elsewhere, Humite itself had turned into a powder keg, with citizens panicking over war signs and Aslan's ominous moves. Even with princes moving armies on their own, the Holy Emperor stayed focused on a different battlefield, the rot inside his own court. In a dim prison chamber, Kelt faced a sight meant to break even a vampire. Fomer's body had been ripped apart, pinned with silver, and burned non-stop by holy water. Kelt had waited for hard proof that someone powerful inside the Empire had deliberately let vampires into the palace. After endless torture, Fomer finally broke and confessed who helped him infiltrate the palace and murder Euligia. The name he gave was Rose Darina, the second crown princess consort. The Holy Emperor closed his eyes for one beat, and then his rage exploded. A thunderous flash tore through the prison, and the other captive vampires were wiped out instantly. Even in that fury, the Holy Emperor forced himself to think ahead, because Aslan's strange behavior suggested Rose and Ruppel might be tied to something even larger. He swore that Rose, Ruppel, Aslan, and every vampire involved would be judged without mercy. The Holy Emperor ordered the Palace Crimson Cross to leave the capital to Luan and warned Oscar Balder to seize Rose or Ruppel the moment either of them moved suspiciously. He made one last thing clear: if needed, Oscar could take their limbs, because the Holy Emperor intended to judge them personally. In Humite Academy's executive office, Oscar Balder arrived and immediately found himself stunned by Alan's presence. Alan looked smaller than expected, but the pressure in his eyes reminded Oscar of a young Celt Alphos instead of any spoiled prince. Seeing Charlotte standing so obediently at Alan's side only deepened Oscar's interest in him. Oscar silently ran through Alan's record, from exposing palace vampires to healing Luan, killing a progenitor Leakin, and hunting necromancers as a heresy inquisitor. To a man who loved watching the imperial family do insane things, Alan looked less frightening than entertaining. Alan thanked Oscar for coming, and Oscar smoothly returned the courtesy while testing the mood. When Oscar asked what task Alan wanted this time, Alan surprised him by asking if he could fight an undead lich. Oscar casually said 1 or 2 liches were manageable, and even recalled breaking through a monster horde to escort Kelt and Raphael. Alan stared at him and called him a monster, which only made the old knight more amused. Then Alan finally revealed the real request. He wanted Oscar to look after Ruppel. Alan explained that he could handle 1 lich himself, but not while also protecting Ruppel. He had already noticed the key clue: the banquet had been moved into Ruppel's residence even after the Golden Cross surrounded it. To Alan, that could only mean Jaime had hidden combat power near the house, and the envoy himself might even be sheltering the lich. That was why Alan wanted Oscar there, not to pressure Ruppel, but to keep him alive. Oscar accepted the order at once, quietly aware that Ruppel had to stay alive until Kelt arrived to punish him in person. As the meeting wound down, Oscar asked where Charlotte would be stationed. He casually revealed that Charlotte had been training under him and was currently staying at his place. Alan immediately asked if Oscar was also the one who had injured her. Oscar brushed it off as training, and Charlotte calmly backed him up, saying she owed him a great deal. Alan accepted it for now and assigned Charlotte to protect Humite with Harmon, while saving her seat at the final banquet beside him. Oscar bowed and promised to protect Ruppel exactly as Alan ordered. Before leaving, he told Charlotte he would prepare a present for her later, and she answered with a small bow. Outside the office, a tense Harmon stood waiting for him. After confirming Harmon would be guarding Humite with Charlotte, Oscar casually told him to make sure he followed her commands well. In the corridor, Oscar finally spells it out for Harmon. Charlotte is no ordinary knight anymore. Oscar tells him Charlotte was made a marquis and the head of House Herais, which also makes her captain of the White Cross. He makes the hierarchy plain. Charlotte now outranks Harmon, and the Holy Emperor wants that secret buried for now. After leaving a dazed Harmon behind, Oscar heads off with another job in mind, sealing off Ruppel's residence so no one gets out. Time jumps to the envoy banquet, where Humite turns festive with a parade, competitions, and nobles filling the city streets. Charlotte and Hayes take part in the public events, but Charlotte keeps most of her attention on protecting the nobles in the crowd. Meanwhile, Alan watches the banquet from a first-floor balcony in Ruppel's residence while Ruppel and envoy Haima handle the diplomacy below. What catches Alan's eye is not the food but the image crystal fountain, which is projecting live scenes from around Humite like magic holograms. Haima is openly impressed, and Ruppel smoothly turns that wonder into a deal to share the Empire's magic technology for the right price. The mood stays outwardly friendly until Ruppel notices Oscar practically glued to his side as a guard. From the balcony, Alan knows the polished banquet is hiding something, because a thick undead stench is hanging over the residence. The smell is so heavy that Alan starts wondering if necromancers and hidden undead are already somewhere close to the residence. Ruppel comes over to ask how Alan likes the banquet, but Alan barely bothers to hide how bored he is. Alan explains why he cannot relax. He already screened every noble who entered and had the Golden Cross search the residence grounds. Ruppel tries to steer him back toward diplomacy by saying Haima wants to speak with him, but Alan shuts that down immediately. Instead of dropping it, Ruppel brings up Alan's old vampire test again and asks if the method really works. Alan realizes Ruppel is actually serious, and that only makes the prince's nervousness feel stranger. Then Ruppel points Alan toward the maid standing beside his mother and asks, with obvious strain, what he thinks of her. Alan sizes the maid up at a glance and reads her as human, ambitious, and dangerously manipulative. Alan tells Ruppel she is neither a vampire nor a necromancer, just an ordinary human maid with a bad nature. Alan goes further and says Sharon is the type who would sell out her own country and use blackmail to get what she wants. Ruppel's strained talk about repaying his debts only makes Alan suspect the maid is holding some serious leverage over him. Before Alan can press further, Haima steps in and quietly tells Ruppel that it is time. At that exact moment, Nasuza's voice booms straight into everyone's heads and welcomes the humans to the banquet hall. Elsewhere at the festival, Charlotte sits waiting for her event and opens the large box Harmon delivered to her. Inside is a custom white armor set for women, and the sight leaves Charlotte staring in open surprise. Harmon explains the armor was commissioned by the Holy Emperor right after meeting her and forged by dwarves from Hilda's territory. Harmon says the gift shows how much the imperial family values her, and Charlotte feels conflicted because they are not who she wants to serve. Sensing that conflict, Harmon reassures her that the court already knows where her heart is, so she does not need to feel crushed by the gesture. The moment Harmon says she can show it to the prince later, Charlotte lights up and hurries off to try it on. Once she is gone, Harmon's smile fades and his real fear surfaces. If Charlotte's true background comes out, his whole family could be destroyed with him. He decides the only way to survive is to take Charlotte's secret with him to the grave. Back in Humite streets, the festival looks harmless again as runners and spectators laugh through the citywide events. That calm breaks when one exhausted runner stops, looks into a nearby alley, and sees something impossible. What he sees is a grotesque chimera, a lamb's head on a lion's body with a snake for a tail, surrounded by black-robed handlers. The crowd barely has time to understand what it is before the chimera lunges into the street and starts slaughtering people. As screams erupt, the black-robed necromancers finally drop the act and announce that their chaos plan has begun. Then the necromancers pour demonic energy into their staves and slam them into the ground to spread more chaos through the city. At Ruppel's residence, Alan, Ruppel, and Oscar all go tense as Nasuza's psychic greeting leaves the banquet stunned. Alan already knows where the rot is coming from when Nasuz strides in through the front gate with necromancers at his back. The Golden Cross grab their sword hilts on instinct, but they hold position because Oscar has not given the order yet. The nobles panic at the sight of a lich, but the attacker's calm entrance makes it obvious they came to speak before killing anyone. Then the trap closes from inside too, as more necromancers pour out of the residence and cut off escape. The biggest shock comes next. Haima draws a short dagger and puts it to Ruppel's throat, taking the imperial prince hostage in plain view. Beside Rose, the black-haired maid flinches and hides behind her, but Rose herself smiles through the chaos. Haima orders everyone to stay still if they want Ruppel alive, turning the banquet hall into a hostage scene. Oscar studies the scene and is briefly thrown off, because the Black Order is suddenly treating its supposed collaborator like disposable bait. But he quickly settles on a colder answer. Ruse or not, Ruppel's treason already makes him expendable. Remembering the Holy Emperor's order that Ruppel only needs to stay breathing, Oskel closes his hand around his sword hilt anyway. The Golden Cross follow Oskel's lead and start drawing their swords, and both Haima and Ruppel flinch at the failed hostage bluff. When Haima yells for them to stop, Oskel answers with a grin and calls it what it is, an open declaration of war. He points out the ugly truth Haima missed. With witnesses everywhere, and the image crystal recording the banquet, Aslan just handed the Empire a perfect reason for war. Haima tries to push the blame back, claiming the Empire murdered Aslan's nobles first, but Oskel tears that excuse apart and pins the whole thing on Aslan's side instead. Haima finally drops the mask and spells the plan out: blame everything on the Black Order, destroy the footage, and leave no survivors. Oskel scoffs at the idea that they can kill him so easily, and then Nasuz answers from the side before Haima can. Nasuz says killing Oskel here may be difficult, but things will be very different somewhere else. Then Nasuz slams his staff into the ground, the whole banquet hall lurches, and a giant rune-filled magic circle erupts beneath everyone's feet. At Ruppel's residence, Oskel realizes the entire estate has been wrapped in top-tier warp magic, and only mass human sacrifice could have powered something this huge. Nasuz calmly invites them all to Aslan and pours in more demonic energy, making it clear this teleport trap was planned from the start. As Oskel reaches for his sword, he catches Alan already aiming a musket charged with divinity straight at Ruppel and Haima. Haima orders everyone not to move, and Ruppel panics when he sees Alan really is about to fire at his own brother. Haima twists aside on instinct, but Alan still pulls the trigger without a trace of hesitation. The holy bullet punches through Ruppel's torso and tears into Haima's shoulder, and Haima spits blood because demonic energy was already running through him. Oskel uses that opening to snatch Ruppel away, trying to drag the prince clear before the warp finishes. Alan instantly swings the musket toward Nasuz, shocking the Lich with a second shot aimed to kill before the teleport can complete. Nasuz decides the mission still counts if Aslan's invasion goes ahead, then slams his staff down and forces the incomplete warp to activate anyway. Alan's shot shatters Nasuz's skull a heartbeat too late, and the residence erupts as every living body on the magic circle starts breaking into particles. Knowing an incomplete warp can scatter people anywhere, Oskel clings to Ruppel and reaches desperately for Alan so they might land together. Oskel vanishes before he can grab him, shouting one last warning for Alan to be careful before darkness swallows everything. When Alan comes to, he is standing alone in a different place entirely, his body reformed on a vast altar in a dim blood-soaked chamber. He quickly realizes the warp was fueled by slaughter, because the altar is littered with dozens of withered necromancer corpses used as sacrifices. Beyond the altar, more than 100 living necromancers surround the platform while over 1,000 starving slaves are packed behind iron prison bars. Alan asks where he is just as Nasuz and the wounded Haima begin reconstructing beside him from swarming particles. Haima screams in pain from the holy wound, and nearby necromancers rush him away for treatment. While rebuilding his shattered skull, Nasuz rages that Alan even shot through his own hostage brother, and Alan flatly says Ruppel would not have died anyway. Alan brushes off Nasuz's accusation, explaining the bullet carried healing magic and only wrecked Haima because demonic energy was inside him. Nasuz answers the bigger question next and reveals they have been warped straight into the Black Order headquarters in southeastern Aslan. Now seeing the scale of it, Alan takes in the elite necromancers and the sea of captive slaves that powers this hidden base. Nasuz trembles with fury and says they sacrificed 30 noble necromancers for a plan meant to destroy Humite and kill Oskel after dragging him here. With the ambush ruined, Nasuz vows to rip Alan apart and dissect him to steal the secret behind his power. Alan barely listens, because he is already studying the temple, the staff, and the crowd, realizing the side getting dissected will be them instead. Then Alan pulls Amon's skull from his item storage, and the entire room stiffens at the sight of a relic they instantly recognize. He puts the skull on and summons Amon's grimoire, making it clear he is done holding back. With a grim smirk, Alan declares that he is the Legion and Gaia's inheritor. The trap had been built to kill Oskel with 150 necromancers, thousands of slaves, Nasuz, and Haima, but they had brought in the wrong monster. Nasuz suddenly screams for everyone to get back as a storm of divinity crashes down around the altar. Necromancers caught in that sacred storm are torn into bloody pieces and purified out of existence on the spot. Haima, Nasuz, and the survivors scramble off the altar, then stare back up at what Alan is unleashing. Holy water starts pouring from the altar like a sacred waterfall, washing the death stink out of the sealed temple as it spreads across the floor. The necromancers panic like poison is filling the room, yanking on masks and leather boots while backing away from the sacred flood. From that shallow holy water, an undead army begins rising: skeletons, mangled zombies, banshees, dullahans, and bone golems armed for war. Then the holy undead start chanting a hymn in spirit speech, and the sound alone shatters the necromancer's nerve. At the altar's center, Alan stands in skull and grimoire as holy water jets from beneath him, and even that sight already feels wrong enough to stop the room cold. Alan says that since they prepared so thoroughly for Oskel, he will go all out too. Skeletons suddenly break apart and cling to Alan's body, swirling around him as divinity hardens them into a towering suit of white bone armor. The finished form rises over 2 meters tall, and 12 long bone arms unfurl from its back like grotesque angel wings. Haima forgets to breathe, and the necromancers can only stare because the thing before them looks exactly like Necromancer King Amon returned from the dead. But Nasu sees something even worse, not Amon reborn, but a holy master of death wearing the image of an archangel. That realization chills Nasus to the bone, because if Alan remains in Aslan, he could destroy the kingdom from the inside by turning its death worshippers away from their own faith. Then Alan's voice is engraved straight into every mind, blaming them for dragging him into this and promising consequences. For once in his long undead life, Nasus feels real fear and screams for everyone to stop Alan immediately. Haima stares at Nasus in disbelief and points to the thousands of holy undead, saying this is already far beyond anything the two of them can handle. Nasus cuts him off with a harsher truth. If Alan escapes and keeps growing, he will become a calamity even worse than Amon and a direct threat to all of Aslan. Even wounded, Haima still says it is impossible, because the two relics in Alan's hands have already turned him into something they cannot match. Nasus makes the final call anyway. If they sacrifice their own lives and burn through the slaves for demonic energy, he can open a path through the Legion. Nasus lays out the desperate plan: break through the holy undead, reach Alan at close range, and kill him there before a priest like him can fight back in melee. Nasus locks eyes with Haima and demands proof of loyalty to Aslan, promising his king will reward Haima's family forever if he dies for this charge. Haima hears the Archangel's declaration and freezes, torn between survival and the chance to become Aslan's greatest hero if he wins here. After one hard breath, Haima commits and shouts that they will fight for Aslan. Nasus instantly backs him, roaring for the Black Order to summon their own undead legion before the angel wipes them out. The shaken necromancers finally move, pouring out demonic energy and summoning everything they prepared for a war against Oskelbalder. Soon the temple is packed with two full armies, holy undead around the altar and demonic undead crowding the floor below. Nasus decides they cannot kill the Archangel, so he gathers all his power for a sealing plan and bets that at least one survivor can warn Aslan. With Haima's order, the demonic undead charge across poison-neutralized ground toward the altar. Alan does not flinch. With a tiny finger flick, his holy undead move as one and lock into a perfect killing formation. Divine arrows slam into the charging undead, while the shield wall stops the rest cold. The back line answers with fire and ice, but even that is blocked by holy skeleton mages, turning the air into non-stop explosions. Even with more soldiers, more summoners, and over 1,000 slaves feeding them power, the Black Order still cannot push Alan's army back an inch. Realizing brute force is failing, Nasus steps in personally and starts draining the slave's life to cast a stronger spell. A sun-like fireball explodes inside the holy formation and finally tears open a gap. Haima seizes that opening and charges in with Nasus, dragging the whole attack deeper toward the altar. But the damage means almost nothing, because shattered holy skeletons rebuild themselves and fresh undead keep climbing out of holy water. Nasus realizes Alan's divinity may as well be endless, and that makes the boy even more dangerous than he feared. Haima and Nasus still grind forward little by little, forcing a path toward Alan under heavy support from the rest of the Black Order. Then holy knights in armor of pure light appear and cut off their path, calling a vampire and a lich threats to the world's balance. Nasus buys time by burning through more lives and throwing death knights at the holy knights, even as some necromancers die from exhaustion on the spot. The death knights are crushed fast, but they stall the holy knights just long enough for one desperate gamble. Haima grabs Nasus and forces a risky short-range warp, jumping both of them straight onto the altar steps. The warp leaves them dizzy and half-sick, but now they are finally face-to-face with the Archangel on the altar. Alan's amused, dismissive stare snaps Haima's nerves, and Haima decides this is the one chance to kill him while he is casting. Haima reinforces his body with demonic energy and leaps at Alan, while Nasus throws up barriers and summons a Death Knight to join the rush. Only then does Alan move, and the 12 hands on his back pull 12 muskets from empty air and aim them all at Haima. Divinity floods the 12 guns, and Haima can only spit out a stunned curse as he stares at the impossible sight. The barrage tears through the Death Knight, shatters Nasus's barrier, and turns Haima's body into a bullet-riddled corpse. When the dust clears, Haima lies dead on the altar steps and Nasus is left to face Alan alone. Nasus still refuses to yield and declares that this terrifying angel must be buried here before he matures any further. To make that happen, Nasus offers up his own soul and starts sucking the remaining life force from more than 1,000 slaves. Wrapped in black shadow, Nasus transforms into a Grim Reaper and names himself the one who will deliver Alan to death. The Reaper form blitzes straight to the altar and swings first, trying to overwhelm Alan before he can respond. Alan blocks the scythe with one divine sword, and his 12 back arms instantly switch from muskets to a whole arsenal of different weapons. The altar erupts into a close-range duel as Nasus deflects strikes from every angle and even bats away a musket shot behind a fresh barrier. Nasus counters with a sealing spell, raising shadowy hands from a ruined circle to drag Alan down where he stands. As Alan is dragged to his knees, Nasus thinks this is finally the opening to kill him, or at least cripple him for Aslan later. Nasus rushes in for the finish, ready to drag the angel into hell with him. Then holy knights strike from behind and bind Nasus in divine chains before he can land the blow. At the same time, banshees loose a storm of arrows that shatter Nasu's barrier and punch into his reaper body. Looking around in panic, Nasu sees the battlefield is already lost, with most necromancers dead and the few survivors trying to run. Nasu curses them as cowards, furious that they broke just before the one chance he thinks Aslan had. Alan answers with a cold insult and raises 12 muskets at the trapped reaper all over again. Nasu panics and thrashes against the chains, but more of them keep wrapping around him and leave him nowhere to escape. Alan fires, and the holy barrage blasts Nasu out of the air and down into the floor. The moment he falls, countless holy undead swarm over him and bury the reaper under a writhing mound of bodies and blades. Nasu keeps fighting from inside the pile, but every undead he destroys is instantly replaced by more. Alan walks toward the trapped reaper by stepping across the bowed backs of his own undead like they are a staircase. Nasu finally understands he cannot be captured here, because if no warning reaches Rahama, then Aslan itself could fall. Alan leans over the trapped reaper and bluntly tells him he is definitely going to hell. One of Alan's back arms hands him a simple shovel, and in front of Nasu's eyes the holy skeletons reshape it into a deadly bone-like stake. With divine breath leaking from beneath the skull mask, Alan tells Nasu to become part of him and thrusts the stake forward. In Humite's panicked streets, Harmon orders the civilians evacuated while paladins and city guards hack through undead that just keep coming. A chimera crashes into Harmon, and even after blocking with a divinity-charged sword, he feels just how monstrously strong it is. Harmon spots necromancers chanting from inside a building, and the real problem hits him. The hidden Black Order force inside the city is far bigger than he expected. Before Harmon can decide what to do, Charlotte steps forward and calmly says she will handle it herself. Harmon tries to stop her, but Charlotte launches herself forward before he can even finish warning her not to go alone. She reaches the chimera in an instant, and cuts clean through it with a single spinning slash of holy light. The chimera burns away into ash, and Harmon can only stare at how absurdly strong Charlotte has become. That stunned silence breaks when a guard captain rushes in with urgent news about a lich-led attack on Prince Ruppel's residence. Charlotte tenses to run at once, but the next report hits harder. Everyone inside the residence has already vanished. Barely holding herself up, Charlotte asks about Ruppel, and the captain can only tell her the teleport spell is too advanced to trace yet, so he may already be a hostage. Before anyone can recover, the guard captain adds another disaster. More than 100,000 Aslan troops have reached the border. Harmon immediately grasps the enemy's plan, sees the imperial princes as hostages and force the empire into surrender talks after war breaks out. Since Ruppel and the other prince cannot be found, Harmon decides the border has to come first and starts preparing to move out. Then the guard captain blurts out the last impossible report. The border gate has already been opened. Harmon first assumes the wall was breached or sabotaged, because nothing else explains how the Empire's strongest border force could fall so fast. But the captain stammers out the truth, and it is even stranger. No enemy broke through, because the Holy Emperor opened the gate himself. At the border, Aslan's Field Marshal Galas has already marched up with undead, necromancers, slaves, and elite troops when the sealed Imperial gate suddenly opens on its own. The army braces for a trap until one lone old man appears in the open gateway and walks out alone to meet them. The old man is Kelt Alfos himself, and he walks forward seething that a traitor escaped, and both his trusted knight Oskal and his precious grandson have vanished. Kelt fixes his glare on Aslan's army and declares that if they wanted war and annihilation, he will gladly give it to them. Thunder rolls over the battlefield as Kelt condemns Aslan and its king for bringing their own destruction down on themselves. As the battle truly begins, the hero who killed Amon keeps walking straight toward the enemy all by himself. The enemy commander's confusion twists into greed when he realizes killing the Holy Emperor could win him impossible glory. The commander draws his sword and promises absurd rewards for Kelt's head, sending the whole front line forward at once. Horns and drums thunder, and the undead and slaves rush the lone old man thinking he will be easy prey. One frenzied slave leaps in first, but Kelt casually raises a hand and the man's head simply disappears in a flash of lightning. The front ranks freeze in horror, and Kelt coldly tells them their real crime was stepping into his path. Then Kelt slams down his warhammer, and the earth erupts into a colossal wall of lightning. That lightning wall topples outward like a wave and erases the charging slaves so completely that not even ash remains. Before the enemy command can process the slaughter, Kelt vanishes in a flash and appears right in front of the commander like living lightning. The commander barely gets his sword up, but Kelt's lightning still burns through his hand and blasts him away. As necromancers scramble to treat him, the enemy commander finally screams the truth his army missed: Kelt is a monster. The Necromancy Corps changes tactics on the spot, canceling the lesser undead and pooling their power to summon elite Death Knights instead. Those Death Knights close in through the storm, tough enough to endure the lightning long enough to surround Kelt with blades, spears, and maces. Kelt reads every attack at a glance and tears through the formation with contempt, dodging, smashing skulls, stealing weapons, and staking knights to the ground. Annoyed, Kelt fires divinity into the sky, and the storm answers with a merciless rain of lightning over Aslan's entire formation. The surviving necromancers answer with heavy magic, but Kelt swings his hammer once and his lightning punches straight through every spell and every barrier protecting them. The blast tears through the necromancer ranks, vaporizing some outright, and leaving others screaming with missing body parts. Across the cratered black battlefield and storm-choked sky, the scale of Kelt's power becomes unmistakable. He is commanding nature itself. Even half-shaken by the slaughter, the enemy commander decides he still cannot retreat and carry the blame for failure. So he makes one last gamble and declares that he will personally take the Holy Emperor's head. Necromancers pour demonic energy into the commander, thickening the darkness around his sword for one decisive strike. Using the Death Knights as cover, the commander charges through the battlefield and slips into the opening at Kelt's back. Just as the commander thrusts for Kelt's back and thinks he has won, Kelt turns his head and meets him with an ice-cold stare. At the border, Gallus crashes into Kelt with a demonic blade and is sure he just landed a killing blow on the old emperor. The dust clears, and Kelt is still standing because he caught the demonic sword with his bare hand. Kelt coolly tells Gallus that even Aslan's king and all 12 feudal lords together might only have a chance to kill him. Then Kelt crushes the blade, brings the warhammer down, and blows Gallus apart in one overwhelming strike. Aslan's soldiers watch their field marshal die instantly, and go rigid with fear as Kelt glares back at them with only a light wound. Kelt feels his age and fatigue hit him, but the enemy is already too terrified to move. Realizing he no longer needs to fight alone, Kelt turns and leaves the rest to the heavenly army waiting behind the border wall. The paladins roar their oath, level their lances, and launch a full cavalry charge at the invading army. With Gallus dead and Kelt still alive, the Aslan soldiers break and start screaming for retreat. While the cavalry rushes past him, Kelt calmly walks back toward the wall like the battle is already decided. A paladin captain dismounts to greet him, and Kelt immediately orders a message sent to Aslan's leadership to prepare the Empire's advance. Kelt gives Rahama one last chance through the captain: return the abducted imperial princes and surrender, or the Empire will keep trampling Aslan. He makes the threat even harsher, warning through the captain that if the princes are harmed at all, he will burn an Aslan city to the ground. That cold order marks the true reopening of war between the theocratic empire and Aslan. Far away at the Black Order headquarters, surviving necromancers finally flee the temple and scramble onto camels across the barren wasteland. Holy Skeleton cavalry chases them down almost immediately, and skewers them before they can get away. Back inside the prison, the slaves cower at first, until a sweet scent spreads from the holy water and their ruined bodies start healing. Damon is stunned as his crippled, aged body starts recovering, and he calls Tina to witness the miracle. Tina, a scarred dark elf girl broken by experiments, slowly rises as the same healing power reaches her body too. Damon realizes their stolen lifespan is being restored and erupts into awe, calling it a miracle no necromancer should survive. When Tina and Damon look past the bars, they see the source of it all, the angelic figure slumped on the altar. Damon drops to his knees and declares that salvation has finally come for Tina. Seeing an angel who heals with divinity yet commands the dead, Damon becomes convinced Alan is a true archangel born from both gods. As Damon keeps exalting the angel, the other slaves turn toward the altar, and the whole temple mood shifts from fear to reverence. Alan's bone armor fades away, the undead vanish, and the people finally see a sleeping boy where the terrifying archangel had been. On the ceiling opposite him, the Grim Reaper remains pinned in place and slowly loses its demonic power, proving the angel really killed it. One by one, the rescued slaves kneel around the holy water-soaked altar and start praying to Alan. Tina is completely captivated and starts believing this angel may have come to save her. Damon urges Tina to pray and tell the rest of Aslan she is Rahama's successor, pushing her toward a destiny she never dared imagine. Tina kneels with the others and prays as hard as she can, hoping the angel will notice her. In that shared prayer, a new faith quietly takes root around Alan, unlike anything in either the Empire or Aslan. The story shifts to Tina's past. As Rahama's 30th child, she was born not from love but as raw material for necromantic experimentation. When Rahama finally sees her years later, he only cares whether she can become a stronger necromancer than ordinary soldiers. Tina summons only 10 skeletons, and Rahama explodes in rage because even a regular necromancer can do better. Damon tries to defend her slow growth as an elf, but Rahama cuts him off because he wants weapons for invasion now, not later. Rahama decides Tina is useless to him and orders her sent to the Black Order as a lab rat instead. When Damon protests, Rahama condemns him too and orders both of them stripped of demonic power and sold off for Aslan's sake. That first meeting with her father leaves Tina with one final wound. Even at the end, Rahama never once calls her by name. Back in the present, Tina wakes in a dim sealed room inside the former Black Order temple as Damon gently calls for her. She gets washed, dressed in the cleanest robe they have, and steps out carrying a rough staff like the little princess the others already treat her as. Outside her room, the old prison has turned into a strange sanctuary filled with holy water, fresh greenery, and children playing in the flooded halls. The children run up calling Tina Miss Princess and hand her flowers, and she answers them with a gentle smile. With the guards dead, the survivors now move freely, carry holy water where it is needed, and start building a life inside the temple. Damon calls everyone together for prayer, and the former slaves gather around the central altar in Black Order robes turned into religious garments. Tina climbs the altar steps and sees Alan still asleep 3 months later on a rough wooden throne, surrounded by flowers from the children. Damon had explained that Alan exhausted his divinity in the battle and will likely keep sleeping until that power fully recovers. Tina prays for Alan's recovery and gently places her own flowers on the goat's skull resting over his head. Watching from behind, Damon quietly tests his changed body and is shocked to find divinity gathering at his staff instead of demonic energy. The former necromancer realizes Alan didn't just heal him, he changed him so completely that he has become something like a priest. He decides a quiet life here would be enough, but one thought keeps tempting him harder than peace. Because Alan holds Amon's relics and feels like a true divine being, Damon starts believing Tina could rise all the way to Aslan's throne. Thinking of every insult Tina endured, Damon cannot help smiling at the idea of the girl he raised taking revenge by becoming the next ruler. He finally clears his throat, steps up beside Tina, and gently tells her it's time to go eat breakfast. Under a lonely moon, Aslan's necromancer spies crossed the wasteland by camel and finally spotted the Black Order's temple in the distance. Their mission was desperate because Nasus had vanished, all contact with the Black Order was cut off, and Aslan's scheme had already blown up in its face. After the Empire exposed footage of Prince Ruppel's hostage plot, Aslan's rulers fell into internal chaos and lost the excuse they wanted for war. Then the Theocratic Empire invaded for real, and the Holy Emperor himself led the assault hard enough to leave Aslan's cities in smoking ruins. Rahama and 11 lords, with Galas absent, could only barely hold Kel back, so the king finally sent spies to find out what happened to Nasus. Even before reaching the temple, the spies were nervous that if Oskelbalder was still alive, they might be riding straight to their deaths. Inside the ruined temple, Tina was jolted awake when Damon rushed in and warned that necromancers had entered at last. Damon warned her to stay absolutely silent, but when Tina asked about Lord Angel, he grimly admitted they were probably already too late. Tina slipped out and hid behind a boulder as torch-bearing necromancers spread through the temple's wrecked interior and stared at the holy water filling it. Seeing free slaves and no sign of their own people, the spies quickly realized Nasus had failed and the entire operation had collapsed. When a few of them climbed the altar, they froze at the sight of a sleeping boy on a wooden throne wearing Amon's skull relic with a grimoire and staff beside him. Their shock turned greedy almost instantly when they recognized the legendary relics of Amon, and reached out to take them. Tina jumped in front of the throne and fiercely warned them not to touch Lord Angel's belongings. The necromancers tried to brush her off as just a powerless slave child, so Tina declared her full identity as Tina Aslan, daughter of King Rahama, and ordered them to step back. Instead of obeying, they laughed at her as Rahama's discarded demi-human daughter and mocked the king's cruelty and his many unwanted children. When they reached for the relics again, Tina slammed down her staff and unleashed plant roots from a rune-carved altar to stop them. The necromancers easily blocked the roots, but their sneers faltered when they sensed Tina had used divinity instead of demonic energy. They called her insane for talking about an angel, summoned skeletons, and decided they might as well drag all the slaves back along with Tina as a test subject. Then a cold, irritated voice came from the throne behind Tina, asking who these noisy fools were calling Lord Angel. As slaves began emerging from the shadows in awe, Damon realized the truth at last. Alan Alphonse had finally opened his eyes after 3 long months. The moment Tina called him Lord Angel again, one necromancer suddenly remembered the terrifying rumor from Humite about an angel who hunted necromancers. That old campfire story suddenly felt real when all of them looked at the boy on the throne and felt his pressure bearing down on them. Tina doubled down without hesitation, loudly insisting that this noble being was the Lord Angel who had descended from heaven. The hidden slaves started chanting that Lord Angel had awakened, and the necromancers grew even more tense when they realized how many people were still inside the temple. They decided to retreat and report first, but one glance upward turned their fear into panic. Nasus was hanging staked to the ceiling like a warning, proving that the Black Order's lich had died here. Seizing the moment, Tina declared that the being behind her was the Lord Angel who had even killed the Grim Reaper. With Oskel nowhere in sight, the necromancers could only imagine the worst and became desperate to run. Damon roared for everyone to stop them, and the freed slaves surged out to block both the altar and the temple's only exit. The necromancers hid behind their skeletons and threatened the slaves, but for the first time the terrified captives did not back down. When one slave shouted to protect Lord Angel, a single arrow slammed into a necromancer's shoulder and snapped the stalemate. The enraged necromancers ordered their skeletons to kill every slave in the temple. Alan barely moved at all, just tapping the throne's armrest with one finger, and a giant rune ignited across the altar. Armored holy skeletons burst out from the glowing rune, and the necromancers freaked out when they realized he had cast chantless necromancy with divinity. Still sounding exhausted, Alan coldly told them that the ones dying here today would be them. His holy undead hit like a flood, shattering the necromancer's skeletons, skewering the dark magicians, and throwing bodies down the altar steps. The surviving slaves rushed the fallen necromancers and hacked at them before they could recover, ending the fight almost instantly. After that brutal flash of violence, Alan looked at Tina and asked the most basic question of all: where was he, and who were these people? From Alan's own point of view, waking up felt awful because his body was so stiff after the long slumber that he could barely move more than a finger. He recognized the Black Order headquarters, but its whole atmosphere had changed into something strangely alive and full of holy energy and plants. With his memory still blurry, Alan grew uneasy wondering what these strangers had done while he sat helpless on the throne, and he guessed he had been left there for only about a week. The next morning only made things weirder when black-robed followers gathered around the altar, knelt, and prayed to him like a god. Alan tried to cut through the madness by asking who this Lord Angel was and what on earth they were talking about. Damon approached with a bowl of holy water as an offering, calling it tribute for Lord Angel to consume. When Alan casually called him Mr. Damon, Damon dropped the bowl in shock because he took that simple knowledge of his name as a miracle. That only made the zealots louder, and Alan got a first-hand lesson in why arguing with a cult was far worse than arguing with monsters. When Alan tried again to demand a normal conversation, one of his holy skeletons helpfully started massaging his temples instead. Damon backed away in apology and called Tina forward as the one chosen by Lord Angel. Tina knelt before Alan and formally introduced herself as Tina Aslan, daughter of the ruler of this land. Alan ignored the grand title and pushed straight to the point, desperate to understand the nonsense around him and how long he had been sitting there. Tina answered plainly that he had not been there for a week at all, but sleeping in the temple for around 3 full months. Alan could only blurt out his disbelief when he heard he had been unconscious for 3 months. Alan is stunned to learn he did not sleep for a few days, but for a full 3 months on that altar chair. Once the shock settles, Alan realizes he had been frozen in the same position the entire time, which explains why his body barely works. He demands to know how he survived without food, and Tina explains that the slaves fed him holy water 3 times a day. Tina adds that he drank it instinctively even while unconscious, which at least gives Alan one answer about how his body kept healing. Embarrassed but practical, Alan asks about bodily needs, and Tina says he never needed them at all. With that mystery solved, Alan starts real recovery by having skeletons pour holy water over him and massage his deadened limbs while he reinforces himself with divinity. The treatment hurts, but his muscles slowly loosen, and Alan realizes he will need days of brutal retraining before his body is normal again. As soon as his body stabilizes a little, hunger slams into him and he bluntly asks Tina for real food. Tina hurries off to prepare a meal, and Alan decides this cautious truce is good enough for now because he still needs answers about where he is and what happened outside. Elsewhere in Aslan's ancient ruins, a middle-aged man named White Alphonse pushes through a narrow passage under a floating ball of divine light. White grumbles that he has spent 10 years searching the continent for one person, and he is not happy that vampires may have sent him on another useless chase. Then he steps on the wrong floor panel, and the ruin answers with a deadly trap. A massive anti-magic metal boulder comes thundering down the corridor, forcing White into a sprint. The corridor keeps punishing every step with collapsing floors and arrow traps, but White dodges through them on sheer skill and reinforced reflexes. His enhanced vision finally catches the next threat lurking in the dark, a wall of giant poisonous spiders blocking the tunnel. Cursing the vampires again, White summons dozens of divine light swords and tears the spiders apart in one sweeping attack. Even after that, the ruin saves one last trick as the walls start closing in, and White throws himself through the final opening. He tumbles into a treasure hall glittering with gold, silver, jewels, and magic stones piled high. But the treasure is guarded by a huge black dragon, and White can only stare up at the new problem with open irritation. The dragon swells its throat and gathers a blazing breath attack, which White knows he cannot tank head-on. He answers first by hammering the dragon with more light swords, pinning and cracking its armored body before the fire can launch. When that still is not enough, White prays to Tomer and forms a massive spear of compressed divinity in his hand. He throws the spear straight through the dragon's chest and blows scales and blood across the chamber. Even that brutal hit fails to finish it, and the maddened dragon keeps trying to fire its breath. White gives up on killing it cleanly and races for the only visible exit while covering his retreat with more flying swords. He slips through the opening just as the dragon's breath detonates behind him and blows the structure apart. White bursts out of the pyramid-like ruin, tumbles down the outer slope, and barely escapes the collapse and fire behind him. Dusting himself off in the sand, White decides the whole expedition was another dead end. The narration finally reveals who he is, White Alphonse, a former crown imperial prince and emperor now wandering the continent to find his missing son. With no solid leads left, White checks his map and thinks about returning to the Theocratic Empire, especially now that his father Celt is rampaging again. A week after Alan's awakening, Tina has become his constant attendant, bringing food and helping him through every miserable step of recovery. Because Alan can summon holy undead now, skeletons handle most of the hard labor by carrying him around when his own body refuses to cooperate. The freed slave children crowd around Alan with concern, but he waves them off because even talking to them feels exhausting. When the children still cling to him, Alan calls out a blue-clad devil familiar to scoop them up and keep them entertained instead. Tina quietly smiles because, despite all his grumbling, Alan is obviously taking care of the children. Alan throws himself into what he calls revival training, squatting by the holy water pool and forcing each movement out of his ruined body. He manages to stand for a moment, but the effort leaves him wobbling so badly that Tina has to catch him. The blue-clad devil familiar arrives late and awkwardly offers itself as a living seat, which shocks Tina because this undead clearly understands people. Alan has Tina massage his aching body, and she gently begs him not to push himself so hard when they are willing to help. Alan refuses to slow down because he plans to leave the temple within a week, and Tina is shaken by the thought that he might abandon them. When Tina asks if they did something wrong, Alan flatly says no, but admits their extreme kindness still makes him suspicious. He clears up the misunderstanding by saying he only wants to check the outside world for himself, since no one here knows what happened during those 3 missing months. Alan asks Tina to prepare supplies for the trip, but that only leaves her more uncertain about what will happen to everyone left behind. Damon steps in with a proposal. He and Tina want to accompany Alan instead of hiding in the temple forever. Damon argues that the temple is no longer safe after the necromancers found it once, and someone must locate a real homeland for the hundreds of freed slaves. He makes the offer even humbler by saying Alan can discard them later if they become a burden. Alan finally gives a reluctant yes on the condition that they split up later when the time is right. Tina immediately agrees too, far too eager just to stay with him, and Alan can only click his tongue at her devotion. Later, Alan pieces together the likely political disaster outside. Ruppel was taken hostage, Nasu's warped him here, and the Black Order's chaos plan must have already moved forward. From that, Alan narrows the outside situation to 3 ugly possibilities: war inside the Empire, war inside Aslan, or negotiations built around him and Ruppel as hostages. More than a week after leaving the temple, the 3 are still wandering Aslan's wasteland on camels with no idea where the nearest settlement is. Alan complains openly about the endless march, but Tina and Damon can only admit they do not even know where the temple was hidden in the first place. When Alan worries about the 700 slaves left behind, Damon explains that most of them had real trades before enslavement, and should manage for now. Damon also points out that moving such a huge group across this brutal land would be a nightmare even for necromancers, which buys the freed people some time. The journey itself is miserable, with scorching days that burn the skin and nights so cold they have to breathe into the dark like winter travelers. After seeing how awful Aslan really is, Alan finally understands why the kingdom is so desperate to invade the lush lands of the theocratic empire. Then a scream cuts through the wind from beyond a sand dune and snaps the whole group to attention. Tina listens with her elf senses and confirms that humans and orcs are fighting nearby. Alan asks Damon for the odds of finding a town without help, and Damon bluntly says their food and water are running out fast enough that they may soon be forced back to the temple. That same answer also gives Alan a reason to act, because any survivors in that fight might know where the nearest settlement is. Even though getting involved in enemy territory is risky, Alan makes the call and leads them toward the battle. From the top of a dune, Alan spots a bad desert fight brewing below. Around 40 brown orcs are crushing a smaller group of merchants and mercenaries. Damon immediately warns him that these are brown orcs, a stronger and nastier breed that usually means death for travelers in the sands. Alan starts to summon a weapon, then remembers they are in Aslan, where necromancy is legal, and decides he can fight openly without hiding what he is. Down in the chaos, merchant alchemist Hans is already breaking down, convinced everyone is about to die as more and more orcs keep pouring in. Kazel tries to hold the line, but even he knows the fight is slipping away because brown orcs keep hearing the battle and swarming in for an endless hunt. Desperate for anything, Kazel yells at Hans to use an alchemist weapon, so Hans digs out a purple poison sphere and claims it can explode if fed mana. That plan falls apart instantly when the mercenaries admit they cannot use mana at all, forcing Hans to trigger the bomb himself. Just as Hans prepares to throw it, an orc's hatchet slices off his hand, and the poison sphere drops at his feet instead. The poison bomb explodes among his own side, leaving Hans screaming over his severed hand while nearby mercenaries clutch their eyes and collapse in agony. Kazel curses the whole cursed escort job, only for an orc to jump him before he can recover. Before the club lands, a glowing arrow punches straight through the orc's chest and drops it dead in front of Kazel. Kazel looks back and sees the source, a line of female-shaped specters in the sandstorm, drawing ghostly bows like banshees. Then the real shock arrives as armored skeleton soldiers march out of the sand in perfect formation, radiating a presence far stronger than normal undead. The brown orcs try to stare them down, but one reckless roar ends with an orc's head flying off so fast the whole horde finally flinches. More orcs flood over the dunes anyway, swelling to about 50, and Alan's undead meet them head-on without a hint of panic. What follows is a slaughter, with skeletons cutting, bashing, and spearing through the orcs while the banshees weave overhead and rain down light arrows. Kazel can only watch in disbelief as the surviving orcs break and run, unable to destroy even one of the undead. The shock gets even worse when skeleton soldiers grab the merchants' camels and ride after the fleeing orcs like veteran cavalry. Hans barely notices his own ruined hand anymore, because all he can think about is one impossible fact: those undead seem to carry divinity. As the sandstorm fades, Alan, Damon, and Tina ride out on camels, and the undead instantly kneel to them like royal guards before their master. Taking Alan for a powerful noble necromancer, Kazel drops to his knees and thanks him with extreme caution before the rest of the mercenaries hurry to do the same. Hans does not bow right away, because his researcher's greed is stronger than his fear, and he stares straight at Alan's group while demanding a name. Alan answers without hesitation, introducing himself plainly and letting the desert hear it. His name is Alan. That night, the rescued caravan camps in the desert, and Kazel treats Alan's trio with the careful courtesy reserved for dangerous high nobles. Off to the side, Hans cannot stop replaying what he saw, because those undead did not feel like normal necromancy at all. He quietly questions a bandaged mercenary, who admits the undead did not inspire terror at all and instead felt strangely soothing, almost like salvation. Hans finally blurts out his conclusion that Alan used divinity to power necromancy, but the mercenary looks at him like he has lost his mind. The mercenary mocks the idea as impossible rumor, and even wonders if Hans's promised ancient ruined treasure was just another hallucination. Hans insists the Empire's holy undead rumors might have been real after all, but the mercenaries still write it off as propaganda and nonsense. When Hans decides to ask Alan directly, the others physically stop him and remind him that offending a necromancer noble could get him maimed or turned into undead. That warning finally lands, and Hans backs down, forced to swallow his obsession and return to ordinary camp work. Meanwhile, Tina has been listening in from Alan's side, and she quietly reports that the mercenaries still do not believe Hans at all. Alan is not surprised, because even powerful church figures doubted holy undead before, so a few mercenaries were never going to spread a believable warning. He decides they are probably safe for now, though he still plans to stay careful once they reach a city with more eyes and more risk. Soon after, Kazel personally shows them to a clean tent, doing his best to keep the powerful strangers comfortable. Alan asks for provisions, and Kazel returns with only a little food and an awkward apology that the caravan cannot spare any water. Instead of taking offense, Alan calmly hands over his own canister of ordinary water, which leaves Kazel visibly stunned and deeply grateful. Once Kazel leaves and the tent is closed, Damon quietly asks if giving away water was wise in the middle of the desert. Alan brushes the concern aside and simply creates more water with divinity, planning for his group to drink holy water anyway. That sight only convinces Damon even more that Alan must be an angel, though Alan grumbles that it is nothing so grand. Tina then hesitantly kneels and makes a formal request that sounds enormous to her. She wants Alan to summon a single skeleton for her. Alan humors her with a snap, and a rune appears on the floor as a skeleton rises into the tent. Instead of being scared, Tina leads the skeleton to a corner and starts talking to it, delighted as it answers her with simple nods and shakes. As Tina happily questions the skeleton, Damon turns back to Alan and thanks him again from the heart for saving both of them. Alan answers bluntly that their rescue was only a coincidence, but his eyes still drift back to Tina as she acts more like an ordinary curious child than a princess. That pushes Alan to ask the obvious question at last. If Tina is really Aslan's princess, why was she treated like a disposable slave at the temple? Damon answers with a bitter truth. King Rahama has fathered more than 100 children, not through noble marriages, but through enslaved demi-human women bred for stronger offspring. In Rahama's eyes, those children are either weapons if they prove useful or slaves if they do not, and Tina was one of the ones he discarded. At the desert camp, Alan leaves Tina in the tent with one of his skeletons and joins Damon and the mercenaries by the fire, already feeling the group's nervous fear of necromancers. Alan notices Hans still sneaking curious looks at the skeletons, so he calls him out by name and the merchant nearly jumps out of his skin. Alan brings up Hans's alchemy talent, and once the merchant realizes he's being praised instead of punished, Hans brightens and eagerly starts advertising his gadgets. Alan asks if Hans can teach him alchemy, but Hans panics and says his family forbids passing the craft outside the bloodline before dropping into a frantic apology. Alan drops the side topic and asks the mercenaries how Aslan's situation really looks, making the whole campfire circle go stiff. Kazel blurts out the safest answer he can think of, claiming noble Aslan is winning, but Alan can tell he is just trying not to offend a man he thinks is an Aslan noble. Alan presses for the honest view of ordinary people, and after another silence Hans finally cuts in with the real rumor that Aslan is only trying to negotiate because it seized imperial hostages. Hans lays out the grim rumor. Aslan says it seized Rose and the imperial princes, but the empire kept invading anyway. 5 cities were burned, refugees flooded the roads, and ordinary people should be blaming their own king by now. Alan immediately understands why threats would fail against the Holy Emperor and realizes this war will not stop until Aslan's rulers are wiped out or the hostages are truly returned. Hans goes even further and says many people suspect Aslan never had the captives at all, because a rumor is spreading that the missing royals have vanished and King Rahama is secretly hunting for them. The rumor gets even more specific when Hans says the missing figures are the 3rd and 7th imperial princes, Rose, and the Sword King Oskelbalder, while Kazel desperately tries to write him off as a fool. Seeing Alan actually listen, Hans gets bolder and proudly produces a set of insulting portrait prints used by nobles as carpets to trample on the imperial family. The instant Hans compares the portrait to Alan's face, he freezes in shock because the caricature is close enough for the truth to hit him. Alan casually slings an arm around Hans and smiles through the threat, joking that the real prince is much more handsome, which only makes Hans sweat harder. Hans instantly folds, stammering that he saw nothing and heard nothing, but Alan has already decided the merchant's luck just ran out. A summoned skeleton appears behind Hans and grips his shoulder, and the mercenaries immediately scatter as Alan invites him to a much more private conversation. Desperate to save himself, Hans hurriedly offers to teach Alan alchemy after all, but Alan rejects the sudden change of heart. With no other way out, Hans blurts out one last bargaining chip. He knows of an ancient ruin that might be a dragon's lair, and he even has a dragon scale to prove it. Back inside the tent, Tina studies Alan's skeleton directly and asks if it is a living soul, only for the undead servant to shake its head no. When Tina asks what makes the skeleton exist, it writes one startling answer in the dirt: divinity. Tina pushes further about its soul, and the skeleton writes that it is a newly created existence with no soul, only will that obeys its master. The skeleton adds that divinity, mana, and demonic energy all carry will, and that answer leaves Tina staring at Alan's power like it belongs to something beyond normal magic. As Tina thinks it through, Alan's miracles stop looking human to her at all, and her reverence swells into the belief that he is using the god's power of creation itself. Before Tina can ask more, Kazel calls from outside the tent and awkwardly asks the slave girl to save Hans, because if their employer dies the mercenaries will lose their pay. Outside in the sand, Alan has already escalated the private talk into a full scare tactic, cheerfully digging a pit while his skeletons hold Hans stripped naked, bound, and gagged nearby. The skeletons lower Hans into the pit, and once his gag slips off he begs for his life and swears he will never reveal Alan's identity. Alan plays the hoodlum and coldly points out that a blabbermouth promising anything under pressure is exactly why he cannot be trusted. When Alan jokes that Hans can die and serve as undead instead, the skeletons start shoveling sand back into the pit, and Hans breaks down completely. Trying to redirect Alan, Hans frantically argues that the black scale alone is priceless, and that the ruin he found should hold a treasure hoard full of items like it. Alan demands the location, and only when he orders the burial to continue does Hans finally scream out that the place lies northwest of the camp. Tina and Damon arrive at the pit, and Damon immediately suggests Hans may have stumbled onto an ancient Aslan royal tomb rather than a simple dragon den. Damon backs it up with an old history book from Hans's wagon, explaining that ancient kings hid their palaces and tombs from grave robbers so well that even later generations lost the locations. Tina adds that the records are so ancient most of those royal tombs were swallowed by the desert long ago, which makes a hidden ruin in the sand believable. Damon turns to an illustration of an ancient king with a small dragon and points to an old tale that a dragon still guards its master's tomb, making Hans's scales suddenly sound plausible. Alan asks if ancient Aslan really raised dragons, and Tina confirms that at least in those old eras, they did. Damon pushes the practical angle next, saying that if the place really is an ancient tomb or palace, all its hidden defenses could make it a safe refuge for Alan's people. Alan is not sold yet, because to him a dragon is still a dragon, and walking into its home sounds like volunteering for a deadly headache. When Hans claims a living dragon might be inside the ancient ruin, even he sounds shaky because dragons are supposed to be gone from this age. Damon backs up the rumor, saying only dragon bones and scales are found these days, which means real dragons might still exist somewhere unseen. Hans insists the man who sold him the dragon scales swore he saw and even wounded a living dragon in the ruin, but Hans himself clearly does not believe that part. Alan immediately pokes the hole in the story and asks why anyone would hand over news of a treasure hoard instead of keeping it. Hans explains that he once found the man half dead in the desert and saved him with water, so the scale and the information were given as repayment. Even that cheap bargain emptied Hans's life savings, which makes the whole deal sound less lucky and more reckless. When Alan points out that the original owner could have returned later, Hans says the man was searching for missing family and planned to leave Aslan soon. Hans repeats the stranger's warning almost word for word: the ruin was too dangerous, so he should just sell the location to a noble and stay away. That warning only makes the story stranger, because telling someone else to walk into a dragon's lair is insane no matter how you frame it. Hans admits he gambled anyway after ruining his finances, sold what goods he had left, and hired mercenaries for an expedition. He convinced himself there was probably no dragon, and any monsters inside would be manageable, so the ruin looked like a gamble worth taking. Alan notices Damon and Tina are silently waiting for his choice, and the idea of finding a hidden safe shelter for escaped slaves starts pulling him in. Hans adds one more push by saying the ruin lies on the way to the nearest settlement, and would even cut their travel time in half. When Hans asks if Alan is tempted, Alan just stares at him and realizes this absurdly lucky merchant may actually be useful. With no better option, Alan leads the group northwest and puts his trust in Hans's directions toward the ruin and the nearest village beyond it. After several hard days in the desert, they finally find it, a giant pyramid-like ruin half buried under the shifting sand. Hans is stunned that the ruin really exists, and the mercenaries instantly light up now that this trek might actually pay off. Alan dryly admits Hans was not completely lying, and Hans hurriedly insists that he never lies at all. Alan immediately reminds Hans that telling others he saw him here would still count, and that shuts the merchant up fast. Looking around the barren exterior, Alan sees no food or water and doubts whether rescued slaves could really survive here. Damon sees the place very differently, and says a hidden ruin like this would be almost impossible for pursuers to find. He explains that ancient temples often hide underground waterways, and if Hans's story is true, there should also be edible plants inside. That is enough for Alan, and the group heads inside to test whether the ruin can really support life. Inside the dark corridor, the mercenaries light torches while Alan sharpens his own sight with divinity. Their first discovery is promising: thick webs everywhere, but also a narrow channel of running water cuts straight through the floor. Then Alan spots hundreds of glowing eyes in the darkness ahead, and the ruin's first welcome turns out to be giant venomous spiders. Damon and the mercenaries tense up, Tina and Hans go pale, and Alan alone looks at the spiders like they might solve the food problem. When the spiders leap, Alan snaps his fingers and sends his summoned skeletons in before any mercenary needs to risk a step. The skeletons cut down the spiders and burn away the webs, clearing the passage like a practiced undead work crew. A mercenary blurts out praise for Lord Alan, but the shine in his eyes gives away what really excites him: treasure. Alan is thinking the same in his own way, because an ancient Aslan tomb might hold rare necromancy grimoires and plenty worth looting. The corridor opens into a grand hall, and the first thing waiting inside is a towering armored statue holding 2 curved blades across its chest. Hans runs straight toward the giant statue in delight, already imagining how much money it would bring if he could sell it. Hans senses demonic energy in the giant statue and starts wondering if it is a magic tool, which makes Alan inspect it with mind's eye. Alan's readout is brutally simple: this statue is a crypt guardian built for petrification, crushing, and severing intruders. Before Alan can stop him, Hans touches the guardian, the lone eye flashes awake, and the tomb goes from silent to lethal in an instant. The Cyclops golem brings both swords down at Hans, and he stares up in pure delayed horror as death finally registers. A skeleton yanks Hans out of the kill zone at the last possible moment, and he lands on the floor babbling in shock about Alan's holy skeletons. Alan instantly takes command, ordering more skeletons to pull Hans clear while others bind the giant guardian with steel chains. The holy skeletons strike the guardian's chest cleanly, but the armored shell only throws them back and cracks their dwarf-forged swords instead. Hans shouts the key problem from the sidelines: the golem is mixed with Eltera, so its armor shrugs off normal steel and resists magic too. The guardian answers by smashing the holy skeletons aside with sheer force, turning the fight into a brutal mismatch. Then the guardian tears into the mercenaries, cutting through shields, limbs, and bodies so easily that the whole hall turns into a slaughter. Kazel breaks and runs for the entrance, only to discover the door has sealed shut behind them. Damon drags Tina behind a pillar to cover, and Alan ducks behind another with his musket rifle, already preparing a counterattack instead of panicking. The guardian's single eye burns crimson and fires a narrow beam that starts petrifying skeletons and their shields where it hits. Damon explains the beam in a cold sweat: it is petrification magic, and anyone hit could burn alive or suffocate inside the hardened layer. Alan spots Hans still alive behind another pillar and demands to know whether the merchant has anything useful left in that giant bag of his. Hans hurriedly digs through his bag, and Alan picks out the only things that matter: a poison bomb, magic circuit goggles, and a very short-range warp scroll. Hans tries to keep the warp scroll because it is expensive, but Alan cuts him off and makes it clear that a dead merchant does not need premium merchandise. With the goggles on, Alan studies the moving construct and finally sees the hidden gemstone near its eye that functions like a brain. He realizes the poison bomb will never stop a statue by itself, so he floods it with divinity and turns it into a holy water bomb instead. Alan hurls the altered bomb into the guardian's chest, and the blast staggers the giant just enough to interrupt the crimson beam. The instant the opening appears, Alan boosts Hans's cheap warp scroll with divine aura and rips it apart. His body breaks into light and reappears above the Cyclops golem, turning Hans's modest trick into a deadly ambush. Alan lands on the construct's shoulders, grabs its head, jams the musket to its eye, and coldly tells it that it is time to die. The holy bullet blows out the back of the guardian's head, and cracks race through its whole body until it collapses into rubble. Alan stays on his feet over the wreckage, but the victory is ugly. The mercenaries are either hacked into pieces or frozen forever as stone. At the sealed entrance, Kazel is now just another statue, trapped forever in the pose of someone still trying to escape. Hans peeks out in disbelief, and Damon brings Tina from cover as they all try to process that Alan really destroyed the tomb guardian. Then the hall itself starts shaking, and falling debris makes it clear the tomb is trying to bury everyone who survived the guardian. Alan sends his skeletons to break the sealed way out by force, but even Kazel's petrified body is smashed in the attempt, and the door still refuses to open. With the entrance still sealed, Alan searches the chamber and finds a smaller doorway hidden behind the spot where the guardian had stood. It feels like the ruin is herding them straight into the next trap, but staying means getting crushed where they stand. Hans panics first and urges everyone to run deeper before the ceiling collapses on top of them. Before leaving, Alan scoops up a piece of the destroyed golem and studies its magic stone, already thinking about what he can learn from it. Only after pocketing that clue does Alan head for the hidden passage, with Damon and Tina hurrying after him as the group descends deeper into the ruin. Alan explores deeper into the giant pyramid and realizes this tomb is less a grave and more an ancient war factory. Everywhere they look, the tomb is packed with military relics, finished weapons, old chariots, horse bones, and even incomplete Cyclops golems. Damon stares at the stockpile in awe and says a ruin like this could give a fallen dynasty the strength to rise again. Alan focuses on the broken Cyclops golems and wonders if he can make one move. Damon checks the construct and warns that the design is complicated and normally needs a huge amount of demonic energy to activate. Alan decides the current him can handle it, kneels by the statue, and starts feeding divinity into the golem's head and core. While Alan concentrates, Hans wanders with his torch and notices a strange wall packed with hanging coffins. The darkness peels back to reveal not a few coffins but well over 1,000, and Hans calls the others over with a shaking voice. A coffin lid shifts open, dust spills out, and a pair of eerie eyes suddenly gleams from inside. Creeping insects spill from the coffin first, then a rotten hand shoots out as the ancient corpse forces its way awake. Tina realizes the truth first and shouts that the tomb guardians are undead. Damon looks up in shock as coffin after coffin opens and bandaged mummies begin crawling out across the wall. The mummies crash down from the high wall, stand right back up, and arm themselves with the tomb's stored weapons. Even the dead horses reanimate, and mummies mount chariots as the whole tomb suddenly turns into a battlefield. The undead lock onto Alan while he keeps his eyes closed and refuses to break concentration on the golem. When a mummy lunges at Alan with a sword, Tina jumps in front and slams her staff down to trap it in divine branches. Tina orders Damon to protect Lord Angel, and he rushes in to smash the bound mummy with his staff. Panicking but useful, Hans digs through his bag and throws down silver powder to help against the undead. Alan ignores the chaos, pours divine power into the statue, and reads its inner structure with mind's eye. At last the Cyclops golem's single eye lights up, and Alan successfully takes control of it. A skeleton horse chariot barrels straight at the group so fast that Tina, Damon, and Hans barely have time to react. The newly awakened Cyclops golem steps in, hurls aside the horses, and flips the chariot before it can crush them. The statue stomps the remaining horses and the mummy rider into pieces, wiping out the charge in one brutal move. Perched on the golem's shoulder with a wicked grin, Alan declares that round 2 is starting now. The Cyclops golem fires its petrification ray and starts turning the mummy army into stone, while their weapons fail to even scratch it. Just as the fight swings their way, a monstrous roar tears through the ruin and freezes everyone in place. A gigantic shape starts stepping out of the darkness, and even Alan has to crane his neck up from the golem to follow it. The tomb guardian fully reveals itself as a massive black dragon, and Alan can only stare at the absurd boss waiting for them in round 2. Alan checks the monster and is stunned to learn this black dragon is starving, fatally wounded, and still terrifying. Alan spots the cracked back and the huge hole in the dragon's belly, and Hans's old traveler story suddenly feels horrifyingly real. The dragon gathers a breath attack in its maw, and Alan instantly realizes a direct hit would kill them. Alan jumps off the golem and yells for it to block just as the dragon unleashes its breath. The golem's petrification ray collides with the dragon's breath, but the flames overpower it and drive straight through. The Cyclops golem shields Alan with both hands while its ultra armor starts melting under the dragon's overwhelming heat. Alan pumps divinity into his own body just to stay conscious and grimly weighs whether using Amon's relics might cripple or kill him afterward. The breath finally stops, but Alan sees the dragon gather both fire and freezing magic at once, which looks even worse. Alan desperately yells for time as the half-melted golem turns and fires again, trying to interrupt the dragon's casting. The ray starts petrifying part of the dragon's skin, but the answering fireballs and ice spears blow the golem's chest apart. With no time left, Alan pulls out Amon's grimoire and boosts it with divine aura and prayer, ready to risk the backlash to survive. Before Alan can finish, a stray ice spear from the dragon screams toward him and catches him completely exposed. Tina saves him in the last instant by using plant magic to yank him away while her vines pin nearby mummies at the same time. Dragged back to safety, Alan thanks Tina, and the exhausted girl still answers with determined loyalty. Alan orders Tina and Damon to hold the mummies back for as long as they can while he prepares something bigger. When Hans asks what he should do, Alan snaps out the one thing that matters now: hand over every warp scroll. Alan pours out holy water and summons his own undead legion, knowing they can only stall the dragon for a few precious moments. Using the scrolls to jump through the tomb, Alan rushes to the dormant Cyclops golems and starts activating them one after another. While Alan cannot move during the activations, Tina's vines and Damon's staff hold the mummies off just long enough. One by one the statues answer Alan, and soon 10 Cyclops golems are marching together toward the dragon. The golems spread out, grab massive weapons from the tomb, and fire their petrification rays in a coordinated barrage. The petrification barrage seals the dragon's mouth with stone before another breath can get out. The 10 golems crash in with giant broadswords and force their blades hard enough to break through the dragon's scales. The dragon roars, beats its wings, and takes to the air to break free from the golem's pressure. Alan's holy skeletons use the tomb's own siege weapons to fire on the dragon as soon as it takes to the air. It barely slows the dragon down as it bats away the siege fire, wipes out the holy skeletons, and smashes the golems with claws and wide area magic. Watching his whole desperate plan get overwhelmed, Alan clicks his tongue and realizes that at this rate they cannot even survive, let alone kill the dragon. Inside the ancient tomb, Alan starts unwrapping the chains on Amon's grimoire and warns Tina and Damon to look after him if this magic wrecks his body again. Tina and Damon can only nod in a daze while Alan opens the grimoire and studies its runes with mind's eye. The spell turns out to be a devastating summoning, and Alan steels himself with a grim little prayer not to die today before he begins the chant. From the Black Dragon's side of the fight, the whole scene feels absurd because one human is somehow commanding holy undead and cyclops golems at the same time. Ordinary weapons barely matter against the dragon's scales, but the tomb's anti-invader siege weapons are strong enough to keep hurting it. The nearby holy water also cripples the mummies, leaving the dragon's side even more vulnerable. What really pins the dragon down are the cyclops golems, which grab its limbs in midair and keep firing petrification rays until its wings start to stiffen. The dragon crash lands, and the golems swarm it with heavy blades until its fury finally boils over. In a rage, the dragon unleashes breath, melts the golems in front of it, and hurls one wrecked body toward the holy skeletons. Even after that, the dragon is exhausted, still carrying wounds from the last intruder, and it decides the real answer is to kill the human controlling all of this. Then the dragon senses a terrifying concentration of divinity and snaps its head toward Alan, Tina, and Damon by the holy water. Realizing Alan is preparing something even worse, the dragon takes off again and gathers another full breath to stop the spell before it finishes. The surviving cyclops still fire petrification rays, and Tina and Damon throw up defenses, but the dragon knows none of that can stop its breath. But the instant the dragon fires, Alan shuts the grimoire and speaks the spell's final words, the Undead King. A colossal bone stake erupts from the ground and punches straight through one of the dragon's wings, throwing its breath wildly off course. The tomb catches fire, but Alan stays still in the holy water with his eyes closed as something massive starts rising behind him. A crushing wave of divinity floods the ruin and overwrites the necromantic tomb itself, turning the whole place into a sacred temple-like space. A divine spirit speech booms through the structure, asking whether the dragon fears death and declaring itself both master of death and bringer of life. The enemy mummies cannot endure that holy voice and begin melting apart where they stand. Then the true summoning appears as a gigantic crowned holy skeleton with 4 arms slowly rises from the lake. The giant names itself Dan O Danchita, the Skeleton King, and fixes the black dragon with the gaze of something that has come to deliver death. The king reaches into the holy water, draws out a huge golden bone sword, and calmly asks the dragon if it is ready to accept death. The summoning knocks Alan out on the spot, and Tina barely catches him as sacred light fills the whole ruin. Tina stares up in a daze and blurts out that the terrifying undead king somehow feels like a giant angel to her. Damon pulls Tina in to shield her, while even he is stunned that Alan really summoned the legendary Skeleton King. For the first time in its long life, the black dragon truly feels death breathing down on it. It lashes out first with another breath, but the Skeleton King swings once and cleaves straight through the flames. The dragon only survives that slash by ripping off its own wing to escape the path of the sword. Before it can recover, another bone stake nails the dragon's remaining wing and skeletons start crawling out of the stake itself. Those skeletons force their way into the open wound and start tearing through the dragon from the inside. The Skeleton King tells it not to resist and to accept the death his master wants for it, which only enrages the dragon more. Refusing to die, the dragon burns and freezes its own wound shut to trap the invading skeletons and keep fighting. It immediately charges the Skeleton King head-on and blasts him at close range with another breath. The dragon slams into the giant's body, but the king's other arms catch it and start crushing it in place. The dragon barely throws itself free before that next sword blow can cut it apart, and the mist splits the floor instead. The shockwave blasts Hans away, and Damon scrambles to protect both Tina and the unconscious Alan. At the king's command, the holy skeletons open up with siege weapons again, forcing the dragon to waste magic deflecting them with fire and ice. While fending them off, the dragon notices the Skeleton King has not moved at all and realizes the giant is anchored to the holy water lake. That discovery gives the dragon one last plan: stay planted, charge everything into a single maximum breath, and erase the king where he stands. Even Hans can tell this next clash is suicidal, so Damon throws Alan over his back, grabs Tina, and runs for their lives. As Tina looks back, the Skeleton King braces with all 4 hands on his sword and pours white divine fire into the blade for a direct clash. The king promises the dragon eternal rest just as the dragon releases its strongest breath. Their attacks collide so hard that the pyramid starts blowing apart, with sand, debris, and split dragon fire tearing through the ruin. Inside the blinding dust, the Skeleton King searches for the dragon, but the dragon makes one last desperate rush through the storm to bite him down. The king praises the dragon's struggle, then raises his sword for the final judgment. With one descending slash, the Skeleton King cleanly cuts through the black dragon's skull, neck, and torso. A blinding sacred ray erupts from that cut and splits the ancient pyramid itself in half. The black dragon's face twitched once, then its huge body finally gave out and dropped to the ground in 2 dead halves. The Skeleton King calmly lifted the corpse and stripped all the dragon flesh from its bones with holy power. After checking the dragon bones, the undead king sank them into the holy water lake as if feeding them into another world. Its work finished, the Skeleton King, its sword, and the holy skeletons all faded back into the lake and vanished in drifting light. When the silence returned, Tina pushed herself up and blinked into the harsh sunlight pouring through the ruined ceiling. Then Tina turned and froze, because the dragon's lair really had been hiding a mountain of treasure all along. Hans forgot his terror on the spot and started laughing like a madman at the sight of all that wealth. Damon looked past the riches and stared at the dragon's hollow carcass, shaken by the fact that Alan had killed the dragon through sheer overwhelming power. Remembering the Reaper, the holy water, and the temple turning green, Damon became convinced Alan and Tina might really save Aslan. While Damon was having that revelation, Tina anxiously checked Alan's forehead and relaxed when she found no fever. Damon examined Alan and said the good news was that he seemed to be only sleeping, though nobody knew for how long. After surveying the ruined chamber and the new holy water lake, Damon decided this ancient tomb was secure enough to become their new base. He went a step further and proposed building a religious order here for Lord Angel. Tina brightened at once and asked Damon to bring the people still at the Black Order Temple over to this new refuge. Much later, Alan drifted through a dark, nauseating dream of strangers shouting about a machine overload, fire, and a black hole. Alan snapped awake from that nightmare and found himself surrounded by familiar former slaves in robes. He quickly realized the tomb was being repaired around him, and Tina had fallen asleep beside his rough little throne while guarding him. Alan's relief lasted only a second before he worried about how long he had been unconscious this time. Damon rushed over in shock, and Alan learned he had slept for around 10 days. When Alan looked behind him, he finally saw the split dragon corpse and realized what had been left behind after the battle. The corpse had not rotted at all, and Alan noticed a strange demonic glow buried inside the dragon's chest meat. With some effort, Alan lifted the flesh aside and uncovered a giant organ steeped in demonic energy, the dragon heart itself. Far away in Avilium, the infamous city of slaves, fighters and monsters were thrown into a coliseum where survival meant wealth for owners and freedom after 10 wins for slaves. One young slave stood there in a daze with shackles on his arm and a sword in hand, staring at the brown orc he was supposed to fight. Ruppel bitterly remembered how a traveler he trusted had rescued him in the desert, led him around for months, and then sold him for the highest price. A necromancer unlocked Ruppel's restraints, and coldly told him to survive 10 battles if he wanted his freedom. Only then did the terrified slave's identity hit full force. This was Ruppel Alphals, once the third imperial prince of the Theocratic Empire. Ruppel quietly begged for anyone to save him just before the brown orc lunged. At the same time, Aslan's army camp had become a miserable field of wounds, hunger, and collapse after repeated defeats by the Empire. With his army cut from 50,000 to barely 30,000, Rahama had finally been forced to ask the Theocratic Empire for a ceasefire. Rahama already knew this was his defeat, because the Holy Emperor had proven far worse than expected and even Nasus had gone silent. When the communique reached him, Rahama opened it expecting terms, but what he read made his head tilt in disbelief. His rage exploded so fast that he snapped a nearby slave's neck and drained the life from the body on the spot. The Holy Emperor's answer was no ceasefire at all, but total submission, surrender, 10 years of tribute, and Rahama kneeling naked to kiss the Emperor's feet. Rahama tore the message apart and understood the truth. Kelt Alphos was not negotiating, he meant to erase Aslan completely. After forcing himself to calm down, Rahama remembered the 100+ Hashishin children he had raised for assassination and necromancy, and saw one last chance to keep fighting. He even considered the unthinkable, that if the invasion stalled from exhaustion, they might have to assassinate the Holy Emperor himself. Then a second report arrived, and Rahama took it personally the moment he heard it concerned the missing Imperial science. The report said a man resembling Ruppel Alphos had been found in the slave city of Avilium. The real shock came next. The report also suggested White Alphos, the Holy Emperor's long-missing son, was somewhere in the same city. That news sent him over the edge again, and he crushed the scout's head before the man could even finish speaking. Rahama instantly grasped the nightmare forming around him. If White, Baldur, and the Imperial princes joined forces inside Aslan, the capital could be struck from every side. For one ugly moment he nearly considered bowing to the Holy Emperor, but his pride snapped back and he swore he would rather die first. So Rahama gave a new order instead: mobilize the troops and move on Avilium. He marched to the map and dragged Aslan's markers toward the slave city, announcing that Avilium would be burned down. When one lord tried to protest that this war may have begun from their own nobles being sacrificed, Rahama shut him down with a murderous glare. Rahama ordered the entire city surrounded and every living thing inside slaughtered before White or the princes could react. He made it clear there would be no dissent, and after the lords submitted, Rahama stared at White Alphos' name one last time before tearing the report to shreds. Before leaving the ruin, Alan stores most of the treasure, weapons, golems, and dragon materials for himself, but still leaves a huge share behind for the freed people to survive on. Damon is stunned that Alan would hand over dragon meat, because old legends say it can rapidly strengthen knights and magicians. Alan brushes that off and tells him food matters more right now. Then Damon bows deeply and vows to become useful to him one day. Hans takes over as Alan's guide, and Alan summons skeleton horses and undead helpers to hitch a recovered chariot for a fast departure. Hans practically lights up at the sight of the holy skeleton horses, staring at them like a child who just found a miracle. As Alan gets ready to go, Damon, Tina, and the others gather at the exit and look at him with obvious reluctance to let him leave. Damon says he has to stay behind for the people here, but Tina steps forward and asks Alan to let her travel with him. Tina admits she wants to learn magic from him, and almost calls herself his believer before awkwardly correcting it to disciple. Alan warns that he is no teacher, but Tina insists she will work hard and never become a burden. Her determination reminds Alan of Charlotte, and that sudden homesick thought softens him. Alan points out that traveling with him could get complicated, especially for an Aslan princess, but Tina still begs to serve as his guide. Alan realizes a trustworthy guide really would help, and Hans admits he only plans to show the way before returning to the ruin. When Tina says she can guide him as far as the Theocratic Empire's border, Alan finally accepts her offer. Then Hans checks his alchemy-made map and compass and names their next destination at last, the city of slaves, Ivelium. Elsewhere in Ivelium, Crown Prince White Alphonse walks through streets packed with tents and slave dealers barking out their wares. White quietly reflects that traveling through Aslan is miserable, because the wasteland is so empty and dangerous that getting lost can mean death. He stops at a wall of public flyers and notices a merchant departure notice beside an arena poster promising fierce combat and a vampire slave as the grand prize. An old beggar by the street notices his interest and starts talking, tempted by the arena's prize and payout system. The beggar reveals his own ruined leg under the blanket as proof that surviving the arena can still leave a person broken for life. White says he is actually in a hurry, though a vampire would be useful because he is searching for someone tied to a messy family matter. Their talk is interrupted when the beggar points out a fresh line of surviving arena slaves being marched through the street in chains by necromancers and skeletons. White first notices one young slave because he looks painfully similar to one of his sons. Then the shock hits him full force when he realizes that slave is not a lookalike at all, but his own son Ruppel Alphonse. After that ugly surprise, White decides he needs the hidden truth about Aslan more than ever and asks the beggar for deeper stories, not just war rumors. The beggar grins and asks for payment in exchange for juicy secrets about the arena and Aslan's hidden schemes. White has no spare cash, so he quietly offers something far more valuable by placing a hand on the beggar's crippled leg and channeling divinity into it. The miracle works instantly, and the beggar stares in disbelief as feeling returns to the leg he thought was ruined forever. White hushes him and asks again for every secret he knows, and the old man eagerly promises to spill everything. Later, Alan's chariot races across the wasteland behind 4 skeleton horses while Hans turns pale and violently seasick from the ride. While Hans recovers, Alan pulls out a cheap warp scroll and admits he has been thinking hard about how strange warp magic feels. Hans explains that even a 3-meter warp scroll is rare and expensive in theory, just too impractical for most people to buy. Alan pushes the subject further and asks the real question bothering him: can warp move something between different dimensions? Hans surprises him by saying it is not impossible, and points out that summoning undead already works like a kind of interdimensional warp for souls. But Hans quickly warns that moving a living body is completely different, because bodies are heavier, more complex, and much harder to transport than souls. He goes on to describe multiple layered realms, including the human world, purgatory, the Titan realm, and the spirit realm, all stacked close or far across dimensional walls. In the end, Hans says crossing those walls with a living person should be possible only with a terrifying amount of power, basically something on a godlike level. That answer leaves Alan impressed, and Hans proudly launches into the truth about himself. He is a self-taught alchemist chasing the secrets of the world, not just a treasure-hungry merchant. Hans explains that talent alone means little in a corrupt world, because nobles will not fund a brilliant alchemist from a poor background with no connections. Alan responds with a serious offer: if Hans comes to the Theocratic Empire later, he will support his research from the imperial court. Before Hans can recover from that shock, Tina calls out that they have finally reached Ivelium. From the desert, they finally see the hardened sand city of slaves standing ahead of them. At the gate, Alan dismisses the skeleton horses, stores the chariot away, and the 3 of them slip into the city with a simple bribe. Inside, Alan is hit by the full ugliness of Ivelium's market, where merchants shout about selling demi-humans and skilled slaves like common goods. Tina answers Alan's uneasy reaction with a sad smile, reminding him that in this place even a princess can end up as a slave. Alan gently pats her head, and Tina clings to the little potted weed from the ruin as her symbol that hope can still grow here. Still determined to learn, Tina asks Alan what summoning holy undead feels like, because she wants more than theory. Alan does his best to explain it simply, saying he imagines the undead's form and power, spends the divinity, and calls out until a responding ego answers him. Tina immediately tries to copy that feeling for herself, setting down her pot, lifting her staff, and forcing divinity and mana together despite how impossible the task should be. Then a loud crowd nearby catches Alan's attention when gamblers cheer about a slave from the Theocratic Empire winning 9 rounds in a row. Curious about the procession, Alan starts walking over to investigate while leaving Tina and Hans where they are for the moment. Right then, Tina gasps in disbelief because her desperate attempt actually worked. A roaring crowd parts for a slave procession, and one chained man stands out immediately because he is riding in comfort while women feed him fruit. Ruppel bellows that he is an imperial prince, and the crowd just treats it as the wild bragging of a slave gladiator who has already won 9 straight matches. Alan stares in disbelief when he realizes the mad slave is not lying at all, because the man on the carriage is his older brother Ruppel Alphals. Seeing Ruppel bask in cheers and attention instead of breaking down, Alan realizes this broken new version of his brother is loving the approval he never got at the palace. Alan pushes through the onlookers and calls out to his brother by name. Ruppel recognizes Alan at once and lights up with relief, only to be blocked the moment he tries to run over. When the necromancers question him, Alan hides their connection and decides it is safer to act like a customer instead of a prince. Alan offers a heavy pouch of gold to buy Ruppel on the spot, and the first necromancers nearly give in after seeing how much money he is holding. Before the deal can happen, a better armed group cuts in and announces that the Castellan of Ivilium has already claimed Ruppel. The leader probes Alan about his link to the slave, and Alan quickly improvises that he only wanted a strong bodyguard for the road. The Castellan's men drag Ruppel away, but Alan quietly mouths that he will come rescue him, and Ruppel finally stops fighting and lowers his head. After Ruppel disappears, Hans is stunned to learn that the slave was an imperial prince, while Tina is left trying to catch up to what that means. Alan realizes the Castellan likely uncovered Ruppel's real identity already, which means suspicion will reach him next if he waits too long. So Alan makes the call right there. They will break Ruppel out and flee the city before the enemy can move first. With a hard look at the fortress on the hill, Alan warms up his body and decides this rescue is going to start with a rampage. Far away in the Theocratic Empire camp, Raphael and Alice grind through another brutal day of healing wounded Aslan refugees by the dozens. The calm breaks when a half-dead old man reaches the guard line with a golden sword as his cane and orders the paladins to move if they want to keep their heads. Raphael rushes over and recognizes the survivor at once. The lost sword king Oskel Baldur has finally made it back. After food and water, Oskel explains that he survived 4 months in the desert by killing monsters, drinking from orc bladders, and avoiding desperate people whenever he could. He says he found no trace of Alan, and that he and Ruppel were torn apart in a monstrous sandstorm so violent he thinks Ruppel may have died in it. Even after that ordeal, Oskel refuses proper rest and heads straight to report to the Holy Emperor. Inside the command tent, the Empire's strongest commanders stand assembled before the Holy Emperor in full golden armor, waiting for Oskel's report. Oskel kneels and confesses that he failed both to seize the traitor Ruppel and to protect Prince Alan, and Charlotte flinches the instant Alan's name is spoken. Oskel reports one more critical clue. Rahama was personally marching Aslan's army toward Ivilium not to defend it, but to attack it. The Holy Emperor concludes that something in Ivilium matters more than the princes alone, and his answer is brutally simple. He hands full command of the army to Oskel and orders him to force Aslan's unconditional surrender or kill every last one of them. That same night in Ivilium, White Alphals waits at the arena to reclaim Ruppel after one last victory, until he notices he has already been quietly surrounded. White immediately understands that his cover is blown and guesses that Ruppel has already been taken into the fortress as a hostage. Instead of backing down, White decides he cannot let Aslan bully the Empire's image, so he cracks his neck and prepares to rescue his son himself. Back in Alan's perspective, he discards the slow stealth plan because searching the whole fortress would take too long, and the city would be on his heels anyway. So he settles on a faster, uglier solution: make enough chaos that no one can spare attention for chasing him later. After nightfall, he walks straight up to Ivilium's hilltop fortress, where regular soldiers at the gate stop the ragged traveler and dismiss him at first glance. Alan casually tells them his older brother is imprisoned inside as a slave, and the guards burst out laughing because they think he is just some nobody commoner. He keeps smiling and calmly says his rank is actually very high, which snaps the guards out of their laughter at once. When the guards nervously ask which noble house he belongs to, Alan looks them in the eye and introduces himself as Alan Alphals, the 7th Imperial Prince of the Theocratic Empire. At Ivilium's gate, the soldiers hear Alan claim he is the 7th Imperial Prince and immediately break into mocking laughter. The guards treat Alan like a clown, toss him a coin, and even joke that they will cripple and sell him if he stops being amusing. Alan studies their arrogance and decides he has learned enough about how these men abuse commoners, so he stops holding back. He answers their insults with dry sarcasm, calling their words lese majeste and offering to show them one cool trick instead. When Alan says the trick is to celebrate rescuing his older brother and advertise his new wares, the bored guards actually lean in to watch. Alan points to the darkness behind him, confirms they see nothing there, and carefully pulls every eye exactly where he wants it. He claps his hands with a bright tada, and the empty space suddenly fills with a waiting legion of mummies. Alan proudly presents the holy mummies as his newest undead and sentences the soldiers to death for insulting the monarchy. One mummy launches first, and the gate guards die before they fully understand the trick was never a joke. Panic spreads to the wall, but the mummies sprint up the 10-meter stone face and butcher the archers before they can organize. As his undead tear through the walls, Alan calmly summons his white armor and musket and arms himself for the breach. The defenders recognize Alan as the necromancer and rain arrows down, but his mummies snap into a layered shield wall around him. A fortress necromancer blows the defense apart with a fire spell, but Alan does not even flinch inside his magic-resistant armor. Alan channels divine aura through the musket and takes aim at the closed gate instead of the men shouting above him. One thunderous spread shot punches through the gate, and blows it apart in a storm of holy fire and flying debris. With alarms ringing and reinforcements rushing in, Alan walks through the blown-open entrance like he owns the fortress now. The officer leading the defense sees the white armor, the musket, and the holy undead, and realizes the campfire horror story about the angel is real. Alan gives the only orders that matter: find Ruppel, and kill everyone else. Elsewhere in the fortress, Ruppel shivers in a moldy prison cell while screams from a nearby whipping make the place feel like a slaughterhouse. The Castellan suddenly storms into the torture chamber in a panic, ranting that the angel is real and they must flee with the third Imperial Prince at once. As the cell opens and he is dragged out, Ruppel finally sees the torture chamber clearly and realizes he was inches away from the same fate as the mutilated prisoners around him. Ruppel blurts out his noble identity and begs not to be tortured, but the Castellan only screams that they have no time because the mad killer is already inside the fortress. The Castellan's panic is not random. Rahama's army is closing in by dawn, and if he cannot flee with the third Imperial Prince before then, he knows he is dead. Ruppel breaks down completely and cries for anyone to save him, even calling for Alan, the brother he used to hate most. A single gunshot answers him, and the torturer's head explodes before he can drag Ruppel another step. The Castellan turns and comes face to face with the white-armored angel, standing in the corridor with shield raised and musket aimed straight at him. The Castellan shrieks for his necromancers to kill Alan, but Alan fires first and turns them into ragged corpses in one brutal burst. Ruppel recoils from the massacre until the armored figure reaches out and calmly says he came to rescue him. Alan removes his helm, and Ruppel stares in disbelief when the feared angel turns out to be his youngest brother. For the first time in his life, Ruppel feels genuine relief at seeing Alan and clings to him as a savior instead of an enemy. Alan hoists the pitiful Ruppel over his shoulder and carries him out of the prison without ceremony. Outside, Tina, Hans, and the freed prisoners catch up to Alan and beg him not to leave the other suffering subjects behind. Hans reports that the rescue preparations are done, so Alan pauses to judge the battle outside before deciding their next move. From Alan's view, the holy mummies are winning effortlessly, cutting through the fortress troops with a speed and grace normal skeletons could never match. Some soldiers and necromancers try to bolt through the broken gate, but Alan has already decided no witness can be allowed to leave alive. Before Alan's mummies can chase them, swords of light suddenly fly in from outside and pin the fleeing men dead where they run. A lone middle-aged man strolls through the open gate with easy confidence, studies the holy undead with amused interest, and asks Alan whether he is ally or enemy. Alan uses mind's eye, learns the stranger is White Alphals, and freezes when he realizes the missing crown Imperial Prince standing below is his father. At the fortress, White Alphals realizes the holy undead around him are not attacking at all. They are watching him back. Then White spots a strange group coming through the mummies, a dark elf girl, a non-combatant man, and a white-armored figure carrying someone on his back. White's instincts flare the moment he looks at the armored rescuer. Whoever took the castle is dangerous enough to make even him cautious. When White recognizes the person being carried as Ruppel, he understands one thing right away. This so-called angel rescued his son, not captured him. White tests the rescuer with a question about the imperial family, while quietly piecing together the ugly rumor of a holy being using necromancy. He finally reaches a chilling conclusion: the nightmare rumor was real, and the angel at the center of it is standing right in front of him. White even blames his own father for meddling again, still treating the situation lightly for one last second. That changes instantly when the armored figure removes his helm and reveals a face White knows. White is hit twice at once. The feared angel is just a boy, and that boy is Alan, the son he abandoned 11 years ago. Alan answers the reunion with a sharp jab, making it clear he has not forgotten being left behind. White can only smile bitterly as the two finally face each other as father and son, with 11 lost years hanging between them. Elsewhere that same night, King Rahama drives his exhausted army to Avilium and surrounds the city from every side. Rahama stands at the front with his huge mace and orders the Castellan to hand over the crown prince and the man claiming to be the third imperial prince. The reply is bad news. A messenger was already sent, but Kairam never answered, and the fortress has already been attacked by unknown enemies. Rahama immediately guesses White Alphals is inside, and realizes the Castellan probably exposed too much and forced White to move first. Another report makes it worse. The crown imperial prince and the other princes are still believed to be inside the fortress. Then the real pressure arrives. A scout rushes in to report that the Theocratic Empire's army is advancing straight toward Avilium. Rahama understands the danger at once. If the Theocratic Empire links up with the prince inside the city, he may lose his chance completely. So he chooses brutal speed over caution and orders the whole city sealed. Anyone fleeing captured alive if possible and killed if they resist. His next order is even colder. He will herd all of Avilium's people into one place and search them like livestock until he finds the princes. Rahama decides to lead the push personally toward the fortress, bringing selected feudal lords with him. And behind him waits his hidden edge, more than 100 armed demi-humans in iron masks, the living weapons he raised as Hashishins. Gripping his mace, Rahama declares he will kill the crown imperial prince with his own hands. The order to advance goes out, and the nobles can only sigh as their king commits to trampling his own territory. War horns blare, and Rahama's camp begins the assault with flaming boulders hurled into the sleeping city. The bombardment turns Evilium into a firestorm as buildings burn, smoke billows, and civilians start screaming inside the city. Drums, marching songs, and pounding boots follow right behind the fire as Aslan's infantry surges toward the gates. Back at the fortress, Alan is about to interrogate White when Ruppel suddenly wakes up and tumbles down from his shoulder. Still dazed, Ruppel stares at White and blurts out the truth he can hardly believe. His missing father is really standing there. White answers like he has only been away a few weeks, which makes his return feel almost absurd. Alan watches him with open disapproval, thinking of everything this family suffered while White never once came back. Alan asks the obvious question at last: where has White been for the past decade? White only gives a vague answer, saying he has been searching for someone, and before he can explain any further the city erupts. Everyone whips toward the city as crimson flames rise above Evilium. They rush outside the wrecked fortress gate, and see flaming boulders smashing through the city while war horns and drums roll in from afar. Alan first guesses the attackers might be the Theocratic Empire, but White shuts that down by recognizing the sounds of Aslan's army. That leaves only one answer, and Tina goes pale as she identifies the marching song. The army outside is led by her father, King Rahama. Alan can barely process it and asks why Aslan would attack one of its own cities in the middle of a war. Tina has no answer, horrified by the sight of her own country's soldiers pouring through the gates. White sheepishly admits the likely reason: Rahama may be trying to erase him before he can return as the rightful Holy Emperor. Alan is stunned that anyone would destroy an entire city just to kill one man, and silently brands Rahama insane. Hans hurries over with a carriage and forged identity papers, hoping bribes and merchant cover might get them out alive. White rejects that idea immediately. If Rahama is willing to burn Evilium, then every person found inside is already marked for slaughter. Alan grimly admits the crisis keeps getting worse, but White says there are still two ways out. The first option is hiding until a gap appears, but White dismisses that as nearly impossible. The second option is uglier but real. Someone has to act as bait and hold Rahama's attention long enough for the others to break out. Alan asks for volunteers, and the silence says everything. Hans nervously suggests Alan could do it, since he killed a dragon alone, but Alan shuts that down because a long battle would wreck his body. With that settled, White volunteers himself. Rahama came for him, so he should be the one to draw the king away. Alan asks if he can survive it, and White answers in the same maddening calm way that he can at least hold them off unless Rahama and all his lords corner him together. White quickly builds the rest of the plan around Alan's necromancy, asking if he can summon ordinary skeletons as easily as ancient mummies. When Alan confirms it, White tells him to escape on skeleton horses, break through the weaker outer cordon, and leave Rahama to him. Before they can lock it in, Ruppel cuts in and points at the city. They are almost out of time. From the fortress hill, they can clearly see every route out of Evilium being sealed by Aslan's soldiers. And the invaders are not just searching. They are attacking anyone they find while terrified citizens try to run for their lives. Alan sees the pattern immediately. The army is herding the whole city inward, which means they will reach the fortress soon enough. Inside the city, Rahama's orders twist into open atrocity, as ordinary soldiers treat the roundup like permission to loot, rape, and murder. The men justify it by saying the king will not punish them and that nobody in the slave city counts as a fellow citizen anymore. Months of defeats, fear, and rage have stripped away what restraint they had left, and the city pays the price. One terrified old man throws himself around his grandson and begs for mercy as soldiers close in on them. A soldier casually slashes the old man's back open, and the boy screams for his grandfather. Even bleeding out, the old man begs the child to run, but the boy is too terrified to leave him. The soldier raises his sword to kill the child too, and in that instant a single beam of light punches through his head. Aslan's soldiers corner an old man and his grandson in the street, then a ray of light suddenly blows one soldier's head apart. The surviving soldiers panic and dive for cover, but the light keeps sniping anyone who peeks out from behind the buildings. The boy realizes someone at the fortress is protecting them, and he desperately tries to drag his dying grandfather toward that only safe place. Then the same light pierces the old man too, and the boy freezes in horror for one awful second. Instead of killing him, the light heals the old man's shredded back so completely that not even a scar remains. The old man snaps out of his disbelief, grabs his grandson, and runs after the other citizens and slaves fleeing toward the fortress. On the fortress wall, Alan keeps pulling the musket trigger and drops distant soldiers one by one with snipe-enhanced shots. White Alphonse casually tries to chat with him, but Alan stays cold and tells him to help the civilians instead. White praises Alan like a future holy emperor, and Alan flatly rejects both the title and the fatherly warmth behind it. White finally backs off and heads down to help, while Alan keeps sniping and bitterly wonders how his life turned into protecting enemy civilians inside enemy territory. At the base of the wall, Tina calls up that the carriage is ready and the escape can begin. Alan climbs down, summons the skeleton horse, and hitches it to the carriage for a brutal breakout run. Before leaving, Alan asks White what he plans to do, and White says he will stay behind as bait because Rahama is really after him. White admits even he cannot take Rahama lightly, but he still intends to fight briefly and then slip away. Then White gently places a hand on Alan's head and regrets that fate is cutting their reunion short again. Alan finally calls him father, prays for his safety, and rides away while White tells him they will meet again back home. The skeleton horse tears out of the fortress and charges into Evelium's alleys, smashing through whatever blocks the way. As soldiers try to stop them, the skeleton horse simply tramples through, and Alan cannot shake the bitter thought that White stayed behind to protect both his sons. Once they hit a wider street, Alan notices masked figures keeping pace across the rooftops with impossible speed. Tina recognizes the pursuers at once. They are the Hashishins, Rahama's deadly children trained for assassination. One Hashishin fires a demonic flare into the sky, and more black-clad assassins begin converging from all over the city. Soon nearly 100 Hashishins are chasing the carriage, and their crossbow bolts rip straight through its wooden frame. Ruppel and Hans duck for cover while Tina throws up a barrier around the carriage to keep the next volley out. Alan fires back with holy bullets, but the Hashishins twist away mid-run and refuse to give him an easy hit. Then the road ahead closes too, with Aslan soldiers massed in front and more troops sealing the narrow side streets. When Ruppel panics and asks what they will do, Alan answers with total certainty. They are breaking through. Bones burst from the street, and Alan summons armored skeleton horses and riders right in the enemy's path. Dwarf forged armor, helms, and long cavalry lances materialize onto the undead troops, turning them into a heavy shock force. The skeleton cavalry slams into the waiting soldiers, shattering their formation before the spears can do anything. Their dwarf-made armor shrugs off the counterattack, and the undead simply trample the soldiers flat as the carriage follows behind. Elsewhere in the city, drunk Aslan soldiers are still butchering civilians until they notice the crimson flare from the Hashishins. The soldiers mock the Hashishins for needing help and laugh that even Rahama's children are still just demi-human slaves to them. They swagger into position to steal the credit, only for the ground to begin trembling under their boots. An armored skeleton horse appears through the dust, and the soldier's bravado disappears on the spot. A whole undead cavalry line follows behind it and tears through the soldiers in a single merciless rush. The lucky survivors scramble aside and scream for more troops as the carriage keeps pushing deeper toward the gate. More flares go up, and the Hashishins switch to demonic projectiles that hammer the carriage with explosions. But Alan answers by summoning ancient guardian mummies onto the rooftops, cutting straight into the Hashishins' pursuit line. The Hashishins can cut the mummies down, but the guardians keep reappearing in front of them and drag their pursuit speed lower and lower. Seeing the carriage pull farther away, the frustrated Hashishins launch even more signal flares into the sky. Far off, King Rahama watches the repeated flares and immediately realizes his children have found Imperial targets, but are struggling badly. Rahama notices the flare color is wrong for white offals, which means the Hashishins likely found only the other Imperial princes. He leaps to a higher rooftop and spots the rooftop battle clearly at last, Hashishins in motion, and mummies somehow shielding the fleeing carriage. The sight of ancient Aslan guardian mummies on an enemy rescue mission rattles him, even if he forces that confusion down fast. Then he spots a plated war elephant moving through the streets, and decides the escape is over once that beast stops the carriage. Before he can look away, the street itself erupts and a giant armored Cyclops golem rises into the night. Rahama is stunned because the ancient Cyclops golem was supposed to be lost to history, not charging through his city. The golem sprints at the war elephant, scattering soldiers and tearing up the road with every step. Even the war elephant panics, but the golem grabs both tusks and lifts the massive beast completely off the ground. Then it hurls the elephant into Aslan's own troops, crushing soldiers and buildings in one catastrophic throw. Rahama watches the undead cavalry, the rooftop mummies, and the Cyclops golem tear Evelium apart, and for a moment he cannot even tell who is invading whom. What truly unsettles him is the logic of it all, because only a monstrously powerful necromancer could summon this much, and that kind of weapon should never be protecting the Imperial family. A soldier suddenly reports that the suspected crown Imperial prince is at Evelium's fortress, where Aslan's army is already barely holding him back. Rahama looks from the fortress to the escaping carriage and is forced to choose between White Offals and the hidden monster escorting the princes. He orders the feudal lords to go pin White down at the fortress, while he personally dashes after the carriage to kill the monster behind this escape. From a hill outside the city, White Offals watches Alan's escape turn into complete chaos and mutters that something clearly changed while he was away. White sees black-clad Hashishins in metal masks rush after Alan's carriage and realizes Aslan has unleashed hidden weapons inside the city itself. His worry eases for a moment when Alan's mummies surge back into the chase and tear apart the pursuit in a storm of dust and screams. Then a war elephant appears, and White is sure even Alan cannot stop something that huge. White expects the carriage to be cornered, but instead a giant golem leaps in, hoists the elephant like a toy, and hurls it away. As buildings crumble and beams fire from the golem's eye, White stares at the disaster and admits he has never heard of any Imperial prince who could do this. He bitterly reflects that the kind boy he knew somehow grew into a necromancer prince marching through a city like a walking catastrophe. White turns away from Alan's battlefield and finds 5 feudal lords of Aslan closing in through a field of mangled corpses, each one radiating demonic power. He braces for a brutal 5-on-1 fight, then suddenly realizes the one enemy he truly feared is missing. When White whips back toward the city gate, Alan's carriage has already crossed out of Evilium and straight into the real trap. Alan sees the full encirclement outside the gate, and can only think that escaping the city dropped him straight into another disaster. The army waiting outside is far from shabby, with necromancers, more war elephants, and siege weapons all prepared in advance, forcing the carriage to stop. Alan looks back and realizes the city side is closing too, with Hashishans pouring out behind them and archers climbing the walls. He angrily realizes the earlier signal flares were meant to set up this ambush, and his father's promise of a weak blockade was a complete lie. The Aslan soldiers nervously shout for the imperial princes to surrender and promise fair treatment, but their fear is obvious. Alan understands why they are rattled, because an undead cavalry, a giant stone guardian, and a legion of holy mummies have just shattered everything these soldiers thought divinity should look like. Ruppel panics and begs Alan to let him talk to the nobles, hoping his connections in Aslan might save them from being taken alive. Tina and Hans are just as uneasy, but Alan chooses a gamble instead of surrender and demands to speak to the commanding officer as a prince of the empire. The enemy line stirs in confusion, but protocol wins out and a visibly nervous Aslan officer finally steps forward with guards. The officer starts to offer proper terms for surrender, expecting a negotiation. Alan cuts him off with a smile and flips the whole exchange, ordering the Aslan army to surrender, disarm, and open a path. When the officer freezes in disbelief, Alan calmly adds that if they refuse, he will slaughter every last one of them. Alan raises his musket and slowly breathes into the loading chamber, smiling with his eyes while the officer's face drains of color. The guards reach for their weapons, but the undead around Alan instantly lock their glowing eyes on them and freeze the moment. Instead of bargaining, Alan starts a countdown on his fingers and leaves the officer staring at him like he has gone mad. At 4 and 3 seconds, Alan keeps aiming, and the officer finally breaks, screaming that the boy is insane. The officer turns and runs while trying to order the attack, but Alan reaches one and pulls the trigger first. The shot blows the commander's head apart, and Alan instantly tears one leader out of the enemy's chain of command. The surrounding soldiers are so shocked they can barely move, and Alan knows their fighting spirit has just crashed to the floor. To break through before they recover, Alan pulls out Amon's skull, the relic with the lightest cost he can still use without collapsing. The relic strengthens in Alan's hands, adding a bone armor skill, but he avoids the risky option that could make him pass out mid-battle. He reminds himself that living humans are easier to break than undead, because fear does half the work for him. Another officer screams for everyone to attack, and the entire Aslan force finally lurches into motion from every side. The Hashishans charge in from behind at the same time, sealing the trap and turning the standoff into a full battle. Alan places Amon's skull on his head, stares through its empty eye sockets, and declares himself the Legion. He follows that with one more claim, naming himself Gaia's inheritor, as he prepares to unleash a divine army no one here has ever seen before. The story jumps back to an old memory where King Rahama once dragged a slave soothsayer into his court just to entertain his boredom. When Rahama asks about Aslan's future, the soothsayer lights up with joy and declares that the kingdom will be saved. He rapturously describes Aslan's dead desert becoming a green and blessed land, with no more killing sun or freezing nights. Rahama enjoys hearing words that sound like praise, especially because he is already planning conquest and secretly dealing with the empire's third prince. He smugly asks whether history will remember him as the greatest conqueror, expecting flattery. Instead, the soothsayer asks what he is talking about and flatly says Rahama will be remembered as the worst king in Aslan's history. He warns that Rahama's ambition will burn cities, kill countless subjects, and drive Aslan to the edge of ruin. But the prophecy twists again when the soothsayer says Rahama will still shape history by calling an angel to Aslan and fathering the princess chosen by that angel. The slave all but laughs in Rahama's face, calling him foolish and arrogant even while praising the salvation he will accidentally bring. Rahama snaps, seizes the soothsayer by the throat, and accuses him of being an imperial spy. He breaks the man's neck on the spot, but the prophecy still does not stop. With milky prophetic eyes, the dead soothsayer keeps speaking and says a sacred legion is coming. He describes white-armored figures with glowing white eyes crawling up from the ground, guardians and saviors summoned by an angel. The prophecy grows even stranger, as he speaks of sacred hymns and a being beloved by the gods, a visitor from another world who will save it. Before the final words can finish, Rahama tears the soothsayer's throat out and finally silences him. Even then, cold sweat runs down Rahama's back, and he forces himself to dismiss the whole thing as the ravings of a fanatical madman. Back in the present, that excuse collapses when Rahama stands on Evilium's outer wall and sees the impossible with his own eyes. Below him stands the White Legion from the prophecy, more than 1,000 undead in white armor breathing out blue-white divinity. Their shields rise, spears level, and maces and swords tighten in perfect order, looking nothing like the clumsy undead Aslan knows. Then the ground shakes as 10 Cyclops golems rise up, each one armed with a huge great sword and a single crimson eye. Rahama cannot find a single flaw in their movements, and for the first time he accepts that the prophecy was talking about the boy below. At the front of the army, Alan stands beneath the skull relic, summons a skeleton horse, and mounts it like the center of the whole omen. The Legion slams its weapons into the ground and unleashes a wall of monstrous screeches that makes the living army tense up all at once. Sweat runs down the Aslan soldiers as their breathing quickens and their legs start shaking under the pressure. Alan says nothing at all and simply points toward them, which somehow makes the silence even worse. In that dead quiet, the holy undead tilt their heads, their eyelights flare brighter, and the march finally begins. Only then do the Aslan officers snap back to command, shouting for combat positions and firing signal flares for more support. The first threat rushing in is the undead chariot and cavalry wing, already accelerating ahead of the slower infantry line. Aslan throws up a pike wall in a hurry, pairing soldiers on each long spear to stop the charge. Necromancers are ordered to slow the advance, and they send their own skeletons forward as disposable blockers. At the same time, archers, crossbows, catapults, and ballistas all turn their fire on Alan's army, especially the golems. Some shots do hit, smashing a chariot and punching through mounted skeletons, but the assault still keeps coming. The weak skeletons raised by Aslan's necromancers barely matter, because Alan's holy undead cavalry simply tramples and shatters them under glowing hooves. Even when arrows slip into armor gaps and some riders crash, the fallen skeletons just roll, stand, and keep running, so their numbers never really drop. The holy chariots and cavalry roar through the sand even faster than before, and the Aslan soldiers staring at them feel like a giant wave is about to crush them. Knowing retreat means death anyway, the men on the pike wall grit their teeth, pray under their masks, and brace with everything they have. As the undead charge slams into range, the front line squeezes its eyes shut and waits for impact. Aslan's long spears shattered against the holy undead, and their chariots and cavalry slammed straight into the enemy pike wall with a blast of noise and blood. Desperate necromancers burned up slaves' life force to fuse skeletons into bone golems and finally managed to stop one charging chariot. That little hope died instantly when towering Cyclops golems marched in and swept away bone golems and nearby soldiers with giant stone greatswords. Magic fire and ballista bolts slammed into the stone giants, but the Cyclops golems barely staggered. Then the Cyclops golems answered with petrifying eye beams that turned fleeing necromancers and even siege weapons into stone. Aslan tried chains next, but the stone giants simply grabbed them and hurled the soldiers to their deaths. While the giants broke the line, mummies slipped into the center and carved through the formation with fast, elegant scimitar strikes. Aslan did kill some undead in the melee, but the skeletons kept biting and crawling even after losing arms and legs, so the army felt like the enemy never thinned out at all. The Aslan command line started collapsing under panic, and their officer realized Alan's armored bone golems around the carriage were too solid to break through. He looked for Rahama's Hashishins to pierce that wall, only to find the masked demi-humans still holding back. Before the officer could recover, banshees overhead began raining pure white arrows of divinity onto the battlefield. Wooden shields were punched through, metal shields barely held, and the men around the officer were torn apart under the holy barrage. At last the officer screamed for retreat, and the shattered army turned and ran for the main force. The holy undead chased the fleeing soldiers on purpose, turning the escape into a brutal warning for anyone else who thought about pursuing Alan. Watching from the wall, Rahama realized the real danger was not the crown prince at all but Alan, a commander who could lead monsters and overpower armies at once. He decided Alan had to die before he could grow into an even worse threat than the holy emperor himself. As the prophecy rang in his mind, masked Hashishins gathered around him, and Rahama ordered them to seize the remaining imperial family while he handled Alan himself. Then Rahama kicked off the wall like a launched weapon and hurled himself straight at Alan. From inside Amon's skull, Alan was just starting to feel relieved that the relic's burden was manageable when a sudden wave of demonic energy made his whole body go cold. His bone golems instantly stacked their tower shields in front of him, but Rahama smashed through the whole wall of steel and bone with one monstrous charge. When Rahama stepped out of the wreckage, Alan's status reading confirmed the nightmare in front of him. Aslan's king had come personally. Rahama called Alan the angel from the prophecy, then casually crushed the bone golems trying to swarm him as demonic energy flooded the area. The next instant Rahama's killing intent erupted so hard that Alan lost sight of him completely. Alan trusted his instincts, threw bone armor onto his body, and sharpened his sight with divinity just in time to finally track Rahama's incoming rush. To block the strike, Alan summoned 12 holy weapons into skeletal arms on his back and braced everything he had against Rahama's mace. It still wasn't enough, and Rahama's single hit shattered all 12 divine weapons at once. Realizing his bone armor would not survive the next blow, Alan yanked out Amon's staff and accepted its crushing burden for one desperate counter. When staff and mace finally met, divinity and demonic energy split the land in two and even shocked Rahama that Alan had stopped him. They kept trading brutal weapon clashes, each collision blowing apart the terrain while Alan was slowly forced backward. Knowing the fight would only get worse if it dragged on, Alan switched tactics and opened fire with 12 holy muskets from his skeletal arms. Rahama dodged the barrage by inches, and even Alan's bone whips erupting from the ground could not pin him down. Alan could feel his divinity draining and his body growing heavier, so he knew he had to finish Rahama fast or lose everything. Rahama was in just as much danger, because every burst of demonic power was burning away his lifespan and visibly aging him in real time. The more he fought, the more Rahama understood Alan was not just a necromancer but a monster on the same level as the Empire's strongest prince. To tip the fight, Rahama ordered the Hashishans to sacrifice themselves, and 60 of them knelt down to feed him their dwindling lifespan. The sacrifice swelled Rahama's demonic output, but it also tore up his own body as he forced himself into an even stronger charge. Before Rahama could move, Alan beat him to the opening and rushed in to end the duel himself. Alan switched back from muskets to a storm of melee weapons, and every time Rahama shattered one, another instantly replaced it. Then Alan slammed Amon's staff into Rahama with a divine shockwave that blasted the king backward, made him spit blood, and ripped his body open under the follow-up weapon storm. Rahama refused to go down, smashed through the flying weapons, and hurled himself back in for a mutual killing blow. They hit at the same time, with Alan's staff tearing diagonally into Rahama's left shoulder, while Rahama's mace crashed into Alan's shoulder hard enough to make blood surge under the goat's skull. When Alan stumbled from the close-range hit, Rahama finally smiled, convinced he had found the angel's weakness in hand-to-hand combat. But before he could press that advantage, Rahama suddenly felt a far worse omen from the carriage where the Hashishans were blocking the imperial family. That creeping dread dragged the prophecy back into Rahama's mind, now pointing not just to the angel he had summoned, but to the child he himself had fathered for the angel to choose. Cornered outside of Ilium, Ruppel panic-screamed his royal title and flailed his sword around, but the divine power pouring out of him was real enough to keep the Hashishans back. Hans was stunned that the useless mama's boy prince could actually fight, but Tina snapped him out of it because their group was seconds away from being captured. When Tina demanded any tool that could break the deadlock, Hans admitted he was no fighter and frantically dug through his bag anyway. The Hashishans tried one last time to pull Tina back in, telling her to surrender Ruppel and stop disappointing the father who had trained them all. Tina refused, because she wanted to keep living, even if that meant fighting the brothers and sisters she once trained beside. Before the assassins could rush them, Hans yelled for everyone to shut their eyes and hurled a flash bang into the middle of the standoff. The blast of light wrecked everyone's vision, and even Ruppel started screaming while stabbing at thin air. Hans followed with smoke bombs, cloaking the field and begging Tina to run before Alan's battle swallowed them too. Tina still would not leave, because abandoning Lord Angel now would make her exactly the burden she had sworn not to become. So Tina made a reckless choice of her own and declared that she would use summoning magic instead. Hans thought she meant wholly undead, but Tina flatly admitted she could not summon Alan's pure version because her power was a mixed blend of mana and divinity. Instead of giving up, Tina set down her flower pot and tried to copy Alan's summoning method from memory, piecing together his lessons with Hans's talk about warp magic. As Tina imagined the spirit she wanted in exact detail, her mind slipped into a white space where childlike presences noticed her and hesitated at her outstretched hand. When those little spirits finally reached back to her, Tina snapped awake and the summoning answered in a way she never expected. The flower pot exploded, roots ripped through the dead earth, and a giant humanoid tree burst upward where her tiny weed had been. Life flooded the wasteland so fast that everyone stumbled back, and the huge tree man greeted Tina like it already knew she had called the children first. Tina could only blurt out that it looked like a tree spirit, because the sacred being standing in front of her was already far beyond anything she meant to summon. The prophecy about Aslan's savior suddenly felt real, because the dead land around Avilium was already becoming a green field under the summoned spirit. Yggdrasil studied Tina and immediately saw how unusual she was, a dark elf carrying both mana and divinity in the same body. The tree spirit then noticed Alan fighting in the distance, and guessed that his influence was why Tina's strange power felt so similar to his. When Tina admitted she had actually been calling for nature spirits, Yggdrasil cheerfully confirmed it and let the little elemental children spill out from its leaves. At Yggdrasil's urging, the little spirits approached Tina like a new contractor they had been waiting 2,000 years to meet. Only then did the giant spirit finally introduce itself as Yggdrasil, the world tree that maintained the balance of the world. Tina was completely shaken, because the legendary tree of life from ancient records was supposed to be an impossibly vast being in the spirit world, not standing here in front of her. Yggdrasil explained that this body was only a clone, because even the world tree could not fully break through the wall between dimensions. That meant Tina had not truly summoned the world tree itself at all, but Yggdrasil had crossed over on its own out of curiosity after feeling a new spirit caller appear. After taking in the dead desert and the clash between Alan's life aura and Rahama's death aura, Yggdrasil decided it could not kill for Tina, but it could still restore life to this land. With one massive strike into the ground, Yggdrasil split the earth open and summoned water up from below like a geyser. Water rushed across the wasteland, plants burst from the soaked soil, and the dead zone outside of Ilium rapidly transformed into a living field and lake. Tina could only stare as mana and divinity overlapped around Yggdrasil and painted the cursed region in a lush, impossible green. Even the Hashishans tore off their masks and dropped to their knees, because the grass under their hands felt like a miracle after a lifetime in a land of death. Because the clone could not stay long, Yggdrasil told Tina they needed to finish what she had really come to do. Yggdrasil rooted itself in front of Avilium like a giant tree, and a huge mana wave rolled out from its planted body toward the battlefield. The shockwave hit Rahama mid-fight, and the old prophecy crashed back into his mind right as plants started crawling up his own legs. Realizing the soothsayer might have been right all along, Rahama panicked and tried to call for the Hashishans to feed him their life force. But the Hashishans were already kneeling in prayer to the world tree instead of their king, because as demi-humans they instinctively revered nature and its spirits. Rahama looked back just in time to see living stems wrap around Alan's body as if the land itself had chosen to protect him. Inside that surge of nature, Alan felt the relic backlash easing off and his exhausted mind clear under the fresh scent of grass. When Alan turned toward Tina, he found her standing by the ancient tree with little spirits around her, and he finally understood that she had summoned spirits instead of holy undead. The little spirits did not stop at helping Tina either, because they crowded around Alan and happily offered to help him too. The fire spirit touched him on staff, wind wrapped Alan's body, and the elemental blessings started upgrading his relic gear far beyond ordinary divine aura. Alan lifted his head toward Rahama again and saw the king glaring past him with pure hatred, not at an enemy soldier, but at his own daughter Tina. Rahama explodes forward in a rage, trying to smash both Tina and the giant tree in one brutal charge. Alan snaps out a command, and the spirits rush in to shield Tina before the king can reach her. Even wrapped in water, Rahama powers through and blows the earthen wall apart with raw force. That brief delay is enough for Alan to flash in front of Tina and meet Rahama head-on. Rahama slams his mace down, but Alan catches it with Amon's staff and blasts the weapon with fire. Alan realizes the king is already burning through his own life force just to keep this power going. Alan gives one cold order, and all four spirits pile onto Rahama at once. Rahama refuses to break, and instead starts pouring every last scrap of deathly power into his mace. As the attack charges, Rahama ages in seconds until the king looks like a skeletal old man making one last stand. Alan calmly decides this is the perfect moment to test the new skill hidden in his upgraded staff. Rahama screams for everyone to die with him, and brings the mace down in his final all-in strike. The moment their weapons meet, Alan's staff wipes out the attack completely with skill nullification. With the power gone, Rahama's mighty mace cracks apart like brittle junk. Alan finishes it in one blow and caves in the king's face, sending Rahama flying across the field. Rahama finally stops moving, collapsed in the grass as a broken old man. Only after winning does Alan let the strain show, dropping his bone armor and using the staff just to stay upright. His legs give out, and Tina rushes in to catch him before he falls flat. Tina asks if he is alright, and Alan admits he really is not. Knowing he is about to pass out, Alan quietly asks Tina to guard his body for a while. Tina promises he can leave it to her, and Alan finally slips into deep sleep. After the fight, Tina looks at Rahama's body and has to face the fact that the fallen king was once her father. The Hashishans gather around Rahama, and one look from them tells Tina the king is finished. Tina looks up at the rooted World Tree clone and realizes this dead land finally has a real chance to turn green again. That fragile relief ends when a Hashishan warns Tina that Rahama's main army has arrived. Tina sees the full force marching in with war drums, undead ranks, and feudal lords at their head, and all the color drains from her face. Hans panics and begs for a way out, but Ruppel just walks toward Alan in stunned silence. Standing over his younger brother, Ruppel can barely process that the prince everyone scorned just beat Rahama and summoned holy undead besides. For the first time in a long while, Ruppel feels a little hope and thinks Alan might actually change the future. Hans drags him back to the danger, but Ruppel suddenly says they do not need to flee after all. He points out that their reinforcement has finally arrived, and everyone turns to look. Another army appears from the side, and the Aslan commanders go pale when they recognize the theocratic empire. The imperial army marches in with priests, paladins, holy orders, dwarven troops, and more than 10,000 soldiers under sacred banners. At the center of that force ride Oskel Baldur and Charlotte Herais as the empire finally enters the battlefield. As the new clash begins, Oskel grins like an old war addict and asks Charlotte what she thought of the battlefield. Charlotte answers that war was horrible, and Oskel bluntly tells her she is still too green to understand it. To Oskel, the battlefield is something to enjoy, because breaking through wars and obeying the imperial command gives his life meaning. But that fevered devotion twists into rage when Oskel remembers he failed the Holy Emperor once already. He swears there will not be a second failure, surrender will be accepted, but refusal means death. War horns sound for surrender, and Aslan answers with silence. Taking that silence as rejection, Oskel offers a prayer and floods his blade with divinity. He orders the flags raised and the entire imperial army to advance. Oskel charges first, and the cavalry forms around him as the holy army roars for the empire and the slaughter of heretics. Aslan's feudal lords answer the charge with their own mounted rush, and both armies crash toward each other with pure killing intent. Oskel erupts in sacred light so intense that Aslan's soldiers are blinded before his blade even lands. From Evilium's outer wall, a battered White watches the battle and wonders if it is already over. What he sees is not a battle at all but a one-sided imperial slaughter led by the still monstrous 100-year-old Oskel. White's gaze drifts from the massacre to Alan sleeping in Tina's care beneath the giant tree. He also sees Rahama's shriveled body tangled in plant stems and has to accept that Alan really defeated the king. The more White thinks about it, the more Alan's growth stops looking like luck and starts looking like something monstrous. That thought leads him to a dangerous possibility. If the Empire can suddenly expose vampires, maybe Alan is actually a saint. White ends up apologizing in his heart, because instead of helping Alan, he may soon have to ask Alan for help. Back in the melee, silver-haired Charlotte cuts through Aslan's soldiers so cleanly that fear and awe spread around her at once. The soldiers start calling her the White Reaper as her divine blade and white horse keep trampling the line open. Charlotte offers a prayer to Gaia and keeps slaughtering forward without even feeling the cuts anymore. Some Aslan troops break away and rush for Avilium, hoping to link up with the city and the Hashishins. Charlotte glances toward the gate to see what has them so confused, and the moving crowd finally opens her view. There, beside the giant tree, Charlotte spots Tina holding a sleeping boy and instantly recognizes the face she has been searching for. For Charlotte, the battlefield vanishes in that instant, because Alan Alphals, the savior she has longed to find, is finally right in front of her. Charlotte snaps back into her White Reaper frenzy and tightens her grip on the divine sword as Aslan troops rush from every side to stop her advance. She answers with a cold order to move, and a violent burst of divinity erupts from her blade and horse, blowing enemy soldiers apart. Her rampage freezes fighters across the battlefield, and Harmon instantly realizes Charlotte has lost control again. Knowing the whole enemy army will swarm her, Harmon rallies the paladins and charges in to protect the head of the White Cross. Charlotte keeps driving forward through the storm of weapons, even after her cheek is cut and a spear strikes her horse. She roars with spirit speech, smashes through a mass of enemies, and her white armor starts breaking under the accumulating damage. At last she tears free of the encirclement, and the terrified Aslan troops start backing away from the monster in white. With the way finally open, Charlotte pours divinity into her horse and sprints after the cavalry racing toward the city's outer gate and the giant tree. The cavalry panic at the sight of the White Reaper catching them, but turning around to fight only gets them cut down one by one. One desperate rider begs the Hashishins to kill Charlotte, but they only stare past him at the White Reaper closing in from behind. Before the man can even turn around, Charlotte beheads him and ends the last of the cavalry at the tree. Breathing hard, Charlotte finally sees Alan sleeping safely beneath the giant tree and goes still in relief. She dismounts and walks toward him, and when the Hashishins try to block her, Tina quietly tells them to stand aside. Tina watches the blood-drenched silver-haired knight approach, badly wounded but still refusing to waver. As Charlotte closes the distance, the weight crushing her chest finally starts to loosen. She notices Tina shielding Alan and understands at once that Alan must have protected the child first, just as he always does. Then she sees Alan's faint divinity and scraped face, and knows he pushed himself too far again to save someone. Standing over the sleeping boy, Charlotte remembers her vow to stay by his side whenever he broke himself protecting others, and the old guilt comes rushing back. Her cold mask finally collapses, and Charlotte drops to her knees to formally greet Alan as his first paladin. Harmon arrives just in time to see it, understands why she shouted so loudly, and leads the paladins in kneeling before the sleeping prince too. Charlotte gently takes Alan's hand, already thinking only of bringing him home to the Empire. Off to the side, Hans stares in shock as the truth sinks in that the boy really is an imperial prince. Ruppel feels the opposite, relieved that with the paladins here he can stop cowering and go back to his old princely life. He boldly orders Harmon to escort him at once, assuming the Empire has come to restore his comfort and status as a prince. Charlotte cuts him off with a voice so cold that even Ruppel realizes something is terribly wrong. With rage barely contained, Charlotte orders Harmon to arrest Ruppel as the traitor and instigator behind this whole disaster. Harmon understands he has to move instantly before Charlotte executes Ruppel on the spot, and Ruppel goes pale trying to protest. Harmon obeys without hesitation, puts his blade to Ruppel's throat, and arrests him for suspected high treason along with the missing Rose Darina. A month later, Aslan's capital beats with war drums as the conquered kingdom is forced into a new order. The nobles hurry to the palace through streets packed with imperial paladins and disarmed Aslan soldiers already on their knees. Inside the royal audience chamber, the nobles whisper in fear about surrender and succession, but the occupied palace gives them no room to resist. Then white-armored paladins march in and take control of the chamber itself, making the defeat impossible to ignore. When Alan is announced, the paladins force the nobles to kneel and bow before the Empire's seventh prince. Alan walks straight to Rahama's throne and sits on it, making the power shift plain to everyone in the room. Tina enters in royal robes as Aslan's new ruler, and the nobles glare because a dark elf girl now holds the throne with imperial backing. The nobles hate the choice, but the Holy Emperor purged Rahama's line and picked Tina precisely because a dependent demi-human queen would keep Aslan easier to control. Even while they fume that Tina sold the country into subordination, the nobles can only swallow it and pretend they might control her later. Tina walks to the throne, kneels, and greets Alan not just as prince but like a servant offering another prayer to her Lord Angel. From Alan's point of view, the whole ceremony feels like punishment for having an arrested brother and an absent father who should have handled this themselves. Charlotte quietly pushes him to continue, and Harmon tells him the job is simple, just read the Empire's demands aloud. So Alan reads out the harsh terms: yearly tribute, the release of imperial slaves, mining rights, and temporary command over Aslan's army. Alan knows Tina will take the blame for this one-sided contract, but he also knows Aslan now needs her too badly to cast her aside. That is because Tina has already begun changing the kingdom itself, bringing water, rivers, lakes, and fertile land back to Aslan's dead soil. The common people support her for giving them a future Rahama never could, and even the nobles will end up dependent on that power. With the politics settled, Alan officially declares Tina's enthronement and Aslan's acceptance of the subordination contract complete. The moment it ends, Alan rubs his temples in exhaustion, eager to leave, and Charlotte answers his quiet wish to go home with a faint smile. After leaving Tina to finish her speech to the Aslan nobles, Alan steps into the palace corridor looking worn out from the backlash of Amon's relics. Through the window, Alan spots Yggdrasil's giant branch now planted in the palace garden, already flooding the dead land with lush green life and thick mana. Alan realizes the tree is a priceless world tree branch that massively boosts a shaman's mana, and only Tina can properly tend it. Still recovering, Alan heads for the heavily guarded VIP chamber where his father and brother are being kept under watch. At the door, Sword King Oskel greets Alan respectfully and confirms that both White and Ruppel are inside. Inside, Alan finds Ruppel writhing under the bedsheets like he's trapped in a nightmare, even as he remains under arrest for suspected treason. White, on the other hand, is in absurdly good spirits, tearing into a roasted pig and praising Aslan's food like none of this is his problem. Alan sits across from White, already simmering, because this missing father left the Empire's disasters for everyone else to clean up. When Alan bluntly asks where he's been, White casually says he spent the last 11 years traveling from place to place. That answer nearly sets Alan off, until White suddenly says his whole journey was spent searching for Alan's older brother. Alan is thrown off, because he knows Luan, Ruppel, and Hilda, but he has never heard of another missing brother. White drops the real bombshell. He was never searching for the third prince in this room, but for the second imperial prince named Ruppel Alfils. Alan freezes as White makes it explicit that the missing boy is the older brother of the current third prince, the stillborn child of Rose Darina. The story cuts to a dark cave where oversized glass tanks hold human children in fluid, turning the next reveal immediately grotesque. At the center of the lab, Count Timon, a monstrous hunchbacked progenitor vampire alchemist, furiously carves rune letters into the ground with a magic crystal. A bound priest lies inside the completed circle, bleeding into the runes while Timon crows that his 3001st warp test is finally ready. Timon pours demonic energy into the circle, forcing divinity out of the priest and making both powers crash together in a warped gate experiment. The balance breaks, and the priest explodes into gore, splattering Timon's laboratory with another failure. Timon rages at the mess, furious that a method which once worked keeps failing now. A ghoul shuffles in with a communique, and Timon's tantrum dies the moment he reads the shocking news. A red-haired boy steps from the darkness, and Timon tells him the impossible has happened. King Rahama is dead. The boy is stunned for a beat, then eagerly guesses that the one who killed Rahama must be the crown imperial prince, which would mean White is still alive. Timon pointedly calls the boy by his true identity, the second imperial prince Ruppel Alfils, but the boy laughs it off and says the imperial family no longer means anything to him. The boy goes even further, insisting his real father is now the king and vowing that anyone who refuses to acknowledge him will be forced to. Timon adds another piece of news. The current third imperial prince Ruppel Alfils has been arrested for high treason after serving as an unwitting link to Rose Darina. That immediately gives the boy a new idea, and bloodlust curls off him as he asks to take his younger brother's body as a replacement vessel. Back in the VIP chamber, Alan notices the Ruppel on the bed flinch under the blanket, proving he heard every word of that terrifying reveal. Alan struggles to process it and asks White if this can really be the same stillborn prince who was supposed to be dealt with years ago. White admits he meant to end the matter himself back then, but he couldn't bring himself to kill his own child. Instead, an archbishop named Walter offered to handle the funeral as his last act of loyalty before retirement. White trusted him, even though Walter was trembling and drenched in cold sweat the whole time. Walter later reported that the funeral was done and even showed White a mountain grave, so White had no reason to doubt him at the time. Years later, just before White's enthronement, he personally rode out to crush a reported bandit raid on the border and make an example of Aslan. But when he reached the village, there were no enemies left to fight, only heaps of dead villagers and bandits scattered everywhere. At the center of that slaughter, a small red-haired boy calmly devoured a corpse and greeted White with a quiet, almost familiar father. White immediately refuses the claim and points his sword at the boy's throat, because he knows vampires only see humans as livestock. The boy plays the abandoned child for a moment, acting wounded that his own father discarded and forgot him. Then the mask slips, and the boy cheerfully reveals that all the paladins around White are already dead. Blood-red spikes erupt from the ground and impale White's escort in an instant, even skewering White's horse and throwing him down. White recovers and charges his blade with divinity while zombies gather around the boy like a waiting audience. Ruppel grins and proposes a twisted duel with his father, saying the loser should hand over his body to the winner. White answers by calling him an abomination and cutting through the zombies until he finally drives the boy onto the back foot. When White carves into the boy's body, something far worse crawls out from inside it, a grotesque crimson baby monster. The creature bitterly says it would have won with a proper body, and White finally recognizes the face of the stillborn Prince Ruppel in that monster. Back in the present, White says he knew in his soul that thing was the real second prince, except someone had turned the undead baby into an intelligent progenitor vampire. That makes Alan think back to dark magic and unnatural progenitor creation, realizing this kind of horror is possible after all. White admits he still failed to kill the monster, because it escaped from that battlefield using warp magic. After that, White dug up the grave and found it empty, proving the funeral had been a lie from the start. When White went looking for Archbishop Walter, both the man and his daughter had vanished, and White concludes they were almost certainly silenced. White spread fresh vampire reports across the table and let Alan read everything he had gathered from the Imperial family and his own years of hunting. Alan stopped at the report on Euligia, and White grimly explained that rumors of her murder by vampires had reached him while he was far away in war-torn Lomé. Furious over Euligia's death and Juan's curse, White rushed back, infiltrated the palace, and secretly confirmed that the curse on the sleeping prince carried the same demonic energy as Ruppel. White pointed to Count Fomer's connection and said Ruppel had already been strong enough back then to join the palace attack with blood creations and escape alive. He added that Juan's curse was a warning trap, because anyone trying to heal the prince would have killed him instead. White says he kept hunting the second prince because Ruppel was the only lead that might break Juan's curse and expose the vampires hiding around the Imperial family. When Alan asked why he never told the Imperial family, White shot back that the court was already on the edge after Euligia's murder. White explains that if the public learned a prince had become a vampire and an archbishop was involved, panic and a full purge would have followed. He says Archbishop Walter's people and the entire Darina line would have been slaughtered, including innocents who had served the throne all their lives. That old choice feels rotten now, because the newest evidence shows Rose really had been working with the vampires the whole time. White finally breaks and snarls that Rose's jealousy drove her to curse her own son and turn him into a vampire. Alan quietly asks if White only learned that truth now, and White answers that if he had known earlier, he would have torn the culprits apart at Euligia's grave. Alan turns the talk toward Ruppel, and the sheet on the bed visibly twitches because the prince has been listening to every word. White says Ruppel was still a child then and was likely used by Rose, but he still intends to drag answers out of him and face the Emperor's wrath afterward. After forcing himself calm, White pushes the conversation wider and says the vampire problem has grown beyond anything one man can handle alone. He explains that years of hunting showed the vampires are now organized, systematic, and unlike any scattered outbreaks from the past. White says their real target is not just the Imperial family but the entire theocratic empire, because they want to turn humanity into livestock under a vampire kingdom. He unfurls a map and shows vampire activity in nation after nation until the empire looks trapped in the middle of a tightening web. Alan mutters that it looks like a spider web, and White confirms the center of it all is the vampire king, King Vladimir. White looks Alan straight in the eye and warns that the vampire invasion is coming soon. Late that night, under a crimson moon thick with demonic energy, paladins kept tight guard around Aslan's royal palace in hostile territory. A hooded group with a small boy at its center walked right up to the guards, and the moment a paladin challenged them, the boy mocked him as an imperial prince. Blood spikes erupted from the ground and skewered a paladin in the air while Ruppel calmly announced that all the others were about to die too. Then the little prince turned to his followers and ordered a full slaughter so he could seize a fresh body inside the palace. The vampires threw back their hoods, bared long fangs, and Ruppel declared that the humans before them were only livestock meant to die tonight. At the palace gate, the slaughter started instantly as blood spikes ripped through the guards and desperate screams filled the entrance. The raiding vampires drank from the corpses and pumped demonic energy into them until the dead paladins staggered back up as zombies. When one follower asked for the next move, Ruppel coldly ordered the group to stay outside, kill anything they found, and create more zombies as distractions. The vampires wavered because they had heard the Sword King and the Crown Prince were here, and they did not want to fight men famous for tearing off vampire heads. Ruppel's smile never reached his eyes, and one icy look was enough to make the whole group bow and obey. Satisfied, Ruppel told them to flee once Oskel or White appeared, because all he really needed was time to slip inside and steal his younger brother's body. Back in the guest room, Alan caught the stench of rotting corpse-like demonic energy, and instantly knew the vampires had moved first. Alan cursed the vampires out loud, and White could only stare because Alan somehow knew what was happening before any alarm reached the room. A heartbeat later, warning bells and horns roared through the palace as torches flared and paladins rushed to respond. Oskel opened the door and confirmed the palace was under vampire attack, proving Alan's ugly hunch was right. White immediately demanded to know how Alan recognized the attackers so fast, but Alan brushed it off as a hunch and focused on whether Oskel could handle them. Oskel answered with easy confidence that ordinary vampires would not trouble the palace, even if one of them could manipulate blood. That answer eased Alan's nerves, but White took the raid personally and stood up ready to collect vampire heads for interrogation. Alan asked one more time if they truly did not need him, and Oskel said the Crown Prince and the Sword King alone would be enough. White left with Oskel and casually told Alan to stay behind and talk with Ruppel, leaving the room suddenly quiet again. With the others gone, Alan asked Ruppel what he planned to do with the little future he might have left. Ruppel kept pretending to sleep, but his body shifted and faint sobs under the blanket made his despair painfully obvious. Alan knew Rose had destroyed Ruppel's life and that even mercy from the family might not be enough to save him now. Needing air, Alan opened the window, and the cool night wind finally cleared his head a little. Looking down into the palace garden, Alan found his eyes drawn to the world tree and then to a strangely calm servant boy walking toward it. The boy's red hair, red eyes, and total lack of panic made Alan's instincts scream that something was badly wrong. Remembering how hard vampires were to identify, Alan used mind's eye on the boy just to be sure. The status result hit Alan like a brick. The servant was Ruppel, now a rotting progenitor vampire marquis desperate to steal Ruppel's own body. Alan was stunned that the monster White had hunted for 11 years had just walked straight into his yard in the shape of a little boy. He hesitated over calling White, because killing a child-shaped Ruppel on sight might be easy for Oscar but not for a father already drowning in rage. Before Alan could decide, Charlotte and Harmon stepped in front of the suspicious boy while Tina and her escorts were being moved through the same garden. Alan instantly understood the danger, because that vampire was too much for Charlotte and Harmon to handle if the clash turned real. His gaze flicked back to the world tree, and Alan remembered how its power had softened the backlash when he used Amon's relics before. Alan decided that cleaning up his father's old mess now was better than letting this loose end grow any worse. Wanting to test just how much the world tree could protect him from the cost, Alan opened Amon's grimoire. At the Aslan Palace, Ruppel almost freezes when he looks up at the giant world tree and immediately feels that something about it is wrong for him. Before he can slip away, Charlotte and Harmon step in front of him and force the fake servant to stop. Ruppel puts on a scared child act and tries to talk his way past them, pretending he is just a harmless servant. Harmon calmly asks what message the servants were given that morning, and the question instantly rattles Ruppel. Ruppel scrambles for an excuse and claims he forgot because he is stupid, but Charlotte keeps staring at him like she already has her answer. Charlotte suddenly draws her divine sword at his throat, and Ruppel exposes himself by reflex when a blood spike erupts to block it. Charlotte reveals there never was any code word, and Ruppel realizes she baited him into proving he was a vampire. When Charlotte pours more divinity into her blade, she slices through the blood defense, and even leaves a burning cut across Ruppel's cheek. Ruppel throws up more blood spikes to cover his retreat, but Charlotte slips past them and Harmon handles the rest with practiced ease. Only then does Ruppel notice the world tree's life energy flowing into Charlotte and Harmon, and he finally understands why they feel so dangerous. Charlotte orders Harmon to protect Tina instead of helping her, and she says with absolute certainty that she will not die while Alan is here. Tina steps in like the palace's true ruler, slams down her staff, and declares that this palace belongs to her. At Tina's command, huge woodmen burst up from the roots and take position around Charlotte as living shields. Hidden fighters also reveal themselves, and Ruppel starts to panic because this was supposed to be an easy palace intrusion, not a nest of monsters. Charlotte walks straight at him under a blazing white aura and asks if he is ready to die. For a moment Ruppel thinks about fleeing with warp magic, then forces himself to remember he is a Marquis-ranked progenitor vampire, and refuses to back down from humans. He drops the act completely, boasts that he will finish everyone before White and Oscar arrive, and unleashes his full blood magic. The blood pillars whirl into a sinister storm as Ruppel declares that he will feed on all of their blood himself. Far away in a demonic cavern, Count Timon checks giant storage pots full of zombified children and complains that Ruppel's current body is already failing. The cavern turns out to be a grotesque workshop where child zombies are ripened for years as replacement bodies for Ruppel's constantly rotting flesh. When Timon orders his assistants to summon Ruppel for another body swap, they nervously admit he sneaked out to hunt humans again. Timon explodes in frustration when he learns Ruppel went to the Aslan Royal Palace, calling him a stupid brat with no sense at all. His rant lays out the ugly truth. Ruppel was a zombified baby turned into a progenitor too fast, so his mind stayed childlike and his body never stopped breaking down. Timon also reveals that Ruppel keeps provoking White on purpose, slaughtering Imperial subjects, and even murdering Eulygia just to mock the prince he fears. Deciding Ruppel is too much of a liability, Timon orders a warp spell to the Aslan capital and tells his vampires to gather many human sacrifices for the trip. Even while cursing the boy, Timon makes it clear Ruppel cannot be allowed to die because the Vampire King sees him as a useful pet and future source of sustenance. To punctuate that point, Timon grotesquely tears open his own mouth and bites into the zombie child's head while talking about Ruppel like livestock. Back at the palace, Ruppel's blood storm spreads so much demonic energy that the once green garden starts rotting under it. Charlotte, Tina, Harmon, the woodman, and the hidden guards all hold their ground as palace servants flee the battle zone in terror. Ruppel tells himself he only has 5 minutes before White and Oscar sense him. Kill these defenders, grab the third prince, and get out. But right before he attacks, Ruppel notices something strange. The royal palace itself is almost too quiet. There are no rushing paladins, no clear encirclement, and no sign that the prince he came for is still inside, which makes the whole setup feel wrong. Then Ruppel's confusion hardens into shock as he stares toward the palace and blurts out, "What the hell is that now?" Ruppel felt a terrifying surge of divinity swallowing his demonic energy, and he instantly knew some huge divine spell was charging somewhere inside the palace. He ruled out White and the Sword King at once, which meant an unknown monster was hiding in the palace and gathering power even faster than he could react. Count Taimong's warning about Rahama's death hit him again, and Ruppel realized White might not have been the one who killed the king after all. His clean kidnapping plan had already collapsed, and instead of humiliating the Empire again like 6 years ago, he now felt completely blindsided. Cursing his spies for missing a threat like this, Ruppel gave up playing with his enemies and decided he had to run immediately. He spilled blood onto the ground and started drawing Taimong's warp spell, trying to escape before the palace's hidden caster finished whatever was coming. Before the circle was finished, Charlotte burst in with a divinity-coated sword while Tina's wind spirits wrapped her blade for a sharper strike. Charlotte's empowered slash smashed through the blood tornado, but Ruppel only flinched and coldly told her that kind of attack still could not kill him. As Ruppel tried to gather fresh demonic energy, Tina's giant woodman crashed down on him and blew his forming blood attack apart. He jumped back to evade the woodman, only for hidden Hashishins to bury chain-linked daggers deep into his body and yank him off balance. Ruppel cut the chains with more blood, but his temporary body felt weak and the flow of demonic energy was already turning unstable. When he looked from the world tree to the palace, Ruppel understood the real problem. Yggdrasil's mana and the palace's divinity were choking his power from both sides. Snapping in irritation, he sent his blood raging outward like whips and tore through everything around him. The blood whips shredded Tina's woodman, gouged the palace exterior, and wrecked the garden in one vicious burst. The Hashishins pulled Tina out of danger and Harmon retreated, but Charlotte stayed inside the storm and kept dodging by a hair. As the seconds dragged on, Ruppel's fear only got worse because White and Oscar would arrive soon, and the hidden divine monster still had not shown its face. For the first time, the thought of dying here sank into him so deeply that his fake life itself felt like it was about to stop. That terror turned into obsession, and he swore he could not die before destroying the Empire and murdering Rose Darena, his namesake half-brother, White, and every imperial blood relative tied to his misery. Desperate now, he finished the warp circle with blood and decided he would accept any destination at all if it got him out alive. Just as he tried to flee, a gunshot blew apart the ground and burned away his hand before the warp could activate. A calm, almost cheerful voice called him older brother, and Ruppel froze as if he had just heard his death sentence. He looked up and finally found the true source of the divinity, Alan on the palace balcony, holding a musket in one hand and a grimoire in the other. The sight shattered him, because a boy barely 17 was wielding an amount of divinity that should have been impossible for any human. Ruppel finally broke and screamed at Alan in terror, demanding to know what he really was. Alan answered with a satisfied smile that he was Ruppel's youngest brother, and a kind one who would even handle his funeral. As Alan closed the grimoire, part of the palace collapsed, and a giant skeletal hand rose from inside to lift him gently upward. Then holy water burst out of the ruined palace, and the skeleton king's crowned skull and massive torso rose into view. The crimson moonlight disappeared under a purified blue glow as divinity rolled outward and the holy water spread across the ground like a flood. The moment the holy water touched him, Ruppel's feet began to burn away and he dropped to his knees in panic. Looking up at the giant holy undead against the purified moonlight, Ruppel could only gasp a broken prayer in horror. The skeleton king drew a huge gold embone sword from the holy water and stared down at him like he was barely worth noticing. Standing on the giant's hand, Alan smiled down and gently told his older brother that now he could die in peace. Elsewhere outside the palace, fleeing nobles and servants stopped dead as everyone watched the palace collapse around the sudden appearance of the giant skeleton king. White was so stunned he forgot the vampire in his hands, while Osco recognized the undead king at once but was disturbed that it was radiating divinity. That impossible combination told White exactly who had done it, and he could only mutter that Alan had pulled off something outrageous again. Hans rushed over through the evacuating crowd, and when White questioned him, he casually revealed that Alan had already used that same undead to hunt the black dragon. White was hit with fresh disbelief, while Hans, already thinking like an alchemist again, put on his goggles and started studying the holy undead. Through those goggles, Hans picked up a strange warp-like flow nearby and traced it to black-robed figures standing frozen in a distant alley. When that energy suddenly vanished, Hans understood they were not necromancers at all but vampires, and he shouted the truth for everyone to hear. In that same alley, Count Timon was too overwhelmed by the holy undead to fear it, because to him it looked like an impossible fusion of necromancy and divine magic. His thoughts spiraled through gods, titans, dimensions, and warp magic until his panic flipped into revelation and he shouted that he had figured it out. That scream carried demonic power with it, and Hans's warning hit at the same time, so the paladins, White, and Oskel all turned toward the hidden vampires together. The vampires instantly understood their rescue plan was dead, because instead of being split up, the two men they feared most were both staring right at them. They dropped any thought of saving Ruppel and rushed to drag Timon away, but he was too drunk on his revelation to care about escaping. Still babbling about truth and eternity, Timon let himself be hauled into an abandoned house with a warp circle on the floor. Because they had no offerings ready, the vampires chose to burn their own demonic energy to force the warp open. They were a heartbeat too slow, and the last vampires through the doorway were suddenly butchered as White and Oskel crashed into the house. In pure panic, the remaining vampires poured in every last scrap of power, even burning themselves up, because a failed escape meant a far worse death. Even then, Tumong never looked at his attackers and only laughed at the Skeleton King, convinced his warp gate of truth was finally close to completion. The warp finally activated by a hair, and White and Osco arrived only in time to click their tongues at an empty circle. Back at the palace, Alan watched debris rain down as the Skeleton King shielded him with 2 hands, balanced itself with a third, and drew its sword with the fourth. The summon was draining Alan hard, but he was thrilled that this time he could control that much divinity without blacking out. A glance at Yggdrasil told him why. The World Tree had softened the backlash of Amon's relic enough for him to stay awake through the fight. That success left Alan almost giddy, because mastering new magic and summoning stranger undead was starting to feel dangerously good. He even caught himself wondering if this thrill was the same madness baked into the Imperial bloodline, and the real reason they loved hunting vampires so much. When Alan looked down again, Ruppel no longer looked like a monster at all, just a terrified older brother whose unstable body was being melted apart by holy water. Seeing that, Alan quietly decided the kindest thing left was to send Ruppel into eternal rest himself. The Skeleton King opened its jaws and flooded the ruined palace with icy sacred breath while its golden bone sword blazed with enough divinity to erase a vampire completely. As the sword lifted toward Ruppel, Alan glanced aside and gave Tina an awkward apology for wrecking her castle again. The sacred blade dropped like a meteor, and Ruppel's child-form body instantly realized this hit would burn away both body and soul. Instead of accepting death, Ruppel screamed that he refused to die and dragged up every bit of demonic power his child-form body had left. Ruppel poured out the truth of his hatred, crying that he died choking at birth, that his mother turned him into a zombie, and that he only wanted to live. His blood storm hardened into blades and spears that lashed up at the descending holy sword, but every weapon exploded apart on impact. Ruppel confessed that all he ever wanted was to kill the family that cherished his siblings and abandoned him. Alan stayed cold and answered with a final farewell, treating Ruppel as a threat to eliminate, not family to spare. The sword struck, purifying the blood storm, crushing part of the palace, and blasting the night with a deafening shockwave. When the dust storm rolled out, Alan held his ground and watched carefully, refusing to believe a prince-class vampire would die that easily. As the dust cleared, Alan saw the holy water lake split open and the ruined palace grounds still shaking from the Skeleton King's absurd power. Ruppel's child body burned into ash, and a crimson infant monster crawled out from inside it screaming in pain. Even in that true form, Ruppel survived just long enough to scream for Count Timong to come save him. Alan dropped down as the Skeleton King faded away, now more interested in the Count Ruppel had just exposed than in the half-dead prince himself. He mocked Ruppel with the simple truth that White and Oscar were already outside, so no vampire ally was getting through in time. Alan grabbed the burning infant body in one hand and noticed that this supposed Marquis-class vampire was recovering far more slowly than expected. When White approached from the side, Alan instantly summoned his musket and stopped him before he could get any closer. Alan warned White that he bore responsibility for this disaster, and he would not be allowed to ruin things further out of emotion. White asked if Alan meant to kill Ruppel, and Alan answered that first he would squeeze every secret he could out of him. Alan immediately turned that decision into strategy, and called for Oscar, already thinking ahead to a full war against the vampires. He ordered that Ruppel be taken to a prison so secure that not even Crown Prince White could interfere once the interrogation began. Oscar had exactly the place, the Holy Emperor's vampire prison, guarded by the Golden Cross and beyond White's reach. Alan approved it on the spot and ordered torture for information, with Ruppel's final execution reserved for his own hands. Then Alan leaned in and twisted the knife, telling Ruppel that his failed attack had just handed the Empire priceless intelligence on every vampire faction move. Ruppel finally broke, turning deathly pale and blurting out that he did not want this fate. Alan ended the night by ordering Charlotte and Harmon to return at once, because the Empire now had to prepare for open war against the vampires. By the time they were ready to leave Aslan, Ruppel was screaming from inside a small altarate chest built to suppress a weakened vampire completely. Alan saw the departure formation lined up, with White riding in the same guarded convoy as the imprisoned second Prince Ruppel. Looking back at the half-collapsed palace, Alan could only apologize again because he had literally smashed part of Tina's home. Tina hurried to reassure him, saying Damon would bring enough wealth from the tomb to fund repairs and that the real blessing was that no one got hurt. Their farewell turned more personal when Tina admitted she was still shocked that Lord Angel was really an imperial prince, and sad that he was leaving so soon. Alan brushed off any talk of gratitude and instead worried about Aslan's tribute burden, but Tina answered with stubborn optimism that her country would recover. Tina promised that Aslan would answer if he ever needed help, even though Alan privately knew she would be buried in rebuilding her own kingdom for a long time. Before they could depart, Charlotte pulled Alan aside with new trouble. Harmon had found something important at the vampire escape site. Alan followed Charlotte into an abandoned alley house, where paladins had sealed off a hidden warp circle scratched into the floor and covered the walls in strange runes. Harmon reported that the circle had been installed long ago, which meant the vampires had prepared escape routes inside Aslan well in advance. Worse, Harmon warned that this ancient warp design was so advanced the vampires had probably planted more of them inside the Empire too. Alan asked the obvious next question, but Harmon had bad news again. Even with the circle in front of them, nobody could decode where the vampires escaped to. The Empire's own alchemists were forced to admit that the formula was too ancient and too sophisticated for them to understand. Just when the trail seemed dead, Hans spoke up from the corner and calmly said he could decipher the circle himself. The room turned hostile at once, because the famous alchemists could not stand hearing a nobody from the sticks claim he could solve what they could not. Alan cut through the pride contest and asked only for results, and Hans boldly answered that he could crack it in 3 months. Hans went further and promised that once he decoded it, they could reverse warp straight to the vampire hideout with enough power behind the spell. That was all Alan needed to hear, so he promised Hans full access to the Imperial Library and even assigned the sulking alchemists to assist him. Then a priest hurried in with a whisper for Harmon, and Harmon's face hardened before he dared repeat the news to Alan. When Alan pressed him, Harmon finally revealed what had just begun outside, the Holy Emperor's purge of every traitor. Soft sacred music fills the Imperial audience chamber, but the calm is broken by Archbishop Gale kneeling there bloodied and terrified under 2 paladin swords. Gale begs for mercy and insists he knows nothing, so Kelt has Raphael compare that plea against the court's investigation. Kelt presses on the real issue, asking whether Cardinal Michael is behind the conspiracy tied to the Crown Princess Consort, Third Prince Ruppel, and their collaborators. Gale stays silent, and Kelt takes that silence as confirmation that church traitors helped Rose Darina and Ruppel work with Aslan. Kelt dismisses the paladins and musicians, clearing the chamber so only he, Raphael, and Gale remain for the truth. The moment the room is private, Gale blurts out that he only followed Cardinal Michael because he was promised help in the next cardinal election. Kelt calls him a greedy fool who boarded the wrong ship, then grabs Gale by the head as the old man begs for one last chance. Kelt crushes Gale's head on the spot, turning the sacred chamber into a bloody warning. Instead of reacting to the murder, Raphael gets more annoyed that Kelt wipes his bloody hand on the precious robe his granddaughter gave him. That honesty is exactly why Kelt trusts him enough to ask the real question: is Raphael riding with the Emperor or with Michael? Raphael answers that he never needed Michael's faction because the cardinal's seat should serve the imperial family, and he was already next in line anyway. Kelt quietly points out the bitter reality. Raphael is already 100, Michael is hanging on to power at 105, and younger archbishops could still outweigh him. Kelt makes it clear he has never respected those church elites, calling them cowards who hid during the Necromancer King Amon crisis while others fought. He lays out the deeper rot in the Church of Kyolium. An old institution meant to restrain emperors and train priests has been warped by elections, bribery, and power brokers. Kelt says the church tried to exploit the war with Aslan, manipulate Ruppel, and split the empire's spoils for itself, but now it has crossed the line. With monsters rising and his grandchildren stepping into the future, Kelt decides this is the moment to cleanse the empire instead of letting it sink further. Then he offers Raphael the prize and the burden together, become the next cardinal and help purge the Church of Kyolium. Kelt rebrands the corrupt clergy as heretics who betrayed the imperial family, then orders Raphael to cleanse them in the empire's name. When Raphael asks if this means war with the church itself, Kelt answers by simply walking out, reminding him that an archbishop is already dead. Out in the palace corridor, the mood flips from private murder to public triumph as Kelt looks down over Lawrence's celebrating the victory over Aslan. They reach a balcony above the plaza, where rows of paladins and priests stand assembled under banners, officially for a military parade and unofficially as a ready-made force. Unit after unit shouts its loyalty to the Holy Emperor, and the plaza echoes with the sound of a force gathered under celebration's cover. Watching that crowd, Kelt decides Ruppel's treason has given him the perfect excuse to finally throw out the church and noble trash in one sweep. He has been hiding Ruppel's crime for exactly this timing, waiting until the traitors could be struck before they had a chance to regroup. Kelt orders Raphael to invite the Darina household and every ally on the same side to the palace under the pretense of thanking them for wartime financial support. He promises Raphael the leadership of Kyolium, then drops the mask completely, and demands the heads of every heretic involved. Far to the south, the Church of Kyolium's forest headquarters shows exactly how rotten it has become, with drunken clergy turning a holy refuge into a vulgar feast. In the middle of that filth, Cardinal Michael stays formally dressed and studies fresh reports with a calculating frown. One detail unnerves him more than the rest. Repeated reports say holy undead have appeared, and they were summoned by Alan Alphals. To Michael, Alan's miracles are not holy at all but a monstrous threat, because every holy undead strengthens the imperial family's influence over the church. He remembers the church's original bargain with Ruppel and Aslan: sacrifice imperial land, end a war through diplomacy, make Ruppel the hero, and win church independence in return. That entire scheme collapsed when the imperial family won the war outright. Ruppel was arrested for treason, and Kelt started slaughtering the Darina faction at a palace banquet. Even so, Michael refuses to retreat and decides the church will openly oppose the Holy Emperor instead. He rolls back his sleeve and reveals his trump card, a copied Aztec rune glowing in gold across his hand and body. Michael convinces himself he has the perfect weapon and the perfect excuse, because he can brand Alan as a prince who signed a contract with the devil. He plans to twist Alan's miracles into blasphemy, betting that priests and the public will fear undead more than they trust the imperial family's version of the truth. If the rumor spreads right, Michael believes he can poison public opinion, force Celt toward abdication, and build a church ruled by himself alone as pope. That fantasy is interrupted when a young priest bursts in gasping that Raphael has arrived with a combat force and is talking about a conspiracy against the throne. Michael is not surprised for long, and instead tightens his fist as the golden rune glows, ready to test its power on Raphael himself. Meanwhile, on the road back to the Empire, Alan rides in a cramped carriage with White and the living third prince while an ugly silence hangs between them. Bored and irritated, Alan reclaims the Elturate chest holding the vampire's second prince and presses his ear to it to check whether the monster inside is still active. When he hears nothing, Alan starts violently shaking the chest until the trapped vampire screams at him to stop tormenting his older brother. Alan only mocks that complaint, because as far as he is concerned, vampires treat family like livestock and deserve to be hunted the same way. To amuse himself further, Alan blocks the chest's air hole until the sealed vampire starts shrieking that he cannot breathe. Alan ends the torture by thumping the box and planting his foot on top of it like a footstool, half curious and half disgusted by how vampires still mimic breathing and heartbeat. White finally objects that the prisoner is still Alan's older brother, but Alan cuts him off before any sympathy can settle in. White tries a different angle and asks if Alan can save the second prince the way he saved Juan, only to hear a flat no. Alan explains the hard limit: Ruppel's vampire body is already too rotten, and even his power cannot resurrect someone who has become undead or been dead for more than 10 minutes. He adds that true resurrection is dangerous even in matters of faith, because dragging back the completely dead goes against Gaia's will. Instead of dwelling on the dead prince, Alan turns to the living one beside him, making Ruppel flinch under the weight of what is waiting in Lawrence's. White admits he will try everything he can, but treason on this scale is almost impossible to overlook no matter who Ruppel is. They all know the charge is catastrophic. Ruppel is accused of helping Aslan threaten his own empire, and sparing him would stain the imperial family in history. White says that even wiping out the third prince's whole household might not satisfy the gravity of the crime, leaving Alan with nothing but a bleak sigh. The tense ride finally breaks when Charlotte appears outside the carriage window to announce that they are about to reach the capital. Alan opens the window and sees Lawrence's in the distance, the imperial capital he has missed and the home they have finally reached again. Alan enters the capital expecting a warm victory mood, and at first the lively city feels almost healing after bleak, sand-choked Aslan. That good impression dies the second Alan sees the Imperial Palace Plaza turned into a blood-soaked torture yard. While Alan is still stunned by the screams and branding irons, Luan cheerfully greets him as if this scene is already normal here. Luan's face hardens when he notices White and Ruppel beside Alan, and all the buried family resentment comes rushing back at once. White tries to greet Luan with clumsy warmth, but Luan just stares him down and relays the Emperor's summons without softening at all. Before they go in, White asks what Alan plans to do next, and Alan answers by shaking the metal chest with the second prince trapped inside. Alan says he is taking the second prince straight to the Emperor, and makes it clear he also does not trust White to behave. White asks for one last chance to speak with the second prince, and Alan shuts him down immediately. Their group splits up at the palace, with Oskel and Harmon taking Ruppel away while Charlotte escorts Alan and White to the audience chamber. The guards open the audience chamber, and in the same instant the Holy Emperor appears too fast to follow and smashes White's head into the floor. White screams as Celt drags him back up and furiously calls out his son for abandoning his duty and disgracing the imperial court. Alan realizes just how terrifying Celt really is, because the Emperor moved so fast he could not even see him coming. When Celt turns to Alan, his voice suddenly softens and he asks about Alan's trip like nothing is wrong. That brief calm ends fast as Celt gathers more divinity into his fist, and Alan knows White is about to suffer again. Alan decides this family reunion is none of his business, tells Charlotte to take him back to his quarters, and leaves White to his beating. Alan tries to settle into a well-earned rest, telling himself the war is over, Ruppel is captured, and White can explain the vampire threat better than he can. That plan collapses the same evening when urgent news from the Church of Kyolium reaches the palace, and the Emperor summons Alan back. When Alan enters the audience chamber, a bloody paladin is already reporting that the church attack was a disaster with hundreds dead, wounded, missing, and even Archbishop Raphael unaccounted for. The paladin adds that the Church of Kyolium has declared full independence and is openly demanding the Emperor's abdication, Ruppel's release, and a pardon for the Darina side. Then the report swerves straight onto Alan, and the paladin says the church also demands an investigation into the seventh prince's corruption. Alan is so stunned he drops the metal chest on the floor, and even Ruppel's furious shouting from inside barely registers. Alan demands an explanation, and the answer is brutal. The church is accusing him of making a contract with the devil. The accusations keep piling up, from blasphemy and palace unrest to war, violence, and disgrace to the imperial family, until Alan can only admit it all sounds damning from the outside. The report ends with the church's real demand: Alan must be stripped of his title and judged by the Court of Heresy Inquisition. Late that night, Kel privately explains the bigger picture to Alan. The Church of Kyolium has long wanted independence, and it was secretly backing Ruppel all along. Alan hands over the second prince, learns that Ruppel is locked underground, and hears that White has been placed under house arrest. 3 days later, Alan walks the palace halls and notices the servants bowing with open fear instead of respect. The rumors have turned him into a monster, a failed predator, a blasphemer, a devil's contractor, a necromancer, and a prince who started war for his own ambitions. What makes it worse is that the church has managed to turn even parts of the clergy against him, because holy undead sounds impossible on its face. Alan admits to himself that in this empire, necromancy is hated enough that anyone else would have faced an inquisition already. When Alan steps onto a balcony, he sees the unrest for himself, kneeling clergy and citizens massed outside the palace demanding answers and punishment. The crowd shouts for clarification on the seventh prince, and blames him for the war with Aslan, proving the church's story is taking hold. Alan passes the audience chamber next and hears even the emperor's loyal nobles demanding punishment for him over the devil contract and necromancy accusations. Alan realizes this is exactly the church's trap. By leaning on religion, charity, and public panic, it has made protecting him politically expensive. He knows Kelt is already preparing to crush the church by force, but Alan also sees that a direct purge could shove the empire toward chaos or even civil war. Charlotte quietly finds Alan in the corridor and covers his ears, trying to shield him from the ugly words spilling out of the chamber. Alan appreciates the comfort, but he knows the people speaking against him are not traitors at all, just loyalists who cannot accept necromancy. Wanting somewhere quieter to think, Alan heads to the palace library. Inside, he finds Alice Astoria sitting with a book in her hands but so shaken over her grandfather Raphael's disappearance that she is barely reading at all. Alan decides not to open with politics and instead pulls out a bottle of wine, offering to share it with her. Alice snaps out of her daze, startles to her feet, and nearly falls over herself trying to greet him properly. Alan waves off the formalities, and Alice is struck by how calm he looks despite the vicious rumors swallowing the empire. Trying to reassure him, Alice says the church is only lashing out because it has run out of room to retreat. Alan agrees, but says the real danger is not the church itself anymore, it is the public mood it has poisoned against him and the crown. Alice asks if he will really attend the coming Inquisition, and Alan says flatly that running away was never his style. Still hung up on the impossible rumor, Alice carefully asks whether he can truly summon holy undead. Alan answers with an easy yes and proves it on the spot by snapping his fingers and summoning a pure white skeleton onto the library floor. In the library, Alice is startled by Alan's request but quickly composes herself when the prince asks what she truly feels from his holy undead. Instead of recoiling, Alice leans in with bright curiosity and carefully examines the skeleton bone by bone. Alice admits she feels no revulsion at all, only something amazing, and Alan is visibly pleased by that answer. Because she owes Alan more than she can repay, Alice promises to help and encourages him to ask anything within her power. Alan pushes the idea further and asks if showing this skeleton at his inquisition could really sway the priests and nobles. After leaving the library, Alan turns over Alice's advice in his head. The holy undead can move believers, but conservative clergy and nobles still need to be convinced carefully. Alice's advice lands harder than Alan expected, and for once he seriously considers that genuine persuasion might matter here. He admits to himself that smooth talk is not his strength, so he starts searching for a method of persuasion that fits him instead. That planning is interrupted when Harmon rushes in with the official notice that Alan's inquisition has been set. Harmon reveals the hearing will happen just 2 days later, late at night, in the Imperial Audience Chamber, making the schedule feel deliberately tight. Alan immediately reads the choice of venue as the Holy Emperor trying to protect him, but he still tells Harmon to keep the Emperor out of it. Alan then turns to Charlotte and orders the front gate and nearby walls of Lawrence's stripped down to a minimum guard on the night of the Inquisition. He also orders the reduced troops not to react no matter what happens, making it clear he plans to handle something outside the capital first. When Harmon fears Alan might be fleeing, Alan shuts that down and promises he will absolutely attend the Inquisition. Then Alan reveals the real twist. If they want to brand him a devil worshipper, he will show up in a way that forces them to answer for that accusation. Alan decides he will not win this battle with pretty words, but with actions that only someone like him could stage. 2 nights later in Lawrence's, the soldiers on gate duty are already uneasy because security around the main gate has been loosened for a strange late-night military parade. The guards try to make sense of the order, but even they know the timing is wrong and that letting troops through this late should not be normal. Still, the men stay alert, because with the Empire already unstable, a quiet night feels more suspicious than safe. That tension spikes when the dark forest beyond Lawrence's suddenly begins glowing with an unnatural sacred light. As the light grows stronger, the soldiers can hear a force marching out of the trees before they can clearly see what it is. More than 1,000 white-armored figures step into view and halt in perfect formation, making the gate guards panic and reach for the alarm. Before the warning bell can ring, Charlotte steps in herself in white armor and calmly halts the panic. Charlotte tells them to look closer, because this force is not invading Lawrence's at all. When the formation advances into clearer view, the shocked guards finally realize the army is made of holy undead. The parade becomes impossible to mistake as mummy horn blowers, war drums, skeleton cavalry, armored giants, and banshees singing sacred hymns all move as one body. At the head of the legion, Alan finally appears in full bone armor and a mountain goat skull, riding a skeleton horse chariot like the sovereign of a sacred undead army. Charlotte gives the stunned answer at last. This is the sacred parade personally initiated by the 7th Imperial Prince. Elsewhere in Lawrence's, priests from the Church of Kyolium quietly work the slums, healing the poor while secretly poisoning them against Alan. One priest openly blames every curse, plague, and misery on the 7th Imperial Prince, and the hopeless crowd starts listening. His speech breaks mid-sentence when he suddenly feels an overwhelming wave of divinity rolling in from the main street. The people in the slum feel it too, and they follow the priest toward the bright sacred light chasing away the night between the buildings. When the priest reaches the main road, he finds the street packed with citizens standing frozen in a daze and staring at something ahead. He angrily shoves his way to the front, but nobody even argues back because they are too overwhelmed by what they are seeing. At the front, the truth hits him all at once. A full undead legion is marching through Lawrence's under booming war drums and sacred song. The contradiction is impossible to ignore, because these skeletons, banshees, and undead beasts all carry unmistakable divinity instead of evil. Instead of fear, the citizens just stare in awe as the holy light from the legion turns the dark city street bright as day. The priest looks up at the towering bone golems and armored stone giants, and realizes this parade is even grander than he first thought. Then the skeleton mages slam their staves down together, and release a huge healing spell over everyone nearby. The miracle is indiscriminate, curing injuries and driving away even sickness and plague from the people around them. The priest feels his own long-faded faith roaring back to life inside him, and the shock drops him to his knees. When he finally looks at the commander on the chariot, Alan's terrifying bone-clad silhouette no longer feels demonic to him at all. The priest can only name what he sees one way: not a devil, not a saint, but a divine king leading Gaia's army. His cry flips the mood of the whole street, and the surrounding citizens all drop to their knees and begin praying to the goddess's legion. The same priest who came to slander Alan becomes the loudest believer there, cheering the Empire, the Imperial family, and Alan Alphonse as the divine king. From the Imperial Palace balcony, Holy Emperor Kelt watches the sacred undead march and is left completely stunned by what Alan has brought to the capital. The Emperor realizes he had badly underestimated Alan, because this force is far beyond a few summoned undead and far beyond the level of a mere saint. Looking down at the citizens praying to the boy they once rejected, Kelt understands Alan's real aim: make the nobles and priests unable to oppose him. Kelt suddenly calls for his Grand Chamberlain and orders special clothes and experts who can build him a convincing disguise. By the end of the night, the Emperor has made up his mind to attend Alan's inquisition after all, but on his own terms. Before entering the palace, Alan studies Tina's branch of the world tree, the one item letting him recover fast enough to keep Amon's skull under control for a few precious minutes. He looks up and sees the Empire's citizens kneeling in prayer, a living answer to Alice's advice that he should win people over with deeds instead of arguments. The crowd's response is even better than Alan expected, so he decides the commoners are settled and the real target now is the nobles and clergy inside the palace. Alan's parade rolls to the palace gates, and even Harmon is left dazed by the sight before hurrying to open the doors for him. On the palace plaza, 1,500 holy undead stand in formation as Alan steps down from his chariot like the commander of a divine army. With 10 holy undead knights at his side, Alan marches through the palace corridors and no one dares get in his way. The undead knights throw open the audience chamber doors, and Alan walks straight into the inquisition that was supposed to judge him. Instead of defending himself, Alan crosses the chamber and sits on the Holy Emperor's throne, turning the whole room upside down in one move. The holy undead knights kneel beside the throne with hands on their swords, sealing the room under Alan's authority. Then Alan removes Amon's skull, the bone armor vanishes, and the slim boy on the throne somehow looks even more intimidating than the monster-like figure from a second ago. Alan's first words hit with spirit speech, and the nobles and clergy are forced to their knees before they can even think. They hurriedly greet him like a ruler, and only then does the room fully realize this inquisition has already slipped out of their hands. Alan openly declares the inquisition has begun under his lead and asks if anyone still wants to question him, but no one dares open their mouth. He starts with the charge of blasphemy and orders Harmon brought in as his witness. Harmon kneels before the throne, and Alan calmly reminds everyone that this man personally witnessed his exile for supposedly insulting Gaia and making a devil's contract. Alan spreads his arms toward the holy undead and asks the obvious question: if Gaia truly rejected him, how could he wield this much divinity at all? Harmon answers exactly the way Alan needs, saying such a thing is only possible because Gaia herself has blessed him. With that accusation broken, Alan dismisses Harmon and calls forward the noble families tied to the Academy incident. Alan forces those families to admit what their sons actually did, crimes so serious they should have lost their heads. He points out that he spared them and only seized their forces to protect Imperial citizens and stop Oslin's invasion, leaving the families no room to complain. Alan crushes the next charge just as casually, saying that if Oslin's princess likes him, that is a political advantage for the Empire, not proof of treason. By now the hall can no longer see Alan as a devil worshipper at all, because the boy before them looks like the exact opposite of a heretic. Alan drives the point home by contrasting himself with the Darina house and the churchmen still protecting them, then asks the hall who is truly corrupt. Hidden among the nobles, the disguised Holy Emperor watches Alan seize the room and feels a thrill he has not felt in years. Kelp decides the old image of Alan as a disgrace must have been a complete act, because the boy on the throne looks like the ideal ruler he had been waiting for. He judges White too soft, and even Luan and Hilda not yet overwhelming enough, while Alan alone has shown the charisma and strength to rule. In Kelt's eyes, the answer is settled. Alan is the one fit to inherit the Holy Emperor's burden. Back in the chamber, one long-time Imperial retainer finally speaks up and condemns the Darina side for twisting the truth and defying Gaia. Once that first voice breaks, the rest of the nobles and clergy quickly unite behind Alan and start calling the church faction's actions treason. Alan asks what should be done next, and the hall answers as one that the Church of Kyolium must be punished. Alan smiles and gives the church 10 days to surrender, turning his defense into an ultimatum. He makes the threat unmistakable: surrender and receive lighter punishment, resist and die to the holy army they fear so much. He ends by laying responsibility on the 3 cardinals and asks for objections, but the entire chamber submits without a single protest. Alan declares the Inquisition finished and simply walks out, while the holy undead knights dissolve into drifting light behind him. Only after he is gone do the nobles and priests realize in a daze that they forgot this gathering was supposed to put Alan on trial at all. Outside the chamber, Alan finally exhales in relief, but the backlash from Amon's skull starts tearing through his body almost immediately. He grumbles that Tina's branch helped, but it still cannot match the real-world tree when it comes to suppressing the cost of that power. Harmon follows him out and praises the way he captured not just the hostile nobles and priests, but the common people too. Harmon points out the holy undead are still fading from the plaza while citizens outside the palace walls remain on their knees in prayer. Alan admits he got the idea from what happened in Aslan, after seeing even enemies and rescued slaves react to holy undead as something sacred and miraculous. Even so, Alan insists the public all will fade because he does not see himself as any god or saint, no matter how deeply others start believing. Thinking the hard part is over, Alan heads for his quarters ready for a well-earned break. Charlotte is already waiting at his door, and Alan thanks her for smoothing things over with the gate paladins earlier. Just as Charlotte opens the door, Harmon warns Alan that things are about to get busy because the Church of Kyolium will never surrender quietly. Alan is baffled because he assumes the Holy Emperor can handle the church on his own now that public opposition has been crushed. Harmon quietly reminds him that in the throne room, Alan himself declared the Holy Army would subjugate the church. The memory slams back into Alan all at once, and he realizes his dramatic threat can easily be taken as a promise that he will personally lead the attack on the Church of Kyolium. 3 days after the capital incident, the priests Michael had sent out finally returned to the Church of Kyolium, and something was clearly wrong with them. Instead of reporting in, the returning priests spread their arms and begged everyone to repent before the 7th Imperial Prince. They went even further and accused Cardinal Michael himself of corrupting Gaia's teachings, telling him to bow his head and seek forgiveness. The room froze because even Michael's own followers had come back completely changed, and the insult finally hit his breaking point. Michael blasted the returning priests with divinity from his crozier and blew their torsos apart on the spot. As the other priests screamed, Michael stared at the corpses and felt a cold, ugly fear over whatever had happened in the capital. He remembered the reports from Lawrence's. Overnight, the crowd stopped attacking Alan and started demanding punishment for the church instead. With the church's local allies suddenly cut off, Michael chewed his nails and forced himself to guess what kind of power could flip so many people at once. His answer was brainwashing, and he blamed it on Alan's necromancy and supposed dealings with the devil. The theory sounded impossible even to his men, but Michael only cared that something had turned public opinion so hard it could destroy the church if he did nothing. So Michael ordered every report on Alan brought to him and started digging for any weakness he could exploit. The reports painted Alan as someone who fought zombies with a shovel and hunted monsters with a musket instead of acting like a normal frontline fighter. When Michael saw that Alan even lost sparring matches to Hilda, he began zeroing in on Alan's weak close-quarters game. He checked the Humite records next and noticed the same pattern. Alan relied on summoned undead and fought from behind stronger allies like Harmon and Charlotte. That was enough for Michael to grin, because he decided Alan's real weakness was direct melee combat. Then he saw the rumors that Alan might become the next Holy Emperor, and that gave him a much bigger idea. Michael left the hall and headed down into the church's underground prison to turn that idea into a plan. On the way in, he stopped at Archbishop Raphael's cell and found the old priest still alive, bloodied, shackled, gagged, and blindfolded in ultra restraints. Michael decided Raphael was useless as a hostage now, because the Holy Emperor would never bend just to save one loyal retainer. But Alan was different, because as the Holy Emperor's prized grandson and possible heir, he was a hostage the Empire could not ignore. Thinking that through, Michael walked all the way to the deepest cell where he had kept a monster of a swordsman alive for years. There he faced Qasim Darien, a giant former Golden Cross knight who had become a criminal after slaughtering suspected vampires by the hundreds. Michael offered Qasim his freedom and a shot at revenge on the imperial family, if he would capture Alan for the church. Late that night in Lawrence's, heavy rain drowned the eastern wall as a lone golden-armored giant emerged from the darkness outside the city. The patrolling paladin stopped him at once, suspicious because a golden cross knight had shown up alone in the middle of nowhere. Qasim answered their questions with silence, and only slowly scanned the wall, counting guards and testing the darkness around him. Once he confirmed the shift change and the poor visibility, Qasim decided the timing was perfect. Then he finally spoke, declaring that the 7th Imperial Prince who dealt with the devil would now be judged as a heretic. As the blade came free, the paladins in front of him were already cut clean in half before they understood what happened. The guards on the wall tried to raise the alarm, but Qasim moved with absurd speed and made the whole scene feel frozen around him. He scaled the wall in a blink and decapitated all 7 paladins on top before a single warning could spread. With the wall silenced, Qasim simply looked toward the Imperial Palace where his target was waiting. Inside the palace library, Alan was in a bad mood because the Church of Kyolium still had not answered his 10-day ultimatum. He cursed his own big mouth, because by tomorrow he would have to march on the church with a wholly undead army if they still refused to surrender. To Alan, the whole mess felt ridiculous, because the church had picked a fight with him first, and somehow dragged him from one war straight into another. He also couldn't forget the Holy Emperor's cheerful promise to support the campaign, which felt less comforting and more insane the more he thought about it. The Empire had already gathered 5 major forces in Lawrence's for tomorrow's march, and Alan had been named their commander whether he liked it or not. Even while complaining, Alan tried to reassure himself that 1,500 holy undead should be enough to crush the church's resistance. Then he wondered if showing that army might force a surrender, but Alice calmly warned him that Michael's convictions were too rigid for that. Alice handed him the tea, and her explanation reminded Alan of Nasu's, another enemy whose faith had pushed him past reason. That thought pulled Alan toward a different answer, and he opened his necromancer grimoire to look for a strong guardian who could cover his weak close combat. He had just started thinking seriously about summoning a lich when alarm bells suddenly rang through the palace. Alan rushed to the window and saw paladins scrambling across the palace grounds below with obvious urgency. Before either of them could make sense of it, Charlotte entered the library with the first report. Charlotte told Alan that an intruder had butchered the paladins at the eastern wall and climbed into the city, but no one had found him yet. All they knew so far was that the attacker was an extremely skilled swordsman, which left Alan facing a threat he still couldn't see. After the Inquisition, Alan rises to leave the library and figures whoever attacked the capital is doomed in a palace full of monsters like the Holy Emperor and the Crown Prince. Alice nervously asks if Alan is really leaving for the Church of Kyolium tomorrow, and he admits the trip is already decided. Then Alice finally says what really matters to her and begs Alan to confirm Archbishop Raphael Astoria's fate. Alan can only answer with a bitter nod, knowing false hope would hurt her even more. He gives her an awkward goodnight and heads out, only to find the whole Imperial Palace already loud with alarm and movement. Golden Cross paladins hurry over with lanterns, salute Charlotte first, and insist on escorting Alan back to his quarters. Alan hates how much the guard around him has increased, and the Holy Emperor's insistence on it only makes his unease worse. Just as Charlotte prepares to move, Alan feels something wrong lurking in the darkness ahead. Charlotte and the escort sense it too, so they throw themselves in front of Alan and raise their blades toward the end of the corridor. A giant knight in the same golden armor steps out of the darkness, and for one brief second Alan thinks the danger has passed. That relief dies instantly when the hulking knight fixes on Alan and mutters, "Found you." Charlotte realizes the truth a heartbeat before the strike and slams Alan back through the library door to shield him. With divinity sharpening his sight, Alan sees the real attack at last, not a normal slash, but a blade of wind racing through slowed time. The escorting paladins try to block it with divinity, but their swords shatter and their bodies are torn apart anyway. The wind blade tears through the library wall next, blasting shelves apart and filling the room with shredded books and dust. Alice jumps in shock inside the ruined library as Charlotte drags Alan up and decides they have to run immediately. Looking back, Alan sees the Golden Knight casually finish off his own wounded comrades, proving he was never one of them. Charlotte starts to explain, but Qasim is already moving again, drawing back his sword with speed so absurd only Alan can follow it. Charlotte swings back with her divine sword, but the exploding impact still sends both of them flying clear through the wall. Now falling dozens of meters toward the palace grounds, Charlotte wraps herself around Alan and looks back in horror. Behind them, Qasim suddenly appears at Alice's back inside the wrecked library, and raises his sword to kill her too. Alan tries to summon his musket mid-fall, but he is too slow to form a holy bullet before Qasim's wind blade comes down. Instead, Alice shocks everyone by planting her foot, loading divinity into her bare fist, and punching Qasim's wind blade head-on. The collision blasts Alice out through the ruined wall, but she survives, coughing blood as she falls after them. Alan snaps his fingers and summons skeletons onto the palace grounds below, and they catch all 3 of them before the fall kills them. When Alan checks Alice, he is stunned to find her biggest injury is just a bloodied fist and skinned knuckles. Alan blurts out that this must be what happens when a saintess gets obsessed with hand-to-hand combat, and Alice stares at him in open shock. That awkward beat ends when Alan looks up and sees the Golden Knight staring down from the broken wall above. Alan demands to know why a monster like that is rampaging inside the palace, and Charlotte finally names him as Qasim Darien. She reveals Qasim was once the former vice captain of the Golden Cross and even Oskel's chosen successor. Then Charlotte drops the real stain on his name. Qasim slaughtered 300 civilians, was tried by Kyolium, and was supposed to be dead already. Alan realizes Kyolium is behind this after all, and immediately throws up mummies around the broken library to slow Qasim down. It buys almost nothing, because Qasim only has to lift his sword once to carve the mummies apart in an instant. When Alan asks if that was magic, Charlotte grimly says no, that was just swordsmanship. More paladins finally rush in from the palace, but Qasim turns and massacres them too before they can even organize. Alan knows real monsters like the Holy Emperor, Oskel, or the Empire's main forces should arrive soon, but Qasim clearly has no intention of waiting for that. Qasim leaps down into the courtyard himself, lands like a boulder, and points his sword straight at Alan. His accusation finally comes out in full. Alan is a heretic who made a deal with the devil, and Qasim means to punish him personally. The next beat shifts into Qasim's own mindset, showing a fanatic who believes any atrocity is justified if it helps him kill heretics. He is especially enraged that people praise Alan's necromancy as Gaia's blessing, because to Qasim that claim is pure blasphemy. So when he faces Alan in the courtyard, Qasim sees not a prince but a devil in disguise who deserves immediate execution. Qasim raises his sword, slows the world around him again, and launches another compressed wind blade through the rain. Charlotte shoves Alan aside and blocks it again, but even Qasim can tell she is the rare kind of fighter who makes his job harder. Then Alan reaches for a relic, and Qasim remembers Cardinal Michael's warning that he must never let the prince start casting. Qasim explodes forward in a direct charge, refusing to give Alan even a second to finish whatever he is preparing. Alan barely reacts in time by summoning a shovel, engraving it with divine power, and meeting Qasim's great sword head-on. The sight disgusts Qasim even more, because the same sacred aura he wields is somehow in Alan's hands too. Qasim's swing crushes the shovel anyway, and Alan only avoids being cut in half by throwing himself back at the last instant. Even so, the tip bites into Alan's shoulder, and leaves him bleeding badly in the rain. To stop the follow-up, Alan throws out more undead from every side, but that only pushes Qasim from rage into pure hatred. Qasim answers by roaring and unleashing a chain of wind blades that mince the undead by the hundreds. One of those slashes comes for Alan's throat, and he barely dodges the first only to face a second aim to finish him. Charlotte appears in front of him again and bats the killing blow aside with her sword. By then reinforcements are firing arrows and charging from all sides, but Qasim ignores them like insects and cuts them down in broad sweeps. Qasim counts the seconds and realizes he has less than 2 minutes before the Empire's real monsters reach this place, so he decides to end it now. Charlotte finally notices how bad Alan's injury is, with his shoulder half caved in and blood pouring steadily despite everything. Alan refuses to slow down, heals his shoulder as best he can, and grabs Amon's relics even though he knows using them will leave an opening. Qasim does exactly what Alan feared and closes the distance instantly, arriving almost silently before the relic can be used. He fires another wind blade at point-blank range, forcing Charlotte to defend while Alan braces a hand on her shoulder and pours in his own divinity. The collision detonates between all three of them and blasts Qasim one way and Alan with Charlotte the other. As they tumble away, Charlotte grabs Alan again and urgently asks if he can still stand. Alan snaps back that she should worry about herself first, because Qasim's attacks have covered her with cuts even if no direct slash has landed yet. But Alan's own situation is worse than he lets on, because the bleeding is getting heavier and the dizziness is starting to hit. Inside his head, Alan races through bad options and realizes he needs something on the level of Holy Undead Knights, because normal summons cannot hold Qasim back. The problem is brutal and simple. Proper summoning takes setup, the relic needs a spoken trigger, and Qasim will never let him have that much time. Alan watches more reinforcements rush in and get cut apart, and realizes their courage is only feeding Qasim more victims. So Alan shouts for everyone to back off, because weak reinforcements only mean more casualties. Then, in the middle of the case, Alan spots a blonde girl hiding nearby with her eyes closed in prayer. A beat later, divinity begins spreading out from her body, hinting that a new move is about to enter the fight. Alan sees through Alice's plan at once, and even though her magic is only simple body reinforcement, her control over divinity is so clean that she has turned her whole body into a weapon. Alice is clearly scared, but she still steps out because Qasim is tied to the Church of Kyolium, and she wants answers about Raphael badly enough to risk herself. Alan orders Charlotte to buy him just 20 seconds, because that tiny window is enough for him to heal himself and bring out Amon's relics. Charlotte agrees immediately, and Alan warns her not to break herself for him, but she only answers with a gentle smile. Charlotte and Alice charge from opposite sides together, forcing Qasim to react before Alan can finish preparing. Qasim leaps up and rains wind blades across the field, turning the whole area into a killing zone just to stop them both at once. While they stall for him, Alan drenches himself in holy water, puts Amon's skull on his head, and forces his battered body to keep moving through the pain. Alan starts the invocation, but Qasim suddenly appears right in front of him with murder in his eyes and his sword already coming down. Alice saves Alan for one more breath by slamming a kick into Qasim's back hard enough to finally make him cry out in pain. Qasim still refuses to stop, and Charlotte slips past the sword swing by a hair before driving her divine blade deep into his exposed side. Even impaled, Qasim simply punches Charlotte into the ground hard enough to leave her coughing blood. Qasim grabs Charlotte and throws her at Alan, and the force of it sends both of them tumbling helplessly across the ground. With Charlotte unconscious in his arms and Qasim thrusting down to kill them both, Alan finishes the final words of the spell, Gaia's Inheritor. Bone armor explodes over Alan's body, blue breath leaks from beneath Amon's skull, and his rage finally boils over for real. Still furious, Alan cradles Charlotte and quietly heals her first, refusing to leave even a scar on the girl who nearly died protecting him. Qasim stares in disbelief as 12 bone hands from Alan's back stop the descending greatsword cold, and he shouts that sacred power should not come from something that looks like a devil. Alan doesn't argue with him at all. He just decides Qasim is going to die here. Alan slams Amon's staff into the ground, and divine power erupts outward as white-armored holy undead knights claw their way up from beneath the earth. At Alan's order, the holy undead swarm Qasim from every side with blades, spears, maces, and chain bolts meant to pin him down. Qasim carves through the undead in a frenzy, but even as he destroys them, spears, arrows, and chain bolts keep tearing into his body and locking him in place. He keeps forcing his way forward through the punishment, driven by the same twisted conviction that made him dangerous in the first place. A final mace blow shatters Qasim's helmet, and after destroying the last undead in front of him, he finally collapses to his knees before Alan. Even on the edge of death, Qasim rises again and tries one last time to judge Alan as a heretic. Alan's 12 bone weapons impale Qasim all at once, stopping the great sword just short of Alan's face. Alan points his staff into Qasim's chest and blows his torso apart with a massive burst of divinity. As Qasim's life fades, Alan grabs his head and coldly promises to turn him into a puppet that will help destroy the Church of Kyolium. Back at the Imperial Palace, Harmon inspects a wrecked storage basement where a smashed bookshelf and broken wall reveal the hidden tunnel Qasim used to get inside. The scene is worse than a simple break-in, because the servants in the basement were tortured and murdered so Qasim could learn the palace's current situation in silence. Harmon realizes the Empire's own confidence in that secret escape route was turned into a weakness, and he orders the dead to be taken care of. Not long before the attack, Holy Emperor Kelt had been in high spirits because Alan was about to begin his first real military campaign against the Church of Kyolium. Kelt had even personally reorganized the Empire's 5 forces to support Alan, because Raphael's defeat proved the Church was ready to fight back hard. Now that mood is gone, and in the audience chamber Kelt demands to know how a man from the Church managed to throw the Imperial Palace into chaos for 5 whole minutes. The nobles stammer out excuses that Qasim was strong enough to rival Oskal, knew the palace defenses as a former Golden Cross swordsman, and even moved around disguised as one of them. Kelt cuts the excuses off with raw divinity, then decides the Empire can no longer hold back and prepares to personally crush the Church of Kyolium. Before he can finish that order, Alan kicks open the audience chamber doors and strides in with 0 patience left. Alan reminds Kelt that the 10-day grace period is over, which means wiping out that corrupt religious organization no longer needs anyone's restraint. Kelt offers Alan Oskal and the Empire's 5 forces, assuming his grandson still wants this campaign for himself. Alan rejects the large army and asks for the opposite, only the fastest elite fighters and top healers, because he wants to hit the Church before anyone can run. When Kelt starts to object, Alan cuts him off and says exactly what he intends to do to the people behind this. Alan tells the Emperor that he will personally rip their heads off. After leaving the chamber, Alan still can't cool down, because this time the Church did more than insult him, they went after the people around him. Charlotte is already waiting outside to follow him, even though she only regained consciousness less than 2 hours ago. Alan tells her to rest longer, but Charlotte calmly insists she is fine because he already healed her body. Alan knows that healing and real rest are not the same, but Charlotte still makes it clear that she intends to ride with him anyway. When Alan warns that this mission will be brutal, Charlotte answers that the worst pain of her life was still the day they first met, and the old memory draws a hollow laugh out of him. Alan finally gives the order to move, and Charlotte falls into step beside him without hesitation. Alan's strike force is built for speed, not size. 20 elite healers including Alice, plus 30 Verdant Cross fighters who can move fast enough to keep up. The whole group mounts rare Unira horses and rides south through pounding rain, cutting a 10-day journey down to 4 by barely stopping at all. After that endless sprint, they finally reach the Church of Kyolium headquarters hidden in dense forest, a beautiful cathedral rising on a green hill. From concealment, the Verdant Cross scouts the grounds and spots the church scrambling in a hurry as darkness falls and torches begin to light up the hill. The defenders outside are a rushed mess, with paladins and priests trying to form a cordon around the outer wall but looking completely unready for a real battle. A scout reports roughly 500 enemies outside and another 800 inside, which tells Alan the church's wider manpower is still scattered across the continent. Charlotte asks for Alan's orders, and the whole strike team shows the same steady look that says they will attack the moment he tells them to. Alan orders everyone to stay on standby, because he never brought a tiny force to gamble on a normal assault. He brought support for a different kind of fight. The battle with Qasim taught Alan exactly where he is weak. If a true monster reaches him at close range before he can cast properly, even a wall of undead will not save him. So Alan stands before the church knowing the real rule now: his necromancer priest power is deadly, but only if he gets the time to use it. Alan pulls out Amon's skull and staff, deciding a short burst from the relics will be enough to crush the church's side. Charlotte quietly warns him not to overdo it, which only reminds Alan how badly the relics and the long trip have already drained him. Even so, Alan promises Charlotte, Alice, and the Verdant Cross that he will wipe out the corrupt church in 30 minutes. He lays out the plan in his head: the Verdant Cross will cover surprises, and the healers will patch him up after the relics wreck his body. Then Alan drags Qasim Darian's corpse from his item window and drops the giant body in front of everyone like a new weapon. Alan puts on the mountain goat skull, aims the staff at Qasim's head, and decides that the fanatical paladin will serve as his guardian and puppet. Divinity pours through the staff and wraps Qasim's body, and Alan coldly declares that the Church of Kyolium is about to learn who they picked a fight with. As Alan says, "I am the Legion and I am Gaia's inheritor," Qasim's dead eyes snap open and the holy undead assault begins. Inside the cathedral, the Church of Kyolium is already in chaos as furious clergymen demand answers from Cardinal Michael for turning an arrest into an attempted assassination of the Imperial Prince. Michael knows Qasim's madness has ruined every chance to negotiate with the Imperial family, and that fleeing now would only get all of them hunted down as traitors. He clings to one comfort: the cathedral is his sanctuary, packed with priests and lined with Astal runes that he personally prepared. When the priests beg him for a way out, Michael reveals his last hope is Rose Darina, who is still alive in war-torn Lomé and may shelter them through her mysterious helper. For now he orders everyone to wait, because a reply from Rose and that unknown ally is the only lifeline he has left. To steady their nerves, Michael boasts that even the Sword King could not threaten him while he remains inside this sanctuary. He even bears the golden Astal rune on his hand and insists that its power makes them untouchable. Then a divinity-laced spirit speech shakes the entire cathedral, and the room turns ice cold as everyone realizes the punitive force has arrived. Michael hurries to the balcony with the other priests, desperately repeating to himself that Gaia will protect him here. From the balcony, the church's defenders break into panic because a bright divine glow is rising through the black night outside their barricades. What emerges is not a raiding party but a full divine undead army, marching in ranks with skeletons, Dullahans, banshees, golems, and giant statues. Michael finally understands the reports were true when he sees Alan himself on a hill, wearing the mountain goat skull and bone armor as he commands the legion from a skeleton horse. The moment their eyes meet, Michael instinctively knows that Alan Alphonse has come in person to judge him. Then the assisting cardinals spot the true horror at the legion's center: 30 armored holy undead knights led by the giant they already know too well. Qasim Darian has returned as a holy undead berserker, towering in radiant armor with a huge great sword in hand. As the drums keep pounding, the Banshee's sacred hymn spreads hostile divinity through the whole cathedral and shakes the faith of Kyolium's clergy. The clerics want to fire arrows and cast magic, but fear freezes them before they can make the first move. Qasim, now feeling death itself as divine salvation, fixes his eyes on the church and sees only rotten false believers in front of him. He raises his sword and publicly condemns them as false lambs before declaring judgment. With one swing, Qasim blasts apart the 10-meter palisades and turns the church's front defense into splinters and screaming bodies. The wounded cry for healers, but the next drum beats hit before anyone can recover, and the undead legion starts marching again. From the balcony, Michael shouts at his people to stop cowering and remember that they are blessed believers, not prey for mere undead. He activates the Astal rune, and golden light floods through the cathedral as the entire sanctuary responds to his call. The divine surge starts pushing back the cleric's fear, but Michael can tell this rushed miracle still is not enough to truly calm them. So he doubles down, ordering rescues, preparation for battle, and a full ceremony to unleash the cathedral's Astal rune. He proclaims that they are the true servants of Gaia protecting holy ground, but the cardinals beside him notice his body is trembling despite all his talk. The clergy still choose to believe him, because if they lose this sanctuary they will have nowhere left to run and no future except execution as heretics. Bolstered by Michael's shared conviction and the cathedral's light, the defenders start retreating in order, while paladins form a line to protect the priests. Out on the battlefield, Alan watches their morale flip and immediately notices that Michael's voice and the cathedral itself are changing their very attributes. What surprises Alan most is Michael himself, because beneath everything else the cardinal's faith is genuinely pure and fiercely sincere. Alan finds the irony almost absurd, but pure faith does not save Michael from the fact that he crossed a line he never should have crossed. So Alan gives the command to kill them, and both armies lock into the final charge as shields rise, pikes level, and Qasim's radiant undead vanguard bears down on the line. The church forces brace for a desperate defensive stand, knowing they only need to hold the line until the clergy inside the cathedral finish the prayers that awaken the Astal rune. Qasim Daryan answers with a judgment of his own and launches forward so fast the paladins barely register him before the holy undead knights are already in their faces. The first clash is brutal, with undead weapons smashing through shields and armor so completely that the church front line is torn apart almost instantly. Above the slaughter, banshees sing sacred hymns and fire divine arrows that split into a storm of light, cutting down clerics as they run for sanctuary. At the same time, bone golems and giant stone statues crash into the battlefield, and the church's ordinary battle magic barely slows them. The Cyclops golems answer with red eye beams that petrify clerics in place, while the bone golems fling paladins through the air like toys. Then Alan rides up on his skeleton horse, calmly plants his staff, and spreads divinity across the corpses scattered around the cathedral. To the horror of the defenders, the fallen clergy stagger back up as holy zombies and immediately turn on the paladins who were trying to protect them. Watching his church collapse into chaos, Cardinal Michael snaps at the younger cardinals and demands to know why the Astal rune is still not ready. The clergy reveal they have already prepared a massive attack spell, and moments later the prayers of 555 worshippers forge a gigantic heavenly sword over the cathedral. The heavenly sword drops straight toward Alan, and even Qasim, the banshees, and the giant statues cannot stop it because every counterattack is deflected away. Michael is sure the divine strike will finish the prince, but Alan does not dodge and simply waits for it to reach him. At the last second, Alan lightly taps the air with his staff, and the heavenly sword instantly cracks apart before it can even touch him. The church can only stare as their goddess's strike shatters into countless fading fragments, undone by Alan's staff and its skill-nullifying power. Before Michael can recover, Alan halts his advance and has the giant stone statues form up with their huge lances and throwing stances. Michael finally understands and turns to run back inside, but the barrage is already coming. The stone lances rip through the balcony and smash apart part of the cathedral, crushing priests and the two younger cardinals under the collapsing debris. One of the lances tears through Michael as well, ripping away his lower torso and leaving him screaming on the cathedral floor. Even on the edge of death, Michael forces out one question first and learns that the Astal rune is finally ready. Michael immediately throws himself into prayer, begging Gaia to regenerate his torn body before death can take him. The miracle answers at once, rebuilding Michael's missing flesh and restoring his lower half right in front of the stunned clergy. Michael rises in disbelief at his own recovery, only for another lance to burst through the wall and come straight at him again. This time he meets it head-on, crushing the incoming lance with his bare palm through the absurd physical strength the Astal rune grants him. Realizing the rune's power is now fully his, Michael prays again and starts restoring the cathedral itself. The same miracle spreads to the wounded clergy, washing over them in light and dragging even the dying back to full health. As the clergy erupt in cheers, Michael steps back onto the balcony convinced that the holy war has finally turned in the church's favor. He points down at Alan and declares that this holy ground can never be defiled while the Astal rune still exists. Alan's response is not fear but sudden interest, and Michael feels a chill when he realizes the prince is looking at the rune on his flesh like loot. That greedy stare rattles Michael more than the battle itself, because even after seeing the miracle of the Astal rune, Alan still looks like a buyer judging merchandise. Michael tries to steady himself by calling it a bluff, but the sight of Alan's 1,000-strong undead army and impossible power keeps eating at his confidence. He finally crushes down his fear with ambition, reminding himself that the Astal rune only lasts a short time and that he still intends to survive long enough to become pope. Alan is making calculations too, because he knows he only has 15 minutes left before Amon's relics drain him dry and leave him unconscious. Even with Charlotte, the Verdant Cross, and Alice ready to protect and heal him afterward, Alan knows none of them can handle Michael if this drags on. So Alan stops thinking and gives the order, roaring for Qasim Daryan to take the fight straight to Michael. Qasim and the holy undead knights sprint up the cathedral wall toward the balcony in a fast, relentless assault. Qasim swings first with a wind-charged greatsword, but Michael calmly throws up a divine barrier and brushes the deadly attack aside. With the rune empowering him, Michael instantly creates blades of light and punches straight into the undead assault instead of staying back. He coats his fist in a gauntlet of divinity and smashes Qasim in the head hard enough to break the giant knight's neck and hurl him off the balcony. Qasim crashes near Alan like a discarded doll, but even with his neck broken the old berserker still forces himself back to his feet. Michael shouts that he will not just sit there and be beaten, and the cathedral answers by sending fresh priests and paladins back into the fight in full gear. Using Mind's Eye, Alan sees the cathedral's golden divinity spreading over every cleric and immediately realizes this counterattack will be much more troublesome. Michael escalates again by jumping down from the balcony and calling the clergy to rebellion under his own leadership. As he falls, armor of light forms around his body and he recasts himself not as a cardinal anymore, but as the Pope who will judge all evil. His crozier reshapes into a long divine spear with a banner of light, and for a moment he really does look like a saint charging into legend. He points that spear at Alan and turns the whole fight into a public crusade, declaring the prince's death will prove Gaia truly watches over them. The effect is immediate, because every priest and paladin answers with a frenzy of belief and surging divinity, utterly convinced victory is guaranteed now. Michael leads from the front exactly as promised, kicking off a full charge with the empowered church army at his back. Alan watches the charge with a weary little sigh, recognizing that a man like Michael could have been useful if he had chosen the Empire instead of this holy madness. Even so, Alan decides that Michael is simply fated to die here and snaps his fingers to send the undead army forward. His forces answer by building layer after layer of defense, with shield walls, spears, Dullahans, golems, giant statues, and banshees all locking the approach down. On paper the church charge should break against 1,500 undead, but the Astal rune has changed the rules of the battlefield. Michael opens the breakthrough himself by hurling his spear of light straight into the zombie ranks and blasting a hole through them. The paladins pile in behind him and start cutting through zombies with shocking momentum, while priests support them from the rear with divine magic. One zombie still manages to tear open a paladin's neck, and for a heartbeat it looks like the undead finally found a lethal wound. Then the Astal rune shows its real terror, because the paladin's throat instantly knits back together, and he gets right back to fighting. Alan watches with open fascination as the church army keeps recovering from wounds that should have dropped any normal soldier on the spot. He quickly understands the rule: unless their heads are destroyed or their bodies completely ruined, the Astal sanctuary will just keep restoring them. To Alan, the holy miracle looks less like life and more like an immortal army of living bodies, and that only makes the rune more appealing. Using Mind's Eye again, Alan studies the rune on Michael and reads its core ability to resonate with others, share power, and turn a holy war zone into a miracle-filled sanctuary. Meanwhile, Michael tears through the undead personally, breaking the zombie line and driving straight into the skeleton legion without slowing down. Even when dozens of weapons fly at him from every side, Gaia's blessing keeps deflecting them and clears his path forward. At last, Michael jumps high above the melee and fixes his eyes on Alan on the skeleton horse, ready to settle the battle by killing him himself. Michael calls Alan a fool and surrounds himself with newly formed spears of light, all aimed at the prince's life as the clash reaches its next breaking point. Alan calmly praises Cardinal Michael just as Michael's spears of light are punched through by brighter beams from Alan's side. Michael finally sees what Alan is using: 12 bone hands spread from the boy's back, each one aiming a musket swollen with divinity. Alan's holy bullets rip through Michael's entire body, blowing away limbs and half his head in one savage burst. With the last of his mind barely working, Michael desperately prays to Gaia and forces his ruined body to regenerate. The near miss rattles Michael, because even the Astal rune cannot save him if his mind and soul are destroyed past repair. Alan keeps applauding Michael's toughness, and the mock politeness only feels worse because the gunfire never stops. Michael throws up a divinity barrier, but Alan's bullets hit like siege weapons and start grinding it down anyway. As the shield fails, Michael can only stare in disbelief that a man bearing Astal's rune is losing this badly to Alan. Alan is genuinely impressed, since Michael is surviving even while Alan is already amplifying his divinity with Amon's skull and staff. But Alan knows his own time is short, so he decides to stop testing Michael and push the fight to the end. He pulls out Amon's grimoire and uses only its divinity boost, yet that alone kicks the muskets into a deadlier class. Michael's barrier shatters instantly, and the upgraded barrage tears his body apart faster than he can regenerate. Michael's half-intact head drops to the ground, and he panics because his body is finally failing to keep up. The moment Michael tries to rise, Qasim Darien crashes in and pins him down with brute force. Alan dismounts, walks up to the trapped cardinal, and flatly tells him it is over. Michael still clings to his followers, until Alan casually tells him they have already been dealt with. When Michael looks over, he sees his regenerating faithful being butchered again and again by skeletons, their blessing turned into endless torture. Alan points out the cruel truth: both sides have something like immortality, but undead feel no pain and his side is simply better at killing. Michael makes one last mental grab for hope by trusting the sanctuary and the Astal rune to save him. Alan crushes that hope with a colder idea, asking which piece of Michael would regenerate first if his body were torn completely apart. Then Michael sees zombies gathering around him, and Alan calmly sentences him to be devoured alive. Alan even reveals why he is doing it this way: if his undead consume Michael, the Astal rune might become his. Terrified now, Michael begs for a clean death instead of this defilement, but Alan refuses to soften the judgment. When Michael tries one last curse and one last spell, Qasim simply starts smashing his head into the ground over and over. Unable to think or move, Michael is finally swarmed by hundreds of zombies that rip him and the Astal rune to pieces. Alan watches the end in silence, then offers Michael a cold prayer to find happiness in hell. 4 days later in the Imperial Palace, news reaches Holy Emperor Kelt that the Church of Kyolium has been crushed and Rose Darina is still alive. The second report matters more now, because Rose has apparently fled to the Night Kingdom of Lomé and found protection there. Kelt's gaze settles on First Imperial Prince Luan, who is visibly shaking with rage over his mother's death. Satisfied that Luan's anger will keep him focused, Kelt orders him to capture Rose and execute her on the guillotine if needed. In a prison sealed off even from most of the Order, Ruppel Alfol screams for death while holy water and silver stakes keep burning him in place. 2 masked Crimson Cross torturers keep working with calm voices and steady hands, treating Ruppel's agony like routine labor. When they finally pause for lunch and joke with each other beside the torture table, Ruppel realizes these humans are worse than monsters. Hearing other vampires and lichens screaming beyond the walls, Ruppel finally understands why Count Timong feared the imperial family so much. Desperate to escape, Ruppel tries tempting the torturers with immortality and eternal youth, speaking to them like a little king. The offer backfires instantly, and the torturers put their gloves back on with the look of men who just lost their appetite. After another round of merciless pain, Ruppel breaks and promises to tell them anything if they just stop. He first gives them Count Timong's name, but the torturers are unimpressed and answer with more pain until he says something useful. Only then does Ruppel reveal the real threat. Count Timong has been researching warp magic. Under pressure, Ruppel explains that Timong wants to banish the entire imperial family to another dimension and seal them there. He even lists possible destinations like the Spirit Realm, Titan Realm, and Purgatory, insisting Timong believes the spell is almost complete. Because the claim sounds impossible yet Ruppel's body shows no obvious lie, the torturers decide this report must go straight to the Holy Emperor. They reward his cooperation by stopping the holy water for a while, and Ruppel can only sob in miserable relief. A month after the palace upheaval, Harmon walks the repaired imperial corridors with a growing headache over everything still going wrong. The palace may look normal again, but Harmon knows the coming vampire invasion, Rose's escape, and Ruppel's announced execution are still hanging over them. What weighs on him most right now is how he is supposed to tell Alan that Ruppel is going to be executed. He reaches Alan's quarters, where Charlotte is already standing guard at the door. Before Harmon can even knock, the smell of burning human flesh leaks out, and Charlotte awkwardly explains that Alan is researching the Astal rune with Hans. That answer only makes Harmon's feelings more complicated, but he knocks and steps into the room anyway. Inside, shirtless Alan is being engraved with fresh rune tattoos by Hans, surrounded by scattered rune papers, Eldra fragments, and magic stones. Even while wincing from the pain, Alan greets Harmon with bright energy, and for a moment Harmon feels like all his worrying may have been pointless. Alan sits through a fresh rune tattoo session and casually tells Harmon he is copying a fragment of the Astal runes from Michael's corpse. Hans excitedly explains that after a month of work he has only decoded a tiny part, but with top clerics and alchemists he can crack the rest in about 3 months. Hans warns that even an imitation rune would blow apart most users, but Alan calmly says his body can handle it. When Alan asks about the vampire warp magic, Hans says that research is moving well too and a real breakthrough should come soon. Harmon pulls Alan to the window and reveals the real news. Luan and White have been released to lead the heavenly army toward the kingdom of Lomé. Harmon explains that Lomé is in civil war, the rebels are sheltering Rose Darina, and the kingdom itself asks the Empire for help. When Harmon asks if he is alright with this, Alan stays vague and decides Elysia's revenge belongs to the people who truly lived it, especially Luan and White. Harmon then drops a second surprise. Ruppel wants an audience, and Alan decides this may be the right time to visit his doomed brother. Alan heads into the prison with Charlotte, walking a damp death row corridor lined with convicts whose screams and threats make his brother's fate feel even grimmer. At Ruppel's cell, Alan finally sees him up close and is stunned by how the once princely man has withered into a shackled wreck. Ruppel barely responds until Alan touches his head with divinity and shocks him back to awareness. The moment Ruppel grabs Alan in panic, Charlotte nearly cuts him down and only backs off when Alan stops her. Once Charlotte steps back, Alan crouches beside Ruppel and gently asks what he wanted to say. Ruppel starts begging for help regarding Rose, but Alan cuts him off immediately because he already knows the request. Alan's refusal is blunt because Rose is a traitor who started the Aslan War, led vampires into the palace, and even tried to have him assassinated. Ruppel breaks down and says he knows his mother will die, but before Luan or White kill her, he wants only a few seconds to see her one last time. Alan listens to the plea, meets Ruppel's despair head-on, and still answers with a hard no. The next chapter picks up in the same cell, and Alan repeats that stopping Luan and White is beyond what he is willing to do for Ruppel. When Ruppel asks if Alan could stop them by force, Alan coolly throws back the real question. Why would he save the woman who murdered his mother and targeted him too? Desperate now, Ruppel blurts out a new bargaining chip. He knows where the first Holy Emperor's relic is hidden. Ruppel pitches the relic as irresistible power for a necromancer, and offers the exact location if Alan helps him meet Rose. Alan does not bite, and Ruppel's grand offer crashes into another flat refusal. Outside the prison, Ruppel's furious scream echoes through the halls while Alan walks away almost amused by how much life his brother still has left. Charlotte says Alan did the right thing because Ruppel was probably plotting something, but Alan quietly insists the plea itself was real. Alan then reminds Charlotte that the longing of a child for a parent is something she understands too, and the line visibly shakes her. Instead of deciding on the spot, Alan orders full records on Ruppel, Rose Darina, and even Orden Alphos before he makes his move. Charlotte warns that helping a condemned traitor could drag Alan into high treason, and Alan agrees, which is exactly why he wants the facts first. Alan buries himself in the library with Charlotte, Harmon, and Alice, gathering testimony after testimony until Ruppel's whole life starts to come into focus. After reading everything, Alan reaches one ugly conclusion. Ruppel spent his life as Rose Darina's puppet. The records show Rose used her son as a shield for her schemes, beat him whenever he tried to earn her approval, and still dragged him through treason after treason. Alan sees the bitter shape of it all at once, a monstrous mother and a foolish son who clung to her until the end. Even knowing both mother and son are already racing toward execution, Alan's attention catches on a stack of letters sent to Ruppel from across the Empire. As Alan reads, he finds anger in some letters but also proof that orphanages and churches all over the Empire remember Ruppel as the prince who healed children and funded their care. That mix of ruin and sincerity finally tips Alan into a choice, and he rises to go see his brother again. Back at the prison, Alan finds that Ruppel's meltdown after their last meeting got him blindfolded, gagged, and bound like a dangerous lunatic. Alan leans in and quietly says he still will not save Rose's life, because her crimes are too heavy and Juan and White are almost certain to kill her. But Alan did not come back just to crush him again, and the moment he says that, the mood inside the cell changes. Alan lays the stack of letters on the cell floor and tells Ruppel that, whatever else he is, people across the Empire were genuinely grateful for what he did. He reads out names from orphanages and churches one by one, forcing Ruppel to hear the evidence that his kindness had mattered to real people. Alan makes his position clear. He still will not help Rose, because he wants his own revenge on the woman who tried to kill him. His revenge is colder than a quick killing, because he wants Rose dragged through the proper process and executed in full view of the Empire. Alan points out that if Rose is brought back alive for judgment, mother and son might still cross paths once before the end. Alan removes the gag, and Ruppel immediately asks if this means he is finally being helped. Alan shuts down that hope at once and says this is not charity but repayment, because Ruppel owes him and now needs to pay with equal value. Then Alan asks the question that really brought him back: where exactly is the relic of the first Holy Emperor, Orden Alphals? After leaving Ruppel's cell, Alan tells Charlotte they are heading out at once because he accepted a deal for Rose Darina's whereabouts. Ruppel's clue points Alan toward Lomé's northern village of Rost, where Rose is likely to seek help from the dragon-slaying knight Raiden through first Prince Barus Victoria. The next day, Alan and Charlotte ride non-stop for 10 days and finally reach Rost, expecting to ask for Raiden and wait for Barus to show up. At the same time, first Prince Barus Victoria arrives at Rost with his escort, and immediately feels that the village looks wrong. A staggering farmer in the field answers Barus's knight without a word and only points toward the village, making the prince even more uneasy. Barus keeps his men from attacking the rude farmer, and insists they act like proper visitors, even as the village's silence starts to feel unnatural. As Barus checks the houses, he realizes a village that should hold hundreds of people has no normal signs of life at all. Then storm clouds swallow the moon and a sudden downpour forces Barus to head for the inn to ask about Raiden under shelter. The lit inn briefly looks like a relief, but inside it is just as empty as the rest of Rost. While Barus's men search the inn, a soaked Alan and Charlotte appear at the doorway and calmly announce that they already checked the village and found no living residents. Barus sits across from the strange noble-looking boy and quietly judges him as spoiled, while guessing that Charlotte must be a young knight. Alan shrugs off the mystery at first, saying he came to sightsee and follow his older brother's request, but the ruined village clearly does not match what he expected. When Barus blames the civil war, Alan flatly says the truth is worse: Rost has already turned into a zombie village. The answer lands hard when the villagers close in outside, revealing torn faces, rotting flesh, and crimson eyes. Alan finally smiles and calls Barus by name, making it clear that this meeting was no accident from his side. By pure luck, Alan has found Barus the moment he reached Rost, even as the inn turns into a trap and the knights start barricading the exits. With zombies closing in, Alan casually pours a drink and invites Barus to sit down because he came to talk, not to fight. One knight points his blade at Alan, and Charlotte answers instantly by cutting the sword apart and lifting the man off the ground by his throat. Barus is shaken by Charlotte's overwhelming strength, and Alan uses that silence to repeat that he only wants answers. Alan checks Barus with mind's eye and realizes the prince's traits do not match a cold-blooded patricide, though Alan still does not care about that part. Alan lets Charlotte drop the knight, and plainly tells Barus that if he wanted him dead or kidnapped, it would already be over. Barus nervously assumes Alan might be tied to the rebels, but Alan brushes that off and says he came for one question only. Alan asks directly about Rose Darina, and the name alone is enough to make Barus realize these two are not ordinary travelers. Alan points out that the barricade is breaking and warns Barus there is no time left to dodge the question. When Barus tries to argue for cooperation first, Alan has Charlotte slam his face to the floor and puts a blade to his throat until he answers. At that exact moment, the front door gives way and the zombies start crawling into the inn. The escort knights can handle the first zombies by aiming for the head, but their relief dies when a massive zombie warrior strides in and catches a sword with one hand. Alan watches the escort struggle and realizes these royal knights are far weaker than the Empire's paladins he is used to seeing. Alan presses the point by asking if Barus will just watch his men die, and that finally breaks the prince's resistance. Barus blurts out that he does know Rose Darina, but only as the Empire's second crown princess consort who visited him once years ago. He insists he has no idea where Rose is now and says helping a woman accused of treason would only invite the theocratic empire to crush him too. Alan admits Barus's logic makes sense, but he also knows Rose is valuable enough that desperate powers might still shelter her for their own gain. Before Alan can press further, one of Barus's knights is hacked into the shoulder by the zombie warrior and blood sprays across the inn. That is enough for Alan, so he cuts the interrogation short and decides the zombies need to be dealt with first. Charlotte offers to wipe them out herself, but Alan stops her because he sees no vampires here and thinks these zombies will be easy prey. Alan summons a musket, breathes into the loading chamber, and starts a rare prayer before the coming shot. He half-jokingly thanks the goddess for the lucky timing, then asks for the grace to pierce the walking dead. Divine aura floods the musket, the weapon gains burst fire, and Alan ends his prayer with a quiet amen as the hunt begins. On a hill above Rost, the monastery has become a horror pit, with Gaia's statue beheaded, blood everywhere, and undead shambling through the ruined sanctuary. At the center of that nightmare stands Baron Lava Labert, a progenitor vampire in his true grotesque form, calmly occupying the preaching platform in stolen priest robes. Lava tears into human flesh with disgusting satisfaction, showing that his job here is not prayer but slaughter and feeding. When he tosses a corpse aside, the lichens he is raising leap on it like trained beasts, and Lava enjoys the sound of flesh and bones being torn apart. He looks over the village zombies and dismisses their poor quality, because all he really needs is a growing pile of dead civilians to turn into an invasion force. Lava is pleased with the setup, since war-torn Lome lets villages disappear without notice while the vampires quietly prepare to swallow the kingdom. That mood shifts when a Leakin rushes in to report intruders in the village, and this time they are not merchants or mercenaries. When the Leakin says the intruders are clerics, Lava's irritation turns into ugly interest, because devout prey sounds both delicious and entertaining to corrupt. Hearing there are 8 clerics in total, Lava decides the hunt might finally break his boredom and asks where they are now. Back in the village, Bruce can only stare as Alan's musket blast detonates like a siege weapon and blows apart the inn entrance in a flash of holy light. Even the huge zombie warrior barely survives the shockwave for a second before its chest, limbs, and body all burst apart at once. The gunshot sound hits late, and the monster's last rolling head is crushed under Alan's foot before Bruce can even process what happened. Bruce is shaken to the core, because the useless collector's musket he knows should never have enough power to erase a monster and part of a building. As Alan casually mutters about using the wrong prayer word, Bruce catches the shape of the smiling young priest in the smoke and feels something much darker than holiness from him. Bruce turns and finds his own knights writhing from the flying wreckage, which makes Alan look even more reckless and dangerous. Alan brushes off Bruce's outrage, says he does not kill people for fun, and coolly adds that he may have picked up a taste for hunting undead instead. Then Alan starts walking through the village and every holy shot from his musket simply erases more undead, turning the fight into a massacre. Bruce watches in disbelief as the undead seem to freeze whenever Alan raises the gun, like even monsters can sense death aiming at them. Alan offers another prayer and asks Gaia for holy bullets against the undead and power to heal the faithful. Instead of shooting the horde, he fires one glowing bullet straight into the sky. The zombies seize their chance and rush him from every direction, leaving Bruce convinced the overpowered priest has finally exposed a fatal opening. Bruce even yells at Charlotte to save her master, but she only looks up, already knowing what Alan just set in motion. Alan finishes the prayer with a blessing, and holy bullets begin raining down from above like divine judgment. The undead are pierced and purified in a storm of light, and the village is suddenly filled with exploding ash instead of zombies. Bruce and the injured knights throw up their arms in panic, certain those same bullets will tear through them too. One bullet seems to hit Bruce, and he immediately believes he has been fatally struck. But when he frantically checks himself, he finds no wound at all, because Alan's divine attack is healing the living while destroying the dead. Watching the wounds vanish without scars, Bruce finally gives up on his old skepticism and accepts that real miracles exist. Alan walks up through the aftermath, calls Bruce by name, and invites him to have a relaxed and friendly talk now that the power gap is obvious. Elsewhere, Baron Lava watches the whole miracle through a zombie's eyes and realizes the boy priest alone is a threat on the level of an army. He quickly weighs retreat against murder, because if Alan leaves alive, Rost's secret will spread and his whole undead operation in Lome may collapse. Lava decides he has to kill Alan here, and he spots the one weakness he can exploit. Alan has to stop and pray before casting his strongest magic. To get that opening, he decides the knights around Alan must die first and begins channeling demonic power into the open Bible. After the fight, Alan drags Bruce out of the ruined village to the carriage by the forest, wanting answers before the situation gets worse. In the clearing, Alan shoves Rose Darina's portrait in Bruce's face and bluntly asks whether he really knows nothing about her. One of Bruce's knights snaps at Alan's attitude, but Bruce shuts him down immediately before this turns into a disaster. Then Bruce kneels and formally greets Alan as the 7th Imperial Prince, stunning his own men and proving he knows exactly who he is dealing with. Alan is caught off guard, and Bruce explains that a musket-wielding priest is famous enough that the rumor points straight to him. When Alan asks Charlotte what people are saying, she quietly admits the continent has already heard rumors of a prince who uses a musket and commands holy undead. Alan gets back to business and asks whether Lome's rebels are really helping Rose Darina, since that would make her a threat big enough to pull the Empire into the war. Bruce insists they want Rose found too, because handing her over would stop the theocratic empire from using her as a reason to interfere in Lomé's internal mess. Charlotte cannot tell if Bruce is lying, which leaves Alan frustrated and still holding almost nothing useful on Rose's location. So Alan changes targets and asks for anyone connected to Rose, and Bruce finally offers one lead. The dragon slayer Raiden was supposedly close to her. That only makes Ross feel more suspicious, because the famous hero is missing and his village has somehow turned into a zombie nest. Before they can move, the weather turns rough again, and Alan decides his exhausted group will camp here for the night instead of pushing on blind. Alan tells Bruce to come with him for more questioning, and the prince visibly flinches at the idea of spending the night this close to a zombie village. Alan casually says zombie hunting is simple, and Bruce, remembering that absurd musket, can only swallow his fear and agree. Later, while Alan questions Bruce inside the carriage, Charlotte and the escort knights stand watch outside in a tense, awkward silence. The knights realize too late that both Alan and Charlotte are monsters by normal standards, and even their desperate thought of taking the prince hostage feels hopeless with her standing there. Then one night, Himmel feels a gaze from the forest and turns to find a huge black silhouette in monk's robes staring back at him from the trees. As Himmel finally sees the gray maggot-like body, bulging eyes, and serrated mouth hidden under the robe, he tries to warn the others but locks eyes with barren lava first. Lava murmurs in an unknown tongue, demonic power spills out, and the light fades from Himmel's eyes before he can get the word monster out. As the carriage party pauses by the dark forest, Sir Himmel and the other escort knights suddenly stare ahead at a naked beauty beckoning from between the trees. The spell hits hard. The knights start shuffling into the forest, and one even draws his sword on Charlotte when she tries to stop him. When Charlotte looks for herself, the illusion shifts into a naked version of Alan smiling at her, and she instantly realizes demonic illusion magic is trying to invade her mind. She tests reality by calling into the carriage, and Alan's calm answer from inside confirms the thing in the forest is just an illusion. Alan opens the carriage, and Charlotte dryly reports that another version of him is standing in the forest luring the escorts away. Bruce rushes out to stop his men, but Charlotte yanks him back and explains that every escort knight has already fallen under the illusion. Rather than waste time on the charmed knights, Charlotte offers Alan a cleaner option. She can go kill the caster instead. Alan judges the hidden enemy as a weak undead relying on strong demonic energy, then asks one last time if Charlotte can really handle it. When Charlotte bows and says she will do it if ordered, Alan gives the command without hesitation: get rid of the bastard. Charlotte heads into the trees alone, and Alan quietly warns that the escorts were probably pulled away for one reason only: to leave him and Bruce open to attack. His suspicion proves correct at once when undead crawl out around the carriage, including ghouls, dullahans, and lycans instead of ordinary zombies. Deeper in the forest, the entranced knights strip off their armor and weapons so the lovely maiden will finally let them touch her. The trap turns grotesque the moment they embrace her, because the maiden's face peels into the maggot-like monster form of Baron Lava Labert. Just before Baron Lava bites down, Charlotte steps into the clearing and calls him out, snapping the surviving knights fully awake. Lava is rattled that his illusion failed on her at all, but Charlotte coldly says a spell that cheap was never going to work. When she asks his rank and hears he is only a baron, Charlotte's expression hardens not from fear, but from blunt disappointment. She had wanted a count-class vampire, but she still decides Lava will be useful if she beats answers out of him about the ruined village and the dragon slayer Raiden. Now chapter 191 opens with Baron Lava panicking under that storm of divinity and frantically turning to his blood-stained Bible for help. His spell drags hundreds of skeletons and zombies out of the ground and forms a full cordon around Charlotte, with bone arrows leveled at her from every side. The volley comes first, but the rain ruins the arrows' paths badly enough that Charlotte does not even bother to dodge. Then she rushes the undead line and cuts a shining circle through them, turning every body around her into ash in one smooth sweep. The surviving knights can only stare as she moves like a dancer through the horde, wasting no motion while dozens of undead disappear with every step. Even a huge zombie warrior fails to slow her down, because one upward slash splits the brute apart and keeps her charge going. Realizing the undead wall is failing, Lava overloads his brain trying to cast a stronger, wider illusion before Charlotte reaches his throat. Charlotte reaches him in a blink and stops with her blade already burning against his throat, but suddenly her focus goes vacant. Lava grins when the Bible reveals what trapped her. Charlotte is seeing a false vision of her dead parents smiling gently at her. He tries to finish her while she hesitates, but Charlotte suddenly rejects the fake and snaps back in fury. Before Lava can retreat, Charlotte cuts off the right hand holding the Bible and blows rotten blood and maggots out of the wound. Desperate and injured, the vampire vomits out a cloud of pitch-black toxic smoke to cover his escape deeper into the forest. Massaging her temples through the anger, Charlotte decides she will never forgive him for mocking both Alan's face and her dead parents, and she takes off after him. Back at the carriage clearing, the Lycans judge Alan as the real threat and decide they must rip out his throat before he can use his holy power again. Bruce panics because the escort is gone, but Alan stays strangely relaxed and says he already expected these idiots to show up. Alan raises a long musket and breathes divinity into it, upgrading the decorative firearm into a lethal weapon with divine aura. Thinking he needs a few vulnerable seconds to pray, the lichens bulk up into giant forms and launch from every direction on all fours. Bruce moves to shield him, but one look back shows Alan grinning with a child's excitement and a devil's madness at the same time. Instead of hiding behind him, Alan trips Bruce aside, summons a short sword, fixes it to the musket as a bayonet, and jumps straight at the incoming lichens. The first lichen barely has time to freeze before Alan drives the bayonet through its forehead and blows its skull apart with divinity. Before the pack can recover, Alan reveals a second musket in his left hand and charges both weapons with chantless holy power in just 2.5 seconds. He fires both shots at once and detonates 2 lichen heads, proving that even his quick-loaded muskets are still instantly lethal. 3 lichens are dead in an instant, and the survivors finally understand that every single shot from Alan can still kill them outright. In the freezing rain outside Rost, Alan faces several hundred undead and realizes, with a grim little thrill, that his imperial blood actually enjoys hunting them. Even after admitting that ugly instinct to himself, Alan steadies his musket and starts a prayer instead of backing down. The lichens panic and order the horde to kill him before he can finish, so the undead crash into Alan all at once. Alan calls on Gaia, and golden runes blaze over him just as the first ghouls crush into his body. What should have killed him turns into a trap for the undead, because Alan's unstable Astal rune now reinforces and heals his whole body through divine aura. Bites, claws, and a Dullahan sword open him up again and again, but every wound closes before the horde can slow him down. Alan answers with raw brutality, crushing limbs with his hands, reclaiming his musket, and carving through the undead with the bayonet. He climbs onto a mound of still writhing undead, turns the musket downward, and calmly finishes his prayer over them. A blast of divinity erupts from the muzzle and wipes out the entire packed horde in one blinding holy explosion. Watching from nearby, Bruce is less relieved than horrified, because Alan looks like proof that the Theocratic Empire's princes are monsters all by themselves. Then Alan spots one survivor fleeing through the forest, a maggot-like vampire trying to escape before Charlotte can catch him. He summons a long-barreled musket, layers divine aura and snipe onto it, and quietly promises the hunt is not over. Far ahead, Baron Lava runs for his life and convinces himself that surviving matters more than the mission. As he runs, Baron Lava starts suspecting Rose Darena may have betrayed the vampires, because only someone that close to White Alphos could have led a monster like Alan here. That panic turns into pure death sense when a flash appears in the distance and Alan's holy bullet comes screaming toward him. Baron Lava throws up a desperate barrier, but the shot shatters it and drills through his body, blowing away a huge chunk of him. He crashes into the mud still alive, clawing uselessly at the ground while his ruined body refuses to move. Then a divine white skeleton steps up behind him, and Baron Lava freezes at the impossible sight of a holy undead. He fumbles out the vampire's danger list, and the name Alan Alphos confirms that the boy he provoked is the prince who already killed the vampire count. By the time the smiling skeleton grabs his leg, Baron Lava knows he is not escaping torture and death. Later, Alan stages the interrogation inside a sealed dark storehouse, hanging Baron Lava upside down over a pit of glowing holy water operated by skeletons. Alan coldly tells him this game has only one way out: answer every question truthfully. When Baron Lava spits back arrogance, Alan snaps his fingers and sends him dropping straight into the holy water. The holy water burns him like acid, and Alan immediately turns that discovery into a much crueler torture than he first planned. Alan keeps repeating the same cycle for 3.5 days, asking about Rose Darena and dropping Baron Lava back in every time he lies or stalls. At last Baron Lava breaks, begging Alan to stop and promising to tell him everything. After the interrogation, Alan comes out to find Bruce, his knights, and Charlotte waiting, with Charlotte still visibly annoyed that Alan stole her prey. Alan tells the waiting group he finally knows who is giving Rose Darena shelter. Bruce immediately hopes this means Lomé is innocent and the Theocratic Empire will pull back its forces. Alan crushes that hope on the spot and says the truth is the exact opposite. Lomé is deeply tied to this mess. Then Alan names Rose's protector at last, the dragon's slayer Raiden. Bruce goes pale, because if Raiden is hiding Rose, it makes Lomé look like it is sheltering her and inviting invasion. He tries to push back by asking how a mere vampire could know Rose's location or her link to Raiden in the first place. But even as he speaks, Bruce realizes the answer himself, and Alan confirms that Raiden, Rose, and the vampires were conspirators all along. The group sets out by carriage, and as the skeleton horses pull them along, Alan goes back over everything Baron Lava confessed. Baron Lava's testimony reveals Rose was more than a runaway noblewoman. She was the vampire's informant, and their bridge to nobles chasing eternal life. He also learns that the mission was commanded by a vampire marquis, and that marquis was Raiden Behemoth himself. The rest of the confession explains how Raiden accepted vampirism when old age and a dragon-inflicted wound left him broken, and Rose was the one who tempted him into that false new life. Because Raiden had once slain a dragon, the vampire king personally elevated him into a progenitor, and granted him the rank of marquis. Even with all that, Alan still comes up short on Raiden's actual location, because Baron Lava only received orders through messages and never saw the marquis directly. That leaves Alan with the same problem again. He needs to find Raiden inside Lomé, and Barus is his best lead. Before Alan can press further, Barus stares outside in despair, and the familiar rotten stench hits them both. As the carriage leaves the forest road, the group is met by a devastated cityscape waiting just beyond the trees. Near Rost, Alan's group enters a city so thoroughly burned and slaughtered by Lomé's civil war that it has become a natural breeding ground for wandering undead. The moment the refugees spot the carriage, they rush it in panic, begging for food, safety, and help against the undead closing in behind them. The escort knights try to force the crowd back, but that only makes the refugees cling harder to the hope that someone important inside will save them. As the crowd swells past 100 and zombies creep closer, Charlotte can only watch the weak and homeless break down in front of her. Barus hesitates because his camp might shelter them, but he knows they do not have enough medicine, food, or water to save everyone. Alan cuts through Barus's excuses and demands information on Raiden Behemoth's hiding place and whoever is helping the vampire stay concealed. Once Barus agrees, Alan steps out of the carriage and calmly starts acting on his own. With a snap of his fingers, Alan engraves runes into the ground and summons armed skeletons and skeleton mages all around the refugees. The refugees panic at the sight of necromancy, while the summoned skeletons move out to kill the incoming zombies and the mages seal the crowd in a protective ring. Instead of attacking, the skeleton mages kneel and begin chanting hymns, and the sacred sound slowly drains the chaos and terror from the crowd. Alan declares a sanctuary, turning the battlefield into holy ground powered by the Aztal rune. Golden light erupts from the ground, healing the refugees' illnesses and wounds so quickly that even their exhausted bodies feel light again. The sanctuary also wipes out nearby undead, proving this miracle is not just healing but holy power on a battlefield full of death. Then the miracle goes even further when a maimed child's severed arm begins regrowing in front of everyone. When the child realizes his arm is truly back, he throws himself into his father's arms, and the crowd finally understands they are watching a real miracle. Barus and his knights are left speechless, because the boy they knew as a ruthless vampire hunter is now saving the helpless like a saint. As one knight asks if all imperial priests can do this, Barus quietly understands that Alan is something far more extraordinary. One by one, the refugees kneel and pray toward Alan, and Barus finally gives a name to what they are seeing, the Holy Sun, Alan Alphals. The group leaves the ruined city, but the miracle only swells the procession as more survivors from each village join the line behind Alan's carriage. Charlotte watches the refugees look at Alan with worshipful eyes, and pride in him mixes with a growing fear that he is moving further beyond her reach. While riding outside on a skeleton horse for fresh air, Alan spots a dead crow on the road and has one of his skeletons bring it to him. He revives the bird as an undead messenger, ties a small letter to its leg, and sends it flying to Luan and the Holy Emperor. Alan explains to Charlotte that Rose's case is heading somewhere dangerous enough to trap the Empire's heavenly army in a vampire scheme if he misreads it. His answer shocks Barus. Alan plans to pull the Empire back for now and force both sides of Lomé's civil war into a temporary halt. Alan makes the threat plain. If Lomé does not cooperate while Rose and the vampires are still tied to its leadership, the Empire's intervention will only become harsher. Barus can only accept, because Alan has just given him a lifeline in the war and made his own investigation impossible to refuse. Watching Alan keep scanning the refugees even now, Charlotte realizes his habit of finding reasons to save suffering people is exactly why everyone keeps falling under his spell. That realization hardens Charlotte's resolve, and she quietly swears to grow stronger so she can stand closer to him. Alan is confident his message will stop the Empire's battlefield meddling and force Lomé's leaders to hunt Rose down themselves. The healed refugees now walk with surprising energy, but Alan knows food is still a serious problem even if he can cover water with holy power. What really unsettles him is how many more refugees have joined, and how all of them keep staring back at him with shining eyes. When Alan asks how much farther they have to go, Sir Himmel respectfully answers that they are almost there, and even calls him Lord Saint. From the crest of a hill, the fortress settlement of Ben Ice finally comes into view beyond farmsteads and scattered villages. Alan turns to Barus and makes it official. From here on, the first Prince of Lomé is going to fully cooperate in the hunt for Rose Darina. 5 days later, Darien Victoria is blindsided when Juan Alphos arrives at his camp office not to help, but to announce the Empire is withdrawing its forces. Juan explains that Alan has already caught up with Barus and found no proof that Rose is with the rebels after all. He follows that up with a harder demand. Lomé must declare a temporary ceasefire because the kingdom itself now looks tied to Rose's treason and the vampires. Then Luan drops the mask and warns Darien that refusing the Empire would only hand it a perfect excuse to invade under the name of intervention. Darien, only 19 and already cornered, can do nothing but beg for time, and Luan grants him exactly 3 days. Once Luan leaves with the maidservants, Darien sits in stunned silence until his humiliation finally explodes. He snaps and trashes the office in a rage, overturning furniture and slashing apart everything in reach while screaming for answers. Darien blames Raiden Behemoth for the disaster, and Raiden literally steps out of the shadows to admit the attempt on Barus's life has failed. Raiden explains that Baron Lava turned Rost into a zombie trap for Barus, but Alan's interference ruined the assassination plan. As Darien starts panicking that the Empire might invade and even blurts out Rose's title in fear, a hidden bookshelf passage suddenly opens behind him. Rose Darina steps out of the hidden passage with unsettling calm, and Darien instantly shrinks under her presence. Rose soothes Darien like a child, promising him a bright future even while the Empire closes in. She reveals the real lure keeping him obedient. Soon he will become a vampire too, and the rules that bind ordinary royals will no longer matter to him. When Darien asks how she can be so sure they will one day take even the Empire, Rose calls someone out from the darkness behind her. A pale maid named Sharon emerges clutching her swollen belly, and the sight alone makes Darien understand this plot runs much deeper than a civil war. Rose leans in and reveals their trump card. At Darien's side is a child carrying the Imperial family's bloodline, the unborn baby of the third Imperial prince. On a moonless, cloud-choked night, Darien secretly sends assassins to kill his older brother Barus before the ceasefire can lock the civil war in place. Darien's real fear is bigger than the war itself, because once the theocratic empire digs deeper, his crimes and the late king's murder could come spilling out. So he decides Barus has to die first, even if he later has to kneel to the empire or give away land just to save himself. The assassins slip through sleeping Benai's village, cut open the sewer bars with man-infused daggers, and vanish underground. Patrolling soldiers feel that something is off near the sewer, but after a quick look they miss the intruders completely. Inside the foul sewer, the killers make it to the fortress lavatory, swap into servant uniforms, and drown themselves in perfume to hide the stink. They know they only have about 5 minutes to stab Barus and escape before the whole plan falls apart. The disguise nearly works, and patrolling guards casually wave them through as if they are ordinary staff. Then the lingering sewer smell gives them away, and the assassins instantly silence the guards with hidden blades before stuffing the bodies out of sight. With the first obstacle gone, they pull out a fortress map and decide to sweep every state guest room until they find Barus. At the first room, they spot a single silver-haired girl in pure white armor standing guard, and the scene looks almost suspiciously easy. They still decide to rush her, convinced one young guard cannot stop them. Charlotte does not even draw her sword, she just turns her eyes toward them and throws a barefisted counter that ends the attack on the spot. Meanwhile, inside Barus's office, Alan and the exhausted prince keep drowning in piles of spy reports and noble records, still hunting for any clue tied to Raiden. Barus admits that after a week of searching, none of the nobles who approached the retired Raiden look powerful enough to explain what Alan is chasing. Alan starts thinking they may have missed the most obvious suspect of all, Darien himself, because he also had close ties to Raiden. Right then Charlotte walks in, blood still smeared on her gauntlets, forcing 3 men and 1 woman to their knees in front of Alan and Barus. Charlotte bluntly explains that they are assassins, and Alan confirms with mind's eye that they are ordinary humans trained for concealment, murder, and absolute silence. What throws Alan is that the captives have no obvious wounds even though they are gasping like they were almost beaten to death. Charlotte awkwardly admits she already tried interrogating them herself, and only hit them a little, which tells Alan everything he needs to know. Alan quickly links the attack to the ceasefire, because someone desperate to stop the agreement would want Barus dead before he signs it. He narrows the likely mastermind down to Raiden, Rose, or Darien, then rejects the first 2 because they would never send such weak assassins after him. That leaves Darien as the best fit, someone bold enough to murder Barus in secret but too scared to attack an imperial prince directly. Alan openly says his guess out loud, but the assassin stays silent and Charlotte admits even her rough handling got nothing out of them. Since Charlotte gagged them to stop suicide and Alan cannot use holy water torture on living humans, he shifts to a darker idea. He pulls out an ancient necromancy grimoire and calmly wonders if the dead might be more talkative than the living. Then Alan raises his musket and makes the threat plain, saying that if they will not open their mouths alive, he will pry them open after death. After the killings, 4 purified souls float before Alan and immediately confess that Darien ordered them to murder Barus and leave Alan unharmed. Alan is genuinely surprised that the necromancy worked this cleanly, because instead of tormented specters he is now calmly talking to purified souls. He realizes this is the breakthrough he lacked during the Morgana case, and that human interrogation just became much easier for him from now on. But the confession also infuriates him, because Darien just tried to ignore the Empire's authority and gamble that no evidence would survive. Barus can only stare at the holy-looking ghosts in disbelief, shaken that even he can see and hear the dead answering questions. When Alan grabs one of the purified souls, he hears skill messages in his head and notices he can temporarily borrow abilities like concealment and assassination. He drops the experiment for later and asks Barus one crucial question: whether the ceasefire agreement has already been signed. Barus says no, because he still has to consult his nobles and expected another week before anything could be finalized. Alan immediately changes course and tells Barus they are leaving now for Darien's side instead of wasting more time buried in paperwork. Barus is stunned when Alan bluntly says they are heading straight to his little brother in the middle of enemy territory. Alan explains that this move lets him force the ceasefire forward, pressure Darien into cooperating, and watch both brothers at the same time while he keeps hunting Rose. He makes his position brutally clear to Barus, saying neither prince is his ally and both are only means to reach Rose. Alan orders Charlotte to prepare at once and says Darien needs a dose of fear after daring to look down on the Empire. Soon Alan, Charlotte, and Barus leave by carriage for Lomania, heading straight toward Darien instead of waiting for him to make the next move. 3 weeks after sending the assassins, Darien is still trapped in his office chewing his nails raw because no message has come back at all. The silence terrifies him, because if Barus were dead the rebels should already be collapsing, and if the attempt failed then ceasefire talks should have resumed. Then someone comes to his office, and the polite knocking quickly turns into violent pounding that makes his stomach drop. The door finally explodes inward, and a furious Luan storms through the wreckage looking nothing like his usual grinning self. Luan grabs Darien by the collar and roars at him for dispatching assassins, making it clear this is no rumor anymore. Darien's fear turns cold when he realizes Luan might think Alan was harmed, which would hand the Empire a perfect excuse for war. Luan snarls that if Darien really targeted his little brother, he will tear him apart and burn Lomé down for insulting the imperial family. Before Darien can force out a denial, Alan's calm voice cuts in from behind Luan and orders his brother to stop there. Luan lets go. Darien collapses coughing, and for the first time he gets a direct look at the 7th Imperial Prince he thought was somewhere else entirely. What unsettles Darien even more is Alan's gaze, because instead of anger it carries a strange hint of amusement. Using Mind's Eye, Alan reads Darien's status and finds exactly what he needed, proof that Darien is tied to the second crown princess consort and the vampires. Alan's lips curl as he realizes Darien is not just a problem but a perfect clue, and one quiet word sends a chill straight through the prince. Alan looks down at the fallen Darien and realizes the prince's raw ambition has made this far easier than expected. When Alan asks where the Heavenly Army is, Luan confirms the force is still stationed near Lomania and ready to move. Alan immediately pushes further and tells Luan to use the Heavenly Army to surround both the palace and the capital. Alan drops the real accusation next and says Darien is sheltering both the vampires and Rose Darina. Luan searches Darien's face for a lie, and Darien's panicked reaction tells him Alan is not bluffing. Alan explains that his eyes let him sense enough of a person's inner leanings to spot a collaborator, even if the power is not perfect. He also catches the stench of undead in the room, turns toward the bookshelf, and realizes something is hidden behind it. Alan summons his musket, fires a divinity-charged shot, and blows the bookshelf apart to reveal a secret passage. Now certain, Alan asks Luan for authority to command the army so he can purge the palace the same way he cleaned up the imperial court. Luan agrees with caution, but Alan says Darien's cooperation will give the Empire enough cover to move. Alan calls Charlotte over and formally orders her, as a heresy inquisitor, to lead the Heavenly Army and seize the royal palace. Darien tries to play dumb, but Alan ignores the act and seals the office off from everyone outside. Alan closes the curtains, darkens the room, and announces they will finish Darien's questioning in 5 minutes. Alan says he only wants answers, but he makes the threat plain: bad answers will lead to ugly accidents. Luan forces Darien into a chair, and Darien finally realizes these imperial princes are fully prepared to torture him in secret. Alan charges divinity into his fist and coldly tells Darien that if no injuries remain, there will be no evidence at all. A short while later, Darien's sealed document is already in Charlotte's hands, proving he will cooperate with the Empire's demands. Charlotte wastes no time and gathers 1,000 paladins in Lomania's central plaza for a citywide lockdown. Under Charlotte's orders, the paladins fan out to seal every gate and surround the royal palace so nothing can escape. The nobles and knight captains rush in furious, but Charlotte stops them cold by announcing that vampires have infiltrated the palace. She shows Darien's sealed order and commands every noble to gather in the audience chamber at once, turning their outrage into uneasy compliance. Because the order carries Darien's seal and everyone fears hidden vampires in human skin, the nobles finally go along with the roundup. Once the palace is stable, Charlotte returns to Darien's ruined office and leads a squad into the newly exposed secret passage. She orders her men to preserve vampire blood creations as evidence, and to arrest Rose Darina without leaving even a scratch on her. The staircase leads into a filthy underground route reeking of blood, where undead monsters wait in the dark below. Charlotte's squad forms a clean cordon and steadily cuts through the undead until they reach a metal door at the very end. When the door opens, they find a bizarrely calm room where terrified Sharon clutches her swollen belly while Rose Darina sits sipping tea. Instead of panicking, Rose smiles at the paladins and welcomes them like expected guests, which instantly puts Charlotte on edge. In the audience chamber, the gathered nobles are stunned to find both rebel Prince Barus and Prince Darien already kneeling under imperial control. The mood turns even harsher when paladins level their spears and the nobles start fearing this could be an imperial invasion. Then the chamber doors burst open and the proof is dragged in, a captured Leekin, Rose in shackles, and Sharon under guard. From the throne, Alan publicly declares that Darien sheltered Rose and worked with the vampires, making this outright high treason and devil worship. The nobles can only stare at Darien in disbelief, because with Rose and the Leekin in chains, the charge is impossible to deny. But when Rose calmly greets Alan as if this is just another meeting, his unease spikes instead of easing. Charlotte quietly tells Alan the whole thing was too easy, and he immediately agrees that something feels wrong. Alan starts pulling the pieces together and realizes Rose, Darien, and even the assassins may have been handed over as bait on purpose. Darian's confession about Raiden nudges Alan to the ugly answer. The leak about Rose may have been designed to lure the Imperial princes out of their own country. Alan finally says it out loud. The vampires may have deliberately drawn White and Wan into war-torn Lome so they could kill them away from the Empire. Far above Lomania, a spying bat finishes watching the palace and flies to a forest hideout, where it crumbles into ash in front of waiting vampires. In the forest hideout, the insane progenitor watching through the bat delights in how quickly Alan moved, while Raiden stands beside him listening. Raiden realizes Alan can somehow see through people's hearts, while the clown-like progenitor concludes the power must have limits or Darian would not have needed torture. The clown-like progenitor grows even more excited, calling Alan tempting prey and a threat more dangerous to them than even the Holy Emperor. The vampire's real plan comes out in the forest. Rose was bait to drag White and Wan into Lome, trap them in the capital, and kill them there. The clown-like progenitor says Alan joining them was even better, because now the vampires can try to wipe out every Imperial scion in one slaughter. More progenitor vampires emerge from the forest as the clown-like leader introduces the nobles and knights gathered for the slaughter. Kyram boasts that with 5,000 undead and 200,000 citizens ready to become fresh zombies, Lomania itself will feed the army. Raiden agrees to the hunt, his humiliation under Darian still burning as he prepares to vent that fury on the Imperial family. Before the attack can begin, a calm voice from the trees says the trap looks suspicious from the start, and calls Rose exactly what she was, bait. White reveals he investigated Lome on his own, found whole missing villages and undead-filled territories, and followed the trail straight to them. The progenitors panic and call him the head collector, but White casually corrects them with his name and a bright smile. Then White's expression goes ice cold, and the meeting he just called nice turns into a final goodbye. With that, White unleashes a storm of divine swords and impales the vampires where they stand. In the forest hideout outside Lomania, White almost drops one progenitor vampire in an instant, burning him to ash and shocking the rest of the camp. The progenitors call White a monster, but he just laughs like a hunter who walked straight into prey on purpose. White presses his hands together in prayer to Tomer, and countless blades of light appear around him aimed at every vampire in sight. A nervous Baron blurts out that one man cannot fight them all, and White answers by skewering him through the mouth before the body can do anything but burn away. White coldly tells them he does not need to kill everyone, only enough commanders to break their whole plan before he slips away. One vampire marquis grimly realizes White is here to fragment the undead forces by assassinating the nobles who command them. A vampire marquis looks toward distant Lomania and realizes they cannot waste time, or Alan will get the chance to answer their trap. For a moment, that vampire marquis burns with old hatred and vows to repay ages of human oppression. Then the vampire marquis calms down and decides this may work in their favor, because split correctly, they might still take White, the princes, and the undead army in one night. The vampire marquis calls Raiden over and says he will personally handle White, even if that means fleeing later rather than risking the real mission. Raiden accepts the plan, and the other vampire nobles and knights start edging away to rush the city instead. White notices the retreat at once and glares after them, refusing to let the real targets slip past him. An enemy vampire marquis jumps in front of White and suddenly brings up Ruppel, saying the second Imperial Prince has safely returned home. That name hits instantly, and White freezes for the first time as the vampire marquis reveals he was the one who smuggled Ruppel out of the Empire. The vampire marquis keeps pushing, bragging that he blackmailed an archbishop with his granddaughter and turned an Imperial Prince into a vampire. That confession snaps White's restraint, and he vanishes from sight before the vampire marquis can finish enjoying himself. White appears right in front of the vampire marquis, offers a quick prayer, and forms a blazing sword of light in his hand. White swings once and nearly cuts the vampire marquis in half, but the enemy barely escapes a clean death by breaking into a swarm of bats. The vampire marquis reforms upside down beneath a tree branch and nervously laughs, praising White's speed to buy even a second more time. The marquis's bravado dies when he sees dozens of light blades already surrounding him at point-blank range. The blades fire together and stab into the marquis as White keeps the decoy pinned in the forest. Meanwhile, Raiden and the other progenitor vampires sprint away at full speed, abandoning White's fight so they can seize Lomania first. Raiden fixes his eyes on his old home and bets everything on drowning the capital in blood until even Alan runs out of divinity. He shouts to his fellow nobles what they want tonight, and the answer comes back in one word: hunt. Raiden finally gives them permission to stop holding back and savor the city's 200,000 humans as prey. At Raiden's command, demonic energy surges through the ground and undead begin clawing their way out beneath the night sky. More undead answer from the forest, lichens join the rush, and the horde swells from 1,000 to 3,000 to 5,000 monsters. With the army fully formed, the vampires send the entire tide of monsters charging at Lomania. Inside the capital, panic spreads as evacuation orders race through the streets and citizens learn the vampires are really coming. From the outer wall, Charlotte sees the horde split into 5 separate groups advancing from every direction, and she knows Alan cannot cover all of that by himself. Remembering how different the battle at Ronia was, Charlotte quickly judges that this city will become a death trap if they try to hold the walls normally. She orders the heavenly army to withdraw toward the royal palace while evacuating as many civilians as they can on the way. The local knights are stunned in protest, because if the Empire's elite pulls back now, they will be left alone against the undead tide. Charlotte answers in a calm, cold voice that they cannot win here, but the story changes if they make it back to the palace alive. When the captain presses her for an explanation, Charlotte tells him to hold the line, survive, and reach the palace, because Alan will resolve everything there. The captain almost calls that nonsense, but he stops when he sees Charlotte's eyes and realizes this is not empty bravado, it is absolute faith. Unable to ignore that conviction, the captain decides the paladins must have a reason and chooses to trust Charlotte's judgment. He gathers his men and orders them to buy time for the evacuation, because even if the city is doomed, Lomé's knights will not hand over their home without a fight. The soldiers answer with a roar, standing firm for their families, their friends, and the city where their roots lie. At the royal palace balcony, Barus and Darien watch the city unravel and finally collapse in despair and rage when they accept that Raiden has betrayed them. Luan watches the fleeing citizens below and bitterly admits that most of them will never reach the palace before the starving vampires do. He says the city is about to turn into hell, and the words land hard because no one on the balcony can deny it. Then Alan steps onto the balcony and quietly corrects him, saying the city may become hell, but this palace will not. While the others question him, Alan calmly studies the size of the palace like he is checking whether his setup is ready. Alan says stopping the attack at the palace is very doable, though he admits the enemy may get uncomfortably close first. Luan finally notices what Alan had already prepared: skeleton mages stationed all over the palace, praying as golden divinity and rune letters gather around the building. When Luan asks what Alan is planning this time, Alan points to the palace and says it will become the exact opposite of hell, a holy ground the vampires fear most. Alan narrows his eyes and decides that if Raiden is behind this attack, then the Dragon Slayer deserves a grand welcome for all his hard work. Under a crimson moon, demonic energy rolls over Lomania as flames rise across the capital and the vampires take the burning sky as the signal to begin their war. The vampires sprint through the barrage without slowing down, and even the zombies keep marching while their burning bodies stagger forward. The wall defenders first relax when they realize the invaders brought no siege weapons, then freeze when a vampire simply runs straight up the outer wall. The vampire lands on the wall, slices the captain's head off barehanded, and bites into the fresh corpse in open ecstasy. Lomé soldiers ram mana spears through the vampire's back, but he only laughs and twists his head all the way around to glare at them. He mocks the humans for using no silver and no divinity, boasting that ordinary weapons cannot stop a vampire's near-immortal body. As the city burns, the slaughter turns even worse when the captain's drained corpse rises back up as a Dullahan and the defenders are forced to fight their own dead. Elsewhere, zombies make more zombies, and vampire nobles push straight for the gates with one order to open the city. The gates swing open, and lycanthropes flood into Lomania to hunt down fleeing civilians by scent. Lomé's soldiers try to barricade the streets for unfinished evacuations, but the undead tide keeps pouring over them and the city turns into a field of torn bodies and blood. Drunk on slaughter, the vampires declare that this is the first step toward a world where humans live only as livestock under the vampire king and the god of death. Each noble leading 1,000 undead converges on the royal palace, where they believe more than 100,000 trapped humans are waiting to be butchered. 3 vampire nobles meet on the avenue with blood on their mouths and human body parts in hand, thrilled that they can raid the palace before Marquis Raiden arrives. The vampire nobles stop before the shut palace gates and listen to the fearful voices inside, growing even hungrier at the thought of so many helpless people packed together. They call into the palace with demonic spirit speech, pretending that anyone who opens the gate will be spared. When the gates actually begin to open, the vampires smirk and assume the terrified humans have finally given up. Instead, the whole palace erupts in blinding light, golden runes spread across the walls, and the undead behind the nobles scream as divinity scorches their eyes. 1,000 paladins in silver armor march out through the holy glow, and Alan Alphonse welcomes the vampires with a cold joke about their first visit to heaven. Alan's blessing floods the paladins with white aura, turning their shields, spears, bodies, and even souls into weapons built to hunt vampires. The vampires recoil when they realize these are not panicked humans at all, but the Empire's veteran hunters who have exterminated vampires for ages. Even so, the vampires try to steady themselves by trusting their swollen numbers and noble ranks to overwhelm the 1,000 paladins. Alan answers that confidence by raising a massive heavenly sword of divinity over the battlefield like a judgment already decided. The sword crashes down before they can escape, vaporizing undead in a single blast and filling the air with divinity that burns whatever survives. With the field shattered, the paladins advance through the aftermath and openly declare a full vampire hunt. Alan explains that the Asto rune only gives him a short window, but while it lasts, the palace becomes a divine temple and the ground around it a holy sanctuary. That holy field turns the fight into a massacre. Because vampire toxins and curses fail, paladin wounds heal instantly, and biting or clawing them only melts the attackers instead. A little later, fresh undead reinforcements arrive and stop cold at the sight of countless vampire heads displayed on holy spears before the palace. At the center of that warning sits Alan on a throne ringed by paladins, waiting calmly for the mastermind to finally appear. Raiden Behemoth, the crimson-armored vampire marquis once called Lome's Dragon Slayer, steps into view and stares at the heads of his dead allies in disbelief. Alan recognizes Raiden as the ringleader, then calmly equips him on skull, grimoire, and staff because this is the man he means to finish here. He taunts Raiden by saying he prepared this stage for the famous Dragon Slayer, and wants to see how that legend was made. With the Astal rune amplifying his power, Alan slams the staff down, and triggers a summoning strong enough to shake the palace grounds apart. Holy water erupts from the splitting earth, huge skeletal forelimbs claw up from below, and Raiden can only stare as something legendary starts rising. Then the full-bone dragon rises into view with wings, spine, tail, and a pulsing heart protected inside its ribcage, and its roar leaves Raiden frozen in fear. Raiden arrived at Lomania's royal palace expecting a clean massacre, and instead found a scene so brutal it looked like hell for vampires. When Raiden looked up and saw a giant bone dragon waiting over the battlefield, he realized the plan had already gone horribly wrong. The bone dragon moved first, beating its skeletal wings so hard that waves of divinity blasted the undead army backward. Golden fire gathered in the dragon's mouth, and Raiden instantly recognized the worst possibility: dragon breath. Raiden spun around and ran for his life the instant the dragon unleashed its breath, leaving the rest of the undead behind. Guibert begged for help and tried to grab Raiden, but Raiden cut off his arm and left him to be burned to ash. The breath erased the undead horde and the terrain with it, burying everything in fire, dust, and blinding light. Then the bone dragon burst out of the smoke and nearly bit Raiden in half before he barely knocked its skull aside. The dragon climbed again, golden runes appeared around it, and magic bombardment started falling across the city with no mercy at all. Raiden slammed his sword into the ground and raised a shadow barrier, but the endless barrage quickly cracked it apart. The bone dragon dove straight at the weak point, shattered the barrier, and drove Raiden into the collapsing ground under one crushing claw. As divinity poured through the dragon's limb and the dragon seemed to smile at him, Raiden felt his body starting to lose the contest. The dragon slammed down again, and this time Raiden's legs, spine, and arms began breaking apart under the weight. On the edge of death, Raiden clung to the one thing left to him and swore he would prove his Dragon Slayer title was real. He poured demonic energy through his sword and body, choosing to burn everything, even his soul, if that was what it took to kill this dragon. Raiden forced out a monstrous partial transformation, growing scales, claws, and a split-jawed face strong enough to shove the dragon's claw away. Now, fighting like a beast, Raiden launched himself upward and cracked the dragon's cheekbone with a full-power slash. The dragon answered by snapping at him in the air, and Raiden jammed his blade between its fangs to stop the jaws from closing. A point-blank breath attack engulfed him anyway, and the holy flames began melting both his body and his soul. Then the dragon bit down, tearing off Raiden's arm and leg and trapping his ruined body inside its jaws. Even with half his body gone, Raiden crawled deeper along the dragon's spine because destroying its heart was the last way to prove himself. Unable to swing a weapon anymore, he opened his mouth to bite the dragon's heart with his own fangs. But just before he could do it, Raiden noticed a boy in a mountain goat's skull calmly watching from a throne. Alan raised a musket, praised Raiden's legend in a mocking way, and admitted he had no intention of losing this hard-won dragon. Alan fired a holy bullet through the dragon's ribs, and it blew away half of Raiden's head before he could touch the heart. Raiden's body fell out of the dragon and crashed to the ground, his last chance gone right in front of him. Furious, Raiden accused Alan of ruining a sacred duel, but Alan only walked over smiling and treated the idea with contempt. Alan told him the duel really had been one-on-one all along, because the bone dragon was just one of his summons. Then Alan leaned close and revealed the real terror to Raiden. He was a necromancer as well as a priest. Raiden finally understood what he was facing and tried to connect Alan to the god of death, but Alan cut him off and declared it finished. The dragon's foot came down, and Raiden Behemoth's long legend ended under Alan's summon. Elsewhere in the forest, Marquis Kyram coughed blood and realized from the distant surge of divinity over Lomania that the vampire mission had failed. That failure terrified Kyram, because the dying Holy Emperor was supposed to be the vampire's fading nightmare, not the start of a new one. So Kyram changed goals on the spot and decided that if he could not win the mission, he might still try to acquire White Offals. White came at him furious and bloodshot-eyed, and Kyram instantly switched to clownish charm and talk of a civilized conversation. White answered the fake handshake by pinning Kyram's hand with a sword of light. Then White drove another light blade into Kyram's solar plexus and vowed to make him feel all the pain his comrades escaped. Kyram knew brute force was failing, so even while dying he pulled White close and went after the one weak point left, White's feelings. He whispered into White's ear and asked if this hunt was really vengeance, or if seeing Ruppel again had stirred something closer to longing. White froze for a beat and stabbed him again, but Kyram pushed further by bringing up Raiden's restored youth and the lure of immortality. Kyram sold vampirism as true salvation, a deathless power that could revive the dead and even turn beings like them into gods worshipped by humans. Then Kyram made his real offer and urged White to join the vampires for eternal life. White answered with a grin of his own and cut off Kyram's head without the slightest hesitation. He crushed the fallen head under his boot and said that if death was salvation, Kyram could have it now. But Chiram had survived again, hanging upside down from a distant branch and quietly panicking that one more death might erase him for good. Hiding his panic behind perfect stage manners, Chiram bowed and admitted the mission, and even his attempt to recruit White had both failed. As his parting move, Chiram told White that Rose Darina was in Lomania right now. Chiram said meeting Rose would teach White 3 things: human ugliness, human frailty, and White's own ability to accept both. White answered with one more sword of light, but Chiram escaped by exploding into a cloud of bats and preaching vampire salvation as he fled. Left alone, White admitted to himself that he had let emotion shake his judgment, even if the vampires had still taken a heavy loss tonight. With the undead likely crippled for now, White narrowed everything down to one remaining task: Rose. Thinking of the woman he once loved and now truly hated, White fixed his resolve to execute Rose Darina with his own hands. White cut through zombie-filled streets with his sword of light, heading straight for the royal palace with one thought in his head: he would kill Rose himself. On the way, White found Juan leading the Heavenly Army and Lome soldiers in the capital cleanup, and his relief lasted only until he asked where Rose was. Juan told him Rose was in the royal palace under Alan's protection, and White's face fell on the spot. When Juan added that a maid named Sharon, once tied to Ruppel, was with Rose, White turned from furious to deeply unsettled and broke into a desperate sprint. At the palace audience chamber, White brushed past the paladins and threw the doors open without waiting for permission. Inside, the whole mess was laid bare at once. Rose knelt in shackles, Alan sat on the throne, Charlotte stood watch, and Sharon cowered nearby with an unnaturally swollen belly. Rose saw White and lit up with twisted joy, calling for her dear crown prince as if this were a reunion instead of a reckoning. White lunged to cut Rose down, but Alan shouted for Charlotte, and she stepped in fast enough to deflect his blade. Even with Charlotte's sword at his throat, White still caught Rose by the neck and demanded that Alan stop protecting her. Alan refused to yield and coldly called him Crown Imperial Prince, making it clear he wanted Rose sent back to the Empire for a proper execution, not a killing in anger. White could not understand how Alan stayed so calm in front of the woman who ruined their family, and that calm only made the moment hurt more. Rose only grew more warped, saying she would gladly die by White's hand if it meant he remembered her forever. White finally answered with brutal honesty. He had loved Rose once, but he did not love her anymore and would not cling to her memory that way. That answer snapped Rose into another rant, and she pointed at Sharon to boast that White could never erase her as long as their bloodline lived on through Ruppel's supposed child. White tested her with one simple question, asking for the third Imperial Prince's name, and Rose could not even remember the son she claimed to be protecting. Rose's mind collapsed in front of everyone as she fumbled over second and third prince, then even asked who Ruppel was. Looking at Rose's ruin, White understood the truth he had been avoiding. Human hearts were ugly and fragile, and he had also failed her and their sons. Instead of forgetting, White decided he had to remember Rose, Ruppel, and Elysia until his dying day and end this sin with his own hands. Alan stepped in again and stopped White gently, telling him not to do it if it hurt him this much. When White broke down and called this his sin to finish, Alan answered with the one thing that could still reach him. Ruppel's last wish was to see his mother once more. Alan added one more truth: Sharon was not carrying Ruppel's child at all. With the lie exposed, Sharon collapsed and vomited up what had been hidden in her fake swollen belly, tearing apart the vampire trick that fooled Rose and others. Afterward, Rose was sent back to an imperial prison, and Sharon confessed that she had used Rose's broken mind and her affair with Ruppel to pretend she was carrying his child so Rose would protect her. Alan then visited Ruppel in prison on the night before execution and asked him the blunt question no one else would: was he afraid to die? Ruppel admitted he was afraid, but there was also relief in him now that the crushing weight of everything had finally lifted. Alan had already changed the method of execution so Ruppel would be hanged instead of beheaded, keeping his body less damaged even though no pardon was coming. As his last kindness, Alan brought Rose into Ruppel's cell and left them together for one final night, even though he doubted Rose could truly hear him anymore. Alan walked away while Ruppel began sobbing behind him, giving mother and son the only time they had left in this life. The next morning in Lawrence's Plaza, Rose was brought to the guillotine while the crowd screamed and threw stones, but she barely seemed able to hear any of it. What filled Rose's mind instead was the voice from last night, gently recalling childhood moments, and confessing both resentment and love. As the executioner forced her down, White clasped her trembling hand and stayed to witness the end of the woman he once loved. In that last instant, Rose finally remembered her son, saw Ruppel's face clearly again, and whispered his name with tears in her eyes. The guillotine fell, and Rose Darina's life ended with a nameless coffin and an unmarked grave instead of an imperial burial. Then Ruppel was led up to the gallows, looked at his mother's coffin, and accepted that the crowd's hatred was deserved for the war he helped cause. But when the rope was placed around his neck, Ruppel's acceptance cracked and raw fear finally took over. Alan watched from the raised platform with White behind him, and his only words to the terrified Ruppel were that this was his punishment. Ruppel laughed hollowly at Alan's coldness, envied the life his younger brother had built, and admitted that in another life he wished he could live like him. The order was given, the support rope was cut, and Ruppel dropped to his death. As he choked and faded, Ruppel offered his final prayer to Gaia that if there was another life, he wanted to spend it for the citizens instead of himself. Then the story suddenly turned. Ruppel opened his eyes again on a hay cart rolling along a rural road, grabbing at his neck in disbelief because he was somehow alive. The driver turned out to be Harmon, who calmly told him this was Alan's decree. Ruppel had already died once, and now he had been revived. Harmon passed on Alan's harsher mercy too. Ruppel was being sent north to a monastery as a banished traitor, where he would work as a gravekeeper and spend the rest of his life atoning. Ruppel broke down again, but this time he chose life, swearing that from now on he would live for the subjects. Harmon warned him that winter and exile would be brutal, making it clear this was not a rescue from punishment, but a longer road through it. Back in the imperial audience chamber, the ailing Holy Emperor Kelt listened to reports from the Empire and Lome until a coughing fit cut through the formal silence. As the coughing eased, Alan arrived, and Kelt brightened at the sight of the grandson he already wanted to raise even higher. Kelt studied Alan with pleased ambition, already thinking about raising him far higher, even if the boy still had much to learn first. Before Kelt could settle those thoughts, Alan surprised him by asking a favor for the first time: 3 months of vacation. Kelt agreed after everything Alan had carried, but he still wanted to know why the leave had to be so long. Alan answered with the real beginning hidden inside all these endings. He was taking a trip to the magic kingdom of Aerence because a treasure connected to the first Holy Emperor was waiting for him there. Deep in Aerence's demonic beast forest, a necromancer carriage races along carrying a steel cage full of kidnapped villagers bound, blindfolded, and gagged for sacrifice. The carriage stops in the middle of the monster forest, and hidden necromancers emerge from the dark to lead it toward their base. Inside a hidden cavern, the cult's operation is already packed with caged monsters, and the abducted villagers are locked up beside them like more raw material. Farther inside the cavern, the necromancers gather in a chapel chamber around a blood-written altar, and hanging human sacrifices to begin their ceremony. They kneel before a portrait of Amon, the necromancer king who once drowned half the continent in death, treating him like the source of their entire faith. When the necromancers slam down their staves, the blood runes flare and the souls of the sacrifices are ripped out in a screaming red mass. A 3-meter tear opens toward the world of the dead, and bony hands claw out as if all of purgatory is trying to escape at once. But the breach collapses when shadowy forces drag the dead back inside, showing that the god of death is still enforcing the balance between worlds. The cult curses another failure, and admits their 50-year mission still needs far more sacrifices to drag the dead into this world. Then they settle on a bigger target, Alusha, a huge city of magicians, where enough lives and magical energy might finally let Nemesis open a true warp gate. Elsewhere in the same forest, Hans grumbles while gathering firewood, already regretting that he let Alan talk him into another dangerous expedition. Hans remembers Alan's bait too well. The tomb of the first Holy Emperor Orden Alphos might be packed with priceless relics no explorer could ignore. He also remembers that Alan's last so-called adventure involved golems, mummies, and a dragon, which is exactly why this trip feels like a trap. Trying to stay calm, Hans tells himself this time he just has to keep his head down and handle the chores. That plan lasts about 1 second, because the ground suddenly shakes and a massive minotaur steps out in front of him. When the beast lowers its horns and charges, Hans drops the firewood and bolts while screaming that he never should have come. Back at camp, Alice sits stiffly across from Alan, still tense around the prince who used to be her trauma and is now somehow her benefactor. Alan casually handles dinner himself, and Alice is caught off guard by how naturally the former troublemaker now cooks at camp. To break the awkward silence, Alice asks about the lady knight who usually travels with him. Alan says Charlotte took a vacation to visit her adopted father in the northern frontier and to check on an acquaintance at a monastery before winter closes in. For a moment his smile turns faintly bitter, and Alice realizes again how much this prince has changed from the violent boy everyone used to fear. Alice remembers her grandfather saying Alan now has the right to inherit the throne, and the Empire is even preparing to make him holy king without telling him yet. She decides he truly deserves it, because his recent feats already look like the work of a future holy emperor. But what really unsettles her is that Alan somehow recognizes she is a saintess, a secret she has hidden from everyone to avoid becoming a vampire target. Alice starts wondering if Alan is a saint too, because only someone blessed the same way should sense saintesses and hidden vampires so easily. His impossible growth and the way major events keep gathering around him only make her think he may be acting as a divine proxy without even knowing it. Then her train of thought takes a much more embarrassing turn when she remembers Alan teasing her love of punching things and worries he now sees her as a violent brute. Meanwhile, Alan cheerfully says he has a new identity now and plans to enjoy a whole new life on this trip. Alan tells her he always wanted to leave the palace, stop obsessing over vampires for once, and simply travel the world to see what it really has to offer. He prepared obsessively for this adventure too, gathering travel gear, memorizing maps, and building a perfect cover identity to hide that he is an imperial prince. What he really wants is to become an adventurer in Aerence, because compared to his usual life, monster hunting sounds almost relaxing. Alice is just starting to smile at his childlike excitement when Hans bursts out of the bushes screaming for them to run. Alan instantly pulls out a musket, but the charging minotaur is already almost on top of Alice. Instead of being skewered, Alice snaps into combat and catches one of the beast's charging horns with her bare left hand. Divinity surges through her body, and with one brutal right hook she smashes the 4-meter monster straight into the ground. The horn snaps, blood splashes across Alice's face, and the Minotaur dies twitching in a single hit. When Alice turns around, Alan and Hans are both staring at her in total disbelief. Flustered and covered in monster blood, Alice desperately tries to act normal and blurts out that she is looking forward to the journey too. Alan can only compare her to some martial arts monster, while Hans praises her as terrifyingly strong even by Imperial Priestess standards. Later, the story shifts to Alusha, a territory famous as Errant's land of adventurers because mages, mercenaries, travelers, and monster hunters all gather there. Inside the Adventurer Guild, mercenaries trade rumors that the Theocratic Empire's 7th Imperial Prince ended the Lome Civil War, and keeps doing things too absurd to believe. Even while they laugh at how impossible the stories sound, everyone in the room is still listening, because Alan's name now carries the pull of a fairy tale hero. That chatter stops when a white-armored knight enters with heavy metal steps, followed by a blonde priestess and a travel-worn man carrying a huge pack. The adventurers quickly peg the armored newcomer as rich just from the rune-engraved magic armor, then lose interest when his odd party does not immediately start trouble. Alan walks straight to the counter, pulls out the broken Minotaur horn from the forest fight, and says he wants to register as an adventurer. Asked for his name, the prince answers with his cover identity, because in Alusha he wants to live not as royalty, but as the adventurer Alan Rufus. At Alusha's Adventurer Guild, the rough receptionist is thrown off when Alan gives a surname, and calmly says his noble house is already ruined. Alan sticks to his cover story, saying he came from Lome and was basically knight-trained, but the receptionist still talks down to him. When the receptionist looks past Alan, he finds Alice gawking around the guild in wonder and Hans quietly studying the request board near the entrance. The receptionist grumbles that adventuring is not a child's game, then eyes the Minotaur horn and presses Alan on whether their group really killed one. Alan answers without hesitation, but the man only half believes him and registers him at the beginner wood rank. The rules make Alan grin inside, because the whole rank system and monthly quest requirement feel like a game he can enjoy during his trip. As Alan looks around the loud guild hall, Alice's beauty and Hans's oversized luggage draw mockery from the other adventurers. Alan ignores the sneering, because he knows these fools are mocking a woman who can crush a minotaur barehanded and an alchemist who once faced a dragon. He joins them at the request board and asks if they found anything fun, still treating this whole adventure detour like a cheerful learning trip. While checking the posted requests himself, Alan spots Bennikin Church and freezes on the name Evelyn because it matches one of Ruppel's old orphanage support letters. The group heads to Bennikin Church and finds a shabby orphanage on Alusha's edge, with mold, collapsed walls, and rotting pillars everywhere. Inside, Alice tends the injured sister Evelyn, while Hans keeps the children calm by handing out toys. As Alan inspects the crumbling church, the state of the place makes Ruppel's support for this orphanage feel painfully real. The request itself is simple and grim. A child dropped a doll into the sewer, and Yuria went down to retrieve it before vanishing a day ago. Alice quietly reports worse news: children, sewer workers, and even guards have been disappearing in Alusha for a while. She adds that the sewer stench is worsening, plague-like signs are showing up, and the city still needs 2 or 3 more days to gather a proper investigation force. That delay is too dangerous for Alan, and he concludes something seriously wrong is hiding beneath this otherwise orderly city. Sister Evelyn apologetically admits she can only offer a small reward and begs them to save Yuria anyway, even if she has to borrow money later. When Alice asks what they should do, Alan answers at once that they will handle it. Part of Alan's motivation is personal too, because solving this mess would make Ruppel owe him one more favor. They do only light preparation, gathering local rumors from the guild and city guards before heading out. The stories all point to the same threat: giant sewer rats and ratmen living below the city, monsters known for filth, violence, and deadly plague. The city leaders have kept that truth quiet, hoping to wipe the monsters out before the citizens realize plague-carrying ratmen are under their streets. Near Bennikin Church, Alan, Alice, and Hans finally descend the sewer stairs to hunt the ratmen and find Yuria themselves. The smell hits them immediately, and even Alan admits he did not expect the sewer's stench to be this bad. Alice and Alan enhance their vision with divinity, while Alan's dwarven armor quietly purifies the foul air around him. Hans cheerfully says they are here to catch rats, and Alan has to correct him again that these are definitely not normal ones. A pack of ratmen finally comes into view, 1-meter-tall half-rat creatures walking upright with black fur tufts, sticks, knives, and clubs. Alice goes rigid and Hans drops his jaw, while Alan studies the creatures with blunt curiosity instead of panic. Alan quickly senses demonic energy and toxin around them, which means this sewer nest is even nastier than it looks. Then Alan realizes there are not just a few enemies but hundreds of ratmen clogging the tunnel in a living wall. The whole horde screeches and suddenly charges on all fours, turning the sewer into a filthy tidal wave of claws, teeth, and garbage-stained fur. Alice sounds shaken for a second, and Alan realizes she is not scared of fighting them at all. She is horrified by how filthy they are. Alan feels the same disgust, but with no witnesses around, He calmly summons a musket and decides it is time to start hunting rats. Elsewhere in the sewer, 14-year-old Yuria keeps walking alone in the dark, exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and clutching the teddy bear she came down here to recover. A mangled corpse floats past in the sewage, and the sight nearly makes the terrified girl lose what little strength she has left. She remembers why she came down here in the first place. A younger orphan dropped her doll into the sewer and begged Yuria to fetch it before nightfall. That good intention trapped her, because after she climbed down, the sewer entrance above was locked shut, and no one answered her pounding. Then the ratmen appeared, and Yuria only survived by running, hiding in the maze, and even slipping into the sewage to throw them off. Now she is almost out of strength and quietly breaks down, convinced that sooner or later the monsters will find and eat her. Just as she starts sobbing again, a distant explosion shakes the sewer and a brilliant flash lights the tunnel ahead. She stares as chunks of blown-apart ratmen come flying out of the lit passage, the walls smeared with fresh blood. Before she can process that miracle, filthy water surges behind her and a 5-meter giant ratman rises up, huge enough to scrape the sewer ceiling. The giant monster opens its maw to swallow her, and Yuria shuts her eyes around the teddy bear, sure this is the end. At the last instant, heavy metal footsteps crash through the water and a long musket barrel jams straight into the giant rat's throat. Alan fires point blank, blowing out the back of the giant ratman's head in a brutal spray of blood and flesh. Yuria looks up through the gore and sees a holy figure in white armor holding a musket, untouched by the sewer's filth. Mistaking him for a paladin, Yuria can only whisper in disbelief as Alan reaches out and confirms her name. Then Alan promises the exhausted girl exactly what she needs to hear. He came to take her home. Deep in a luscious sewer, Alan finds the missing girl Yuria still alive, but her body is already weakened by toxin, plague, and demonic contamination from the foul waterways. Before he can relax, Alan spots new monsters rising out of the sewer sludge behind her. Taller, faster red ratmen with bodybuilder frames and rat heads full of fangs. As the red ratmen screech and rush in, Alan yanks Yuria away and asks the one thing that matters now, whether anyone else is still alive down here. When Yuria says there should be no other survivors, Alan finally gets what he needs, permission to end this without holding back. Alan covers Yuria's eyes and pours holy water into her mouth, forcing the poison and demonic taint in her body to react all at once. Yuria burns with fever for a moment, then the pain eases, and she goes limp in Alan's arms, asleep at last because she finally feels safe. With no civilians left to protect, Alan turns his back on the charging monsters and calmly decides to clean out the sewer for good. Before the red ratmen can touch him, arrows of light punch through them and Alan's holy undead legion materializes in the sewer behind him. Alan treats the Lord's sewer extermination request as a bonus and orders his undead to sweep the whole place clean. Elsewhere in the sewer, panicked ratmen flee through their filthy paradise, a place where they had multiplied fast, eaten anything available, and started dreaming of rising to the surface. The ratmen had believed their queen would lead them into a plague-filled kingdom of their own after strange magicians turned them stronger, smarter, and far more numerous. That dream collapses when the Holy Undead Legion marches them down with shield walls, spear thrusts, and relentless arrows of light. The ratmen spit poison fog and plague-soaked vomit into the water like they always do against human intruders, expecting the attack to bring this army down too. Instead, the undead keep marching untouched, and every step they take purifies the sewer into clean holy water, turning the ratmen's home against them. Terrified, the surviving ratmen scream for each other to run to their queen and warn her that their underground kingdom is being destroyed. They barely get away before a giant armored bone golem steps out of a broken corner and crushes the escape route with one brutal swing. Alan's undead spread through the sewer by the hundreds, systematically hunting every ratman and purifying every trace of plague before anyone on the surface notices. At the sewer's central palace, the ratman queen gorges and breathes in filth, an 8-meter red-furred monster fattened by the same magicians who empowered her colony. Then terrified ratmen pour into the palace carrying blood and mangled corpses with them, and the queen instantly understands that her kingdom is under attack. The undead army marches straight into the queen's palace, their clattering jaws meaningless to her but their intent impossible to miss. The queen tries to rise and roar, but the undead crash into her first and hack the giant beast apart under a storm of spears and blades. After the purge, Alan carries Yuria back out to the church grounds, where the waiting children rush over and only care that she made it back alive. Sister Evelyn hugs Yuria in tears, then leads Alan inside once the girl is safely handed over to Hans and Alice. Inside the church, Evelyn kneels in prayer and quietly reveals that she already knows Alan is imperial royalty because Yuria mentioned the musket he used in the sewer. Evelyn explains that her church once had ties to the theocratic empire, so she recognized the rumors around a prince who fights with a musket, and she assures Alan that no one else knows. Alan awkwardly asks whether his shovel gave him away too, and Evelyn's blank reaction tells him that rumor has not reached Alusha yet. Evelyn thanks Alan for honoring what she believes were Ruppel's final moments, not knowing the prince is actually still alive in secret. She assumes Alan came to Alusha for some serious mission, while Alan quietly decides that explaining he is just adventuring on vacation would only make things weirder. When Evelyn offers him a reward, Alan declines and leaves her a bottle of holy water instead, telling her to dilute it once a year so the orphaned children stay healthy. Alice and Hans report that Yuria is finally asleep, but when they say she wants to see him, Alan chooses not to intrude and trusts fate to bring them together again if it should. With Yuria safe, Alan heads back to the sewer entrance to confirm the extermination is really over. The proof drops right in front of them when a giant bloody toe from the Rat Man Queen thuds onto the ground at the sewer entrance. As the undead kneel and fade away after delivering the trophy, Alan grabs the Queen's toe and cheerfully counts the whole sewer disaster as his first successful adventurer job. When the trio drags the severed toe into the Adventurer Guild, the whole room goes dead silent, and even the mercenaries who mocked them earlier lose their nerve. The burly receptionist realizes this rookie wood-rank party somehow did the work meant for more than 100 soldiers, adventurers, and magicians combined. His tone changes on the spot, and he asks the armored rookie to repeat his name with a new level of respect. Later, the official sewer investigation party arrives too late, and its leader Adolf reads the report in disbelief that a newly registered wood-rank adventurer named Alan Rufus supposedly cleared the place first. As Adolf looks around, the clean holy water and settled filth tell him this was no normal extermination at all, and his northern experience makes him realize the sewer was literally purified. Then Adolf finds the ripped-apart corpse of the giant Ratman Queen in the central chamber, and starts to suspect this Alan Rufus may be the same terrifying man he already knows by reputation. Studying the report's portrait of a fully armored knight, Adolf decides he will confirm the truth when he meets this Alan in person. Deep in the demonic beast forest, Alice sprinted in a light priestess outfit, while a whole pack of armed orcs closed in faster than she expected. Blades and spears flashed in from all sides, but Alice ducked and twisted through the ambush without losing her pace. As she pushed for the spot Hans told her about, Alice realized the hunt had gone wrong because a huge red two-headed ogre was charging behind the orcs. The mutant ogre swung its tree-trunk club so wildly that it crushed its own orc allies while arrows kept raining at Alice. Alice finally burst out into open grassland and saw Hans waiting by the hidden trap with a burning torch. The enraged orc horde rushed straight over the fake ground, and the bamboo supports gave way under their weight. The orcs and the two-headed ogre crashed into the pit, then froze when they realized the mud coating them reeked of oil. Hans threw in the torch, and the whole trap erupted into a roaring fire that burned nearly 100 orcs alive. Alice and Hans barely had time to relax before the burning two-headed ogre vaulted back out of the flames, still alive and furious. While the mutant raved that humans and magicians had used its kind in experiments, a silver-white armored paladin stepped out of the forest to finish the job. Alan quietly called Qasim, and a hulking holy ghost flowed into his sword to empower it with divine aura. He thrust the greatsword forward, and a compressed blast of divine wind ripped open the ogre's back in one brutal strike. The monster collapsed, and Alan coldly declared the mission complete before chopping off one of its fingers as proof. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the giant's severed finger stunned everyone and made the silver-white paladins trio even more famous. People gossiped that every minor job taken by Alan, Alice, and Hans somehow exploded into monsters far beyond the original request. Jealous adventurers insisted the trio must be faking these incidents for fame, but even that rumor sounded ridiculous once people thought through the scale of it. A second rumor painted the trio as disguised nobles instead, a princess, her escort knight, and an attendant only in people's imagination. The receptionist could only worry, because the trio had jumped from wood rank to elite ultra rank in about a month and nothing about them felt normal. Then the muscular adventurer Adolf arrived, studied the finger, and started asking when the trouble around the fief had really begun. When the receptionist said the unrest had ramped up about a month ago, Adolf connected the timing to the silver-white paladin's arrival, and decided there had to be a reason. He finally revealed why he cared so much. Aaron's royal court had sent him to meet that ultra-ranked adventurer face-to-face. Later at the abundant pit stop inn, Alan celebrated the finished job with Alice and Hans over oversized mugs of beer. Hans praised Alice's speed during the chase, and her bright, slightly embarrassed reaction showed how much she was enjoying this freer life. When Alice asked what they would do next, Alan admitted he was thinking about slowing down and taking it easy for a while. That quiet plan ended the moment Adolf walked into the inn and headed straight for Alan's table. Alan sized Adolf up with mind's eye, noticed crude divinity control, and immediately wondered if this stranger was some kind of trainee paladin. The muscular adventurer introduced himself politely and put a royal court letter on the table, asking Alan for a private talk. The two moved to a quieter upper-floor corner, where the adventurer explained that Aarons had hired him to investigate Alan's background. The adventurer revealed he was from the Theocratic Empire and had once spent a year on the northern frontier as a criminal slave. Then the adventurer dropped the real connection. When he was dying on the frontier, a bird-masked saint had saved him with holy water, and he suspected Alan was that man. As the adventurer excitedly retold Alan's old exploits with a musket, shovel, and holy water, Alan just sat there cringing while Alice and Hans listened with real interest. Alan finally cut him off, so the adventurer got to the point and said the holy water in the sewers felt like the saint's work, only even stronger. Then the adventurer gathered his nerve and asked outright if Alan was really the 7th imperial prince of the Theocratic Empire. Alan answered with a flat denial and a smile, insisting he was only Alan Rufus the adventurer. Even after that answer, the adventurer clearly believed him anyway, so Alan told him to report exactly what he had seen, including the musket and shovel. The adventurer accepted that strange answer, bowed deeply, and offered his full help if Alan was looking into the thief's recent disturbances. Alan brushed off the gratitude and said someone else would have saved him anyway, but the adventurer insisted the real debt was something much bigger. Then the adventurer revealed the real reason for his devotion. After meeting Alan, even a former convict like him had somehow awakened the power to use divinity. Deep in Nemesis's hidden forest base, the necromancers boil over after 50 years of preparation gets wrecked in just a few days. They rage through the failures one by one. The Ratman Queen never spread plague, because Elusha's sewers were purified and the creature was killed. Their Swamp Lizardmen operation collapsed too when a random paladin appeared and the mutated hydra they raised was slain. Even the orcs and the expensive two-headed ogre were wiped out, and the necromancers pin all of it on the same terrifying paladin. Their anger quickly turns into fear, because none of them knows how to kill a man strong enough to butcher every monster they built. When they question the paladin's fake noble identity, the hunchbacked old necromancer leading them decides the truth is worse. The theocratic empire has finally tracked them down. The room wavers, but the old necromancer leader refuses to retreat and declares that they will still open a warp gate to purgatory in Elusha. When the others protest that every plan gets crushed by the paladin, the old leader reveals he has found another weapon. He yanks the cloth aside and shows them Elusha's feudal lord, Viscount Atance, reduced to a drooling puppet after his brain was tampered with. The old necromancer decides that if monsters cannot remove the paladin, they will use humans to drive him out of the fiefdom long enough to finish their plan. He ends the meeting with a fanatic vow to risk everything under Amon's blessing, because failure now means death anyway. Later in Elusha, Alan walks the streets replaying Adolf's shocking claim that people he healed eventually started developing divinity. As he thinks it through, Alan connects the pattern to Charlotte and Tina, whose holy growth also became strangely explosive after crossing paths with him. That idea widens fast, and Alan starts wondering what kind of effect his healing and holy water may have had on all the people he saved across several nations. His train of thought breaks when the missing orphan girl Yuria nervously steps into his path and tries to greet him. Alan only recognizes her after checking with Mind's Eye, and realizes she is Yuria, the missing orphan they once searched for. Yuria lights up and says she had wanted to thank him in person for a long time, but kept missing him at the guild. She also notices Alice and Hans are missing, and Alan explains they are both busy with their own work today. When Yuria realizes Alan is effectively free for the day, she nervously works up the courage to invite him to dinner at her church. Alan agrees, partly because he has time to spare and partly because Adolf's story still has him curious about Yuria herself. Instead of parting right away, Alan decides to accompany her errands since he also needs travel supplies and wants to ask her a few things. Yuria happily leads the way, but Alan keeps glancing back because he cannot shake the feeling that someone is watching him. Their walk takes them through a lively market full of merchants and street performers, and one play makes Alan stop in his tracks. Yuria explains the performance is about Lord Saint, and Alan is caught off guard to see a stage version of his own growing legend. The fake Lord Saint fights with a spear and magic staff instead of Alan's real weapons, which drives home how badly the rumors have mutated. Yuria praises that idealized prince as a noble hero who must deeply love his people, and Alan shuts that image down immediately. They move on through the market until a stall keeper lures Yuria toward a doll-throwing game with free tries. Yuria still asks Alan for silent permission before stepping in, a small habit that shows how careful and deferential she is around him. At the stall, Yuria explains the church children love dolls and carefully names which toys she wants to win for them. Her first throw is accurate but too weak, and the dagger hits the doll without knocking it down. That failed throw prompts Alan to ask the question he really came for: can Yuria use divinity yet? Yuria says no, but she has spent 2 years studying priest training from an expensive textbook at the church because she hopes to reach that point someday. When she names the textbook's author as Raphael Astoria, Alan quietly realizes the old master's reputation was no exaggeration. Alan tells her to try again, and Yuria obediently closes her eyes, clasps the dagger, and starts praying to Gaia with all her heart. Alan sees what Yuria cannot. A tiny white aura finally leaks from her body before fading away again. Now certain she has the seed of divinity, Alan steps in and places a hand on her shoulder while telling her to keep going. Through that contact, Alan stabilizes her trembling divine energy until her aura starts resonating with his own control. Her own power is still far too small, so Alan pushes more divinity into her, and Yuria jolts in stunned confusion. Alan cuts through her panic with one command, telling her to throw the now divinity-wrapped dagger. Yuria obeys, and her second throw detonates the air, blasts straight through the doll, and smashes the entire shelf apart. As the wrecked doll settles, Alan grins because the result confirms a huge truth. He can pass his divinity to other people and create clerics. He seals that discovery with a gentle pat on Yuria's head, and calmly tells the stunned girl she has just become a cleric. Alan stares at the wrecked doll's shop and realizes Yuria's toy dagger strike was far stronger than it should have been. The result rattles Alan because it does not fit his game-like system, so he concludes this strange awakening must be tied to the world's own laws. Their talk is cut off by the shop owner dropping to his knees and sobbing over his shattered handmade dolls. Yuria bows in panic to apologize, and Alan steps in to pay enough gold to cover the ruined shop and dolls. The owner instantly brightens at the money, so Alan and Yuria leave the mess behind and head for Alusha's merchant association. On the way, Yuria eagerly asks if she really used divinity, but Alan cannot explain it because he is still trying to grasp the danger himself. Alan quietly worries that if healing really plants divinity in people, someone could abuse that awakened power before he learns how to control it. Even as Yuria leads him to the association, Alan keeps glancing back because he can feel someone tailing them. At the merchant association, Alan asks for a private room so he can send a letter back to the theocratic empire. Alone at the desk, Alan decides the empire needs to investigate the people he healed, and those who received his holy water. He plans to start with the few people who stand out most, using them as test cases to see how far this awakening goes. After paying for delivery, Alan can only hope the empire will finish enough of the investigation before he gets home. When Alan steps back outside, Yuria is waiting anxiously for him and lights up the moment she sees him. Before she can reach him, a guarded convoy rattles through the marketplace carrying caged monsters toward the Lord's castle. Alan is unsettled by the sight, and Yuria mentions that similar monster carriages have been moving in and out of the city for days. Yuria then wonders how Alan can stand wearing full armor all day, and he casually credits skilled dwarven craftsmen for making it comfortable. The mention of dwarves excites Yuria, so Alan quietly hands her several rare grimoires to see what her awakening might really become. Alan keeps that experiment to himself, reasoning that Yuria's life in the church will make her the safest person to observe. That plan is interrupted when Alusha's soldiers step in front of them and ask if he is Sir Alan Rufus. Alan realizes these soldiers were the tale he sensed earlier when they say his other companions are already at the castle by the feudal lord's order. Then the accusation lands hard when the soldiers formally arrest Alan Rufus on suspicion of murdering a woodrank adventurer. By the time Alan hears the charge, he learns a woodrank adventurer was found stabbed to death last night, and someone conveniently placed him near the corpse. Alan is thrown into a damp cell, but he quietly slips his real weapons into item storage before the guards can take them. Inside the cell, Alan finds Hans and Alice already locked up and greets them with his usual maddening calm. Hans blurts out that he was arrested for researching forbidden ancient magic just when he was close to cracking the vampire's warp spell code. Alice says she was accused of deceiving Sister Evelyn and stealing church valuables, but what really worries her is how badly the children were frightened. Alan puts the pattern together and suspects this mess is really about his true identity as Alan Offals, not the fake name Alan Rufus. He realizes this looks like Ernst's court choosing to reject him, even though his fake adventurer identity was built to test whether they would reject him or invite him in. Before Alan can explain further, a loud cackle and a familiar rotten stench roll in from the prison entrance. Elsewhere in Alusha Castle, the feudal lord sits on his throne with blank puppet eyes while a gaunt-robed magician waits beside him. A soldier reports that Alan Rufus has been arrested, and the robed magician savors the news because simple expulsion failed and revenge will be sweeter this way. In the old magician's mind, rank no longer matters because once the gate to purgatory opens in Alusha, this whole region will be swallowed in disaster. When worried soldiers protest that Alan is the thief's benefactor, the feudal lord says nothing because the old magician has already reduced him to a living puppet. Rudis drops the mask and tells them they are all going to die. At that signal, monsters locked throughout the castle start howling and thrashing inside their cages. The supposed cage handlers reveal themselves as necromancers, throw the doors open, and unleash the monsters on the castle defenders. The defenders can handle the beasts for the moment, but that fight is only cover while the real ritual begins in the audience chamber. Meanwhile, the necromancers drag corpses, terrified maids, and servants into the throne room to use their blood and bodies for a summoning circle. As knights and court magicians rush to stop him, the old magician exults that this castle will become the starting point for Necromancer King Amon's dream. He slams down his staff, and a thin crack in empty air tears open into a 5-meter gate filled with eerie watching eyes. Tentacles lash out of the opening, snatch up knights and magicians, and drag them screaming into the warped space. Then the demon itself emerges, a revolting mass of flesh, floating eyeballs, tentacles, and serrated fangs that the survivors recognize as big eyes. Beneath the looming demon, the old magician orders the chamber turned into a negative field and demands more sacrifices so the gate can keep widening. The warp spell links to a hidden base in the demon beast forest, and a new wave of monsters pours straight into Alusha's streets. The city's defenders scramble to respond, only to freeze when massive crimson-red ogres appear among the horde. The red ogres tear soldiers apart, and blood begins to drown Alusha while the mastermind watches the slaughter in delight. As more death piles up, the gate grows wider and starts pouring out endless undead made of bone and trapped souls. Amid corpses and blood runes, the old necromancer revels in the thought that enough deaths will turn Alusha into a living purgatory. Back in the prison, muffled screams from outside reach Alan's cell just as the reeking necromancer finally steps into view. Alan reads the old man's status through mind's eye and instantly knows he is dealing with a necromancer. The old necromancer cackles that the silver-white paladin will regret everything, blaming Alan for ruining plots like the Ratman Queen, the 5-headed mutated Hydra, and the 2-headed ogre. He summons bone-armed skeletons, opens the cell, and mocks the prisoners as helpless meat ready to be skewered. Alan answers by quietly flooding himself with divinity, and snapping his steel restraints apart like they are nothing. Before the necromancer can react, Alan grabs a skeleton by the skull and crushes it in one hand. Alan is actually relieved because this proves the trap came from necromancers and not from Aaron's royal court making its final choice about him. With screams still echoing outside, Alan decides that cleaning up this disaster will only make Aaron's royal court owe him even more. Alan glares at the necromancer, repeats the old man's skewering threat back at him, and lets the mockery turn deadly. Holy rune letters spread across the filthy floor, and Alan's own holy skeletons burst up with steel spears ready. Then Alan coolly offers to test that skewering idea on Rudis instead. While leading the evacuation through Elusha, Iron Rank adventurer Adolf sees the castle suddenly drown in darkness as storm clouds and thunder gather over it. Horrified screams spill from the castle windows, and reddish-black tentacles burst out to wrap around the whole building like it is being eaten alive. A grim magician tells Adolf the monster is Big Eyes, an ancient gatekeeper that keeps regenerating as long as it has prey to devour, and exists to protect something important. As if to prove the warning, undead start pouring out from the castle entrance, and glare at the adventurers waiting outside. Inside the castle, Alan leaves the skewered necromancer behind, reclaims Hans's luggage and Alice's gauntlets, and checks the chaos spreading through the city below. Alan watches Elusha's defenders and adventurers push slowly toward the castle, then decides this mess is probably some outside faction's move and he will deal with it his own way. Their march is cut short when panicked knights and magicians come sprinting down the corridor straight toward them. Alan orders his holy skeletons into formation, but the fleeing men freeze in fresh terror when they realize undead are blocking their path. Before anyone can sort out the misunderstanding, warp space opens behind the fleeing men and huge eyeballs pop into view with a sickening laugh. Then a wave of reddish-black tentacles floods around the corner and instantly devours the fleeing knights and magicians, leaving nothing behind. Alice and Hans both recognize the monster at once, and Alan realizes this nightmare has a name after all: Big Eyes. The tentacles bunch into a snake-like maw and lunge, so Alan tells his holy skeletons to stop it. The skeletons spear the monster apart, but demonic energy blasts them back and the torn flesh regenerates in front of Alan's eyes. Alan's musket shot works better, blowing a clean line through the body and disintegrating one attack form completely. But the cackling only spreads, and new eyeballs begin pushing out from the walls themselves. Alan bayonets one eyeball, only for dozens more to bloom out at once as the castle starts breaking apart around them. Hans loses his nerve and urges a retreat, which tells Alan this thing may be even worse than a dragon. Hans scatters medicine on the floor, and when the stone starts writhing like living flesh, he confirms his worst fear about the monster. Alice saves Hans from a bladed tentacle and bluntly explains the rule they are facing. Once Big Eyes takes over a place, the whole castle becomes its stomach. Alan sees the exploded flesh swell and spread through the hallway, and the alien-looking infestation makes the danger feel suddenly real. Hans adds the final warning that anyone trapped inside this transformed space will be digested alive. Before he can say more, the floor gives way and tentacles drag both Hans and Alice down into the darkness below. Alan catches Alice, but Hans slips through his fingers and disappears into the pit with a desperate cry for help. Alan immediately sends his holy skeletons after Hans, even as more tentacles seal over the opening. He unloads holy bullets into the floor, but the monster keeps regenerating faster than the damage matters. With Hans now somewhere inside the demon, Alan realizes he has to kill Big Eyes fast before the rescue turns into a digestion sentence. More tentacles and undead suddenly rush in from ahead, forcing Alan and Alice into another fight before they can regroup. Fed up with this ruined vacation, Alan yanks out Amon's skull and decides whoever set this up is about to be crushed. Elsewhere in the castle, the necromancers of Nemesis celebrate because Big Eyes is active, the gate to purgatory is open, and the city is about to feed an endless loop of death. They rejoice that Amon's dream is finally happening, with everyone becoming equal before death, and some of them even welcome their own deaths as part of it. Their celebration breaks when a strange sound and a blinding holy glow start moving toward them from the part of the castle Big Eyes had already devoured. A figure in bone armor and a mountain goat skull walks out of the light, and the necromancers are stunned because he looks exactly like their dead king returned. Convinced Amon has descended again, the necromancers rush forward in tears and proudly tell their master they fulfilled his dream. Alan quietly says Qasim's name, and a hulking soul flickers behind him for a moment before being drawn into his great sword. Then he swings, and the necromancers nearest him are ripped into tiny pieces before they even understand he came to kill them. He plants the sword in the floor, floods the passage with holy water, and coldly offers the gift of death to the death worshippers begging him to stop. Compressed wind blades explode from him and carve through the confused necromancers in a one-sided massacre. Far below, Hans wakes inside what is no longer really a castle at all, but a black organic tunnel lined with corpses slowly being melted by Big Eyes. The holy skeletons that chased after him are still guarding him, but they are being slowly ground down by endless undead rushing out of the dark. After 15 miracle-filled minutes of survival, Hans realizes Big Eyes has only spared him so far because it has been focused on more dangerous prey. That brief mercy ends when an eyeball appears in front of him and the surrounding tentacles begin closing in for the real hunt. Hans runs, but a huge eyeball blocks the path ahead and forces him to freeze in place, holding his breath as the monster studies him. With death seconds away, Hans silently begs Gaia for anyone at all to save him. The instant Hans gasps and the tentacles strike, Alice's shout cuts in and a volley of light arrows blows the attack apart. Hans looks up to see Alice leading a fresh force of holy skeletons and banshees through the dark like a rescue squad. Alice smashes through the ambush with brutal speed, dodging, tearing off tentacles, and crushing the giant eyeball with her bare hands. She throws Hans over her shoulder and sprints back through the gauntlet, while banshee arrows keep cutting down the pursuing tentacles. Hans gushes that she must be an angel, and Alice snaps at him that this is not the time. When Hans asks about Alan, Alice reveals he stayed behind as bait so Big Eyes would focus on him while he searched for the main body. Back with the necromancers, their faith finally cracks when they realize this radiant killer cannot be the real Amon because everything around him is holy instead of dead. Alan mocks them for not fighting back, then materializes a chain bone dagger in his left hand and calls on Jeron and Jide for the next attack. Alan's chain bone dagger tears through the necromancers and the walls behind them, blasting the castle interior apart with absurd holy force. The surviving necromancers panic because this attacker clearly is not Amon, yet he is somehow wrecking everything with even worse brute force. As he pushes deeper in, Alan judges the combo of Amon's relic and Holy Ghost possession a success, with his power surging far past normal. Big Eyes finally reacts in terror, spawning eyeballs everywhere and lashing out with tentacles, but Alan chops the attacks apart without slowing down. Remembering Alice's warning that the demon hides its true heart, Alan realizes he does not need to solve the maze if he can make the whole living castle suffer. Alan gives a brutal new order and decides to destroy the entire castle from the inside until the hidden heart reveals itself. Holy skeleton cavalry and bone golems burst into action, smashing walls, gouging flesh, and turning the demon's fortress into a screaming wreck. Alan counts on this chaos to pull Big Eyes off Alice and Hans long enough for both of them to escape. Through his undead shared vision, Alan suddenly finds the demon's true core and grins behind the skull helmet. Annoyed that this monster ruined his vacation, Alan heads for the heart with a cold promise to show it real hell. At the demon's hidden chamber, an old necromancer leans on his bone staff and stares in shock as holy undead dissolve into light, realizing only the theocratic empire's seventh prince should command miracles like this. Beside him, the giant Big Eyes' main body writhes and screeches in pain, and the chorus of mouths in the walls makes the whole chamber feel unbearable. Big Eyes suddenly panics that a monster is coming, and the old necromancer is rattled because even this ancient demon is acting frightened. The old necromancer looks to the restricted warp gate, and realizes too late that they should have widened it more if they wanted enough undead to overwhelm whatever is coming. Before the old necromancer can finish opening the gate, Big Eyes screams that the intruder has arrived. A great sword rips the fleshy wall open, and Alan forces his way into the heart chamber with holy undead tearing the breach wider behind him. The old necromancer freezes because Alan is wearing Amon's skull and armor, yet the power inside that body is not demonic at all but pure divinity. Shaken to the core, the old necromancer blurts out the title Holy King, thinking only a saintly ruler of holy undead could stand before him like this. Alan shuts that down with a smirk and says he is nothing grand, just an adventurer. That answer only enrages the old necromancer, because to him Alan is disgracing Amon's image by calling himself something so ordinary. The old necromancer screams for Big Eyes to kill the liar, and the demon finally hurls all of its tentacles at Alan in a desperate rush. Alan's holy cavalry crashes in front of him and spears the tentacles aside, exposing just how badly Big Eyes has lost control of the fight. Seeing the demon's heart exposed and losing, the old necromancer decides he would rather sacrifice everything than let Nemesis's 50-year dream fail here. The old necromancer tells Big Eyes they were fated to become living sacrifices and starts dismantling the restriction barrier around the warp gate. The moment the barrier breaks, the warp gate expands into a black hole that spits out more undead and starts dragging the old necromancer, the giant eyeball demon, and chunks of the castle inward. The old necromancer laughs like a man and calls for the world to become a living purgatory even as the gate starts devouring him too. The undead seize the old necromancer first and shred him apart, turning his soul into fuel for the gate until nothing of him remains. Big Eyes tries to resist, but swarms of undead drag the demon's giant eyeball into the vortex and rip it apart in a spray of blood. Alan halts to assess the new disaster as the uncontrolled gate tears open the chamber and starts flooding the castle with more horrors from purgatory. As if the situation was not bad enough, more Big Eyes-type eyeballs start appearing around the chamber, while the gate keeps widening. Alan realizes the gate is now running on stored energy, which means it will stay open until that fuel burns out and stronger monsters can still come through. 5 liches in jet black robes finally step out of purgatory, their demonic presence confirming that the invasion is escalating fast. Knowing Grim Reapers will follow if he delays, Alan decides the only answer is to smash the gate before things get even worse. Alan slams his greatsword down, sprouts bone hands from his back, and arms himself for a direct assault on the warp gate. He orders his forces into formation, and the holy undead answer by raising layered shields against the gate's dark tide. Alan summons Qasim's corpse from storage and returns the soul in his greatsword to that body, bringing the furious warrior back into the fight. Now revived, Qasim takes command and vows to subjugate every abomination spilling out of purgatory. Alan gives the word, and the chamber erupts into a full undead war between his holy forces and the dead of purgatory. As the melee rages, the liches hammer Alan's side with fire and ice while the regenerated walls try to seal everyone inside with the spreading corruption. Alan quickly rejects slower options like establishing a sanctuary or summoning larger undead, because the gate will only open wider if he hesitates. He decides to break through personally, summons a skeleton horse, and mounts up for a direct charge at the gate. Alan orders his troops to open a path, and Qasim immediately relays the command as the holy undead lock into a wedge around their sovereign. Alan charges through the wedge with holy knights beside him, betting everything on reaching the warp gate before something worse comes out. The liches step in to stop him, and Alan instantly fires his back-mounted muskets to blow apart 2 skulls before the others finish casting. The surviving liches answer with a heavy spell barrage, blasting Alan's charge apart with fire and freezing the floor under the skeleton horses. Alan is thrown hard and the liches pile on with swamp magic, trying to swallow his holy knights and pin him in place before he can recover. He manages to cancel the swamp spell, but the fireballs still smash into his torso and crack his bone armor with searing pain. Alan forces himself to stay conscious, triggers the Astal rune to heal and reinforce his body, and lunges straight into the liches anyway. The liches answer by chaining him down with bone hands, mire, and a crushing heap of undead remains to keep him away from the gate. Refusing to be buried, Alan swaps weapons, recalls Qasim's soul into the great sword, and floods the blade with divinity. One explosive swing blows the bone prison apart, and Alan follows through by cutting the nearby liches in half and shooting the rest out of existence. But by the time the liches fall, the warp gate is fully open and the Grim Reaper's presence is already pressing through from beyond. Knowing this world cannot afford another second, Alan throws himself straight at the fully opened gate. Inside the dying gate's boundary, the Grim Reaper still couldn't fully cross over, but they could reach into this world and keep attacking Alan anyway. A titan's rotting hand burst out of the lich's swamp, and Alan smashed it aside with a compressed air swing that sliced its fingers apart. The severed rotten flesh kept wriggling on its own, latched onto Alan's body, and exploded where demonic decay crashed into his divinity. Alan realized the Reaper's resistance was far heavier than expected, as if these undead were desperate to break into the living world. Then the Reapers forced dozens of scythe blades past the boundary itself, and sent them flying straight at his head. Alan answered the barrage head-on, and forced his battered body forward instead of retreating. His bone armor kept crumbling and even Amon's skull cracked, but Alan still endured long enough to reach the gate's ruined circle. With one final roar, he drove the great sword into the magic circle and bet everything on destroying the gate at the source. The runes blew apart, divinity and demonic energy twisted into a violent hurricane, and every undead pouring from the gate was instantly burned to ash. At the very last second, a Grim Reaper's scythe halted just millimeters from Alan's forehead, close enough to make cold sweat run down his back. Black guardian hands from the wall between dimensions suddenly seized the Grim Reapers and started dragging them back. Even while being hauled away, the Reapers glared at Alan and promised that one day they would be freed from that prison. As the warp gate went dark for good, Alan's skeletal armor finally faded with it. He dropped to the floor against his planted sword, exhausted but alive, and saw the holy undead cleaning up the last of the walking dead behind him. With the liches gone and the undead rapidly thinning out, Alan finally admitted to himself that the whole mess was over. He wryly thought this vacation had turned into a full-scale rampage instead of the simple break he wanted. Elsewhere in the castle, Adolf ran through the halls with adventurers and local magicians while the dead Big Eye's flesh withered away around them. They ran into Alice and Hans, both exhausted from surviving something that should have killed even elite adventurers within minutes. When the search party urgently asked for Alan, Alice pointed ahead and said he had gone to eliminate the Big Eyes himself. That answer convinced Adolf all over again that Alan always showed up where disaster was brewing so he could stop it. The search party joined Alice and Hans and hurried up to the feudal lord's audience chamber on the top floor. The audience chamber was a wreck, its walls collapsed, its ceiling torn open, and monstrous undead corpses piled everywhere. The adventurers could only stare as they realized one person had wiped out multiple Big Eyes and a whole chamber full of undead alone. Then Adolf spotted Alan asleep against his great sword above the shallow holy water, glowing softly with drifting divine light. To the onlookers, the sight looked almost unreal, like a fairy tale hero who had just slain a demon king. Alice rushed to Alan's side, checked him, and found that he was only asleep from exhaustion instead of injured or drained dry by divinity. Relieved, Alice quietly held Alan's hand and began to believe for real that the seventh prince might truly be the saint. Back in Aaron's capital, the royal palace went into emergency session over the impossible warp gate linked to purgatory. The court magicians admitted the gate's structure made no sense by normal magic standards and said even Aaron's full resources could not reproduce it anytime soon. That only made the nobles panic harder, because if Aaron's itself couldn't build it, then Nemesis should never have managed it either. The room finally went quiet when Queen Rox Aaron suggested that vampires may have backed the necromancers. Rox tied that suspicion to Alan's trail of incidents across the continent, seeing a hidden force disrupting nations and the prince ruining its plans one after another. The nobles turned even paler when they realized her warning meant vampires could already be hiding inside Arance itself. Then Rox went further and said the creatures were probably not just somewhere in the kingdom, but inside the royal palace too. Instead of panicking, the queen calmly decided their next move should be to bring the 7th imperial prince into the palace. Not long after, a luscious guild buzzed with the wild news that the adventurer called Alan Rufus had reached the legendary orichalcon rank in barely a month. The rumors got even bigger as people convinced themselves Alice was a princess, Alan her knight, and Hans the chamberlain of some fallen kingdom. No one could really dismiss it anymore after the Big Eyes attack, because too many witnesses had seen the impossible aftermath Alan left behind. Even the talk of reward money couldn't calm the guild down before Alan himself walked in and every eye snapped to him. The adventurers stood and bowed to the silver-armored paladin with a level of respect that looked closer to fear. Alan ignored the atmosphere and went straight to the receptionist to collect the reward Arance had prepared for him. Pouch after pouch of coins piled onto the counter until the watching adventurers could only stare at the size of the payout. Alan casually swept the entire reward away into his item storage, which only fueled the guild's awe and speculation. Then a royal delegation entered the guild, and the room froze again when they all headed straight for Alan. The biggest shock was seeing the royal escort kneel before Alan as if he were nobility. On behalf of Aran's royal court, the delegation formally invited Alan to the palace and addressed him with open deference. Under his helmet, Alan could only grin at how neatly the palace had come to him. Back at the inn, Alan looked out from his room and saw Aran's knights and magicians standing outside in a polite protective cordon. He turned back to Alice and Hans and said they should accept the invitation, especially since he already had business in the palace basement. Alan set down several reward pouches on the table and explained that Arance had paid them despite no formal quest ever being filed. Hans barely cared about the gold because he was too furious and obsessed with deciphering the warp gate runes left behind by Nemesis. Alice, on the other hand, stared at the money in surprise until Alan told her she could use it however she wanted. That immediately made Alice smile, because she wanted to rebuild Sister Evelyn's damaged church with the reward instead of spending it on herself. Her answer reminded Alan that Yuria was staying there too, and that he still needed to keep a close eye on the girl's strange growth and powers. Alice then asked what kind of invitation this really was, and Alan told her it was either hospitality for a new orichalcon adventurer or a summons sent by people who already knew he was an imperial prince. Either way, Alan was ready to go, because what he really wanted was waiting in the basement beneath Arance's capital. Alan rides by carriage toward Irian, the capital of Arance, while the canal-ringed city comes into view like an island crowded with ships and traffic. Inside the carriage, Hans is laid out with motion sickness while Alice stays composed and asks Alan if the royal palace really has an underground labyrinth beneath it. Alan confirms that the hidden labyrinth, Talos, is where the first Holy Emperor Orden Alphon's treasured tool has supposedly been sleeping all this time. He explains that Cardinal Michael found traces of Orden through Astal rune research, and Ruppel followed that trail until he pinpointed the labyrinth under Arance. Alice is stunned that a magic queendom kept such a labyrinth under its own palace, and Alan says Arance has hidden it as a national secret filled with mazes and strange creatures. Alan says becoming an adventurer was part of his plan, because that identity gave him the cleanest path into the labyrinth, and a reason for Arance to notice him first. He points out that if he came openly as an imperial prince during the vampire crisis in neighboring Lomé, Arance would treat every step as dangerous diplomacy. By entering first as Alan Rufus the adventurer, he gave Arance room to treat him as a useful outsider instead of a prince making official demands. Alice grasps the rest of the plan too. Arance does not want to owe the Empire, but if vampires may have already infiltrated the palace, the safest move is to invite Alan in through the guild side. Alan reveals that he deliberately made his identity easy to notice and did not hide his power too much, so the royal court would approach him on its own. The only real surprise was his battle with the necromancers, but that clash ended up making Arance owe him even more and open the labyrinth for him. Their group finally enters Irian, and Alan takes in the canal boats and elegant waterline streets as the capital shows off its calm, wealthy face. At the palace, a royal knight carefully welcomes him as Lord Alan Rufus, and that careful title tells Alan Arance has chosen to handle him as a top-ranked adventurer. Alan, Alice, and Hans are led through wide palace halls lined with fine statues, where the magicians look far more excited than the knights do. When the audience chamber doors open, Alan sees nobles and magicians lined along a rich carpet, all of them visibly tense before the queen's throne. As Alan walks forward, only some nobles react with shock and lower their heads, which tells him only part of the court knows who he really is. Alice and Hans kneel by court etiquette, but Alan stays standing before the throne and instantly stirs angry outrage from the nobles. Alan studies the old queen on the throne and is surprised to sense that she seems worried about his grandfather instead of offended by him. Instead of demanding obedience, the old queen rises from the throne, walks straight to Alan, and greets him first as Arance's ruler. Alan drops the formality fight at once, removes his helm, and bows back deeply to return the queen's respect. Then the queen gently touches Alan's cheek and says he looks just like someone from her past, letting old longings slip through the ceremony. The queen quickly turns official again and asks Alan, as an adventurer, to accept a difficult request from the crown. When Alan asks what she wants, the queen quietly answers that she wants him to filter out the vampires hiding in the palace. The chamber erupts in panic, but the queen keeps her gaze hard and offers a reward that can match either Alan's adventurer rank or his hidden identity. She ends the reveal by calling him the hero of Elusha, making it clear she already knows exactly who is standing in her hall. The nobles immediately push back, insisting there is no proof of vampires in the palace and acting offended that the queen would mistrust them during a celebration. But mixed into that outrage, the hidden blood-created vampires realize in horror that the celebrated hero is actually the 7th Imperial Prince himself. Those disguised vampires suddenly understand they have walked into a trap, because the one person their side was warned to avoid is already standing in front of the queen. Alan first plays it cool and says he has no special power to detect hidden vampires, which gives the disguised nobles one brief, desperate moment of relief. Then Alan adds that his intuition is sharp, and the instant the vampires look at him, his smile turns predatory and the trap snaps shut. Alan lunges straight into the noble ranks, grabs one noble by the head, and slams him down to his knees before the whole court can even react. The disguised vampire breaks immediately under Alan's stare and starts begging for his life, exposing himself before anyone even proves a thing. When the palace guards and magicians instinctively move to intervene, the queen slams down her staff and orders everyone to stand back. The terrified noble appeals to law and sanity, but the queen coldly reminds the court that Lomé was ruined by vampire infiltration and says she will bear responsibility for this inspection. That warning rattles the chamber into uneasy silence, because even the innocent nobles now realize they might be standing beside someone who could bite them to death. Alan cheerfully explains his method anyway. A little divinity in the skull heals a normal person, but a real vampire will burn to ash. Desperate to stop him, the hidden vampire blurts out Alan's true title as the 7th Imperial Prince, which shocks the nobles who did not know who he was. Alan leans in and cruelly reminds him that, by the queen's own framing, this is not a prince's act at all, just an adventurer doing a job. Before striking, Alan asks whether the queen will truly grant whatever reward he wants as an adventurer, and she answers yes, as long as it does not harm errants. Alan accepts the request by action, not words, and pours divinity into the captive until bright holy fire explodes from the vampire's head. As the burning vampire screams and collapses into ashes, Alan finally finishes the sentence and formally accepts the queen's request. That one execution crushes the remaining hidden vampires, who now know Alan can identify them perfectly and that their branch in errance is exposed. Realizing they cannot fight Alan or escape the chamber, the hidden vampires make one desperate choice and decide to seize the queen as a hostage. They drop the act all at once, revealing fangs, claws, and twisted faces as they leap straight for the queen with monstrous shrieks. Alice cuts off the rush by planting herself in front of the queen and smashing the first vampire's skull with a brutal punch. She follows with a rapid barrage from both fists and blows the rest of the attackers apart before they can reach the throne. The surviving vampires hesitate in pure confusion, because they knew Alan had a sword-using escort but had no idea he also brought a fistfighter priestess this terrifying. Then a gunshot cracks through the chamber, and Alan casually drops another vampire with a holy bullet straight through the head. At that point the hidden vampires understand the whole chamber has become a killing web around them, and any resistance will only end in instant death. The queen looks at the ashes on the floor and calmly asks if anyone is still dissatisfied, ending the debate in one icy sentence. The nobles fall silent and begin edging away from one another, because now everyone in the room has seen undeniable proof that vampires really did reach the heart of errants. Several nobles step forward more carefully now, and one asks the queen if she expected this exact result from today's gathering. The queen admits that errants had already noticed strange incidents across the nation and suspected vampires, but until this moment she lacked proof. That confession makes the court accept the awful truth that errants' 50 years of peace have just ended inside this room. With no room left for denial, the nobles turn to Alan and ask the one question that drains the hidden vampires of all color: how do we find the rest of them? By the time the palace finally settled into night, Alan had already exposed the vampires hiding among errants' nobles and captured even the ones who fought back. Alan coldly figures the captured vampires will make useful test subjects, since the palace is full of magicians who can study them. Later, Queen Rox invites Alan to a private dinner on her balcony, and under the stars he reflects on how deeply vampires have already burrowed into this so-called queendom of magic. He also finds Queen Rox oddly familiar, because her stubborn energy reminds him of his grandfather Celt. The mood shifts when Queen Rox enters with a maid, sits across from Alan, and formally thanks him as the 7th Imperial Prince instead of just an adventurer. Alan plays it cool and says he only acted because she promised a proper reward. When Queen Rox asks what he wants, Alan drops the real diplomatic ask and proposes an alliance with the theocratic empire. Alan knows magic and religion have clashed for ages, but with vampires preparing to move on the empire, he wants errants pulled in as both shield and blade. To Alan's surprise, Queen Rox accepts almost immediately and says the nobles still need to approve it, but the vampire attack already proved errants needs imperial help. She goes even further and offers a steady magic stone trade at fair prices, making the whole negotiation run much smoother than Alan expected. The queen keeps smiling at him with an almost grandmotherly look, which finally makes Alan ask if something is on his face. Queen Rox admits he reminds her of Kelt in his younger days, and when Alan starts to ask if they were once a couple, she sharply changes the subject. Alan lets the awkward history drop and finally asks for what he really came for: access to the labyrinth to Talos beneath the capital. That request hits a nerve at once, and Queen Rox's whole expression hardens as she asks whether he understands what kind of place Talos is. Alan says he knows Talos holds ancient monsters and the magic stone mines, but Queen Rox flatly refuses because the labyrinth is too dangerous to let Kelt's grandson enter. She makes it worse by warning that even vampires avoid Talos, which tells Alan the place is far deadlier than he expected. Alan presses one more time, and after a long silence the Queen asks for his real reason for wanting to go down there. Alan tries to sell it as adventurer curiosity about ancient creatures, mysteries, and the source of Aaron's magical prestige. Queen Rox cuts him off and reveals she already knows the truth. He came to claim the angel sleeping inside Talos. The next day in the palace library, Alan starts digging for the truth about that angel while Alice and Hans chase their own research nearby. Alice dives greedily into Aaron's mountain of magical knowledge, while Hans focuses on Warp Gate records because one of the continent's few warp specialists lives here. Alan follows Queen Rox's directions deep into the massive archive and climbs a ladder to the shelf holding the old record about the angel. The record explains that decades ago Queen Rox and her father explored Talos, deciphered its runes, and discovered the labyrinth was actually an ancient tomb built by someone. Then the real shock lands. Talos is the tomb of the first Holy Emperor, Orden Alphals. The next pages describe a gigantic angelic guardian that unleashed thousands of light arrows, spears, and hooks and slaughtered an entire expedition. Nearly 3,000 men died there, including Queen Rox's father, and not one of them managed to wound the angel. Alan shuts the book and realizes this is not some easy tomb raid at all, but a relic guarded by something stronger than a dragon. Alice immediately perks up when he mentions the angel, because even for her the word is too tempting to ignore. She is so shocked the angel might be real that she almost drops her book before awkwardly catching herself. When Alan asks about old myths, Alice says the records on Holy Emperor Orden call him both God and devil, a being who reshaped land, saved believers, and crushed villains with a wave of his hand. Hearing that and comparing it to Queen Rox's first-hand record, Alan starts to think the legends may not be exaggerated after all. When Alan wonders out loud whether they could actually beat the angel, Alice cannot even say yes and only shakes her head. Alice hesitates like she wants to ask something dangerous about Alan himself, but before she can finish, Hans suddenly explodes into manic triumph. After a week of sleepless obsession, Hans finally cracks the vampire's warp magic and starts laughing like a madman about human knowledge beating immortal monsters. The victory lasts only a moment before Hans gets a nosebleed. His eyes roll back, and he drops flat onto the floor. Alice dashes over and heals him while Hans keeps mumbling that humanity won against the vampires. Alice reveals Hans has been forcing himself awake for about a week with holy water, which even Alan admits is insane determination. Looking over Hans's desk, Alan realizes the man really did it and found the end coordinates of the vampire's warp spell where the Empire's experts had failed. Alan is genuinely impressed, deciding Hans deserves a special bonus for solving what hundreds of Imperial magicians and alchemists could not. With the clue secured, Alan decides they will wait for Hans and Alice to recover enough, then head straight into Talos to rob his ancestor's tomb of its relic. Back on the palace balcony, Queen Rox asks Alan one more time if he truly means to enter the underground labyrinth, too worried to hide how shaken she is. Alan refuses extra soldiers and only asks for a way to navigate the shifting maze, because he plans to rely on Hans and Alice to decipher its ancient runes. Rox warns that the labyrinth behaves like a living maze and remembers how even 3,000 elites were slaughtered there, but Alan's resolve never wavers. Realizing she cannot stop a grandson of Kelt Alphals, Rox finally gives in and offers to send a magician guide with him. She explains that Arents will use warp magic to pull the guide back out, then forces Alan to promise that he will flee immediately if things go wrong. After Alan leaves, Rox tells her maid that Alan should be fine as the Holy Emperor's grandson, but she still cannot shake the old fear that the angel she saw 40 years ago was more like a devil. Looking at her aged reflection, Rox decides that age no longer matters for an adventurer and secretly chooses to go herself. The thought of one more adventure makes Rox's heart race again, as if the old queen has briefly turned back into a reckless young girl. About a week later, Alan finishes preparing for the descent, packing Arent's supplies and magic tools into his item storage. Hans looks fully rested, and Alice can barely hide how excited she is to see ancient creatures, old runes, and the first Holy Emperor's tomb for herself. Their guide introduces himself as Norman, an elderly magician disguise worn by Queen Rox, and Alan politely welcomes the apparent old man to the team. Escorted by knights and court magicians, the group descends deep underground until they reach Talos' massive sealed steel gate. The knights undo the chains while magicians lift the seal, and the ancient gate finally starts to open. As cool damp air spills out of the opening gate, Alan realizes the old records calling Talos a whole other ecosystem might not be exaggerating after all. Standing beside Alan at the threshold, Norman quietly tells him that Talos is a different world where the rules of nature have been reinvented. The moment Alan steps through, he sees why. A vast forest spreads below an impossible lake covering the entire ceiling like a false sky. Prehistoric flying creatures will near that ceiling lake, and whale-like beasts burst through the water to swallow them whole. Even the forest below looks wrong, packed with giant trees, oversized insects, an air so rich with mana and divinity that the place feels half sacred and half hostile. Once inside, the narration reveals that Norman is really Queen Rox under illusion magic, secretly entering Talos with Alan's group herself. The fresh air clears Rox's mind, but the wonder of this hidden world also drags up old fear, because she knows the monsters here are absurdly strong. Rox glances back at the worried court waiting beyond the gap, then the steel gate slams shut and leaves the party sealed inside Talos. Almost immediately, Alan spots glowing eyes hidden in the foggy forest, and Rox's nerves spike because she knows what kind of monster that means. Rox immediately tells the group they need to start running and pours mana into her legs, convinced they have to escape before the hidden monster attacks. Then the beast steps out of the mist, an ancient dragon with hard scales, huge jaws, and absurdly powerful hind legs. While Rox braces for disaster, Alan stares at the ancient dragon with interest, compares it to a T-Rex, and calmly summons his musket. Rox urgently warns that the ancient dragon's scales resist magic and that they should escape instead of fight, but Alan keeps charging his musket with divinity. The dragon's roar comes packed with mana, and Alan realizes this monster can even reinforce its own body before charging them at impossible speed. The mana-reinforced ancient dragon suddenly lunges at Hans, its giant maw opening wide enough to rip him apart in one bite. Alice cuts in at the last second and slams a gauntlet punch into the dragon's cheek hard enough to burst flesh and save Hans for a moment. Instead of stopping, the dragon instantly redirects and snaps its jaws around Alice, trapping her in its mouth. Even inside its mouth, Alice forces the jaws apart with her bare strength, and Rox is stunned that anyone could stop a mana-boosted ancient dragon like that. At the same time, Alan offers a prayer over his musket, layering divine aura and golden Astal runes over himself as holy power surges around him. Rox recognizes the ancient rune letters in horror as Alan aims the musket and is about to fire. One holy bullet tears through the ancient dragon's skull and blows its head apart in a single shot while Alice is still caught at its jaws. The dragon's huge body crashes down, and Rox can only stare in disbelief as Alan's impossible musket rumor proves true right in front of her. Alice crawls out drenched in blood and saliva, grumbles that it stinks in there, and somehow looks more annoyed than frightened. That easy victory finally convinces Rox that Alan's claim about entering Talos with only 3 people was never reckless boasting. Alan turns to Norman and asks how much he really knows about him, and Rox carefully answers that she has heard plenty of rumors. Then Alan calmly decides that if even 3,000 soldiers struggled in this land, they should move through it with an army of their own. Ancient runes spread through the ground, and Rox recoils as skeletal hands start clawing up through the soil all around them. Rox reels as roughly 300 holy skeletons rise in formation, already carrying real armor and weapons pulled from some unseen storage space. Alan finishes the display by summoning 4 skeleton horses, mounting one, and politely telling Norman to guide their new undead-led expedition. After a brutal week in Talos, Alan decides the trip was still worth it because the place is overflowing with rare loot, especially ancient dragon parts and bones. Studying the dragon bones also gives Alan a new clue about ancient necromancy, and he realizes the old Aslan necromancers probably raised dragons and reused their corpses. That insight comes with a reminder of how dangerous this place is, because Alan's skeleton legion was recently crushed by a herd of ancient dragons and barely escaped. Even so, the group keeps pushing through the maze-like fog, using ruined landmarks and translated rune letters to navigate deeper into Talos under Norman's guidance. At last, Norman leads them to a vast ancient city ruin, and the party turns one of the broken buildings into their campsite. Hans is practically glowing with excitement over the ancient ruins, while Alan settles by the fire and notices the strange lake-like ceiling above the city dim into night. Sitting beside Alan, Alice keeps sneaking nervous looks toward Norman's side of the fire before finally working up the courage to whisper about a saintess. Alan answers so bluntly that Alice is left rubbing her forehead, because he already knows she is the saintess. When Alan asks why she hid it, Alice admits she would have become vampire prey, because only saints and saintesses can identify vampires. Alice says she cannot do that yet, but she is sure she will gain that power in 2 or 3 years. Then Alice asks the real question weighing on her mind: if she is a saintess, is Alan a saint too? Alan flatly says no, which only leaves Alice more confused. Alice explains that in the Empire a person is officially tested at the right age, but Alan was called a saint anyway because his miracles are already impossible to deny. That makes Alan wonder if he somehow really is a saint, since even he knows his growth and powers no longer make sense by normal standards. Alice quietly adds that a saint and saintess should not appear at the same time, which pushes Alan back toward thinking he is something else entirely. When Alan looks up from that thought, he catches Norman watching him with a gentle smile and immediately grows suspicious. Alan tries to read Norman with mind's eye, but nothing comes through, so he suspects the old magician is hiding his face behind powerful illusion magic. Alan says it outright, and the old magician across the fire is visibly startled that his illusion specialty was seen through so easily. Pressed for a reason, the old magician only claims he is hiding severe burn scars and refuses to explain any more. To cut off that line of questioning, the old magician asks what Alan thinks of Tatalos, and Alan answers that this place really does feel like another world. Alan especially values the wyvern bones they found here, since even vampires avoid Tatalos, and that makes these materials even more precious. When Alan asks how much farther the hidden angel is, the old magician calmly reveals they are already at the destination. He points to the altar in the center of the ruined city, and says the angel is hiding there in a place so dangerous that just seeing it should change Alan's mind. The old magician warns that they can safely approach as long as they do not cross the burial chamber doorway, and Alan decides that is enough reason to go see it now. The group descends a hidden stair beneath the altar and follows branching underground passages while the old magician lights the way with his crystal staff. As they move deeper, the old magician calls the thing ahead not just a monster, but a terrifying tool that once made kings despair before the first Holy Emperor. As they move deeper, Alice, Hans, and the old magician quickly decipher the runes they pass, letting the group pick the right route through the buried complex. The old magician opens a hidden wall and reveals that the royal palace of Aerence was built above what used to be the ancient theocratic empire's capital. Their path ends at a 10-meter door carved with mythic scenes, and the old magician prepares to open the final seal. The massive doors grind open, and a flood of pure divinity pours out from the temple beyond. Inside, Alan sees the skeletal remains of the first Holy Emperor seated on a throne in full regal burial dress. But what truly freezes the group is the giant floating guardian before the throne, a 20-meter holy fortress hanging in the air. Its body is ringed by gears, mounted weapons, crystal spheres, and 12 wings made of divinity, making it look less like an angel and more like a divine war machine. The old magician finally gives the guardian a name, calling it the king of the heavenly world, Metatron. Instead of backing down, Alan stares up at the overwhelming machine and decides on the spot that he has to make it his. At the threshold, the sheer divinity pouring from the chamber feels so intense to Alan that it turns from holiness into raw repulsion. The guardian does not move at all, proving the warning true. It ignores intruders only as long as they stay outside the doorway. Alan's greed only gets worse, and his excitement shocks Alice, Hans, and especially the old magician. To measure the guardian's strength, Alan summons his full holy undead force right there in the passageway. The undead charge straight through the doorway toward the guardian the moment Alan gives the order. The first rider crosses the line and is instantly blown apart by a 2-meter spear of light right in front of Alan's face. More undead rush in, and the guardian answers with a precise rain of divine spears that tears dozens of them apart like siege fire. Even the Dullahans barely survive the barrage, and one has to scramble back up with its severed head in hand after being thrown from its ruined mount. When that Dullahan tries to deflect a light spear, its master-crafted sword nearly cracks from the impact. Alan's bone golems fire huge bolts at the guardian, but the shots smash apart against an unseen barrier wrapped around the giant body. Then the guardian tracks every target at once, its gears speeding up as crystal spheres across its body start to blaze. What follows is not a normal counterattack, but a full bombardment, with hundreds of light shots raining down across the temple like a bombing raid. Alan's 300 undead are completely erased in less than 10 minutes, leaving only flames and ash under the untouched guardian. As the fire dies, golden Astal runes light up on the guardian's body and the ruined temple instantly repairs itself. Alan recognizes the runes as genuine Astal script, and that realization hits almost as hard as the guardian's firepower. The guardian sends one last light spear past Alan's head, slicing his cheek open in a clear warning to stop testing the boundary. Instead of discouraging him, that arrogant warning only makes Alan swear even harder that he will claim the guardian for himself. Back at their ruined camp, the old magician tells Alan the lesson should be obvious now, that monster cannot be subdued by human strength alone. Alan agrees the thing is stronger than he expected, enough to wipe out an army and even threaten monsters like dragons or his own skeleton king. But that only convinces Alan more that the theocratic empire must have that guardian, because a weapon like that could become absolute defense against the vampires. Hans voices the fear everyone else is thinking and asks if they can really beat something that overwhelming. Alan answers that they can, but only after serious preparation. He realizes the tomb's heavy divinity would actually help him by reducing the backlash on his summons, but one trump card will not be enough. To challenge the guardian, Alan concludes he would need to call both the Bone Dragon and the Skeleton King at the same time. The problem is that doing that might kill him even with Tina's World Tree branch, the imitation Astal rune, and every trick he has to soften the backlash. Frustrated, Alan mutters that what he really needs is a clean way to stop divinity from spiraling out of control. While he thinks, Alice quietly grills ancient dragon meat and offers him a skewer, trying to steady the mood before she speaks up. Alice starts carefully, asking if the problem he means is divinity deviation. Then Alice reveals the answer Alan needed. As a saintess, she can control divinity and tune it properly for him. Alice catches Alan staring at her and quickly looks away, already weighing whether she should break the usual rule and support an imperial prince directly. She remembers why the imperial bloodline is so feared. They burn through absurd amounts of divinity and go mad hunting vampires, so families like Astoria exist to keep them functioning. Alice decides she can help Alan here in secret, even if her grandfather Raphael would be horrified that she is backing the same prince who once nearly violated her. When Alan asks what she means by tuning divinity, Alice explains it is like resonance, similar to the miracle-like effect he caused back in Lawrence's without realizing it. She lays out the real benefit. If Alan protects her while she prays, she can raise his output, reduce waste and deviation, and even share divinity with him. Alan checks the idea with Norman first, asking if a shot from outside the doorway might work, and the old mage warns that Metatron will not settle for a harmless warning this time. After thinking it over, Alan accepts Alice's help, and her bright grin makes it clear she was waiting for that answer. To prepare for the raid, Hans inscribes a huge alchemical rune on parchment, and starts building an improvised defensive barrier with magic stone ink, bait, and branches. Alice stands on the finished parchment as bait, trying to stay composed while Hans boasts that his barrier should hold even against angel bombardment. A sudden thud interrupts Hans' mid-boast, and instead of another dragon, a giant carnivorous flower rises from the ground in front of them. The monster's buried vines snare Hans by the ankles and haul him into the air, while its flower opens into a wet, sweet-smelling maw. One vine lashes at Alice, but the improvised rune barrier flashes to life and stops it cold, proving Hans's alchemy actually works. Hans starts celebrating too early, and the plant promptly gulps him down before he can finish bragging. Alan instantly blows the monster apart with a musket shot, and he steps out from the bushes as the plant explodes into pulp. Alan looks over the still glimmering barrier around Alice and has to admit Hans really is a genius. Hans crawls out of the exploded plant soaked in slime and retching from the stench, but he still tries to brag that his barrier worked. Even in that mess, Hans eagerly digs through the corpse for sap and seeds because he already sees a powerful medicine in them. When Alan asks if he is really okay, Hans shakes the pouch and says the harvest might save them later, because in the end everything he is doing is for Alan. Hans silently reflects on how Alan saved his life, respected his talent, and dragged a mere peddler into a life that feels like a dream, so this debt is one he fully intends to repay. With the barrier test passed, Alan sets the real plan. He will protect Alice while she resonates with him so he can try the impossible and summon both a skeleton king and a bone dragon together. Alan finishes the setup with a crooked grin and reminds everyone why adventurers came here in the first place: to steal the ancient Holy Emperor's favorite toy. The party returns to the giant doorway of Orden Alfol's tomb and stares into the brightly lit temple where the 20-meter mechanical archangel floats at the center. Hans nervously asks Alan if he is really going through with this, and Alan's answer is simple: yes, and this time they are doing it properly. Because they have not crossed the doorway yet, the giant guardian only watches them in silence, and Alan takes that stillness as a chance to prepare everything before the real fight starts. Alan puts a Mon's skull on his head and declares himself the Legion, unleashing a violent surge of divinity that ripples across the whole chamber. He follows with Gaia's inheritor, spreading holy water from his feet as bone pieces rise and wrap him into heavy armor with 12 skeletal hands fanned behind him like wings. Alice can only stare and mutter that he looks like an angel as Alan's holy water pours through the doorway and undead begin rising from its surface. Alan orders Alice to begin, and she snaps out of her shock, clasps her gauntlet hands, and starts a sacred hymn beside him. As Alice's resonance seeps into Alan, kneeling skeleton mages join the prayer and golden runes ignite around the group, finally making the giant guardian react. Alan declares sanctuary, and the temple floor becomes his field as golden Astal runes blanket the chamber, and promise both stronger divinity and near-immortal regeneration. Then Alan commits to the first impossible summon, pouring power into Amon's relics and calling forth the bone dragon. The temple floor splits apart as a gigantic skeletal dragon erupts from the holy water, its ribcage beating around a dragon heart, while its roar finally jolts the giant guardian out of its calm watch. Alan climbs onto the bone dragon's skull and launches into his first real flight just as the giant guardian's gears spin and unleash a storm of divine spears and arrows. Alan braces through the barrage, using the 12 bone hands like shields while his armor cracks under the holy projectiles, because he still needs to finish one more summon. The bone dragon finally reaches the giant guardian and claws into it, forcing the ancient defender to raise its heavy arms and block the strike head-on. Even the dragon's flame breath cannot break the guardian's divinity barrier, and a frustrated Alan realizes brute force alone still is not enough. The giant guardian smashes the bone dragon out of the air and pounds it again on the ground, burying Alan in the brutal impact while the backlash from his double summoning grows worse. Alice holds the line with non-stop prayer, calming Alan's rampaging divinity and extending her control into the whole battlefield. With Alice's hymn accelerating them, Alan's undead army surges forward at once as banshees loose arrows and bone golems charge into close combat against the giant guardian. The bone dragon surges back in, regenerating shattered bones as it slams Metatron off balance and bites into the archangel's body. The dragon blasts Metatron with fire, but even while burning, the golem stares past it and locks onto Alice as the real threat. Metatron reaches for Alice and unleashes another rain of spears and arrows to wipe out the defenseless Saintess. Alan snaps his fingers and sacrifices nearby skeletons to raise a huge bone wall in front of Alice just in time. Then the crystals on Metatron's body flare, and Alan realizes a full-area divine bombardment is about to tear through everyone. The indiscriminate barrage explodes across the temple, blowing the bone dragon apart at point-blank range even while it is still clamped onto Metatron. Alan is blasted off the dragon, his bone armor shattering as he crashes down coughing blood. From the ground, Alan sees the same bombardment crashing toward Alice and realizes his bone wall will not hold. Alan plunges into the holy water and shouts for Hans, betting everything on their last defensive plan. Hans steps in front of Alice and opens the giant astral parchment, letting her power raise a transparent barrier against the blasts. The barrier saves Alice, but the undead guarding her are ripped apart, and Alan forces himself back up through the churning holy water. Soaked in holy water and badly battered, Alan grabs his grimoire just as Metatron's superheated palm drops to crush him, Alice, Hans, and Norman at once. Alan smirks through the danger because his setup is finally done, and he calls for the strongest undead he can summon. A colossal bone hand erupts from the holy water and catches Metatron's crushing hand in midair. The Skeleton King tears itself up out of the lake, pinning Metatron's arm with bone spikes as its divine voice booms through the tomb. With the 10-meter undead king towering over the lake, Alan coolly tells the stunned Archangel that the real battle starts now. A brief shift into Metatron's memory shows why it fights so absolutely. It has guarded the Holy Emperor's tomb for ages under his final command. Back in the tomb, Metatron reads the Skeleton King instantly and realizes this monster is still sealed, which means it must be killed before its full power comes out. Metatron's eye shifts to Alan and Alice, deciding those two summoners are the true danger that can defeat it later if they escape alive. To avoid the idea of defeat entirely, Metatron tears free, flies up, and overloads itself with a final all-out judgment attack. Metatron presses its hands together like a prayer, forcing an enormous mass of divinity to build between them for a killing blow. Before that attack can fire, Queen Rox finally drops her disguise and steps out with a crystal staff, ready to settle old vengeance of her own. The space above Metatron rips open, lightning crawls through the darkness, and Rox summons a legendary meteor straight into the temple. The falling astral rock makes even the 20-meter Archangel look small, and Metatron panics because that impact would destroy the tomb it exists to protect. Refusing to accept the impossible, Metatron pours its compressed divinity upward and crashes it into the meteor. Alan, Alice, Hans, and Rox can only stare as Metatron somehow starts pushing the city-killing meteor back. Worse, Metatron punches a hole through the meteor itself, shattering the spell into flaming debris across the temple. Even after surviving meteor, Metatron swings its burning gaze back toward the intruders, still determined to erase them all. Alan sees the opening first, and quietly declares that this exchange has finally given them the win. Right behind the distracted Archangel, the bone dragon reappears and roars a fresh torrent of fire into Metatron's back. At the same time, the Skeleton King raises its giant sword and promises Metatron an eternal rest. As the two summons close in, Alan finally notices the hidden cost of victory. Both the Bone Dragon and Skeleton King are starting to vanish. He looks to Alice and realizes she has been carrying the worst of the summoning burden alone this whole time. Alice keeps praying through nausea and crushing fatigue because if she falls now, their last chance to beat Metatron disappears with the summons. Then Alice hits divinity depletion with a sharp snap, vomits blood, and loses control of the sacred flow inside the temple. With Alice breaking down, both summons dull and start disappearing for real, and despair finally hits her as she topples sideways. Alan catches Alice before she hits the water and refuses to let her give out here. Alan wraps his 12 wings around Alice and tells the Saintess that if she supports the Imperial family, he will support her too. Their divinity resonates together, restoring the broken him and steadying Alice even as the backlash starts crushing both of them at once. Metatron slams and grabs at the Bone Dragon, but its danger sense snaps back to Alan and Alice the moment their shared support revives the summons. Strengthened by Alice's restored song, the Skeleton King flares with even fiercer power and draws in breath through its massive sword for one final strike. Sensing a blow more dangerous than anything so far, Metatron staggers back just as the Skeleton King whips its waist and starts a diagonal killing swing. Inside the tomb, the Skeleton King's divine sword finally crashes through Metatron's crossed arms and overpowers the Guardian's last defense. The strike keeps going, crushing Metatron's armor, severing the divinity trapped inside its arms, and slicing straight through its whole body. Metatron hangs in shock as the slash also splits the temple wall behind it, and the Guardian finally confronts the idea that it can no longer function. As its awareness fades, Metatron recalls Holy Emperor Orden's last order: if someone using sacred power defeats you, accept that person as your new master. With its duty finally over, Metatron's eye goes dark and the giant Guardian collapses into a shower of light. The other summoned powers fade right after it, with the Bone Dragon dissolving into light and the Skeleton King sinking back into the holy water lake still gripping its sword. Hans stands frozen through the long, unreal aftermath, only snapping out of it when the last of the giant Archangel finally disappears. Hans blurts out that they really won, then startles again when he notices Queen Rox nearby, exhausted and leaning on her crystal staff. Queen Rox surveys the wrecked temple and can only give a tired, wry smile at how absurd Celt's grandson really is. On the holy water surface, Alan and Alice have already passed out together after the fight, sleeping while leaning against each other. A few days later in the Imperial Palace, Holy Emperor Celt reads Alan's letter and learns that his grandson wants his vacation extended. Kelt coughs through the letter and dryly answers Raphael that Alan must be out protecting world peace on his so-called break. Even so, Kelt decides not to interfere and chooses to let Alan rest as long as he wants, treating him like the heir he already sees in him. Privately, Kelt grumbles that Alan's trip sounds less like a vacation and more like an overseas business mission full of disasters the Empire should have handled. He also resents missing his chance to reclaim the Imperial family's hidden archangel, and even grumbles that he wanted to fight it himself. When he notices Queen Rox's greeting in the letter, Kelt's mood turns wistful because he had hoped to meet her again on that trip. Kelt orders Raphael to extend Alan's leave and let him rest as long as he wants, even though it means missing the Holy King's coronation in person. Raphael then brings up a separate investigation Alan asked the Imperial family to handle, including the Northern Defense Force and the people he had saved in other lands. When Kelt asks for the result from Ronia, Raphael hesitates so hard that he starts rubbing his temples before saying it out loud. The answer is absurd enough to stun even Kelt. The convicts in Ronia are now capable of wielding divinity. The story then shifts to Ronia, where the date tied to Necromancer King Amon's death marks the start of the month-long tide of death instead of any celebration. Because Amon's demonic energy still poisons the land, Ronia's prisoners are forced to hold the line and stop the undead from spreading south. By mid-October the fighting has already intensified, and the prisoners shout to hold the wall as the dead keep coming. These are not the same ragged criminals as before, because surviving the vampire invasion and receiving Imperial support has turned them into real soldiers. Now they fight like believers, shouting that Saint Alan is with them and calling themselves his blessed followers. As they pray to Gaia under Alan's blessing, divinity surges through their weak bodies and burns away the fear they used to feel. Even Shuppel, Harmon, and Charlotte can only stare in disbelief as convicts openly use sacred power to defend the North. Charlotte is hit hardest when she sees her adoptive father Grill laughing on top of undead corpses with a raised sword, fighting like a holy warrior. Charlotte can only mutter that none of this makes sense as the scale of Alan's strange salvation finally sinks in. The next chapter opens deeper in the northern wastes, where convict scouts trudge over a snow-covered hill and grumble about winter arriving far too early. Even while complaining, the scouts keep glancing at their leader Shuppel, because the supposed gravekeeper is outpacing all of them without tiring. The men trade rumors that Shuppel came from a ruined noble house, but none of them can explain why a gravekeeper like him can also use divinity. Through the blinding snow, Shuppel senses demonic energy ahead before anyone else, and quietly draws his sword. He warns everyone to stay on guard, and the scouts tense up just as several huge silhouettes stagger out of the fog. The shapes resolve into zombie orcs, towering and muscular but covered in bite wounds and dead, sunken eyes. The convicts are nervous but still confident, because they now believe Alan's miracle and Gaia's grace let them purify even undead like these. Then Shuppel suddenly looks skyward, turns pale, and orders everyone to run instead of fight. The others think he is overreacting to the orc zombies, but Shuppel grabs one scout by the arm and drags him into a full retreat. When the men glance back, they spot a fast-moving ghoul in the fog and assume that must be the real threat. Shuppel immediately shuts that down, because the monster terrifying him is something far worse than the ghoul. At that point the scouts finally look higher into the fog and see an enormous silhouette coming through the snowfall, each step shaking the ground. Shuppel recognizes the impossible shape from old myths and names it in horror, a Jotun from the sealed Titan realm. Far away in Arrance, Alan wakes in a sunlit palace room and reads a letter from Charlotte while recovering in bed. Charlotte's opening lines are gentle and familiar, asking whether he is healthy, eating properly, and not pushing himself too hard. The real point of the letter makes him sit up, because Charlotte reports that most of the northern soldiers and convicts can now use divinity. Alan is surprised by the scale, since Charlotte's numbers put the awakened at roughly 800 people in total. That is far too many to ignore, so Alan starts wondering why the theocratic empire never noticed a mass cleric awakening on this scale. He quickly suspects someone in charge there may have hidden it, because only Ronia's commander could keep that many awakened people quiet. After digging through his memory, Alan recalls the feudal lord in charge of Ronia, Count Genold Ripon, the same man he once helped defend the region with. Even then, Alan cannot figure out why Genold would hide something this serious, especially with Charlotte and Harmon regularly traveling through the north. He decides the motive can wait until he reaches Ronia himself, and keeps reading for the part Charlotte clearly thought mattered most. The final lines sharpen his attention at once, because Charlotte directly asks for his help and hints that something dangerous is hiding in the land of the dead spirits. Charlotte's report ends with two threats at once. A progenitor vampire may be hiding there, and witnesses have also seen a mysterious gigantic life form. Still recovering after Tatalos, Alan studies the reports piling up around him and realizes too many threats now point north at once. The clues line up badly. Vampires were spotted in the land of the dead spirits. A giant was seen there too, and Alan suspects they are planning something around the annual tide of death. When he checks Hans's warp data, Alan sees those coordinates also point north, which means Ruppel's old vampire allies may be hiding there as well. He briefly wonders if a direct warp to Ronia would solve everything, but the distance is too extreme and Queen Rox is too sick to cast that kind of magic again. Alan turns from strategy to the person beside him and notices Alice is still forcing herself to nurse him even though she looks worn out too. Alice insists she is fine, then remembers Hans left something for Alan and reaches into a leather bag at her feet. She hands over a strange glass bottle of green viscous liquid and explains that Hans wants it mixed with freshly created holy water, not the holy water already flooding to Talos. Alan adds a stream of holy water with one finger, and the green liquid suddenly shifts into a suspicious purple. Neither of them knows what Hans just made, and Alan eyes the purple bottle like it might be poison before dismissing that idea because holy water is inside. The mystery does not last long because Hans bursts into the room, thrilled, and announces that he finally decoded God's letters, the Aztec rune. Elsewhere, Queen Rock sits on her balcony watching a peaceful capital that she knows is already infested by vampires behind the scenes. She thinks through the wider crisis and realizes the continent is quietly filling with vampire influence, with war now looking inevitable. Her own weakness frustrates her too, because even one meteor spell left her old body bedridden when Aerith needs a ruler ready for what is coming. Then another pressure weighs on her. Kelt has named Alan as his successor, but Rox quietly decides she still cannot leave this matter to him just yet. She carefully folds a blood-written document stamped with the royal seal into a luxurious envelope, treating it like the last real gift she can still offer Alan. When a maid says the 7th Imperial Prince is preparing to leave, Rox feels the timing sting because she has only just begun to enjoy his company. Thinking back on Talos, Rox treasures Alan for giving her one last taste of real adventure, and even the chance to avenge her father against the Archangel. Back in Alan's room, Hans proudly presents the actual treasure he decoded, the golden bangle connected to the Aztec rune. Alan tries to read the bangle with mind's eye, but the artifact gives him nothing at all. A visible crack on the bangle makes Alan panic for a second, because it looks like the priceless item was broken in the fight. Then Alan notices faint divinity gathering along the break, and Hans quickly explains that the bangle is repairing itself. Relieved they did not lose the Holy Emperor's treasure after all that effort, Alan finally calms down. But Hans is already ready for the next step, with metallic ink, a tattoo needle, and a furnace laid out like he plans to engrave more Aztec rune letters into Alan right now. Alan shuts that idea down immediately, because his body is still in bad shape and more rune work would probably knock him out. Before the room settles again, someone knocks, and Alice opens the door to reveal Queen Rox herself standing there with a letter in hand. Later, Alan and Rox slip out into the capital's busy market, and Rox openly enjoys the rare freedom of walking outside the palace like an ordinary woman. She chats with shopkeepers and even helps a child who falls in the street, looking nothing like a distant queen in that moment. Alan soon realizes the outing only looks casual, because disguised adventurers, knights, magicians, and mercenaries are packed through the crowd as Rox's hidden security detail. Rox buys fruit for her maids, then points toward the canal and invites Alan onto a small boat for the real talk she clearly came to have. Even the friendly boatman turns out to be part of her protection, which tells Alan just how carefully the queen is being watched. As the boat glides along, Rox admits her retainers have no choice but to guard her this tightly because she is the only direct carrier of the royal bloodline left. She says plainly that if she dies, the nobles will tear Aerith apart fighting over the throne, so she has been desperate to find a successor. When Alan asks if she has chosen anyone, Rox lists noble houses with royal blood but makes it clear that picking any of them could trigger another major upheaval. Adopting a child would avoid open civil war, but Rox knows the nobles would still resist hard and might just turn that ruler into a puppet. Alan asks if she has any real family left, and Rox quietly changes the mood by sealing off the surrounding sounds with magic before answering. Inside that private bubble, Rox shocks Alan by admitting she does have someone who inherited her bloodline. She follows that with an even bigger scandal, smiling as she says that long ago she had a lover. Alan can only brace himself as Rox asks to complain a little and begins telling the story she has carried for decades. Rox says that as a young princess she romanticized adventure stories so much that she secretly slipped out of the palace to chase that life herself. That reckless dream nearly killed her, because she got lost in a monster forest near Alusha and only survived when a powerful paladin found her. For Rox, it was love at first sight, the exact kind of heroic rescue she had always dreamed about. She traveled the continent with him, their brief adventure turned into real love, and then she came home pregnant. The royal court hid the scandal and the father's identity by every means they had, while Rox remembers the chaos with almost alarming fondness. For all that danger, Rox says the happiest moment of her life was holding her baby for the first time. Then the warmth turns bittersweet when she says that child was left with his father, and grew up never knowing who his mother really was. Only after that does Rox finally reveal why she brought Alan here, asking him to keep a special letter safe and deliver it to her child. Alan sees the royal seal and protective magic on the envelope, and realizes this is no sentimental note but a document tied directly to Aerith's future. Rox explains that the letter names her child, and if something happens to her, she trusts Alan alone to find him and hand it over. She says that trust comes from her faith in Celt Alphals, and Alan, still unsettled, asks why she does not simply go meet her son herself. Rox ends the confession with a gentle smile and the real twist. She says she already has met her child, because Alan standing before her is that son's son. The next day, Alan's group leaves the capital in a royal carriage while Queen Rox sends them off, and Alan keeps staring at the sealed letter she entrusted to him. Alan asks Hans to inspect the letter, and Hans casually tells him it is cursed. Hans explains the curse is only there to keep the letter closed until something happens to rocks, and forcing it open would just burn it up. Relieved but unsettled, Alan realizes the letter is meant to stay shut unless Queen Rocks is in real danger. Meanwhile, Hans is pale and shaky from motion sickness, but he still gets ready to engrave the Astal rune on Alan right there in the moving carriage. Alan doubts this is a good idea, but Hans just reminds him this is exactly what he asked for. When Alan begs him to keep it painless, Hans offers anesthesia with a nasty delayed drawback, so Alan quickly decides to endure the pain now instead. Hans starts carving the real rune into Alan's back, and the burning sting is bad enough to make Alan break into a cold sweat. Hans mutters that the work will not leave scars, which is not nearly as comforting as he thinks. Alice gently wipes Alan's sweat, and he uses the distraction to bring up the strange awakenings he caused in Ronia by injecting divinity into convicts. Alice is stunned that such forced awakenings happened at all, which tells Alan she does not have an easy answer either. After thinking it through, Alice says the phenomenon is not completely impossible because there used to be an older way to awaken divinity. She explains that modern priests awaken through study, training, and prayer, but in ancient times people also tried to force it by drinking highly pure holy water over and over. Even so, Alice admits that method was inefficient and rare, so it still does not fully explain what happened in Ronia. Then Alice falls into deep thought, clenching her fist as another old story suddenly clicks into place. Alice recalls an ancient miracle where a saint healed people with goddess Gaia's power, and those healed masses became believers in the gods. She adds that some of those new believers even began using divinity, especially in eras when the world was in chaos and saints or saintesses appeared to restore balance. After putting everything together, Alice looks Alan straight in the eye and tells him he is definitely a saint carrying a god's fragment. Alan does not feel like any kind of saint, but he puts the question aside because he expects real answers once they reach the north. Hans finally finishes the first portion of the engraving and shows Alan the result in a mirror. Seeing the genuine god letters on his back, Alan grins because the real Estel rune should let him do far more than the imitation ever could. What really hooks his interest is ability transfer, the same trick Michael once used, and Alan expects the true rune to push it much further. Unable to wait, Alan pulls out a wyvern bone from Tatalos and decides to test the upgraded rune right away. He explains that even ancient necromancers needed great mastery to control dragon-related undead, but with the real Estel rune he thinks he can do it differently. Hans orders the carriage to stop, and the three of them step out to test Alan's new power in the open. Alan drops the bone on the ground, feeds it holy water through his fingertip, and the rune on his body starts shining gold. Divine bones surge up from the earth and rapidly assemble into a winged undead wyvern with a blue rune engraved on its skull. The test proves Alan can now upgrade undead remotely through ability transfer, something he could not do before. Hans is too shocked to move, and Alice can only whisper the creature's name in a daze. When Alan reaches out, the bone wyvern lowers its skull and rubs affectionately against his hand like a tame mount. With the north still far away, Alan flashes a bright grin and asks Hans and Alice if they want to ride. Far to the north, the land of dead spirits stretches under endless fog and snow, with a frozen ocean beyond and staggering undead spread across the white wasteland in terrifying numbers. A group of robed vampires crosses this deathly land under the command of a hulking lycanthrope count, now treated as true vampire nobility. Their destination is the ruined ice fortress once built by the necromancer King Aman, and now used as Count Taimong's experimental base. After they enter through the open gate, a large Dullahan puppet appears and wordlessly leads the group deeper inside. As the group follows the guide, the wolf-headed count sees blood-stained rune letters all over the fortress, and starts believing the rumors that Timong has gone mad. Even so, the wolf-headed count presses on with orders to bring Timong back for war, because Taimong's maturing jars can strengthen undead and help create more vampires. In the fortress plaza, the vampire group finds a giant pit where undead are digging deeper, and the scene is so strange even their leader cannot guess what Timong is making. Then a gigantic hand suddenly bursts up from the hole, crushes nearby undead into gore, scoops the remains, and disappears below again. Before the vampire envoy can make sense of the pit, Count Timong appears nearby in gloves, apron, and goggles, already addressing him like a superior. Timong mocks the wolf-headed count as a former pet who only rose because of the vampire king's generosity, immediately grinding against his pride. When the wolf-headed count demands to know what is inside the pit, Timong casually answers that it is a jar. The wolf-headed envoy delivers the vampire king's order to gather every progenitor for war, but Timong flatly refuses to go. Timong insists he was separately ordered to create a tool to crush the imperial family, then sneers that the wolf-headed count has no rank to command him. That insult finally snaps the wolf-headed count's temper, and he swells into an even larger battle form to force Timong into line. Instead of backing down, Timong studies the transformed beast's body like fresh materials and mutters that its meat would make a fine offering. Then Timong snaps his fingers and calls for Jotun, turning the standoff into something much worse. Several 8-meter zombie giants lumber out of the fortress, and even the transformed wolf-headed count stumbles back when he sees the frozen rotting Jotun Timong has prepared. With the wolf-headed count rattled, Timon casually points at the pit and asks whether he wants to become the next offering. Elsewhere in the north, alarm bells drag Charlotte out of sleep as Ronia comes under undead attack. Maids rush in with the warning, and Charlotte immediately orders them to help her suit up. They quickly dress Charlotte in white paladin armor, and she straps on her divine sword before rushing out. Mounted and fully armed, Charlotte races through the night toward Ronia's outer wall. At the wall, Harmon is already commanding the defense while soldiers man siege weapons and even the convicts scramble up with whatever weapons they can carry. Out beyond the wall, only darkness and countless crimson eyes can be seen as the undead horde closes in with icy wind and monstrous howls. Harmon gives the order to fire, and flaming arrows rain down into the horde, setting zombies ablaze without slowing their march until the flames destroy their bodies. The attackers are not just human dead either, because zombified monsters and demi-humans are mixed into the tide. Then someone on the wall spots a zombified ogre in the mass, and the defense realizes something much heavier is coming with the horde. At Ronia Fortress, a zombie ogre hammers the gate so hard that the whole entrance shudders and the defenders know it will not hold forever. Convicts rush in to prop the gate, while Genold climbs the wall and the veterans grimly estimate that at least 5,000 undead have come this time. Even with the numbers getting worse before winter's peak, the defenders are tense rather than terrified, because they have already learned they can fight these slow zombies back. The gate finally cracks open and a zombie ogre forces its way inside, making every eye turn to Genold for the order that matters most. Genold draws his sword and openly permits the convicts to use divinity, revealing the secret weapon that changed this frontier. Instead of meeting the charge head-on, the convicts form up away from the breach, set down their weapons, and kneel to pray while the undead keep closing in. They pray to Gaia through the fear, trusting Alan's blessing enough to stay unguarded right in front of the undead. Then the prayer answers them, and divine power rises from inside their bodies, washing away fatigue and replacing it with hard-earned confidence. With Alan's name in their prayer, Genold and the convicts rise together and unleash a united burst of divinity at the undead wave. Genold cuts down the first zombies and slips under the ogre's reach while the rest of the defenders pin the monster with arrows and spears. The defenders swarm the fallen ogre, but their momentum breaks when an even larger one squeezes through the breach carrying a giant club. One swing from the second ogre blasts shield bearers into the air, and even Genold knows this one is beyond the line he can safely hold. Charlotte charges in on horseback through the chaos, her white armor shining as the defenders instantly recognize their marquis has arrived. Charlotte does not dodge the ogre's counterattack and instead drives straight through it, splitting both club and body in one clean divine strike. After dismounting, Charlotte plants herself alone in the breach and stares down the 5,000-strong horde, fully aware that this defense will cost lives if nothing changes. Just as the pressure peaks, a familiar prayer echoes across the night, and both Charlotte and the convicts freeze at the voice they know. The defenders spot a bone wyvern high overhead, and something drops from its back straight toward the breach. Alan lands in silver-white armor right in front of Charlotte, and she recognizes him before she can even speak. He finishes the prayer under his breath, raises his musket, and fires a divinity-charged shot that tears through the horde and burns the undead away in rippling holy force. Charlotte instinctively reaches toward Alan, then reins herself in and drops to one knee to greet the prince she has missed for so long. Alan removes his helm, smiles at Charlotte, and their stiff reunion softens into a painfully familiar hello. Charlotte's heart surges at seeing Alan in person, but Grill blurts out the prince's identity first, and the whole fortress explodes into cries of Lord Saint. Alan is visibly flustered by total strangers worshipping him, while Charlotte stays sharp because she knows this miracle city is even stranger than he expected. Charlotte remembers the report that nearly 800 men here awakened divinity after receiving Alan's healing, and that makes Genold even more suspicious in her eyes. From Alan's side, the cheers mean little compared to the urgent situation, and his first glance goes to Harmon because he is looking for Ruppel. He cannot find Ruppel, but there is no time to chase that worry now as his bone wyvern lands and Alice and Hans rush straight to the wounded. Genold gives Alan a quick battlefield greeting, and Charlotte immediately takes position beside the prince like a bodyguard who still does not trust the count. Alan puts his helm back on and cuts off any small talk, because more than 4,000 undead are still pushing in through the wrecked gate. Genold snaps the defenders back to work, and the convicts throw themselves into rebuilding the choke point with shields, spears, and a rough barricade. The sight of Alan transforms the whole line, and the convicts roar that they cannot afford to look pathetic in front of the Lord Saint. Watching them fight, Alan realizes Charlotte's report was true and that these men really have become fledgling priests under his accidental blessing. Genold carefully asks whether Alan can control undead, staring at the bone wyvern as if he is finally confirming a rumor he has been sitting on. Alan drops the politeness and demands to know why Genold hid the existence of newly awakened divinity users from the Empire. Genold submits for now, but as Alan turns away he leaves behind one loaded answer. He did all of it for Alan's sake. Charlotte pulls Alan back from that mystery, and he greets her with a wry joke that his so-called vacation somehow still turned into overtime duty. When Alan asks if she at least got to catch up with Grill, Charlotte can only point at the gate with a deeply troubled look. There, Grill is bellowing like a drunken war hero, proudly introducing himself as the paladin whose daughter now heads a marquis house. As the shield line parts, Grill meets the incoming zombies head-on and hacks through them with a savage, almost Viking-like swing. Alan stares at the rampaging Grill in disbelief, and Charlotte has to admit with obvious embarrassment that yes, that really is her father now. Watching Grill mow down undead, Alan finally pieces together the joke on himself. Between his blessing, his holy water, and the imperial manuals left at Charlotte's home, he may have accidentally created a trainee paladin. When Alan hears someone calling himself a paladin, Charlotte dryly explains the man just gave himself the title. Alan decides he has watched enough and orders everyone to clear away from the gate. The convicts scramble to obey Lord Saint, and Alan is visibly tired of that title even while taking command. Standing before the breach, Alan summons holy undead straight out of the frozen ground. To save divinity, Alan pulls a great sword from storage and has Qasim take hold of it for the formation. The convicts flinch at first, but their fear flips into shock when they realize these undead are filled with divinity. Rumors become real in front of them as the holy undead army seals the gate and lines up behind Alan. Alan fixes his gaze on the 4,000 undead outside and braces for a full holy sweep. He activates divine aura of wind, and compressed blades of wind gather around the great sword. With one release, Alan's wind strike erases the undead crowd at the gate so completely that only ash is left. The moment the path opens, Alan steps forward and sends the holy undead surging through the breach. Against Alan's holy army, the slow northern zombies are nothing more than a cleanup job. The men on the wall stare down at Alan's power and suddenly understand how tiny their own new divinity really is. Alan lets that pressure sink in on purpose, knowing raw power is the fastest way to keep a shaky force under control. He summons a skeletal horse, mounts up, and turns the counterattack into a cavalry charge. Alan rides straight into the incoming zombies and carves through them, refusing to let even weak evil run loose. By sunrise, Alan is still on the skeletal horse, dragging his great sword after a night of non-stop extermination. The skeleton horse crushes the last crawling zombie under its hooves, ending this wave of the dead. Even with the attack over, Alan knows the tide of death could send something far worse back at any time. Charlotte approaches and politely urges Alan to rest at the residence after his long journey. Alan refuses the break and says he wants to face Count Genold first. Charlotte realizes this is not a courtesy call, and Alan makes it clear he needs answers before the hidden risk of internal strife inside the Empire gets worse. He orders Charlotte to arrange the meeting, while Harmon, Alice, and Hans take over the wounded and the remaining cleanup. A little later, Charlotte leads Alan through the Lord's residence to Count Genold's office. Count Genold is already waiting inside, and he kneels immediately to greet the 7th Imperial Prince with perfect formality. Genold's obedient posture only makes Alan more suspicious that the timid old feudal lord may have grown dangerous with power. Alan sits without waiting for permission and pointedly calls him Genold, setting the tone for an interrogation instead of a polite visit. Alan goes straight to the hidden issue. Genold raised about 800 soldiers and divinity-awakened convicts over the last 1 or 2 years without reporting it to the imperial family. Genold hesitates in silence, then mutters that he only wanted to be of help to Alan. Then Genold finally says the real part out loud. He meant to make Alan the next master of the Empire. Genold pushes the idea all the way to treason, declaring that Alan should become the next Holy Emperor. Alan says only Charlotte's name, and that single word is enough to turn the room into an arrest scene. Charlotte draws at once and levels her sword at Genold, but the Count does not flinch. Alan is rattled by how serious this is, because Genold's claim makes it sound like Alan is the center of a rebellion. Still pretending to stay cool, Alan asks why Genold would dream up something this reckless. Genold explains it began at the capital banquet after the vampire count was killed, when he watched the court treat Alan like he was nothing. To Genold, it was unforgivable that the hero who saved so many people was mocked by nobles and ignored even by his own family. Genold says that was the moment he decided to become Alan's backer. After becoming a count, he quietly used new funding, supplies, and trained convicts to build a force that would protect Alan even if it looked like rebellion. But now Genold admits the whole plan was pointless, because Alan grew strong enough to survive prison, save allies, crush enemies, and even become the official successor on his own. That realization leaves Genold happy for Alan but crushed by guilt that his secret army may now damage the prince's future instead. Alan finally cuts in and says Genold's force could cause chaos, but it could also become useful to the imperial family. Alan orders Genold to submit a full report at once and frame the hidden force as a northern defense against the vampire threat. Genold knows the excuse is thin, but he also understands the Empire is desperate enough that it may pause before throwing away a ready-made army. When Genold worries this will put Alan in danger, Alan almost can't believe he is only asking that now. Alan tells him pleading here is useless, because only the Holy Emperor can decide his fate. Even so, Alan promises he will speak for Genold when the punishment is discussed. Alan warns him never to pull something like this again without consulting him first. For now, Alan orders Charlotte to arrest Genold and keep him confined under suspicion. Before leaving, Alan tells Genold to fight hard for his life when he stands before the Holy Emperor. Once Alan is gone and Charlotte sheathes her sword, the fearless act finally breaks and Genold collapses back in cold sweat. Genold realizes too late how close he came to dying, and all his tangled loyalty and fear hit him at once. He bitterly accepts that his own future may end in exile or execution, even if Alan's mercy might spare the soldiers and convicts under him. In the end, Genold folds his hands in prayer and swears in his heart to keep following both Gaia and the prince he reveres, Alan Alphonse. As Alan leaves Genold's residence, he is still rattled by how fanatically devoted the feudal lord was, especially because that devotion could put Alan himself in danger. He realizes Alice was right that divinity can create believers, and Genold's case makes the problem look far worse than Alan expected. That thought immediately widens the danger in Alan's head, because the people he saved in Aslan and Lomé may have been affected the same way. For the first time, Alan admits he was too confident about understanding his own power, and now the hidden side effects are giving him a headache. Looking out the window, Alan spots convicts marching in order with shovels, clearing the aftermath outside Ronia. Then Alan freezes when he recognizes one worker in the distance as his older brother Ruppel. Alan checks with mind's eye and sees that Ruppel now lives under the new name Shuppel, with attributes showing real repentance and a goal to save people. The change hits Alan hard, because Ruppel really has turned over a new leaf so completely that even his name has changed. Before he can dwell on it, Hans hurries down the corridor carrying the gourd of holy water mixture and brightly shoves it at Alan. Alan opens the bottle, and the smell is so foul that even the servants in the hall recoil. Hans still insists the disgusting liquid is a wonder drug that heals fatigue, boosts recovery, and even improves growth. Hans explains that priests sometimes train with holy water for faster growth, and he claims this brew should work at least twice as well. Alan refuses to trust Hans's confidence and pushes the bottle back, telling him to drink it first. Trying to prove himself, Hans swallows a mouthful on the spot. The medicine's taste hits Hans like a nightmare, and he nearly vomits out the window while fighting to keep it down. Even while half collapsing, Hans stubbornly insists the medicine is too valuable to waste and still swears by its effects. Alan says he does not need it, but Hans reveals he was actually thinking of giving the bottle to one of Alan's acquaintances. Alan glances outside again, realizes his brother has already been sent off to corpse removal duty, and a mischievous idea starts to form. When Hans confirms the brew really does help with fatigue, Alan decides it might be the perfect way to prank his brother after all this time. By sunset, the convicts outside Ronia start heading back inside, but Shuppel keeps loading undead corpses onto a wagon and refuses to stop yet. The other convicts call him crazy and possessed, saying he must be grinding himself to death to repent for some terrible crime. Only after full night falls does Shuppel finally pull his wagon toward Ronia, knowing the dark outside is too dangerous even for him. Shuppel suddenly feels someone in the darkness, drops the wagon, and draws his sword with all his nerves on edge. A white-robed priest in a bird-beak mask steps out of the dark carrying the gourd, and introduces himself with a suspiciously playful answer, just an extra priest passing by. At almost the same time elsewhere, Count Timong stands over the shaking pit in his ice castle and praises how useful his pet's demonic energy reserve has been. Deep in that pit, the sealed mud giant Miss Calf rages against its confinement, while other Jotner keep it pinned down with chains and giant stakes. Timong calmly tells the giant to stay asleep, because he wants to mature it further, and one day use its heart to shatter the barrier between dimensions. His real target is terrifyingly clear. With a perfected warp gate, he plans to banish Holy Emperor Kelt Alphonse forever. But Timong refuses to settle for a half-finished weapon, so he decides Miss Calf still needs far more sacrifices before he will use it. When he notices a wandering undead force and remembers nearby Ronia, Timong decides the so-called sacrificial castle would make a perfect slaughterhouse. He summons the giant Jotner around him and orders them to seize Ronia, sacrifice every human there, and help open the world's first perfected warp gate. To strengthen the invasion, Timong smashes old hidden jars and releases stored undead to join the zombie horde and the marching giants. Back in the snow outside Ronia, Shuppel keeps his blade up and tries to make sense of the masked stranger calling himself Extra. The masked priest casually warns that pointing a sword around is dangerous, and Shuppel only has a second to be confused before the snow beside him erupts. A buried Dullahan wakes from the snow and launches a sudden sword strike straight at Shuppel's chest. Shuppel realizes he cannot dodge in time, but the masked priest yanks him down by the neck and throws him clear of the killing blow. Shuppel urgently tells the priest to run, because a Dullahan should be too much for an ordinary priest to handle. Instead, the priest meets the next swing barehanded, smashing the Dullahan's sword away with divine power. Then he steps in and drives a brutal punch into the undead stomach, blasting the Dullahan off its feet. With the monster sprawled in the snow, the priest coldly mocks Shuppel for almost dying to such a basic ambush after being revived. That single line makes Shuppel suspect the masked man must be connected to Alan, because only a few people know about his resurrection. The priest senses that suspicion and claims the 7th Imperial Prince sent him, which sounds plausible enough to keep the act going. Shuppel chooses to believe this Extra is one of Alan's confidants, and quietly takes it as a sign that his little brother still cares what happens to him. But the test is not over, because the half-destroyed Dullahan starts dragging itself back up with its guts spilling out. The priest steps back, folds his arms, and orders Shuppel to fight, revealing that he is here to observe what changed in a resurrected former priest. Behind the mask, Alan watches closely because Genold's followers proved his treatment can awaken ordinary people, And now he wants to see what else resurrection did to Shuppel. Alan sends the masked priest Extra to test how strong Shuppel has become after revival, and he quietly plans to test Hans's new drug on his brother at the same time. Shuppel cuts down the Dullahan cleanly, shattering the monster's severed head and ending the fight with a relieved breath. Before Shuppel can finish asking whether Alan really sent this priest, Extra grabs him from behind and jams a foul-gored bottle into his mouth. Extra coolly judges that Shuppel's reserve and body have improved only a little while forcing the disgusting liquid down his throat. The stench and taste hit so hard that Shuppel is sure he has been poisoned, and panic starts racing through his head. When Extra finally lets go, Shuppel desperately tries to vomit it back up, but the priest only sounds surprised that the drug already absorbed completely. Shuppel demands to know what was done to him, but Extra answers with one command instead: activate your divinity. To force the issue, Extra suddenly summons a great sword and drives Shuppel back, warning him that if he still refuses to use divinity, he will die here. As his battered blade starts to crack, Shuppel finally pours divinity into it out of sheer desperation. This time the divinity clings perfectly to the sword, hardening the shabby weapon and making it sharper than it has ever been. With one surge of strength, Shuppel slices straight through Extra's great sword and stuns himself with the result. Extra blurts out in excitement that the steroid worked instantly, while Shuppel realizes his breathing, mind, and divinity control all feel far better than before. Shuppel points his sword again and presses for answers, but Extra ignores the anger and simply tells him to come back tomorrow for more testing. Extra lands the real hook by asking whether Shuppel wants to become even stronger, and that question stops him cold. After Shuppel freezes, Alan smiles under the beak mask and thinks that this drug may let him build a proper army of soldiers. Back in his VIP room that night, Hans nearly loses his mind after checking the drug's effect on himself, and realizing he really became stronger. He remembers how the old version made with ordinary holy water barely did anything, which makes this new result with Alan's holy water feel absurdly dangerous. Hans realizes that if any nation monopolized this potion, it could mass-produce terrifying fighters and chase world domination for real. Even while thinking this thing should not exist, Hans also sees that only Alan's fresh holy water makes it work, which means Alan can control it. Hans is still trapped in that decision when Alan suddenly forces the door open hard enough to knock him flat. Alan asks for more of the drug, and Hans instinctively hands over the prepared sap, explaining that it only needs Alan's holy water added. Alan mixes in his holy water on the spot, turning the liquid purple and filling the room with the same horrible smell. Charlotte arrives just in time to smell it, and her face tightens even before Alan grabs her shoulder. With suspiciously cheerful eyes, Alan offers Charlotte a sip of the wonder drug. The next scene shifts to the Count's roofless training hall, where Charlotte is already paying for that fearless choice and can barely stay on her feet in the snow. She finally slides down against the wall in misery, and Alan admits the drug is every bit as nasty as it smells. Feeling a little guilty, Alan offers holy water for the aftershock, and Charlotte insists she can endure it. Once she drinks the holy water, Charlotte's complexion improves enough for her to stand again with her sword as support. Hans arrives with parchment and pen, visibly excited to measure the drug's effect on someone as strong as Charlotte. Alan suggests waiting a bit longer, but Charlotte's eyes flare back to life and she pushes to start the test immediately. To test her properly, Alan walks to the center of the snowy hall, summons a great sword, and asks Charlotte to spar with him. Charlotte is startled because they have never sparred before, then she accepts with obvious excitement she can barely hide. Alan calls Qasim, and the soul enters the great sword so that battle skill and instinct flood into his body. Charlotte draws her sword with perfect etiquette, and under the falling snow she suddenly feels less like a guard and more like a beautiful, dangerous duelist. The pressure around Charlotte grows so sharp that Alan nervously asks her to go easy on him, and she answers that she will fight with everything she has. Hans drops his hand to start the bout, and Charlotte explodes forward so fast that Alan nearly loses sight of her. By the time Alan catches up, Charlotte is already in his face, her charge kicking up a delayed sonic burst of snow behind her. Her first spinning strike lands with brutal force, and Alan barely blocks before the impact numbs his whole body. What shocks Alan most is that Charlotte is this strong without even using divinity, proving the pressure comes from her own physical training alone. Charlotte keeps hammering him from every angle until Alan is forced back despite borrowing Qasim's combat skill. Realizing he cannot keep up like this, Alan finally decides to get serious and releases his own divinity. The rune's boost makes the whole world slow down around him, but even in that sharpened state Charlotte is still fast enough to stay dangerous. Alan finally starts answering her blade, deflecting a waist-level strike instead of just surviving it. He follows up with Divine Aura of Wind, packing compressed air around the greatsword for a heavy range slash. Alan swings, and a giant blade of wind tears through the snowstorm straight at Charlotte. Only now does Charlotte use divinity, wrapping her sword in pure white light as she braces to meet the attack head-on. Charlotte cuts Alan's wind blade in half, and the split attack blasts apart the wall behind her instead of stopping her advance. She bursts out of the blizzard smiling straight at Alan, clearly enjoying this far more than he is. Before Alan can react, his view flips to the sky as Charlotte sweeps his legs and wrecks his balance. In the next instant, Charlotte has Alan pinned flat in the snow, controlling both his arms and pressing her sword to his throat. Charlotte quietly declares victory, and even while forcing her face stiff, she cannot hide how pleased she is to have beaten Alan herself. After Charlotte beats him cleanly in the training hall, Alan realizes just how much stronger she has become through talent, grit, and the wonder drug. Alan jokes that this feels like their first meeting all over again, and Charlotte softens, offers him a hand, and agrees. Back on his feet, Alan feels a little bitter that even with Kasim's soul helping him, Charlotte still overwhelmed him. Hans immediately turns the victory into data and asks Charlotte how the medicine felt in her body. Charlotte says the drug made her body feel lighter, her mind clearer, and her divine power easier to control, even if the boost seems temporary. Hans gets excited and explains that the effects should stack little by little with repeated use. Alan looks over the pile of gourd bottles and realizes the next bottleneck is obvious. They need more carnivorous plant sap from Tatalos. When Charlotte happily confirms the medicine truly worked on her, Alan quietly decides this means he can start building a stronger fighting force. Alan heads to Count General's office, now under his control, and starts drafting letters because the medicine is too useful to leave idle. He writes to trusted allies like Luan, Hilda, Queen Tina, and Yuria, choosing people he believes will protect the Empire instead of abusing new power. Alan leaves Alice off the letters because she is already in Ronia, and he can hand her the medicine himself later. He saves one final letter for Holy Emperor Kelt, warning that the Empire needs to start cultivating far more priests. But Alan avoids signing his real name, because vampire spies may already be tracking his movements. Instead, he signs the message as Extra, a priest of the Imperial family, and quietly enjoys the cover name. With the letters done, Alan eyes one gourd on the desk and decides to test the wonder drug on himself too. He injects his holy water into the gourd, and the mix smells so foul that the whole office seems to rot around him. Telling himself bitter medicine must be good medicine, Alan gulps it down anyway. Elsewhere in the manor, Shuffle arrives pretending he is only here out of casual curiosity, while actually obsessing over who Extra really is. The more he dwells on the wonder drug boosting divinity and the body with no obvious drawback, the more certain he gets that either Alan or the suspicious Extra made it. He reminds himself he investigated Alan's allies long ago, from Charlotte to Harmon and the others, and no one named Extra was ever among them. Shuffle hears what sounds like a scream somewhere in the residence, but the guards seem unconcerned, so he dismisses it as nerves. As night closes in and his meeting time with Extra gets closer, his anxiety only gets worse. Then he spots Hans out by the snow-covered training hall, muttering excitedly about the medicine, plant sap from Tatalos, and needing more test subjects. The great sword, the gourd, and Hans talking about his highness are enough for Shuffle to leap to a ridiculous conclusion: Hans must be Extra. He even starts admiring Hans as yet another hidden talent of the Imperial family, imagining far more power in him than is actually there. That misunderstanding gets cut short when the fortress alarm bell suddenly erupts and the whole residence snaps into emergency motion. A guard with a sheet-white face tells Shuffle the undead are attacking and urges him to grab his gear and run for the outer wall. Realizing this alarm is worse than the usual raids, Shuffle gives Hans one last look and heads out to do his duty as one of the fortress defenders. Up on the outer wall, even the convicts who had grown used to undead assaults freeze in horror at the size of the horde coming through the blizzard. They can already make out zombies, ghouls, Dullahans, mummies, and lichens in numbers so huge that Ronia would suffer badly even if it survives the night. Then something even worse starts moving behind the horde, and the defenders realize giant shapes are emerging through the storm. About 30 zombified Jotun giants march toward Ronia, each one an 8-meter monster built like a living siege engine. Back at the manor, Charlotte is still quietly pleased with her sparring win right until Alan's scream snaps her around. Fearing an attack on the prince, she rushes to Count General's office and bursts the door open. Instead of an assassin, she finds a reeking office and an empty gourd rolling toward the doorway, making it painfully obvious Alan drank the medicine himself. Then the undead alarm bells start blaring, and Charlotte's brief relief gives way to a much darker feeling. Remembering Ruppel's reconnaissance warning, Charlotte fears the legendary Jotun may really be coming this time. She starts calling for Alan to move out with her, then suddenly stops when something inside the office feels deeply wrong. Snowflake-like particles begin drifting around her, and Charlotte realizes they are not snow at all but divinity spilling from the office. Inside, holy bones are rapidly building themselves around Alan in a dense web as golden as the light pours from his body. Alan realizes the drug was never useless on him at all. It was a perfect match and has finally let him use something he could not activate before. He opens the ancient necromancy grimoire he brought from Aslan, and the divinity around him starts answering every turn of the page. Bone by bone, a new holy undead body rises from the piled divinity until a robed skeletal figure begins taking shape in front of Alan. Charlotte stares in disbelief as the completed holy undead speaks with calm awareness, and she recognizes the creature as a lich. The lich reaches into the piled holy divinity and pulls out a long musket instead of the staff Charlotte expected. The lich kneels before Alan, presses its forehead to the long musket, and accepts him as its new master. Watching the holy lich kneel to him, Charlotte realizes Alan has not merely grown stronger. He has broken through the old limit on how he controls divine power. When the bells keep ringing outside, Alan calls it good timing and rests a hand on the Lich's skull. The Lich answers with absolute obedience, ready to move the moment Alan gives the order. Then the Lich slams its musket into the floor, and more holy undead start rising from the divinity around Alan. What rise are not ordinary skeleton mages but holy dead already holding muskets, as if shaped for Alan's style of war from birth. As the runes engrave themselves across the new holy undead, and Alan starts upgrading the force on the spot. Satisfied with the result, Alan asks the Lich for its name, and it answers Nasu's. At the outer wall, Harmon leads the defense when a warning shout makes him look up into the blizzard. A giant projectile is flying toward the wall, and for one beat Harmon thinks it might be another corpse lump like before. Then he sees the truth and realizes this time it is a real boulder big enough to crack even Ronia's walls. Harmon screams for everyone to get away, and the defenders scramble in panic across the wall. A heartbeat later, the boulder smashes into the outer wall and blows masonry apart, hurling some defenders away while crushing others under the collapse. Ronia's outer wall caves in under a giant thrown boulder, and Harmon realizes the enemy outside is far worse than a normal undead raid. As Harmon counts around 30 titan-like monsters with overwhelming strength, he knows even he cannot handle them all alone. Harmon orders the siege weapons to fire, but the giants are still barely in range and the defenders are already losing the distance battle. One ballista bolt punches through a Jotun, but the giant rips it out and hurls it back hard enough to blow a tower apart. With Charlotte still absent, Harmon watches undead pour through the breach before the defense can recover. The first to rush in are Lycans, and their speed and monstrous bodies terrify the convict troops on sight. Panicked convicts try to stop and pray, but lowering their weapons only gives the Lycans an easy opening. The Lycans tear through the helpless men while zombies spread in behind them, turning the breach into a slaughter. Alice charges in at full speed and starts punching Lycans away, buying the defenders a moment to breathe. But new explosions rip open more sections of the outer wall, and Harmon sees the undead entering from every fresh breach instead of the gate. For one awful moment Harmon freezes, thinking about missing commanders and the imprisoned Count Genold instead of the disaster right in front of him. Harmon snaps out of it, charges the breach himself, and starts shouting real battlefield orders to reform the defenders. He tells them they must hold long enough to evacuate the civilians still trapped in the city, even if the line is already close to breaking. The Lycans answer with mocking howls about humans becoming sacrifices for their masters, and the fear spreading through the defenders gets even worse. Then a larger Lycan commander carves through the convicts and leaps straight at Harmon, targeting the commander first. Harmon barely catches the strike, and the clash shows him just how overwhelming the Lycan commander's raw strength really is. The beast names himself as the Rubber tribe's leader serving Count Timon, making it clear this raid is organized, not random. When the Lycan boasts that everyone here will become sacrifices to complete Count Timon's warp gate, Harmon catches the enemy's real objective. Harmon inwardly mocks the Lycan for talking too much, but that tiny win means nothing because he is still losing the power struggle. The Lycan keeps pressing until Harmon's own divinity-charged sword bites into his shoulder, and defeat looks only seconds away. Right before the killing blow, a divinity-filled voice rolls across the battlefield and cuts through both sides at once. At the same time, strange white snow begins falling from the sky, and the convicts realize these flakes are melting into holy water in their hands. The defenders part in stunned silence as a formation of hooded skeletal musketeers marches down the road into the city. Even the undead hesitate as the divine snow starts burning them to ash before the newcomers have fired a single shot. Then Nasu steps forward at the head of the line, revealing himself as a lich commanding the skeletal musket regiment. With golden astal runes shining from his skull, Nasus declares that they now serve Alan Alphals, and will subjugate the undead. Far away in the dungeon, Count Genold sits in his cell expecting execution for treason while feeding a rat with his lunch scraps. He tells himself the raid outside must be serious, but with the prince present he still assumes the city should survive. That calm breaks when Charlotte appears at his cell and tells him the prince has granted him temporary freedom. Charlotte says this is an emergency and orders him to command the convicts, even though his rebellion case is still hanging over him. She tosses him the key to his shackles and leaves without warmth, making it obvious she still despises what he did. Genold accepts the prince's order, frees himself, and heads out despite knowing the imperial family will never treat his crime lightly. Outside the cell, Charlotte waits beside his stored equipment until he hurriedly arms himself and follows her. The two ride out fast under the still ringing alarm bells, with Genold asking what role he is supposed to play. Charlotte answers bluntly that his real job is not independent command but assisting His Highness. Before Genold can process that, a deafening explosion erupts ahead and both riders are forced to stop their agitated horses. Charlotte suddenly grits her teeth in frustration, furious that she ever felt pleased after winning earlier because she still sees the gap between herself and the prince. Genold follows her gaze and sees a huge white dust cloud rising in the distance, proof that something overwhelming is happening at the front. Back at the wall, the divine snowfall brightens the whole battlefield, and even the convicts can only stare at it in disbelief. Nasus gives the order to fire, and the musket regiment answers in perfect unison. The first volley of holy bullets tears through the undead wave so brutally that the convicts instinctively drop to the ground and cover their ears. Even a single round keeps punching through multiple targets, and in one exchange the front ranks of undead are simply erased. Still locked against Harmon, the Leakin commander is rattled for the first time as he realizes these newcomers are not ordinary mages. Nasu's calmly orders a reload, and the regiment forms new holy bullets by breathing divinity into their muskets. The Leakin commander instantly understands the danger and screams for every Leakin to stop the regiment before they can fire again. Ignoring the convicts, the Lycans charge the musket line in desperation, driven by fear and the holy snow scorching their bodies. Nasu's answers by slamming his musket down and summoning shield-bearing skeletons from the snow to block the rush. The Lycans smash through the shield wall with brute force, believing the skeletons are only buying time for slow magic. Then the Lycans look up and realize too late that every musket is already aimed at them from behind the shattered skeleton screen. The second volley blasts through both skeleton shields and Leakin bodies, exploding heads and reducing whole monsters to ash before they can even scream properly. The Lycans collapse into panic because their hearing is wrecked by the gunfire, their noses are overwhelmed by purified death, and all they can see is their side being erased. The Leakin commander finally breaks and orders the Jotnar summoned as the surviving intelligent Lycans begin to retreat. The convicts can tell these sacred undead are Alan's allies, but the disciplined musket platoon is so terrifying that the humans are nearly as shaken as the enemy. Alice freezes when she realizes the undead mage in front of her is Nasu's, a lich feared as a magician close to death itself. Alan rides up on a skeleton horse with his musket and firmly orders Alice to begin resonance so they can purify every undead on the field. Alice accepts at once and starts singing the sacred hymn, sending spirit speech and divinity through the terrified survivors. The convicts, shaken and exhausted a moment ago, begin calming down as Alice's voice stirs the divinity inside them. Genold gallops in and orders the convicts to pray, turning Alice's fragile calm into a command to strike back at the undead. Seeing the undead pressured by the falling divinity snow, the convicts realize this is their chance, and kneel to pray instead of running. Alan turns to Nasu's and calls him forward, and the lich answers like a loyal servant, while bones gather into another skeleton horse beneath him. The convicts stand back up with their weapons, still sweating but no longer broken, even as the huge Jotnar loom outside the wall. Alan tells them not to fear because a saint and a saintess are fighting beside them, and the revelation hits the whole line at once. With Gaia's grace amplified by Alice's resonance, the fear in their hearts gets washed out and turns into fierce excitement. When Alan finally gives the order to wipe out the undead, he leaps his skeleton horse over the broken wall and leads the charge himself. Genold shouts that the Lord Saint and Lady Saintess are with them, and the convicts answer with a roaring prayer as they flood out after Alan. Alice keeps the hymn going from the rear while Harmon and the glowing mass of human fighters push out like a holy wave into the darkness. As the undead line collapses, the Leakin leader looks back in panic and can barely believe that these human fighters are charging without fear. The Leakin leader decides he has to escape and warn Count Timon before the ice castle falls into danger. He never gets the chance, because a holy bullet blasts through the Leakin leader's shoulder and tears his arm away mid-run. A barrage follows immediately, shredding the Leakin into burning pieces before Alan rides his skeleton horse straight over what is left. Alan looks up just as a Jotun sweeps its massive hand across the ground and hurls dozens of convicts into the air. Alan takes command of the giant killing effort and begins a formal prayer with Nasu's as the mounted skeleton mages line up their muskets. Their synchronized prayer sharpens the holy bullets, and the whole volley fires at once into the Jotun. The giant's limbs and torso explode apart under the holy barrage, and the first Jotun crashes down in pieces. Alan sees 29 giants still left, but instead of wavering, he smirks and says they are not losing this fight. Elsewhere on the field, Charlotte rides Unira with her sword wrapped in divinity, and cuts through undead in clean, elegant strikes. The soldiers praise Charlotte like a heroine, but with every kill she feels more painfully aware that she is still too weak. She looks up at Alice maintaining resonance on the wall and realizes again that Alice can protect Alan in ways Charlotte cannot imitate. Charlotte's pride cracks as she remembers being happy about winning their sparring match and calls herself egotistical for it. Then she sees Alan far ahead, still directing the anti-giant fight from a distance that feels painfully out of her reach. When a Jotun crushes part of Alan's musket unit and Alan darts recklessly under the giant's legs, Charlotte snaps out of her jealousy. She decides she will not give up on him and starts chasing after Alan with a new, harder resolve. As she rides, Charlotte understands the cost of her choice. If she wants to truly achieve her goal, she has to give up something precious first. Charlotte slices through a Jotun's leg to clear the way and keeps charging after Alan. She reaches Alan and asks to escort him, openly placing herself at his side instead of trying to stand above him. Alan accepts with an easy smile, and that answer seals Charlotte's decision. In that moment, Charlotte resolves to abandon chasing swordsmanship for its own sake and become Alan's shield instead. By sunrise, the battlefield beyond the outer walls is covered in corpses, and the surviving convicts finally realize the night is over. The truth hits all at once. They really won, and the convicts erupt into raw, laughing cheers of victory. The convicts celebrate by grabbing Alan and tossing him into the air, even though his face says he hates every second of it. Alice gets the same treatment next as the crowd hails their saint and saintess together. Watching from nearby, Charlotte can only smile bitterly because she knows most of the victory belonged to Alan and Alice, not her. A voice beside her breaks in, and Charlotte finds Ruppel sitting on the ground with the same worn, wistful expression she was just carrying. Ruppel quietly tells her to serve Alan well, because Alan is powerful but reckless enough to collapse someday without support. Charlotte still cannot forgive Ruppel for what happened in Aslan, but she coldly answers that she will protect Alan anyway. With her new goal fixed, Charlotte heads back toward Castle Ronia, already planning the equipment she needs to turn herself into Alan's shield. Later, on the ride back, Genold keeps showering Alan with embarrassing praise until Alan cuts him off and orders him to handle the cleanup and reorganization. Genold is thrilled to be trusted and rides off at once, leaving Alan to continue back to the manor alone. At the manor, Alan spots Charlotte by a row of supply carriages and realizes she is quietly arranging something with a driver headed for Hilda's territory. Alan overhears enough to learn that Charlotte has entrusted a sealed letter to Hilda, asking for custom equipment to be made quickly before the tide of death hits. After Charlotte goes inside, Alan asks the driver what that was about and learns she requested new equipment for herself from Hilda's craftsman. The driver cannot say what she asked for, which leaves Alan wondering what kind of gear Charlotte thinks she needs now. Then Alan decides to help anyway and pulls out a huge dragon fang to send to Hilda with the convo. The driver stares in disbelief when Alan casually explains that the gigantic bone is a real dragon fang. Alan adds that he will include a dragon scale too and tells the driver to give both to Hilda so Charlotte's new equipment can be forged from top-grade dragon materials. Alan hands over an absurdly rare dragon fang and scale, telling the driver to deliver them to Hilda and insists the craftsman make his gift with everything they have. Before the matter can end cleanly, shouting erupts outside the manor as chain convicts struggle to control a captured Leakin that is still wildly dangerous even while bound. Harmon rides in at once and, judging by his grim face, Alan can tell the interrogation has uncovered something worse than a simple raid. Alan cuts straight to the point and asks if vampires were behind last night's attack, and Harmon confirms they were. Harmon adds that the undead are also preparing something suspicious, and the mix of vampires, Jotner, and even talk of warp magic makes the whole threat feel much bigger. When Alan demands a timeline, Harmon says digging out the full truth could take weeks, especially with records still sitting in the Imperial Court. Alan slashes that deadline down to 1 week, and Harmon bows and accepts the pressure without arguing. Watching the Leakin hauled into the residence, Alan mutters that this is turning into serious trouble, but he already knows the northern warp coordinates were a warning sign he could not ignore. A week later in Hilda's territory, the first princess reads Charlotte's letter and immediately notices the one line that matters most. Charlotte wants to protect Alan. That sincere sentence wins Hilda over, and she turns from the letter to the silk-wrapped dragon materials and the driver carrying Alan's message. When the driver says Alan wants this gift made for someone precious to him, Hilda immediately treats the request as personal and non-negotiable. She leaves her castle for the industrial mining district, marching straight toward the dwarven forges with the verdant cross following in silence. The dwarves greet Hilda warmly like their own lady, but she barely slows down because she came here with a very specific job in mind. Hilda pushes open the giant smithy doors and steps into a furnace-hot workshop where Belrog is hammering metal with explosive rhythm. Belrog drops everything in alarm and starts shoving Hilda back out, more worried about her getting burned than about royal etiquette. Hilda cuts through his fussing with one sentence: she has acquired a dragon's fang. The moment the massive fang is brought in, Belrog forgets everything else and stares at it with the awe of a true master smith seeing impossible material. Seeing him hooked, Hilda asks if he will take the request now, and Belrog instantly folds and asks what she wants him to make. Hilda pokes Belrog on the forehead and orders him to forge equipment worthy of a special gift from her little brother to someone he truly treasures. Belrog says he can finish in 10 days, explaining with dwarf confidence that speed matters because the best forging wastes the least of the material's life. Then Hilda finally names the gift. She wants the world's strongest shield. The forging begins with dozens of dwarves hammering the dragon fang in a sealed volcanic forge, but even under brutal heat the legendary bone refuses to melt. Belrog realizes normal smithing is not enough, because this fang survived dragon breath and needs even fiercer fire to break it down at all. He orders alchemy additives poured into the furnace, and the sudden eruptions finally push the heat high enough to start breaking the fang apart. The instant the fang begins to yield, Belrog has it hauled out with giant pincers so the dwarves can beat it into shape before that brief chance is lost. They scatter Eltura spirit ore across the bone and quench it with Alan's holy water, using both magic-resistant powder and sacred water to harden the future shield. The work drags on in a heat-fogged blur, and Belrog's focus gets so extreme that a few days inside the forge start feeling like years. One by one the dwarves start collapsing from exhaustion, because they have pushed themselves through non-stop heat, hammering, and sleepless labor far past human limits. Belrog is barely standing himself, but fear of failing Hilda keeps him swinging as he forces the others back to work. When Belrog roars out Hilda's name, the forge rallies around that pride, and the dwarves rise again to finish the shield for their lady. At the final strike, a violent explosion blows the forge doors apart and flings Belrog outside, making everyone fear the whole attempt has failed. Belrog coughs in the wreckage and panics over the time, convinced they may have already missed Hilda's 10-day limit and ruined everything. Then the answer hits him like a miracle. Only 3 days have passed. As sunrise pours into the ruined forge and the steam thins, a sacred white glow emerges from inside. The finished shield finally reveals itself, an inverted triangle cross shield soaked in holy water and engraved with blue patterns, shining like a divine weapon reborn from dragon bone. Belrog stares at the shield in a daze and declares, with no doubt left at all, that they have forged the strongest shield on the continent. Inside Count Genel's manor, Harmon reports that the enemy behind the northern ice castle is the progenitor vampire Count Timon, and that he has been working with Ruppel. As Alan reads the torture reports, Harmon reveals that Timon has spent more than 1,000 years researching warp gates. When Harmon says the vampires want to open a dimensional doorway and bring ruin to the imperial family, Alan immediately compares it to the gate to purgatory. Harmon adds that the vampires are already at the final stage, and Hans jolts up in disbelief that mere vampires could finish something this dangerous. Alan shuts that down by reminding Hans that vampires already fed the necromancers the magic used to open purgatory in Arents. After a bitter pause, Hans admits Alan is right and sinks back into his chair, accepting that the vampires really can pull it off. Alan presses for the actual target of the ritual, but Harmon can only warn that if it really is another path to purgatory, the theocratic empire is in serious danger. That warning hits harder because the tide of death is also approaching, and Alan knows they cannot afford to leave the vampires alone before that curse begins. Among the reports, Alan also sees worrying news from the Imperial Palace. Holy Emperor Kelt has started weakening with age and can no longer hide it. Alan pushes aside that private worry, tells himself to return to the palace later, and refocuses on crushing the vampire threat first. He tells the room that the vampires already proved they can build gates to catastrophe, so waiting is too dangerous. Alan decides they will strike first, ordering the convicts to attack the ice castle as soon as the supply corps returns. Then Alan turns to Hans and orders him to prepare warp magic, because Alan plans to enter the castle alone and wipe the vampires out from the inside. Hans is stunned, but when Alan asks how long he needs, the alchemist starts furiously calculating instead of refusing. Hans finally slaps his hands together and promises the warp circle will be ready by December 24th, only one day before the tide of death. Alan accepts the schedule and confirms that he will infiltrate the vampire headquarters by warp magic the moment it is ready. Outside the manor, the convicts throw themselves into preparation, grabbing weapons and moving with the confidence of men expecting a victorious siege. Back inside, Charlotte asks Alan one more time if this reckless plan is really safe, still unable to hide her worry. Alan says there is no other choice because Hans's circle can only send one person, and Hans bristles at how casually that limitation is treated. Alan stays firm because he knows exactly how disastrous warp magic can become if the vampires are allowed to escape or finish their work. He explains the plan plainly. He will start the slaughter inside, and anyone who flees the castle will be caught by the siege outside. Alan believes a mere Count-class vampire should be manageable for him alone, even if the castle still holds unknown dangers. Seeing Charlotte still trying to protest, Alan softens for a moment and tells her to trust him. When Charlotte starts to object again, Alan gently shuts her up by pushing a biscuit into her mouth, turning the tension awkwardly sweet. Charlotte gives in, but her quiet answer and lingering glances make it obvious she is still deeply uneasy about sending him alone. Charlotte reminds Alan that the supply corps will return soon and the ice castle is only half a day's travel away, then quietly asks him to stay safe until the others reach him. Alan answers with an easy smile, trying to lift her spirits even though he is about to jump straight into enemy territory. At last Hans declares the circle ready and tells Alan the transfer will be safer the more divinity he pours into it. Alan steps into the circle, but a flicker of nerves hits him as he remembers how badly things went the last time he warped into hostile ground. Alan asks Hans one last time if the warp is really safe, and Hans answers with loud, theatrical confidence about being a genius alchemist. Right before the jump, Hans tosses Alan an explosive crystal sphere and says it will hit like detonated holy water. Alan takes the sphere, presses his palm into the circle, and begins feeding his divinity into the spell. With a brief farewell, Alan's body breaks apart into particles and vanishes into the warp. Far away in the ice castle, the story shifts to Taimong's followers, vampires who care less about battle and more about magic research, alchemy, and the dream of opening worlds. In that basement, dozens of warp circles connect to points across the continent, and one of them suddenly starts glowing with an unscheduled arrival. The researchers quickly check their list, realize nobody is supposed to be coming, and start arming themselves in growing suspicion. Then divine power starts leaking from the vampire-only circle, and the entire room recoils because that should be impossible. As the particles gather, the vampires feel dread sink in before they even see who is arriving. What steps out first is Alan in heavy full armor with a musket and a huge shield, followed by a whole line of armored holy undead carrying muskets of their own. The vampires are too stunned to understand how paladins with guns just came out of their own private warp network. Then the rumor clicks into place, and some of them realize with horror that this can only be the vampire butcher, 7th Imperial Prince Alan Offals. Before the name is even fully out, one vampire's head explodes from a musket shot, and the body ignites in blue purification flames. Smoke pours from Alan's weapon as he leads the holy undead musket line forward out of the warp circle together. Alan plants himself behind the huge shield, aims again, and coolly announces that it is time to hunt vampires. Elsewhere, Belrog personally rides in with the Ronia Supply Corps because he wants to hand his masterpiece directly to the prince who commissioned it. Belrog keeps glancing back at the wrapped white shield, determined to deliver the gift and see for himself how it performs. But when the caravan enters Ronia, Belrog is surprised that this so-called city of convicts feels lively and full of ordinary people instead of fear and decay. His real shock comes at the plaza, where around 5,000 convict soldiers stand in perfect formation like a real imperial army. Count Genold addresses the assembled troops from a podium, and their thunderous response makes it clear they are ready to march. Belrog can hardly believe these men are convicts at all, because they look more disciplined than many regular soldiers. Then Charlotte arrives to meet him, and Belrog instantly recognizes her as the girl whose armor he forged. That recognition brings panic, because Belrog suddenly realizes the shield he made is absurdly oversized for a slender young woman like Charlotte. While asking where Alan is, Belrog hopes he can explain the mistake to the prince before Charlotte ever tries to use it. Charlotte's attention shifts to the wagon when she senses familiar divinity leaking through the cloth wrapped around the shield. When Belrog explains that Alan personally sent a dragon fawn and asked for this as a gift for someone dear to him, Charlotte goes completely still. Her hard expression melts into quiet happiness as she realizes the gift was meant for her. Belrog is still worrying over the size problem when Charlotte silently climbs into the load bay and reaches for the shield herself. To Belrog's absolute shock, Charlotte lifts the massive sacred shield with one hand as if its impossible weight means nothing to her. Belrog can only gape at that monstrous strength before pulling out the second part of Alan's gift, a pure white cape made from dragon scales changed by holy water. Charlotte cradles the cape against her chest, treasuring the shield and cape as the first gifts Alan has ever given her. Looking around the plaza, Belrog notices siege weapons and armed soldiers everywhere, and realizes Ronia is about to go to war. When he asks, Charlotte puts on the cape, takes up the giant shield, rests her hand on her sword, and declares that they are marching to the ice castle. And with a bright smile, Charlotte says the reason plainly. They are going there to bring Alan home. Back at the ice castle, the focus shifts to Count Timon himself, standing on a balcony and watching a giant pit shake from the creature sealed below. He realizes the mud giant Mist Calf is about to break free, and that the seal will not hold much longer. What irritates him more is the missing report on the sacrifices, because several days have passed with no word from the forces he sent out. Timon first dismisses the idea of total failure, deciding instead that the Leakin commander and the undead are probably just too busy enjoying slaughter to report back. Clicking his tongue, Count Timon bitterly concludes that trusting command to a Leakin was a mistake. On the night of December 25th, Count Timon thrills at the thought that the mud giant Mist Calf will be drunk on demonic energy and produce a heart strong enough to open a gate to another dimension. He gets so carried away by his dream of stepping into the god's domain that he nearly shouts in triumph. Then a violent explosion shakes the silent castle, and Timon jerks toward the lower floors as smoke starts pouring up from inside. A panicked vampire rushes in and tells him the castle has intruders. Timon first suspects a normal invasion, but when he sees no human army outside the castle, he realizes the enemy must already be inside. When the messenger says roughly 100 intruders appeared and they are armed with muskets, Timon's confusion turns into dread. He suddenly realizes the only answer is warp magic, and that someone somehow used the vampire's own warp circles against them. The messenger confirms it, and the impossible breach leaves Timon grimly speechless. Deep in the castle, a frozen steel basement door is blasted apart, and the ambush begins. Gunfire tears through the waiting vampires so fast their heads burst, and their bodies are riddled with holes before they can react. The survivors scream as holy power burns their bodies away, turning the corridor into instant panic. Then the holy undead paladins march out of the smoke in heavy armor, front ranks carrying shields and swords while the rear ranks level muskets down the hall. They finish off crawling vampires at close range and gun down anyone trying to flee deeper into the castle. The vampires try to hide in dark rooms and behind corners, but the paladins methodically root them out and kill them anyway. Forced into a real defense, the vampires arm themselves, throw on armor, and order their chimera weapons released. Monstrous chimeras flood the corridor, from stitched zombie golems to twisted lion-headed and minotaur-headed beasts built through alchemy. The holy undead answer by locking into a perfect shield wall and bracing for impact. The chimeras slam into the formation and barely move it, proving the undead line will not break. At one command, pikes thrust through the gaps and pin the monsters in place. A follow-up volley blows the trapped chimeras apart in a clean, brutal purge. One dying chimera still claws through a front paladin's helmet, exposing not a face but a marked skull underneath. Watching from cover, the vampires recognize the truth at last and panic that the Holy King himself has come. Before they can regroup, one holy undead tosses a crimson crystal bomb into their hiding spot. The crystal explodes into lethal smoke that melts vampire flesh and makes even breathing it feel fatal. The survivors break and run upward toward Timon, now certain this raid is a nightmare they cannot beat. In the corridor behind the assault, Alan removes his helm and calmly orders every scrap of research in the castle to be seized. He tells his undead to burn whatever cannot be carried and to hunt down every vampire they find. The holy undead answer in unison and spread through the castle, turning the whole structure into a maze of echoing screams. As reports and stolen documents keep arriving, Alan stores everything away and notes that the panicked vampires are fleeing upward instead of escaping outside. The hall looks incredible, with vampire research on bloody golems, synthesized lifeforms, dimensional gates, and theories of multiple dimensions. He even thinks Hans will be thrilled by the pile of warp research, until one recovered book stops him cold. The book is a novel called A Story of a Ring, and the real shock is that it is written in Korean. That discovery drags Alan back into a buried memory from a long-ago live event at a game company on Earth. Back then, he lay inside a capsule while a sweaty developer in a lab coat nervously told him not to be anxious. The developer casually calls him Johan by mistake, then awkwardly admits Johan is actually his own name. Instead of calming Alan down, the man's jittery excitement about unveiling the world's first virtual reality game only makes him more uneasy. When Alan asks if the system was tested properly, the developer's delayed answer and cramped smile make the whole setup feel dangerously unreliable. Trying to distract him, the developer hands Alan a copy of A Story of a Ring before walking away. Alan reads while the event countdown begins, and when the capsule starts closing he tosses the book onto a shelf and glimpses its publication date. Then the live broadcast starts. Alan follows the voice guidance to choose his in-game class, and everything suddenly goes wrong. Emergency alarms scream outside as staff shout about a faulty capsule, fire, and cutting the feed while Alan's capsule fills with black smoke. As electric agony tears through him, Alan sees what feels like a black hole pulling him out of his own body. His body is gone, his soul tumbles through endless darkness and then a bright tunnel, and he finally wakes in another world. He regains consciousness hanging by the neck in a forest full of undead, choking and clawing at the rope. Even while he is dying, strange knowledge floods his head at once: necromancy, skills, and the dead-calling power of a necromancer class. He gasps out a resurrection spell on instinct, and a rotting corpse claws up from the ground beneath him. The zombie tears the rope apart and drops him to the cold earth, saving his life in the first seconds of this new world. Fading in and out, he stares up at plants he has never seen before and understands this world is completely unknown to him. Back in the Ice Castle corridor, Alan rubs his face and finally says it aloud. He remembers now. When he checks the back cover and sees the same publication date from his memory, the connection becomes undeniable. The discovery leaves him cursing under his breath as a new possibility hits him. The warp research here might be tied to how he was dragged into this world. So Alan abruptly changes the raid and orders the slaughter stopped. Instead, he commands every wholly undead unit to capture all vampires alive and leave no one behind. His undead switch weapons for capture and interrogation, smashing vampires down with maces and peppering them with bolts instead of clean killing blows. Alan questions the captives one by one with the Korean novel in hand, but the minor vampires know nothing about it. Realizing he needs the real mastermind, Alan orders his forces to find Count Timong instead. Knowing ordinary undead are not enough for a Count-class vampire, Alan calls out for Kasim and Nasus. A lake of holy water blooms from the floor, and Kasim and Nasus rise from it soaked and kneeling before Alan's command. Alan sends the two of them to capture the vampire Count alive. Elsewhere in the castle, Timong frantically stuffs all of his warp research into a bag because he cannot bear the thought of the intruder stealing the work of his 1,000-year obsession. He is shaken less by the raid itself than by the idea that some other alchemist decoded his encrypted warp circles and might claim authority over the gate before he does. In the end, Timong decides the only answer is to flee with the data, preserve his life's work, and continue the research somewhere else. At the top of the ice castle, Count Timong frantically redraws a warp circle and decides that even if it works, he will have to keep fleeing on foot to stay ahead of Alan. The spell sputters and rejects his power, and Timong realizes someone prepared warp interference magic just to cut off his escape. With warp blocked, Timong grabs his bag and rushes to the balcony, only to freeze when he looks down from the castle's brutal height. He forces himself onto the railing to jump anyway, but a compressed blade of wind suddenly slices through the air and severs his leg. Timong tumbles back inside instead of escaping, and his bag flies off the balcony while a towering glowing warrior grabs him by the head. Kasim slams Timong's head into the floor hard enough to crack the balcony, and the battered vampire is so fascinated by this holy undead that he nearly forgets to panic. Still desperate to live, Timong scratches a new spell circle into the floor with his fingers to blast Kasim away. Before he can activate it, Nasus fires a holy bullet that blows Timong's hand apart and wrecks the spell. Alan steps onto the balcony at last, and Kasim lifts Timong up and dangles him over the railing like a specimen ready for questioning. Alan makes it clear he will not bother with the fall, because purification first will kill Timong for real. He drives his hand through Timong's back, crushes the vampire's spine, and grips his heart, while holy power starts burning his body from the inside. Then Alan shows him the strange book and asks the one question he came for: where did this novel come from? Timong instantly realizes Alan is the one who decoded his warp circle, but his pride as the alchemist who opened a dimensional gate makes him refuse to answer. Alan tightens the torture, but Timong laughs through the agony and boasts that 1,000 years of obsession will not break so easily. He rants that all alchemists crave proof of dimensional transfer and swears he will never reveal how the book crossed into this world. But his tirade snaps to a halt when one detail finally hits him. Alan somehow knew the unreadable book was a novel. Now terrified and desperate, Timon grabs Alan and begs to know who he really is and what lies beyond the other dimension. Alan offers a trade, and Timon instantly abandons all caution because he believes this boy finally holds the clue to his lifelong dream. Timon blurts out the date, July 32nd, and Alan stiffens because it is the exact day his soul entered this body. He reveals that on that day, an ordinary warp experiment suddenly punched through to a world beyond purgatory, the spirit realm, and the Titan realm. The gate swallowed something from this side and spat out wreckage from the other, including burnt metal, strange wires, and one intact book titled A Story of a Ring. Then Timon drops the answer Alan never expected. One soul from that other world also crossed over. The vampires stored the objects, but that soul bounced away and vanished, and Alan realizes Timon is describing him. After learning the truth, Alan turns inward and compares his own fiery death in the VR capsule to other warp gates, uneasy because his transfer never felt normal. That memory leads him to the black hands he once saw inside another warp tunnel, the same force that blocked Grim Reapers back in Aerith's. Timon reacts in pure shock and blurts out a name Alan has never heard before, calling those black hands the mediators who keep the world's balance. Alan glances past him and sees Ronia's army closing in below as the sun sinks, and he knows night will soon bring the tide of death and stronger zombies. Since time is up and Timon has become too dangerous to leave alive, Alan decides this interrogation ends here. Timon begs for Alan's side of the bargain, but Alan only smiles and pours in more divinity until the vampire's heart bursts and his body starts melting away. Alan quietly thanks him for the answers and says the cruel truth out loud. Timon is no longer useful. Even with his body ruined, the progenitor vampire's head still survives, so Alan orders Kasim to throw him off the balcony and has Nasu's cover the kill. Timon falls screaming vengeance into the frozen plaza below, still cursing Alan as Nasu's tracks him with the musket. But before Alan can walk away, a heavy thud and a flood of demonic stench make him stop and look down again. In the plaza beneath the castle, a hidden ceiling barrier made of chains and rune-like stakes starts snapping apart around a huge pit. Then a gigantic muddy hand bursts out of the pit, and the sheer scale of it tells Alan something far worse was buried here. The monster's giant hand catches Timon's falling remains before impact, ruining Nasu's shot as a roar shakes the entire castle. What crawls out next is an 18-meter mud giant wrapped in bedrock armor, with Timon writhing in one palm as it fully emerges. Even while dying, Timon cackles from the giant's palm that this is his masterpiece and orders it to devour the Holy King and grow stronger. The mud giant ignores Timon completely, lifting him toward its split mouth until he finally realizes he is about to be eaten. The giant swallows Count Timon whole without even chewing, ending the vampire's ambitions in one ugly gulp. After that, the mud giant turns on the wandering zombies, fires out muddy spikes, and absorbs them into its own body as fuel. Then the mud giant looks straight up at Alan, speaks with a mind of its own, and calls him a fine meal. Alan instantly senses the next move will be disastrous and retreats from the railing while calling Kasim and Nasu's into position. Kasim's wind blades and Nasu's holy bullet hit the mud giant's head, but the monster barely reacts and simply absorbs the impact. The mud giant slams both fists into the earth, and the ground answers with exploding boulders that rip through the fortress walls and the ice castle's foundation. The whole ice castle starts collapsing around Alan, and from the top he sees the frozen wasteland below transformed into a jagged stone field choked with dust. Alan curses the monster, then notices the one saving detail. The collapsing ice castle is falling right on top of the mud giant below. The collapsing upper structure slams down and buries the mud giant under tons of ice and stone. There is no time left to summon a wyvern, so Kasim grabs Alan and Nasu's throws up a protective barrier for the impact. As Nasu's warns him to brace, Alan locks his gaze ahead and squeezes his eyes shut while the castle's top plummets toward the ground. As Ronia's army pushes into the land of the dead spirits, Count Genold keeps barking orders while convict soldiers lock shields and steadily cut down the zombies swarming toward them. Genold quickly realizes the problem is not strength but numbers, because zombies from all over the continent keep converging on them and the march is falling badly behind schedule. When Genold looks up at the darkening sky, he knows the tide of death is coming soon and his men will be in serious danger if they stay out here too long. Even so, Genold cannot retreat, because Alan is still trapped inside the ice castle ahead and they have not seen a single vampire escape from it. He hardens his resolve and orders the whole force to advance faster, pushing the convicts into a more desperate charge. The convict soldiers answer with a fierce battle cry and start shoving zombies aside with shields while rear-rank spears punch cleanly through undead heads. Behind them, Alice keeps the whole assault moving by kneeling on a rolling altar and singing a sacred hymn that fills the soldiers with divine strength. Watching the charge, Belrog admits this does not look like a mob of convicts anymore, and says they seem as devoted as the Theocratic Empire's real army. Charlotte quietly agrees, proud that Alan's grace has changed these men so completely, even as her Mount Unira struggles under the heavy new shield on her back. Then the whole line erupts in panic when soldiers spot something huge rising beyond the walls of the ice castle. Belrog recognizes the monster with horror as Mist Calf, an ancient Jotun from legend that should not even exist here. Charlotte freezes for one beat at the sight of the giant, then the ice castle suddenly starts collapsing and her fear turns straight into action. She yanks her shield into position, apologizes to Yanira for the strain, and asks the mount to run with everything it has. Charlotte launches ahead alone, vaulting past the soldiers' formation and smashing through zombies as she races toward Alan. When Charlotte shouts that Alan is in danger, the words hit the whole army like a spark in dry tinder. Genold explodes at his men for hesitating and reminds them that the Lord Saint is waiting ahead, snapping the convicts back into motion. The march turns almost fanatical as the convicts call themselves believers of Alan Awfuls and force their way forward no matter who gets bitten or dragged down. Inside the collapsed ice castle, Alan wakes under freezing rubble, shaking from the cold and cursing through the fog. He quickly sees the cost of surviving the collapse. Nasus has been crushed out of existence, and Qasim is lying beside him with ice shards driven through his back. Alan tries to steady himself and thinks the worst might be over now that Ronia's army has arrived, but a violent new impact cuts that hope short. He turns and watches Mistcalf rise out of the wreckage completely unharmed, proving the falling castle barely meant anything to the giant. Mistcalf snarls that it will not let Alan escape and thrusts out a giant hand to attack him again. Because of his head injury and fading strength, Alan cannot dodge properly when dozens of mud spikes shoot out toward him like hunting snakes. Alan throws up undead shields in front of himself, but the mud spikes tear through every one of them and keep coming. At the last possible instant, Charlotte arrives in a blur, grabs Alan, and slams her shield between them and the killing spike. The shield holds, but only barely, and Alan sees Charlotte straining so hard that even her armor, muscles, and bones sound like they might give way. Alan immediately pours divinity into Charlotte to heal her, and the moment she gets a sliver of room, she jerks the shield aside and cuts the mud spike apart with her sword. Charlotte urgently tells Alan to escape, but he knows there is no easy way out while Mistcalf is still looming over them. Mistcalf's pride snaps after being stopped by humans, and the giant hauls back a massive fist to crush them outright. Knowing she cannot block that hit, Charlotte decides to buy time instead and launches herself straight at the giant. Mistcalf follows Charlotte with its fist, and she meets the blow in midair, deflecting it with her divine sword and barely surviving the force. She tries to damage the giant on the way past, but her blade only leaves a tiny nick, making the gap in raw size feel hopelessly clear. Down below, Alan equips Amon's skull and begins a new summoning phrase while Charlotte keeps Mistcalf's attention off him. Mistcalf finally notices Alan's move and fires another mud spike toward him, trying to interrupt the chant before it finishes. From Charlotte's view, she catches the sound of gunfire and looks down to see Alan fully armed with Amon's staff, grimoire, bone armor, and 12 muskets held by skeletal hands behind him. Alan's holy bullets blast apart the rock skin on Mistcalf's arm and expose the softer mud underneath, giving Charlotte the opening she needed. Charlotte instantly understands that the rock shell is the real problem, so she lowers her stance and prepares to cut through the mud beneath it instead. She sprints straight along Mistcalf's arm, dragging her blade through the exposed mud and ripping a long wound open as she goes. Mistcalf howls and tries to swat her away with its other hand, but Alan keeps covering her with gunfire every time the giant makes a move. Even when new mud spikes burst out at close range, Charlotte keeps going, batting some aside with the shield and cutting others down with her sword. She reaches the shoulder, hurls the shield behind her, and leaps with everything she has toward Mistcalf's face. For the first time, Mistcalf actually looks afraid, and Charlotte realizes this arrogant giant can still be beaten by a human. Charlotte drives her sword into Mistcalf's eye, and the blade finally punches through with a gush of mud and a monstrous scream. For one brief second she thinks she did it, but the giant's remaining eye answers with pure hatred and makes her realize the wound was still too small. Alan shouts Charlotte's name, but before she can answer, Mistcalf's huge palm drops on her from the side. The impact sends Charlotte flying, and Alan is left stunned for a split second because he cannot summon the Skeleton King or Bone Dragon in time. He forces himself to move, jumps up, and catches Charlotte's falling body before both of them slam down hard onto the frozen ground. Alan checks her first, and feels his rage surge when he sees blood running from Charlotte's head, her weapons slipping from her hands, and no breath at all. Alan kneels over Charlotte and realizes ordinary healing is already useless. If he wants her back, he has only a few minutes left to force a resurrection. Mistcalf's thunderous approach ruins Alan's concentration, and he knows he needs someone to buy him even a little time. That opening appears when a siege ballista bolt tears through the dust and slams into Mistcalf's stone-hard body. The whole army piles on at once, with boulders, bolts, arrows, and shouted orders turning the giant's advance into a frantic defensive scramble. Ronia's convicts rush in on foot and deliberately make themselves bait, screaming insults even though their arrows and spears barely matter. Even the convicts charging in are terrified, and Harmon dryly reminds them that walking onto a battlefield at all already counts as courage. Mistcalf swats men away like toys, and Viscount Genold rides up to urge Alan to run before everyone here dies for nothing. Alan sees humans as ants before a monster like this, but Genold smiles back and says they can still be fire ants if it means protecting their lord. The constant noise and fearless pressure finally get under Mistcalf's skin, and the giant starts trembling in real fear of the humans below. Hans recognizes the old legend at work and realizes the giant really was made with a mare's heart, which left this monster absurdly strong but cowardly. Once Hans identifies the weakness, the army leans into it, yelling and pulling back to herd Miss Calf away from Alan instead of trying to kill it outright. With a narrow pocket of safety bought for him, Alan plants his staff, opens Amon's grimoire, and starts planning both Charlotte's revival and the giant's defeat. He abandons the slower idea of summoning bigger undead and instead decides to stack 3 powers at once: Resurrection, a Grim Reaper transformation, and a binding strong enough to hold Miss Calf still. Before he begins, Alan cups Charlotte's head and gives her a direct command that sounds half like an order and half like a plea: "Come back to me alive." Golden Astal Power, Ability Transfer, Resurrection, and the Grim Reaper transformation all ignite together around Charlotte's body. Charlotte's awareness sinks into a silent black void where death feels like drowning and even her memories start slipping away. Then Alan's familiar voice reaches her through the dark, and she feels someone grabbing her hand and pulling her upward. Just as she recognizes Alan and tries to climb back, countless dead hands seize her legs and drag her down again. The turning point comes when the Astal rune blazes across Charlotte's face, burning the dead spirits away with golden light. Remembering Alan's command, Charlotte chooses life and kicks through the darkness toward the light with everything she has left. Back on the battlefield, Miss Calf gathers itself to repeat the devastating double fist smash that destroyed the Ice Castle and wipe out the humans in one blow. Before the giant can bring its arms down, radiant golden chains burst from all directions and lock its body in place. The soldiers fall silent and turn to Alan just as the skeletal wings around him unfold to reveal Charlotte alive again. Charlotte returns as something far beyond the paladin who fell, wrapped in white divinity with a huge shield, a divine greatsword, and a calm gaze that even Miss Calf fears. As the tide of death turns the night crimson, Charlotte remembers an old lesson from Oskel the Sword King about how humans survive giants by making divinity crash against demonic power. In the present, Miss Calf feels the tide strengthening undead around it, yet Charlotte's holy chains still crush its body so heavily that the giant panics. Charlotte looks down at her rune-engraved armor and divine weapons, clears her hazy mind, and decides with perfect simplicity that her job now is to stop that giant and protect everyone. She launches forward so hard that the air bursts behind her, turning her first charge into a holy bullet aimed straight at Miss Calf. Miss Calf tears free of the chains by brute force, injuring itself in the process, and swings on Charlotte as if one slap should still be enough to erase a human. Charlotte answers with Oskel's lesson, pouring amplified divinity into her shield and trusting that holy power can blunt the giant's demonic force. A wall of divinity blooms in the air, and Miss Calf's enormous hand is bounced back before it can even touch her. Without wasting the opening, Charlotte grips her divine greatsword and remembers Oskel's final promise that mastering this power would make her worthy of the Sword King's name. Her upward slash releases pure divine sword light, and the blast smashes into Miss Calf's crossed arms hard enough to explode chunks of stone away. For the first time, Miss Calf stares at Charlotte in open disbelief and demands to know what kind of human she is. Alan cuts through the shock with a single order, telling the army to fire again while Charlotte keeps the giant exposed. This time the giant misjudges the threat, because Alan has secretly strengthened part of the siege line with Astal power, and the next volley punches straight through Miss Calf's rocky defense. Miss Calf panics as Charlotte keeps slipping past its mud spikes and closes in faster than it can stop her. The giant hammers a fist down with packed demonic energy, sure that a direct crush should finally finish her. Remembering Oskel's lesson, Charlotte waits for the exact instant when demonic energy wavers and the counter will bite the hardest. She threads divinity into a tiny gap between fist and aura, and her shield sends the giant's attack flying away instead of taking the hit. Miss Calf realizes frontal blows are useless, so it changes tactics and starts smashing the ground to attack her indirectly. Charlotte weaves through the barrage and cuts apart the larger stones with her great sword of divinity, refusing to lose ground. When the giant tries to raise both fists for a killing blow, golden chains keep snagging its arms and ruin its timing. Furious at the humans trying to trap and kill a king-made masterpiece, Miss Calf tears the chains apart and ignores the damage raining onto it. It swells both arms with demonic power, coats its fists in black flames, and commits everything to one final slam. Charlotte looks up, senses Alan has an important attack ready above, and decides she has to stop this strike herself to save everyone below. She steels herself as a protector, forcing her senses even sharper until she can finally spot one narrow opening in the storm of demonic energy. Charlotte drives a wall of divinity straight into that gap, and holy power collides with demonic power in a violent mid-air detonation. The blast shatters Miss Calf's hardened fingers and leaves the giant stumbling with its guard blown wide open. Before it can recover, Alan reveals the real finisher waiting overhead, a gigantic floating blade of light called Heavenly Sword. Miss Calf desperately tries to block, but its hands are already wrecked, and the sword of light drops anyway. The blade punches through Miss Calf's forehead, mouth, and torso in one brutal line, flooding the giant with divinity and ending it on the spot. As the dead giant collapses into a flash flood of mud, the nearby convicts scramble out of the way. When the mud finally settles and even a probing spear gets no response, everyone understands the legendary Jotun is truly dead. The realization hits all at once, and the convict army erupts in wild cheers for a victory none of them thought possible. Around them, the survivors sag into exhausted relief as Alice leans weakly on the Empire's symbol. Hans brings medicine, Harmon laughs on the ground with Shuffle beside him, and Genold starts restoring order. Alan notices Charlotte has finally dropped her divine battle form and is sitting where she fell, smiling faintly through total exhaustion. He sits back to back with her, praises her for saving the soldiers, and offers holy water when he realizes she is in divinity depletion. When Charlotte quietly asks if she was any help, Alan answers simply that he is alive because of her. Under a dark sky where the crimson moon is hidden by clouds, Alan feels her trembling and tells her it is finally time to go home and rest. Elsewhere, Kelp drifts through a bright sacred dream and reaches for the light before waking in the Imperial Palace. Kelp masks his failing health with a gentle smile, already thinking about abdication and a peaceful retirement, while sunlight pours through the window. He remembers the parchment in his hand, and Oskel and Raphael both tense up when Alan's request turns out to be a plan to train 5,000 priests for a year. Kelp jokes that Alan sounds ready to conquer the continent, but underneath the humor he sees proof that his grandson can build the divine army the Empire actually needs. Convinced by what Alan achieved in Ronia, Kelp orders the palace to welcome him home in a month. Then he makes the bigger move and declares the enthronement ceremony of the Holy King, naming Alan the top successor to the imperial throne. 2 weeks after Mistcalf fell, a 500-man search party combs the ruined ice castle and the dead giant's mud remains for warp research and its heart. The order came from Alan after Hans warned that even a dead Jotun's heart should still hold enough demonic energy to matter later. One convict finds a torn bag full of warp documents, proving at least part of the vampire's research survived the battle. Grill grumbles that he missed the real fight, but his irritation melts when he remembers Charlotte ordering him to stay behind and protect Ronia. While searching the mud, Grill pulls out a large crimson jewel and adds it to the growing pile of broken heart fragments. But Harmon studies the collected shards and worries the total is still too small for the 1-meter heart Hans described. Unsure whether he is right or just uneasy, Harmon finally ends the search with lingering doubt. After the cleanup in Ronia, Alan boards a large imperial carriage bound for Lawrence's, beginning the return trip with Genold's party after the battle's aftermath is finished. Inside, the carriage already feels cramped because Hans has filled it with piles of warp documents and is happily reading on the ride. Hans eagerly asks whether Alan learned anything from Count Timon, because for an alchemist this research is too tempting to ignore. Instead of answering directly, Alan tosses Hans a strange book and casually says it came from another dimension. Hans immediately loses his mind over the unfamiliar materials, precision printing, and unreadable ancient-looking text, then freezes when Alan calls it a dimension-crossing gift. Before Hans can recover, Harmon arrives outside the carriage to report in from the northern search. Harmon hands over the recovered warp data and crimson heart fragments, but also warns that part of Mistcalf's heart still seems to be missing. Once the materials are piled into the carriage, Hans circles back to the earlier mystery and asks again about what Alan meant. Alan says that information came from Count Timon, and Hans's excitement visibly crashes when he remembers Timon was already devoured by Mistcalf. Trying to focus again, Hans starts arranging the recovered red shards like a puzzle while Alan asks whether the missing pieces are a serious problem. Hans guesses mindless undead probably carried off some fragments because even they would be drawn to an object packed with demonic energy. When Alan asks about vampires, Hans says they wanted the heart to complete their warp gate, but with Timon dead and the heart shattered, finishing it should be nearly impossible. Alan presses the point, and Hans admits the real goal was never ordinary warp magic but a route bored through space into a completely new world. He finishes the explanation by saying the vampires were not trying to summon something from that place, but to travel there themselves. Hans tells Alan that Count Timon is dead and the Mud Jotun's heart is shattered, so the vampires lost their best tool for dangerous dimensional research. Even so, Hans warns they could still force open a gate to Purgatory or the Spirit Realm, and Alan immediately realizes that means a warp gate is still possible. Hans calms him down by saying only a genius like Timon could pull it off, and creatures big enough to matter would not survive crossing anyway. Alan notices Hans staring at the book like sacred research, then dryly tells him it is just a novel called A Story of a Ring. Hans jolts in disbelief, and Alan keeps trolling him by insisting that is honestly all he knows. About a week later, Alan's group stops to camp for the night on the last stretch before the imperial capital. Charlotte politely moves to escort Alan, keeping close as he walks through the camp. By the fire, Alice prepares dinner while Harmon supervises the soldiers, showing the whole entourage settling in smoothly. Alan notices that Hans has almost rebuilt Mistcalf's giant heart, but one eerie head-sized section is still missing. Hans stares at the giant heart with a grave face, and when Alan asks what is wrong, he suddenly acts evasive. After fumbling through his words, Hans forces a smile and claims there is no problem, but Alan can tell the answer is not convincing. The next afternoon, the procession finally reaches Lawrence's, and Alan looks out at the giant outer walls of the imperial capital he has returned to after a long absence. Once they enter the city, bells ring, petals rain down from the walls, and Alan is stunned by the sheer scale of the welcome waiting inside. The streets are packed with citizens screaming for the imperial prince while paladins struggle to hold back the human tide on both sides of the road. Priests in the crowd pray for Alan's blessing, turning the welcome into something close to a public act of worship. Alan is even more thrown off when steel-masked necromancers from Aslan join the welcome and call him the Holy King. Then even clergy from the Church of Kyolium, once Alan's enemies, shout themselves hoarse in support, which makes the whole scene feel even stranger. Refugees from Lomé have come all the way to Lawrence's too, and Alan starts wondering why people from multiple countries are acting like this is his personal coronation. Alan quietly questions Charlotte, and her guilty reaction tells him she has been hiding something big. Charlotte reluctantly admits she was ordered by Vice Captain Oskel to keep quiet, which tells Alan the secret came from the Empire's top command. Pressed further, Charlotte finally reveals there will soon be an enthronement ceremony for the Holy King. Charlotte explains that Holy King is a new title meant to designate the top successor candidate to the Holy Emperor. Alan first assumes the job is being made for his father White, and he quickly decides that would fit the Empire's need to rehabilitate White's image. When Charlotte asks if he is satisfied, Alan bluntly says no, because a role this important should not go to some irresponsible man. Charlotte suddenly praises Alan instead, and that jarring answer makes him suspect they may be talking about him. As the crowd keeps calling him Holy King, Alan remembers hearing that title aimed at him before, and a cold dread starts crawling up his spine. Alan asks one final question, desperate for the truth. Who exactly is inheriting the title of Holy King? Charlotte finally says it outright. The new Holy King heir is Alan Alphonse himself. Elsewhere, in a pitch-black hidden chamber, a group of progenitor vampire nobles gathers around a round table for an emergency conference. One sweating vampire noble reports that the blood creations inside Aaron's palace have been wiped out, and contact with Count Timong in the north is gone too. The moment Alan Alphonse's name is spoken, the supposedly fearless progenitor vampires visibly freeze in terror. The report adds that a new saintess, Alice Astoria, has been found under Alan's protection, and Alan has already returned to the capital to prepare for the Holy King ceremony. That news throws the vampire nobles into open agitation, because a hidden saintess and Holy King Alan would make the Empire even harder to touch. Then the report drops the most alarming point yet. Alan plans to personally foster 5,000 priests. The room erupts, because adding 5,000 more divine users would mean a military jump the vampires may never survive. One beast-headed vampire tries to dismiss the report as impossible propaganda, but another hulking progenitor flatly says it is possible. The reporting vampire knows this is no bluff, remembering Alan's overwhelming power in Lomé and how he crushed a marquis, an undead army, and even hidden infiltrators. When the report adds that Alan created 800 awakened humans in Ronia, the whole conference falls dead silent. The vampires are forced to admit the Empire is already packed with monsters on the human side, and Alan becoming Holy King would only tighten the noose. The report reader proposes sending a direct message to the Vampire King, and delaying the invasion by another 150 years so the current human threats can die off first. That suggestion breaks the room, and the vampire nobles collapse into tears, howls, and despair over losing the blood kingdom they dreamed of. The report reader says the dukes and archdukes will probably devour him for this, but he is still ready to sacrifice himself if it keeps the race alive. Before he can finish, a new voice cuts in from the darkness and mocks them as rats for wanting to hide. The speaker steps into view as a ruined progenitor vampire with melted skin, full body bandages, a hunchbacked frame, and a large crimson jewel in hand. Back in the capital, Alan reels from the Holy King reveal and fumes that the imperial family made a decision this huge without even asking him. He can see why the Empire wants him now, since his unintended achievements have piled up into a political force nobody can ignore. So Alan makes a blunt decision. He has to run away before the enthronement can lock him in place. His resolve hardens after meeting Holy Emperor Kelt, because the supposedly failing old ruler still feels overwhelmingly majestic and nowhere near ready to fade. Back in his room, Alan hurriedly packs for escape after already raiding the palace library for grimoires and magic textbooks. He even plans to leave decoy traces behind in case anyone chases him, showing this is not a joke but a real escape attempt. Charlotte panics when Alan casually announces that he is running away instead of accepting the new title. Alan tells Charlotte to get ready for a trip to Aslan, dressing it up as sightseeing even though he clearly means to flee the enthronement. Charlotte gives him a strained smile and warns this is far too big to brush aside, because the Holy Emperor himself is staging the ceremony as a dry run for the future coronation. Alan still does not care, because to him becoming Holy King means losing his freedom and spending the rest of his life trapped inside the palace like Kelt. He jokes that he is still a Mangyani, hoping a scandal like this might even get him banished again instead of enthroned. Charlotte sadly reminds him nobody even sees him as a Mangyani anymore, but Alan pushes ahead and decides they are leaving at once. Alan throws open his door expecting a clean escape route, only to find the corridor already blocked. Two silent ranks of paladins in full golden armor block the corridor like living walls, making it instantly clear that Alan has already been locked down. Alan opens his door planning to slip out, only to find Sword King Oskel Balder waiting right outside with a polite smile and an obvious watchman's excuse. Alan gives up on the front door, slams it shut, and instantly realizes Oskel is not escorting him at all but guarding him. He tries the balcony next, stepping onto the low railing with his luggage and hoping to sneak out another way. That hope dies immediately when Alan looks below and sees Harmon leading soldiers from the Crimson Cross, Verdant Cross, and Paladin Corps right under the balcony. When Harmon innocently asks if something is wrong, Alan hurls his luggage at him and retreats in pure frustration. Back inside, Alan finally understands the setup. The room was chosen to stop even a bone wyvern escape, because the Holy Emperor is absolutely determined to crown him Holy King. Charlotte, unusually rattled, tries to soothe him by saying the coronation, parade, and banquet will only take a few hours if he just endures it. Alan snaps that the whole public ordeal is exactly what he wants to avoid, and Charlotte even starts arguing that getting close to the nobles would help him later. When Alan asks if even Charlotte wants to see him become Holy King, her silence gives him a painfully clear yes. Feeling betrayed and cornered, Alan orders Charlotte to summon his eldest brother and sister, hoping they can talk the Holy Emperor out of this. Luan and Hilda arrive in high spirits instead, greeting Alan like this is a celebration and not a rescue mission. Luan throws an arm around Alan on the sofa, while Hilda ruffles his hair and pushes celebratory liquor from Belrog at him. Alan solemnly begs them to help stop the coronation, convinced his youth and total lack of ruling experience should be enough to reverse the Holy Emperor's decision. Elsewhere, Hans studies Mist Cav's reassembled heart, and sees that a large chunk is still missing while the remaining demonic energy continues to leak away. He judges that the remaining power is barely enough to reopen the gateway to purgatory, and even that option will vanish if more time passes. Hans tries to calm himself by listing Alan's coming advantages as Holy King, from imperial authority and army command to the restored Archangel relic that should crush any threat. For a moment he even imagines his own future rising with Alan's, as the nameless family of Hans finally earns a place in history. But his mind circles back to Count Timon's data, and Hans grows uneasy over one terrifying possibility. The vampires may be trying to seal away the imperial family with warp magic. He hates the thought that Count Timon may have outclassed him, especially after finding impossible foreign debris and wiring among the ice castle ruins that prove a warp gate once existed. After wrestling down his pride and fear, Hans decides the only thing to do is ask Alan directly in case the prince knows one more crucial detail. When Hans reaches Alan's corridor, the door bursts open and Luan and Hilda stroll out grinning while Alan shouts after them in fury. A wine bottle comes flying out next, and Hans has to duck as the two older siblings cheerfully promise they are looking forward to the coronation. Alan notices Hans at the door and, still catching his breath from the argument, asks what brought him here. Hans brings up the novel and tries to reopen the Count Timon mystery, but Alan immediately says he still does not know anything more about it. Hans steps inside anyway, closes the door, and his playful energy vanishes as he decides this warning is too serious to keep to himself. Hans admits he may just be acting out of cowardly worry, but says he still has to speak because if his guess is right, everyone is in danger. As Charlotte listens in, Hans lays out the whole chain of concern: Mist Cav's damaged heart, the fading demonic power, the narrow time window, and the risk of a vampire sealing operation. He ends on a hard, hopeful point: if they stop this plan in time, Alan and Hans can hit the vampires with a devastating counterblow. The next day, the palace banquet begins in full luxury on the eve of the coronation, but Alan gets no chance to enjoy any of it. Nobles instantly mob Alan from every side, flooding him with greetings, introductions, and drinks until he can barely breathe. Charlotte tries to rescue him by asking the crowd to let him rest, only to get recognized and swept into her own noble storm. Alan gets a little breathing room as Charlotte is dragged away, floundering under the attention her own prestigious house attracts. Hans, now dressed sharply for the banquet, slips in beside Alan and quietly asks whether Mind's Eye has spotted anything suspicious. Alan says everyone present looks human, though that still leaves open the risk of ordinary human spies helping the vampires. Their private recap is grimly simple: if Hans is right, the vampires only have 3 days before Mist Cav's remaining power fades and their sealing plan dies with it. Hans says sane vampires should not dare try anything now, but Alan can tell from his bloodshot eyes and dark circles that he spent the whole night preparing anyway. Hans reminds Alan that the most likely strike point is tomorrow's coronation procession outside the palace, when the Holy King's pilgrimage to Gaia's statue gives the enemy a real opening. He also pushes Alan to put on a loud show of military power again, hoping sheer intimidation will scare the vampires away before they even move. When Hans asks if he is nervous, Alan answers with quiet responsibility: even a 1% chance matters, and if Count Timon somehow survived, cleaning up that mistake is his job. Hans awkwardly asks whether a prince should really trust advice from a commoner, and Alan answers by pulling out a parchment instead of arguing. That moment is interrupted when the Chamberlain announces Alice Astoria, and her entrance hushes the hall in a wave of awe. Whispers surge at once as nobles identify Alice as the rumored saintess and Cardinal Raphael's granddaughter, with some devout guests even praying at the sight of her. Alan instantly realizes this attention is trouble, especially because Alice had hidden her saintess identity for safety until he exposed it in Ronia. So Alan finishes his answer to Hans by pressing the parchment into his chest and stripping away the word commoner entirely. Hans reads the decree in shock and sees that Alan has granted him the surname Jeremy and raised him all the way to Viscount. Alan matter-of-factly tells him it is only a viscountcy for now, but Hans has already done more than enough to deserve even more later. Leaving Hans speechless with his new name and rank, Alan walks straight toward Alice before the whole room can keep staring her down. Alan stops in front of Alice like a wall against the crowd and simply asks her to dance. The hall quiets at the sight, the music shifts, and Alice shyly warns that her etiquette is still poor. Alan brushes that off by admitting he is bad at it too, then gently asks her to teach him the way she once taught him magic. A faint smile finally returns to Alice, showing that the old revulsion between them has eased enough for her to accept his hand. They begin a clumsy but comfortable dance together, and with the nobles pairing off around them, the pressure on Alice finally breaks for the night. Morning breaks over Lawrence's, and the imperial capital is already drowning in crowds who came to watch the Holy King's coronation. In a ruined house hidden inside the capital, the infiltrating progenitor vampires drop their human act and gather for a desperate discussion. They explain how brutal the city's inspections were, with priests forcing divinity into every entrance head to expose vampires through pain. Even after surviving that agony to get inside, the vampires go pale when Count Timong says he wants to attack the man about to become Holy King. Timong himself is barely holding together, his body melted down to a bandaged, skeletal ruin that is slowly dying in front of them. Still glaring with madness and hate, Timong insists they are not attacking the Holy King, but sealing Alan before the coronation is complete. The effort costs him immediately, and when he coughs up blood laced with demonic energy, it catches fire the instant it hits the air. The other progenitors balk at the plan, realizing this is enemy territory and that Timon wants them to bet everything on one insane sealing attempt. Marquis Kyram stays colder than the rest and asks the only thing that matters now, is sealing Alan actually possible? Timon says the gateway to purgatory can still be opened, and his alchemy can send at least one target through it. Kyram accuses him of being blinded by revenge, but Timon swears he is speaking as an alchemist, not just a dying man consumed by rage. Timon presses harder, calling Alan terrifying, ruthless, and too dangerous for vampires to leave alive and free. Then Timon crushes his own pride, drops to his knees, and begs Kyram for help before his body turns to ash. Kyram weighs a future of long humiliation against one suicidal strike that could make them heroes, and finally chooses the attack. When the others freeze, Kyram uses spirit speech to force their bodies to obey the decision they are too scared to make themselves. Before they move out, Kyram tells Timon to stay back from the front line because he has another job for him in the operation. Later, the disguised vampires melt into the packed streets and wait for the pilgrimage, planning to distract Alan so Timon can use Mist Cav's heart to seal him. From inside the crowd, they convince themselves Alan has grown arrogant and left only thin security because he trusts his own strength too much. They push closer to the restricted road near Goddess Gaia's plaza and steel themselves for the one opening they think they need. Bells ring and flower petals start falling, so the vampires brace themselves for Alan's entrance and the noisy confusion that should hide their move. But just as they prepare to strike, the roaring crowd cuts off all at once and an eerie silence swallows the street. The petals are replaced by falling white snow made of divinity, and a sacred hymn drifts in from afar. Then the ground starts shaking, and even a child in the crowd blurts out the impossible sight first: a dragon is coming. A bone dragon marches at the head of the pilgrimage, each heartbeat blasting divinity through the city and crushing the vampire's confidence on the spot. Alan sits on a throne mounted atop the bone dragon, turning the pilgrimage into a deliberate show of overwhelming holy power. Behind him comes a full parade of holy undead carrying flags and muskets in perfect formation, with Alice singing from a sedan chair and a bone wyvern sweeping overhead. The crowd erupts in wild cheers for Alan, and the noise drowns the hidden vampires in a spectacle so huge it feels like they were expected all along. Hans makes it explicit by broadcasting a warning to the vampires, openly declaring this dazzling procession as humanity's answer to their sneak attack. Kyram realizes the trap too late. Alan never relaxed at all, and sealing him now looks completely impossible. When Alan slowly raises his head from the throne, Kyram can only shudder at the full weight of the man about to become Holy King. As the pilgrimage continues, the bone wyvern sweeps low over the citizens while the holy undead hold their standards and muskets high like a victory march. Alan remembers Hans's advice clearly: make the whole thing deafening and flashy, because the goal today is not battle but prevention. The timing matters because Mist Cav's heart can only open the dimensional gateway until the day of the coronation, so if the vampires fail today, they lose their chance. Even while the plan works, Alan can feel the strain of keeping so many powers active at once, and knows his body will pay for it later. He keeps scanning the giant crowd with mind's eye, but there are simply too many faces and too many coverings to cleanly pick the vampires out. Soon the towering statue of Goddess Gaia fills his view, and the procession reaches the main plaza where the prayer ceremony will decide everything. Charlotte directs the ceremony while Alan's holy undead spread out around the plaza, quietly turning the prayer site into a sealed perimeter. The bone dragon lowers itself, and Alan rises from the throne and walks down its spine toward the goddess statue. Standing before Gaia, Alan privately notes that even the goddess of life looks more like a fully armed war god than a symbol of mercy. Charlotte quietly prompts him to finish the prayer, and Alan steps before the ornate altar and holy book as the plaza falls solemn. Alan kneels in prayer, and in response the holy undead, the paladins, and the entire crowd kneel with him while Alice's hymn drifts over the square. But Alan cracks his eyes open during the prayer and coldly thinks this is the vampire's only real chance, which means whatever they do now will only confirm their defeat. Hidden among the kneeling worshippers, Marquis Chiram bows with the rest and hates every second of having to fake a prayer to the goddess of life. Then he hears Timon whisper that now is the time, and one look tells him revenge has finally burned through the Count's last scraps of reason. Chiram grabs Timong's arm and silently tries to stop him, knowing the moment he stands, every holy weapon in the plaza will lock onto him. A quick look around proves Chiram right, because the holy undead may be kneeling, but none of them have released their weapons and the bone dragon is still scanning the crowd. Timong answers that he is dying anyway, his flesh literally melting under Chiram's hand, so he would rather struggle to the end than vanish quietly. Realizing Timong cannot be talked down, Chiram quietly gives a final spirit speech order to the other hidden progenitors. That pulse of demonic energy instantly gives them away, and hundreds of holy undead and the bone dragon all turn their attention straight to Chiram. Chiram commits anyway and starts ordering the vampires to attack Alan right now. He never finishes the order, because the bone dragon moves faster than thought and bites his upper torso clean off. Chiram's lower half ignites in bluish flames, and the nearby worshippers finally break their prayer when they realize a burning body just appeared in the middle of the ceremony. Timong sees Chiram's death as the opening bought for him and fixes on Alan with the conviction that he can still seal him away right now. What enrages him most is Alan's absolute calm, because even with the ambush exposed and the crowd breaking into panic, Alan has not moved from the prayer spot at all. Chiram's spirit speech keeps working after death, forcing the hidden vampires to flare their demonic energy and expose themselves across the plaza. That is all the holy undead need, and they rise, aim their muskets, and fire healing-charged holy bullets into the exposed vampires. The disguised attackers are shredded into burning, hole-riddled corpses before they can even regroup, and the surviving vampires realize they have no choice left but to charge. As the coronation battle rages on, Kasim and Nasus cut down vampires while Charlotte plants herself at Alan's back to guard the new holy king. Seeing Alan's back exposed for one narrow instant, Count Timong decides this is his one chance to become the vampire hero who changes history. Timong frantically draws a warp circle on the ground and pours demonic energy into it, betting everything on a teleport strike. The warp drops Timong directly behind Alan, and he jams the crimson shard of Mist Calf's heart toward Alan's head before Charlotte can finish her swing. Alan quietly counters by summoning a musket at Timong's face, turning the hostage scene into a deadlock instead of a victory. Timong reveals the shard is part of Mist Calf's heart, and says Alan's divinity will trigger a gate to purgatory, sealing Alan away and letting undead spill into the plaza. Instead of panicking, Alan coldly asks Timong if he has thought about what happens when he fails in front of the whole empire at the Holy King's coronation. Alan orders Charlotte to step aside, making the moment even more unnerving because he is deliberately giving Timong room to act. Alan spells out the real stakes. If a few terrified vampires attack his coronation and still lose in front of the whole empire, that defeat will brand all vampires as beaten. That realization breaks Timong's nerve for a beat, because now his personal failure would look like the defeat of the entire vampire race. Timong senses Nasu's aiming from behind and convinces himself Alan must have prepared a warp counter, but he still chooses to gamble on his 15 centuries of knowledge. Timong finally commits, flooding Mist Calf's heart with demonic energy until space tears open into a paper-thin gate to purgatory. The slit yawns open and reveals the full horror inside purgatory: fleshland, blood seas, shrieking skies, roaming corpses, and a giant bone ship. Thinking Alan's confidence was all bluff, Timong starts gloating, but Alan lifts his head with a twisted smile and thanks him instead. Alan reveals the truth at last. Timong did not doom him, he opened the road to hell that vampires themselves will soon be forced to cross. The gate now hangs in the middle of the plaza, and while the crowd screams at the nightmare inside, Alan seizes the moment he was waiting for. Alan raises his voice to the whole empire and declares that this hellscape is the world the vampires want to make. Timong finally understands the trap. Alan let the gate open so everyone would fear vampires first, then watch the royal side crush them. Alan commands Nasus to fire, and the Lich's holy bullet halts the gate's expansion even though it cannot fully unravel Timong's runes. Refusing to lose, Timong slams both hands down and forces the gate wider until skeletal hands burst out and start dragging Alan's body apart into particles. Even while half his body is being sealed away, Alan stays folded-armed and calm, which rattles Timong even more. Then Alan calls for Hans, and paladins haul in a much larger Mist Calf heart as the real countermeasure steps onto the field. Hans sets the great heart before the gate and calmly declares that he will decode the warp and close purgatory itself. Inside his own head, Hans is sweating badly because he knows Alan is gambling with national disaster just because he trusts Hans to pull this off. Hans snaps into work mode, pulling on goggles, gloves, and a lab apron like a battlefield alchemist preparing for surgery on reality. Using his goggles to read the demonic flow, Hans starts cracking the layered ancient runes like one locked door after another. As seconds drag out, Alan is swallowed further and Hans pushes through the code with brutal speed, even as blood starts running from his nose. Even Timong is stunned as he watches a human systematically unravel encryption built from 1,500 years of his own life. Hans reaches the last fortress-like layer of the code and starts wrestling the entire flow of demonic energy with both hands. Then Hans suddenly drops to the ground in exhaustion, and for one awful second it looks like he failed. Timong bursts into laughter and mocks Hans for thinking a mere human could ever decode the full weight of his immortal knowledge. Still kneeling, Hans lifts one hand, says that line belongs to him, and snaps his fingers. At Hans's signal, black mediator hands erupt around the mouth of purgatory and forcibly start crushing the gate shut. Hans grabs Timong by the collar and smashes his forehead into the vampires, furious that Timong dared look down on human knowledge. Hans declares that human knowledge is inherited across generations, not trapped in one immortal life, and with the gate closing he tells Timong he lost to a human serving the Holy King. Even in defeat, Count Timong can't accept that a living human outclassed the alchemy he chased for 1,500 years. Timong desperately lunges to bite Hans, still trying to turn the loss around with his last scraps of strength. Before Timong can bite him, Alan grabs the vampire from behind and coldly reminds him he still has one last use. Alan slams Timong's head into the closing purgatory gate, and the warp error starts erasing the vampire from existence. With Timong's head gone, Alan hoists the headless corpse high so the whole empire can see the vampire's defeat. He turns the kill into a public declaration, proclaiming the Imperial line hunters of vampires and launching a continent-wide vampire hunt in the name of Holy King Alan Alphals. Buried in the crowd in his jester disguise, Marquis Kyram watches the scene in a daze as humanity erupts into fanatic cheers. Kyram realizes Alan has done more than win a battle. He has taught the continent to fear becoming a vampire and to worship the Imperial family instead. Timong's final backup plan comes back to Kyram. If sealing Alan failed, the vampires had to build a blood-soaked army even more monstrous than his own. And if even that was not enough, Timong ordered Kyram to open a sealed doorway in the continent's northwest within 1 year, calling it their only path to victory. Kyram swallows today's loss, vows the vampires will grow stronger, and slips away into the crowd with revenge burning in his eyes. Back at the palace, the emergency isn't even over before Alan is hauled into a formal coronation and named Holy King by the Holy Emperor. The nobles roar in approval, but Alan can only stare ahead in shock at what his victory has turned into. That night, Charlotte praises him, but Alan collapses onto his bed feeling more wrecked than glorious. He admits to himself that the crowd Alice's him, and his own undead spectacle swept him up so badly he practically lost his mind. Outside, the capital is still partying deep into the night, while Alan just buries his ears in pillows and begs for silence. Hans finally vents that betting everything on closing the warp gate was an insane gamble. Alan answers with total calm that he handed Hans the gate because he never doubted he could do it. That simple faith hits Hans harder than the scolding, because Alan treats trusting his retainers like the most natural thing in the world. Charlotte is delighted that becoming Holy King puts Alan closer to the imperial throne, but Alan only sees a future chained to palace duties. Then Alan drops the real point. As his first act as Holy King, he wants to raise 10,000 troops. He makes it even harsher by setting the training limit at 1 year and telling Hans and Charlotte he will need both of them. Later, Holy Emperor Kelt walks the palace halls with Cardinal Raphael and pauses to look down at the training grounds packed with recruits. Kelt calls it miraculous that the prince once written off as a disaster has spread the imperial family's fame across the continent. The coronation and the vampire attack have pushed other nations closer to the empire and sparked a serious hunt for traitors tied to the vampires. Kelt is even more struck that Alan's new priest army ignores race, religion, and status as long as the recruit's character and resolve hold up. He realizes Alan's influence is breaking old religious walls too, with believers of Gaia, Heim, Tomer, and even Udai gathering under one cause instead of fighting each other. But Kelt's pride sours when he remembers the bill, because feeding, arming, and equipping 10,000 people for a year is ruinously expensive. He finally orders the imperial treasury opened, only for Raphael to reveal that Alan has already covered the funds himself. Elsewhere in the palace, Alan walks with Hans and Charlotte and casually confirms money will not be a problem for his plan. He is just as confident about recruitment, because people from every low and desperate corner of the continent will come running for a chance to rise. What matters to Alan is not numbers but whether the volunteers have the character and stubborn will to keep fighting. He also remembers dumping an absurd order on Hilda before she left, demanding enough weapons and armor to outfit 10,000 people in every category. Hilda had answered with a fearless thumbs up and promised it in 3 months, leaving Alan to quietly pray the dwarves survive the workload. When Alan reaches the practice grounds, the first sight is messy ranks of sleepy recruits with almost no fighting spirit. He immediately spots familiar faces in the crowd, including Grill, which makes Charlotte wince because she already tried and failed to stop her adopted father from volunteering. Alan also notices Adolf and Yuria from Errands, both here on recommendation letters he personally wrote. Still, Alan has no intention of going easy on them, because rank-hungry dreamers are useless if they turn into easy prey for vampires. So instead of safe drills, Alan decides these recruits need real battlefield pressure before they ever face vampires. He orders a message sent to Queen Tina and declares that the army will move to the Aslan border walls to train where real danger waits. 2 weeks later, after hard conditioning, the first batch of recruits finally receives their issued gear. Grill stares in disbelief when his weapon turns out to be a rusty old axe and a shield so rotten it has holes in it. Adolf does not fare any better, because the sword he gets is chipped so badly it looks more fit for bludgeoning than cutting. Then they notice Yuria gripping a short sword of her own, and Grill blurts out that she looks too small to even be here. Yuria answers by kicking Grill in the shin and snapping that she got in with a proper recommendation letter. When she proudly says the letter came from Alan himself, Adolf instantly drops any thought of looking down on her. Looking around the grounds, the three realize this first intake alone already numbers over 2,000 recruits. Adolf explains the plan is to keep taking batches, leaving Yuria blinking at how huge Alan's new force might become. Grill tries to turn the moment upbeat by calling them classmates and offering to work together through the ordeal. Adolf accepts the handshake, and when Grill teases Yuria one more time, she answers with another kick to the shin. Just as the equipment handout ends, paladins suddenly enter the training ground and interrupt Harmon with urgent new orders. Harmon blurts out the surprise destination: real combat training at the Aslan border. The recruits realize this is no drill when they are handed week-long field packs stuffed with survival gear on top of their new armor. Harmon orders them to march all the way to the border wall in under 2 weeks and warns that anyone who falls behind loses the right to become an Imperial soldier. With Harmon leading, the new recruits file out of the Imperial Palace and begin the brutal journey on foot. The march quickly turns punishing, with snow still falling and paladins watching every exhausted step. Grill starts gasping under the weight, and Adolf checks if Yuria can still keep up beside him. Yuria refuses to be pitted and insists she can endure it, even while clearly struggling. The march settles into a brutal cycle of 16 hours on the road and only a 2-hour break, leaving the recruits half dead with exhaustion. Harmon keeps roaring that they must train for enemies like vampires who never sleep, and his own stamina barely seems human. Grill forces himself onward by bragging that he is the proud father of a paladin, and cannot afford to break first. Yuria gets fired up by Grill's stubbornness and chases after him, determined not to lose to an old man she already finds annoying. Adolf's attention is pulled to the strangest recruit in the column, a man marching in a birdbeak healer mask instead of the issued helmet. The masked recruit introduces himself as Extra the Apothecary, leaving Adolf with the impression he has met a very unusual comrade. By the end of the second week, half the recruits have dropped out, and the survivors finally spot the border wall in the distance. Even Harmon looks tired now, but he still orders the battered survivors to set up camp instead of celebrating. The survivors grumble that the Nightmare March is only half over because they still have to make the trip back. Grill, Adolf, and Yuria work together to gather firewood, pitch tents, and settle in for the night. Staring up at the massive wall that once kept Aslan out, Grill cannot hide his awe. When fresh supplies arrive, Adolf notices the new ration looks too generous and starts suspecting they will need it for more than one quiet night. Extra quietly agrees that rationing will matter from here on, and his timing makes Adolf pay closer attention to the masked apothecary. Grill mocks Extra's strange mask. Yuria immediately snaps back at him, and the two fall into another pointless argument. While the others chat, Adolf notices white-robed priests and black-robed necromancers gathered near the wall and wonders why both groups are here. Harmon announces that today's training ends with the march, but Adolf does not believe the ordeal is really over. Grill insists Harmon can be flexible when it counts, only for Harmon to cough somewhere in the distance like he definitely heard that insult. Extra tells them to sleep while they can because tomorrow will get truly hectic, and only Adolf seems to catch the warning hidden in his tone. After lights out, the trap finally starts when the necromancers raise their staves and roll plague-laced fog across the sleeping camp. By morning, about 50 recruits wake up burning with fever, coughing, vomiting, and collapsing as black spots spread across their faces. Grill, Adolf, and Yuria stare at the scene in horror, and Adolf instantly recognizes the signs of plague. Extra quietly confirms Adolf's fear. A plague has spread through the camp overnight. Adolf rushes to Harmon for help, only to hear that the officers are deliberately holding back because the plague is being treated as the next stage of training. When Harmon shouts that their new assignment is to survive the plague, the trio's faces go pale. Still disguised as Extra, Alan watches the outrage rise and coldly decides the difficulty will not be lowered just because the recruits are scared. Alan reveals to himself why the training is so cruel. Soldiers fighting vampires need forced march stamina, resistance to plague and poison, and the habit of protecting each other under pressure. The first 50 plague victims are secretly planted men from the Order of the Crimson Cross, making the whole week a test of whether recruits will abandon comrades or stand by them. As the plague spreads over the next days, many recruits instinctively avoid infected comrades and unknowingly fail the real test. One night, desperate recruits surround Extra and demand medicine, clinging to rumors that his strange mask can stop the plague. When one panicked recruit grabs Extra by the collar to save a dying friend, Extra bluntly says the sure way out is for that comrade to give up and let the priests treat him. The recruit breaks down explaining that his friend is too stubborn to quit, and Harmon's arrival forces him to let go before he crosses the line. After the recruit leaves unsatisfied, Alan quietly marks him as someone who still earned a passing grade by caring for his comrade without losing reason. Inside Grill's tent, Alan finds a very different answer to the test. Grill burning with fever, Yuria nursing him, and Adolf trying to keep their water and first aid going. Yuria begs Grill to quit before he dies, but Grill refuses because he cannot stand failing where his daughter became a paladin. Adolf checks Grill's pulse and pushes a little divinity into him, admitting it is only rough field medicine and nowhere near enough. When Adolf asks if the apothecary knows any real treatment, Extra finally takes out a hidden gourd bottle of so-called wonder medicine. The second the cork comes out, the tent fills with a soul-crushing stench so vile it nearly drops everyone on the spot. Already weak from fever, Grill instantly vomits into Yuria's bag, and her sympathy vanishes on the spot. Extra explains that the foul potion is a plague cure made from plant sap and holy water, and it may even leave the drinker stronger against future infection. Adolf believes him anyway and decides the only real choice is to make Grill drink it for everyone's sake. Grill tries bargaining, whining, and refusing, but Adolf keeps advancing with the bottle while Yuria sides against him. Once Extra adds that the best results come from finishing the whole bottle, Adolf and Yuria force the entire disgusting dose down Grill's throat. Grill finally goes limp, and for one alarming second Yuria thinks they just killed him. Adolf quickly confirms Grill only blacked out and that his fever has already dropped, proving the revolting cure actually works. Extra immediately pushes 2 more bottles at Adolf and Yuria, making it clear they need to drink up before they get sick too. Yuria desperately resists, but Adolf accepts the bottle and pins the decision to her dream of becoming a paladin and saving her monastery. With no room left to hesitate, Yuria squeezes her eyes shut and drinks, and Adolf follows right behind her. Both of them writhe at the hideous taste, and Extra leaves them with one final dry lesson: medicine that works is often awful going down. Adolf drags himself back up and asks Extra for a private talk, but Harmon cuts in before they can speak. Harmon jolts the exhausted recruits awake and coldly offers them one last chance to quit before the training scars them even worse. Nobody takes the offer, so Harmon orders every survivor to climb to the top of the border wall for the next phase. Adolf is thrown by the order, but Extra casually tells him they can have that talk once they reach the top. At sunrise the survivors finally reach the wall, and even sickly Grill makes it up with Yuria helping him. The recruits stare out in shock when Aslan turns out to be nothing like the dead wasteland they were told about. Extra points out that Aslan now looks like an excellent place to live, and Adolf turns back to the real reason he wanted this conversation. Adolf asks how many training courses are still left, because he has started to suspect the whole process is being staged with a hidden purpose. He lays out his logic. The strongest marchers were the first to fall to the plague, and the later cases looked milder, so something about the trial feels deliberately manipulated. Adolf even calls out Extra's mask as fake protection, and Extra admits his guess is right. But Extra says Adolf still has one thing wrong, because the recruits did not climb the wall to practice jumping down from it. A sudden commotion breaks out when the recruits spot Alice below the wall and call out to the Saintess in surprise. Adolf is baffled by Alice's presence, while Extra's answer makes it clear she is here for a reason, not as a spectator. Alice moves into position as priests surround her, kneel, and begin praying while she starts a sacred hymn. Extra backs away from Adolf and finally reveals his role. He is not just judging the recruits, he is here to see how well they endure. When Extra snaps his fingers and declares sanctuary, a giant Astal rune web explodes across the wall and down to Alice's prayer circle in a storm of divinity. The recruits are still reeling from the holy power when someone screams that undead are coming from Aslan's side. More than 1,000 holy undead rise into view in white armor, and Charlotte appears at their head like a full siege commander. Adolf finally understands the truth, but before he can finish the thought a holy musket shot blows his arm clean off. Extra calmly names the new assignment at last. For the next hour, the recruits must hold the wall in a real castle defense. The story briefly jumps back 3 weeks, where Alice keeps up an almost absurd training schedule inside the Imperial Palace Library. Hans keeps ruining that peaceful routine by collapsing beside her and whining about Alan ordering him to invent impossible new weapons like cannons. Alan walks in, crushes Hans's grumbling with a threat and a fist to the head, and Alice quietly hopes the disturbance will finally end. Instead, Alan asks Alice for help with a realistic training exercise and offers a so-called bonus in the form of a suspicious gourd bottle. Back in the present, Alice remembers that awful elixir and realizes it was no prank at all, because it massively boosted her divinity and broke through her stagnation. She looks up at Alan on the wall and decides this brutal setup is meant to help everyone here, so all she can do is pray harder for them. On the wall, Adolf stares in horror as his severed arm suddenly starts growing back bone, flesh, and skin. Before he can process that miracle, a catapult boulder smashes recruits apart on the battlements and turns the training into open terror. Extra coldly explains the rule of the sanctuary. They cannot die here unless their whole heads are destroyed, so they are expected to fight like real soldiers anyway. Holy musket fire rains up the wall like a massacre, and Harmon finally has to roar for the recruits to form defensive lines. Grill protests that nobody warned them training would look like this, but Harmon snaps that they must hold the wall no matter what. When Grill demands to know who they are even fighting, Harmon reveals the commander below is Marquise Charlotte. Grill finally spots Charlotte leading the attack in full white armor, and the absurdity of the situation only gets worse. Yuria drags Grill out of the way just before another boulder schemes past his head, and he realizes this paladin dream is a nightmare. Harmon drives the point home. If they do not resist, all that waits for them is pain and misery. The view shifts to Charlotte, who is also learning, because Alan handed her command of the Holy Undead and told her to take the wall. She opens the assault properly by ordering siege fire and a full advance toward the top of the wall. Harmon answers by ordering arrows, but Charlotte instantly counters with coordinated musket volleys that tear into the recruits. Watching the disorganized humans break apart, Charlotte realizes this battle is far too easy even under Harmon's command. Still, she knows Alan wants exactly this kind of harsh trial to sift out people chasing rank from those who can truly protect others. Because Alan ordered the undead to avoid vital points, Charlotte pushes the realism elsewhere and sends mace troops up the ladders to seize the wall. She follows that by ordering shield troops to lock down the ladders and spear troops to form a pike wall on top. Harmon sees too late what this formation means, because the recruits have no answer to the advancing shield wall and spears. Charlotte orders the line forward step by step, and the terrified recruits keep giving ground until the edge of the wall is right behind them. One last step takes away the ground under them, and Adolf, Grill, Yuria, and the rest of the recruits tumble off the wall. They smash into the ground in agony. But just like before, the sanctuary knits their broken bodies back together instead of letting them die. Up on the battlements, the holy undead dissolve into motes of light as Harmon massages his temples and calls the day's training over. The recruits barely have time to tremble in relief before Harmon drops the final blow. They will fight the same defensive battle again tomorrow. At the border wall, around 200 recruits quit, but the 600 who stayed still moved under Harmon's orders and braced for another ugly siege drill. Grill openly mocked the idea of having any advantage, because the recruits were fighting fearless holy undead with chipped weapons while the enemy deliberately held back from killing blows. Even so, Grill shouted that he would pass this trial and face his daughter proudly, and Harmon answered that stubborn spirit with a faint approving smile. When Harmon ordered the ladders destroyed, Grill smashed a bone ladder apart and sent climbing undead crashing back down the wall. Musket fire immediately answered, and Adolf barely got his big shield in front of Grill before the shots punched through it. Harmon ordered a volley, and Yuria sweated through the weight of her crossbow while trying to pick off skeletons below. The siege drill kept repeating day and night, and the recruits kept failing as the undead pressure ground them down without mercy. After 2 weeks of this, fear of death dulled, their disgust toward undead faded, and the survivors finally started moving like real soldiers. At last Harmon called the hour, declaring victory, and the recruits dropped where they stood because they had finally held the wall. The survivors laughed hollowly instead of cheering, because instinct and teamwork were the only reasons they had endured this far. Watching in silence, Alan in his extra identity felt satisfied because the men left standing were now solid material for a future paladin force. Harmon dragged himself over and bluntly told Extra that this round had been especially cruel. When Harmon asked how much longer this had to continue, Alan casually answered that the training would run for the rest of the year. Harmon dryly wondered if Alan meant to kill him by overwork, and Alan reminded him that everyone from Hans to Alice and Charlotte was suffering through the same grind. Harmon immediately claimed a long holiday for later, and Alan actually agreed to give him rest once this phase was done. Looking over the wall full of collapsed soldiers, Alan admitted his biggest relief was that nobody had died. Harmon pointed out that Alan had carefully made sure of that, even while teasing him with the title Your Majesty. Alan tossed Harmon a gourd of precious potion and ordered him to share it with everyone who passed the final drill, even if each got only a little. When Harmon hesitated over wasting something so valuable, Alan shut that down by saying soldiers who would fight for the Empire deserved full support. Alan told Harmon to send the survivors back to the capital by carriage the next day, and Harmon bowed in gratitude. That brutal first selection round ended with 557 successful recruits for the new 10,000-strong Crusader army. Grill, Adolf, and Yuria climbed into a waiting carriage and finally left the wall behind. From the moving carriage, the three spotted a fresh wave of recruits marching toward the same wall, and instantly realized the nightmare was starting again. Grill stared in horror as the second batch cheerfully assumed the return trip would be easy and comfortable because they saw carriages waiting for the first batch. The first batch said nothing and only prayed silently for the souls of the recruits marching into the same hell they had just survived. Back on the wall, Charlotte watched the second batch arrive until a paladin quietly brought her urgent news. Charlotte went straight to Alan and reported that Hans had succeeded in building the weapon called a cannon. The story then shifts to Aslan's palace, where the feudal lord Retan angrily demanded to know why imperial military training was being held in Aslan's border region. Tina calmly told him to settle down, but the feudal lord pushed forward anyway while accusing the empire of preparing to conquer the continent. The masked Hashishans instantly surrounded Tina, and the feudal lord finally stopped advancing when he saw her protection close around her. Tina asked what he was really afraid of, and the feudal lord spilled it out. The empire was growing stronger every day, and he believed Aslan would be its first victim. Tina flatly rejected that fear, saying she knew the Holy King well enough to be sure Aslan would already be destroyed if he truly wanted conquest. When he insisted the people were living in fear, Tina rose from the throne and walked to the palace window to look for herself. Outside the window, the capital was full of life and smiling citizens, which only made Tina more certain that Aslan was healthier under her rule than under her father. He snapped and hurled a racist insult at her, but Tina raised a hand and stopped her guards from punishing him on the spot. Furious and humiliated, the feudal lord stormed out while inwardly raging that Tina had become far harder to control than the nobles expected. Seething alone, the feudal lord admitted the real problem. The empire, Tina's bloodline, the Hashishans, and the world tree had turned her into a ruler the nobles could no longer puppeteer. Once inside his room, the feudal lord finally said the ugly part out loud and cursed Tina for daring to rule humans as an elf. A new voice answered from the room, offering to make his dream of taking Aslan's throne come true. He looked over and found Count Duran, a progenitor vampire, sitting there as if he had owned the room all along. The next chapter opens with the feudal lord and 3 other nobles following Duran through an unnaturally dark cave, sickened and nearly blind from the warp's aftereffects. When the nobles pushed demonic energy into their eyes to see better, they discovered the cave walls were coated in thick blood. Duran casually explained that a count who specialized in warp magic had died, and now they would need a full month to reopen the gate and send the nobles back. Even sweating with fear, the nobles kept following because these vampires were the final anti-empire card Rahama had prepared before his death. The darkness ahead slowly turned crimson, and a growing roar of metalwork led them to a huge forge hidden inside the cavern system. Below the opening, goblins and ogres were mass-producing weapons beside flowing lava, turning the cave into a monster war factory. The horror got worse when an overworked goblin collapsed. An ogre tore it apart and ate it, and the remains were hammered straight into a blood-soaked cursed weapon. Then the nobles looked the other way and found a corpse swamp where desperate humans came to become monsters by choice. These people were slaves, criminals, deserters, and the abandoned sick, and some chose the swamp willingly because they wanted power and revenge more than a human life. Duran explained that this was a shortcut for creating blood creations without waiting on true progenitor bloodline methods. One transformed man finally dragged himself out of the swamp with a grotesquely swollen body, and orcs immediately moved in to arm him. Duran made the scale of the threat clear by saying armies like this were being raised all across the continent after Marquis Kyram pushed the vampire king to act. Still following him, the nobles entered a gigantic hall and froze when they saw a monster big enough to make them scream. What towered over them was a gigantic basilisk, a monstrous serpent Duran dismissed as nothing more than his pet. The basilisk slithered right up to the feudal lord and breathed poison-heavy stench over him until it felt like his skin was melting. Seated on his throne, Duran tore open his own arm and let his blood and demonic energy pour out while asking whether they still wanted the alliance. The feudal lord still wanted the alliance, but he argued that killing Tina outright would throw Aslan into chaos and lose noble, citizen, and necromancer support. Duran answered with a cleaner plan: marry Tina into the vampire side, leave her as a puppet, hand real power to the nobles, and give the feudal lord the kingship he craved. As Duran described eternal life and life as an apex predator, the feudal lord's attention locked completely onto the blood flowing from that wound. Temptation won, and the feudal lord dropped to his knees beneath Duran. He cupped Duran's blood in both hands and drank it, finally choosing the vampire path. The story then cuts to Alan in his imperial palace office, where he proudly labeled his latest scheme the loaded unemployed bum plan. Charlotte naturally asked what that ridiculous name meant, and Alan said it started with White's current lifestyle. Alan summed White up with open envy. After becoming Holy Emperor, White escaped court life, lost his formal authority, and now mostly loafed around, hunted vampires, or took outside missions. Charlotte asked if Alan truly did not want the throne, and Alan shot back that this mountain of work was exactly why he was trying to avoid it. Alan admitted he kept getting dragged deeper into imperial duty because he could not ignore innocent people being turned into vampire prey. But the real fear underneath it was simple: if he took the throne, he would be trapped inside the imperial palace for the next century just like Kelt. That is why Alan revealed the real point of raising 10,000 crusaders. He was building a future strong enough to make his own life much easier. Alan calmly tells Charlotte that the Empire has already declared war on hidden vampires, and paladins are hunting them across the continent. Alan figures the vampire purge should have driven them into hiding, and he believes the peace can hold as long as both he and Kelt are still alive. He also knows the vampires will rise once Kelt is gone, so the 10,000 crusaders are meant to frighten them into surrendering before a real war begins. Alan decides he does not even need to become Holy Emperor to keep enemies scared, and that thought lets him picture a rare peaceful life for himself. Charlotte admits she would still like to see Alan become the next Holy Emperor, and her voice carries a trace of regret. Alan jokes that he will just run away right after ascending, since the real ruling power is already in his hands anyway. Privately, Alan notes that even Oskel the Sword King obeys him now, so no one could keep him trapped on the throne if he chose to leave. He even thinks White or Luan could rule a peaceful empire well, which makes his own plan to slip away feel even more practical. A knock interrupts the conversation, and Alice enters dressed as a proper lady-in-waiting to announce that Hans is ready for the cannon test. Catching Alice's stiff official tone, Alan gets up at once and heads out to see the new weapon for himself. On horseback outside Lawrence's, Alan keeps thinking about how overwhelming the new Crusader army must become while he is still alive. Charlotte reports that the 6th Force, loyal to the Imperial family, is being engraved with part of the Astal rune, and the work should finish within a year. Alan judges that even a minimal rune engraving should still amplify divinity and grant near-immortal regeneration without unbearable backlash. Still listening to Charlotte while reading a Chimera book, Alan reaches the siege training grounds where Hans and a crowd of alchemists and magicians are waiting. The new cannon stops Alan in his tracks, because instead of a simple artillery piece it looks like a heavy rune-covered metal tank on wooden wheels. Hans walks over looking completely wrecked, and when Alan asks how many nights he stayed awake, Hans casually answers that he basically worked for a whole month straight. Hans proudly says they rebuilt an ancient design into something better, and Alan gives the signal to begin the demonstration. Magicians pour mana into the barrel for 10 long minutes until a shell condenses inside, and Alan watches with high expectations after remembering how shocking even a musket was. Hans orders the first shot, but it is almost pathetic, with a weak pop, dull sparks, and a shell that dissipates before it can hit the target. Alan blurts out that it looks more like a puffed rice machine than a weapon, clearly crushed by the Aniclimax. Instead of sulking, Hans lights up and insists the weak shot proved his calculations were right, because now Alan can power the cannon properly with divine aura through the linked Astal rune. Alan takes no offense and immediately uses the Astal rune and his divine aura to upgrade the cannon on the spot. Before the second shot, Hans has everyone put on leather gowns, goggles, and earplugs, and he makes sure Alan is protected too. This time the mana charge takes only 5 minutes, and the barrel churns with a violent mix of blue aura and golden rune light. When Hans finally shouts to fire, the cannon erupts with a deafening blast, kicks backward hard, and sends Alan flinching in shock. The shot slams into the target 500 meters away and detonates in a huge explosion, with mana shockwaves rolling through the ground all the way back to the observers. Back at the firing line, Hans proudly explains that 5 high-class priests can run the cannon, and anything caught within 5 meters of the blast dies unless it is a progenitor. Alan is thrilled, pounds Hans on the back, and immediately sees the cannon as a terrifying peacekeeping card that will scare vampires and kings alike. Alan asks for the blueprint, scans it once, and memorizes the cannon's design on the spot because its structure is simpler than he expected. Then Alan suddenly addresses him as Viscount Hans Jerarami and promotes him to count on the spot. Hans is still speechless when Alan touches the prototype and stores the whole cannon away in his item window. The celebration ends abruptly when a paladin gallops in from the foot of the hill, waving a flag and shouting about an emergency. The messenger kneels and delivers a missive reporting unrest in Aslan, with orcs, necromancers, and slave soldiers massed near the border. Alan reads the report in a daze and realizes this is no small border scare but a civil war erupting inside Aslan. 14 days earlier in Aslan, Tina sits on the throne and hears that feudal lords have begun moving suspiciously, with Retin openly gathering forces. When Damon asks whether to notify the Holy King, Tina instead orders him to report the matter to the Theocratic Empire right away. Even knowing the feudal lords are useful for stability, Tina decides rebellion cannot be tolerated and quietly gives the order to strike them first. Tina sends the hidden Hashishans to assassinate the rebel lords, but before they vanish she quietly tells them to withdraw if it becomes too dangerous. That night, the Hashishans race through the capital under heavy clouds and slip toward the private residences of the target nobles. They silently suppress guards, cast noise-blocking magic, and break into a manor in a perfectly coordinated assassination run. But the strike team freezes when a huge crimson-haired vampire calmly greets them from inside the manor, revealing the assassination run was an ambush. The assassins go pale, realizing the ambush means the whole operation was bait and Tina herself is now in danger. Elsewhere that same night, Retin advances on the palace with blood creations, orcs, and necromancer mercenaries, drunk on the vampire power now running through him. Savoring his sharpened senses, Retin realizes he has become something beyond human through a vampire duke's blood and starts acting like victory is already his. At the palace gates, Retin orders his men to rush in and pretend they are there to protect the queen from traitors. His forces flood into the palace grounds, and the darkness fills with screams, clashing weapons, explosions, and rising black smoke. The uproar spills into the city, and frightened citizens stare toward the palace as rumors spread that Queen Tina is in danger. Retin reaches the audience chamber, where Damon blocks the approach and demands an explanation while Tina watches from the throne. The intruder shamelessly accuses Damon of rebellion and bows to Tina as if he were the loyal retainer coming to save her. He openly reveals the plan. In civil war, whoever controls the royal bloodline gets called the patriot, and the loser becomes the traitor. Damon erupts in rage and charges with divinity, but the rebel lord moves first and tears him open with inhuman claws. Damon crashes at the foot of Tina's throne with his face split and a deep claw wound running from chest to abdomen. Tina notices the intruder's inhuman nails, and he smugly confirms he has become a vampire. Tina slams down her staff and summons a giant woodman from rushing branches while other branches drag the unconscious Damon away. For the first time, the rebel lord hesitates because Tina is still protected by the world tree's power. Then the trap under the palace springs, and the audience chamber collapses as a giant white basilisk blasts up from below. The white basilisk instantly destroys Tina's woodman, exposing why monsters had been smuggled into the capital in the first place. With her defense broken, Tina is seized at close range and forced to drop her staff. The attacker notices Damon is gone, revealing that Tina used her chance to get him out even while she was being cornered. That only pleases the rebel leader more, because Damon now makes a perfect scapegoat for the coup. Holding Tina hostage in front of the throne, the rebel leader declares himself the new king and orders her to live as his puppet. Back in the present at the Imperial Palace, Alan learns that the civil war in Aslan actually broke out 14 days ago. Charlotte explains that the report reached them late because the information had to be sorted out first, and the distance from Aslan to Lawrence's is long even without stopping. Alan pieces together the official story and realizes the border forces are being described as Tina's own, while Damon is being branded the traitor. He flatly calls it nonsense, because he knows Damon is the kind of man who cared for Tina like a father and would never betray her. Charlotte adds that the feudal lords claim to be hunting Damon with Tina's support, and they are also spreading that the theocratic empire instigated the rebellion. Alan immediately stops and demands to know what she just said when he hears his own empire is being blamed. Charlotte explains the rumor in full. The Holy King supposedly used Damon to drive Tina out and planned to put him on Aslan's throne to flaunt absolute authority. Alan cannot believe they dragged him into this absurd story, and Charlotte says the decree was supposedly issued in Tina's name. That tells Alan Tina is probably still alive, but someone else is speaking through her as a puppet, leaving him grimly wondering how this disaster happened. On the way to the palace, Alan pieces together how serious Aslan's rebellion is. Half the feudal lords turned on Tina even though the people and necromancers should have backed the queen saved by the world tree. Before entering, Alan asks Charlotte how bad Kelt's mood is, and she silently answers by making horn signs over her head. Alan steels himself and walks into the audience chamber, where the paladins stand proud but the nobles keep their heads lowered. Kelt openly accuses Alan over Aslan's rebellion and even tests whether his grandson secretly had a hand in it. Alan answers without flinching, saying that if he had really been involved, Aslan would already be gone. Kelt reigns in his anger and shifts to a formal test, asking not as a grandfather but as emperor what the Holy King plans to do. Alan lays out his real fear. Tina is probably being controlled, and the nobles visibly stiffen when he says vampires are behind the coup. At that, Kelt rises from the throne and strides toward Alan, his divine pressure flooding the whole chamber, as he says Aslan has fallen into vampire hands. Alan accepts what that means and asks for permission to conquer Aslan outright before it becomes a vampire base on the Empire's doorstep. He pushes the point even further, arguing that Aslan pointed its sword at the Empire again, so its land should be trampled down and absorbed as imperial territory. Kelt is pleased instead of offended, and he rewards Alan's ruthlessness by granting him Aslan as the territory he never had. Alan can only accept the order to mobilize, even though he knows Kelt is forcing him to earn glory like a future emperor in plain view. Once the chamber doors close, Alan finally mutters what he really thinks and curses Kelt as a snake-like old man. Alan's mood only gets worse when he realizes this war will be hard to justify, because rumors are already painting the Empire as a conquering aggressor. Before he can sort any of it out, Hans comes sprinting up in a panic and grabs Alan hard enough for Charlotte to yank him back. Hans keeps stammering that he is here, and when Alan presses him, Hans finally whispers the name Damon. Elsewhere in the capital, Damon recovers in hiding with Hans's foul wonder drug and thinks back on everything that dragged him and Tina into this disaster. Damon had crossed the border by force and stealth, stealing horse after horse until he finally reached Lawrence's alive. He avoids the palace because meeting Alan openly would make the rebellion rumors look true, so he reaches out to Hans by letter instead. While Damon waits in hiding for the right moment, Alan finally appears before him after 3 long years. Damon drops to his knees and greets Alan as Lord Angel, but Alan answers with a brutal truth that freezes him cold. As the army moves out, Alan keeps studying undead hybridization in his carriage and successfully creates a new holy centaur-like undead outside the moving convoy. Damon, riding with him now, can only beg Alan one more time to reconsider destroying Aslan. Alan refuses, deciding the Empire needs a terrifying show of force because another soft answer would only invite more human allies for the vampires. When Damon tries to blame the whole thing on the vampires, Alan cuts him off and says that is exactly why Aslan cannot go unpunished. Damon lowers himself to the floor and offers Aslan itself if needed, begging Alan to spare Tina's life at least. The carriage reaches the border wall, and Alan finally tells Damon the truth behind his cruelty. He is moving now to save Tina and Aslan's citizens before the coup fully hardens. That answer breaks Damon's resistance, and he bows his head to follow Alan's will. In the command tent, the captains of the 6 Imperial forces are already waiting when Alan arrives, and he heads straight for the war map instead of exchanging formalities. Alan grabs a night piece and slams it onto Aslan's capital, announcing that the whole kingdom will fall in 10 days. The captains immediately object that the forced march will crush the soldiers and cost too many Imperial lives. Alan answers that a full conquest is not the point yet, because simply surrounding the capital should be enough to stop the vampires from repeating Lomé's massacre. He presses the larger point. The rebels have not united Aslan yet, so a fast strike now is the best way to save the ordinary people from suffering longer. Then Alan ends the debate by saying he himself will stand at the very front of the advance. Outside the tent, Alan hears Grill, Adolf, and Yuria muttering in a daze, still half broken from the brutal training camp around the border army. Charlotte offers Alan a short rest, but he refuses because every hour they lose could mean more blood in Aslan's capital. Even so, Alan cannot shake the feeling that the vampires' move makes little sense, because the price of another failed operation should be far too high for them. Charlotte says vampires keep losing because their arrogance makes them look down on humanity, but Alan only gives the moon a bitter smile and hopes she is right. The next morning at Aslan's border camp, necromancers quietly admit the whole rebellion feels rotten from the start. What really scares them is the workforce itself, because only vampires should be able to gather this many enslaved orcs, goblins, and ogres. One necromancer even wonders if Damon was never the real traitor, and if Retin is the one steering this coup. Their gossip dies instantly when Jerem, one of the rebel feudal lords, bellows down from the watchtower and threatens to rip out their throats if they keep talking. Even while acting tough, Jerem is badly shaken inside by Retin's promise that if he stalls the Empire for 10 days, the vampires will come and reward him with immortality. He stares toward the theocratic Empire's wall and remembers the real nightmare there. The Holy Emperor Celt once wiped out an army on this very border by himself. Jerem can barely stomach the idea of standing against monsters like Celt, the Sword King, the Crown Prince, or the Holy King, and he mutters that eternal life may not be worth this. Then the Imperial border gate opens, and Jerem physically recoils as old fear surges back before he even sees who is coming. Instead of an army, a lone paladin rides out under a yellow truce flag, and Jerem is relieved to realize the Empire wants to talk first. Seeing only one richly armored envoy, Jerem mistakes the rider's nerve for arrogance, and decides to meet him personally. The gate opens, Jerem rides out with his escort, and he starts the meeting like he expects a slow negotiation. The paladin cuts him off and, with spirit speech ringing across the camp, demands total surrender instead of talks. When the envoy says the invading army is under the Holy King's personal command, Jerem breaks into a cold sweat because he knows exactly which butcher that means. Jerem still tries to save face by refusing surrender and offering negotiation, but the paladin flatly tells him there will be no negotiation at all. Pressed in front of his own men, Jerem draws his sword, roars about Aslan's pride, and whips the defenders into mocking laughter. The paladin only tilts his head and asks if that is really Jerem's final answer. Jerem threatens to behead him, but the envoy suddenly calls him by name and speaks as if the choice is already over. Before Jerem can understand it, divinity erupts under the paladin's horse and holy water explodes outward in fast-moving waves. As the holy water races through the camp and past the open gate, the paladin removes his helm and reveals himself as Alan Alphals. Alan finishes the reveal by producing Amon's skull and calmly declaring that he will judge them here. Jerem tries to flee too late, because bone hands shoot up from the holy water and drag his horse down first. Thrown into the flood, Jerem channels demonic energy to break free, but the clash with Alan's divinity explodes and hurls him into the barricade bleeding. Half buried in shattered wood, Jerem still screams for his men to seal the barricade and kill Alan because he thinks the Holy King came alone. Alan answers with brutal calm that he is not alone at all, then spreads his arms and says the line Jerem will never forget: "I am the Legion." Thousands of holy undead answer him, rising out of the water in every shape from skeletal cavalry to wyverns and grotesque spine-limbed horrors. Alan closes the warning by telling Jerem this disaster is his own doing, and the Aslan side can only stare at the army they just provoked. On the barricade, the defenders try to deny what they are seeing, but the sheer size of the holy undead tide crushes any hope that this is a dream. The undead shriek with spirit speech-laced cries, and the sound itself locks the defenders in place with terror. Jerem, still jammed into the broken barricade, forces the officers to move by screaming that the killer of King Rahama is here and the army must fight. War drums begin pounding across the defenses, but the sound only deepens the panic because it feels like the footsteps of the monsters coming closer. The enslaved monsters have no choice but to fight, so orcs loose arrows and goblins fire siege weapons down into the oncoming undead. The shots do smash bones and blow apart some undead, but the Legion keeps replenishing itself so fast that every kill just makes the defenders more frightened. Alan gives one quiet order, "Go," and the entire holy horde surges forward at once. The barrage keeps hitting, but it only slows the holy undead for moments before they keep charging straight at the barricades. One of the fastest horrors is the skeleton centipede, and its speed alone sends fresh panic across the gate. The defenders slam the gate shut, but the skeleton centipede simply burrows underground and vanishes beneath the flooded earth. A second later it erupts inside the defenses, coils around an ogre, and tears the larger monster apart so fast the other orcs go white. At the same time, four-armed skeleton soldiers reach the walls with bone ladders and even crawl up the barricades like insects. Even when an orc tries to spear one down, the skeleton just grabs the weapon and uses it to climb faster. Once they hit the platform, the four-armed undead draw all their swords and butcher the defenders in a blur that normal shields cannot stop. While the walls are being overrun, Alan calmly studies the still sturdy defenses and opens Amon's grimoire to summon something bigger. Jerem tears himself free from the wreckage and decides he only needs to buy a few days, even if he has to burn his own lifespan to do it. He roars for Aslan, floods his body with demonic energy until his muscles swell, and charges Alan in a desperate one-strike gamble. Right before Jerem's sword can land, goblins start screaming that a great being is coming as huge claws and a dragon's skull rise from the holy water. Jerem freezes on instinct, and Alan effortlessly swats his sword aside while bone armor wraps over his own body. Hooked bone claws seize Jerem by the throat and lift him helplessly into the air. The defender's discipline finally breaks, because orcs and goblins alike start treating the bone dragon like a myth made real. Necromancers try to order everyone back into line, but they hesitate too long in front of the legendary monster. That hesitation gets them killed when the bone dragon slams its skull into the barricade and blows the heavy wall apart like rotten crumbs. Then the dragon opens its jaws and unleashes fire so hot the monsters in front of it vanish before their bones can even remain. Through the new breach, skeleton cavalry storms in and starts harvesting everyone on the wall without caring whether they are human, goblin, or orc. Above them, the bone wyvern circles while skeleton mages on its back calmly snipe the last pockets of resistance. At that point some slave soldiers finally throw down their weapons and run, choosing panic over a hopeless stand. One fleeing soldier trips, looks back, and sees a skeleton centaur charging him like death itself. He begs for his life and surrenders on the spot, and the holy undead proves Alan's judgment is selective by sparing him and skewering the nearby necromancer instead. At the border battlefield, one slave soldier realizes the holy king's side spares anyone who surrenders and desperately tells the others to throw their weapons away. The necromancers try to stop the surrender, but the bone dragon lowers its flaming jaws over them and silences the whole camp in an instant. When one necromancer still tries to cast dragon fire, wipes him out and scorches the others so completely that the survivors immediately throw down their staves too. The bone dragon ignores the cowering survivors and stomps past, leaving the battlefield under sudden, uneasy silence. Elsewhere, the skeletal holy king keeps Jerem lifted by the throat and coldly asks which vampire is behind Aslan's betrayal. Jerem refuses to talk and spits out his real belief. Aslan and the Empire were always heading for mutual destruction, so he chose to side with vampires rather than kneel. Jerem even claims he is carrying out Rahama's will, making it brutally clear that he never accepted Tina as his true queen. Alan changes tactics and asks a chilling question instead: if Rahama himself ordered him to obey, would Jerem finally submit? Damon appears nearby with the answer Alan needs, while Charlotte leads 20,000 soldiers out from the open border wall behind them. When Alan orders Damon to guide him to Rahama's grave, Jerem finally understands and explodes in horror at the thought of his king being disturbed. Alan gives Jerem one last choice, and the terror in those burning eyes finally breaks the feudal lord's resistance. Meanwhile, in a dark prison cell, Retin tries to force Tina to drink progenitor blood and become a vampire for Aslan's so-called salvation. Retin reveals the offer in full. If Tina agrees, she will become Duke Duran's vampire wife and Aslan will be reshaped into the first kingdom of vampires. Tina quietly rejects him, and Retin loses his temper because he cannot complete the transformation without her consent. Before the slap lands, Duke Duran's voice from the doorway stops Retin from roughing up his future bride. Duke Duran enters and coldly explains that he wants Tina so he can corrupt the elf tied to the world tree, but the panel stays on Tina and Retin as they listen. When Tina refuses again, Duran's off-panel order turns uglier: kill her, make her undead, and use her people's blood to defile her soul. Tina spots Retin trembling under all that confidence, and realizes the vampires are rushing because something has gone badly wrong. With a mocking guess, Tina asks if the Holy King has already arrived, and the answer from off-panel confirms Alan broke through the border 10 days ago and is marching on the capital. For one relieved moment, Tina thinks this nightmare might end, but Duran's off-panel words about the Blood Army and the Vampire King sour that hope immediately. A blood creation suddenly brings the worst possible news. The first army to reach the capital is not Duran's allies, but the Holy King's. Duran rushes to the tallest tower and sees the truth for himself. The capital is fully encircled by paladins and more than 20,000 imperial troops. As dusk deepens, the search for the Blood Army and the Vampire King turns up nothing at all, and that empty answer starts to feel catastrophic. The answer finally clicks, and Duran rages that Marquis Kyram played him from the start. That same night, Alan follows Damon to a hidden temple away from the capital, with Charlotte dragging the now-bound Jerem behind them. The approach is packed with traps, but Damon disables them easily while Alan jokes about whether a dragon is waiting inside and Damon answers far too seriously. At the corridor's end, masked Hashishans bow to Damon and report that only 57 survivors remain, while Tina is still imprisoned and some ceremony is being prepared at the palace. Damon leads them through a final door into a secret sanctuary where moonlight, flowers, shallow water, and 500 former slave priests waiting in prayer surround Rahama's coffin. Jerem accuses Damon of secretly building a rebel force, and Damon calmly says these priests belong to Alan alone, which leaves Alan internally stunned by what his name now commands. Alan walks up to the coffin at the hall's center, and Jerem panics again as the truth of what he intends becomes impossible to miss. Damon quietly reveals that Tina visited this grave every night, and the withered white lily on the coffin makes that loyalty painfully obvious. Moved by that truth, Alan brushes away the dead petals and tells the foolish king inside that it is finally time to fix what he did to his daughter. Divinity floods the coffin, wind whips the petals into the air, and everyone around the altar waits through a tense, rumbling silence. Then a pure white hand punches through the coffin and gently takes hold of the withered lily. Sacred power flows from that undead hand into the flower, restoring the white lily to full life before everyone's eyes. The coffin explodes apart, and Rahama rises from it as a heavily armored undead king, shocking Damon and nearly breaking Jerem on the spot. Charlotte lets Jerem go, and he rushes forward to kneel before his resurrected king in trembling devotion. But Rahama ignores Jerem and instead speaks of the daughter he treated as a slave, only now realizing after death that she was the one who kept coming to him in love. With his eyes blazing brighter, Rahama finally says the words he never gave Tina in life: she is his daughter. Rahama turns to Alan as his master and demands to know where Tina is now, making his first act after resurrection a vow toward his daughter. Back at the palace, around 1,000 citizens are summoned by the claim that Queen Tina has an announcement for them. What they actually find is a nightmare. The once sacred audience chamber is drenched in blood, scattered with corpses, and their young queen is tied helplessly to her throne. The citizens' fear turns to fury as they realize vampires are openly in the palace and the feudal lords may have betrayed them all. Duran answers the crowd with open contempt while Tina sits bound and humiliated beside him, turning the whole gathering into a mock honor for their queen. At Duran's signal, orc soldiers haul in a guillotine, and the chamber finally understands this gathering is a public execution, not a ceremony of peace. With the siege closing in and his allies nowhere in sight, Duran decides to abandon the vampire wife plan and use Tina's undead body and her people's blood as a desperate way to buy time and escape. Retin loudly announces a marriage between Duke Duran and Queen Tina, turning the execution into a deranged mock wedding in front of the capital. Tina is forced down onto the guillotine while the citizens cry out, and the orc guards keep everyone back at sword point. Even with her neck locked into the frame, Tina still orders the crowd to stop, trying to protect her people from being butchered on her behalf. While Duran mocks her from nearby, vampires draw runes and flood the chamber with demonic energy, starting the ritual that will stuff the victims' tormented souls into Tina's severed head. Just before the final order, Tina catches sight of a bone wyvern and rider flashing past the palace window, a strange sign that rescue might already be here. Retin exults that 1,000 citizens will be the sacrifice, then severs the rope the instant the execution order is given. An undead king's roar answers before the blade can fall, and the palace ceiling explodes as a huge armored figure crashes down into the chamber. Before anyone can react, Rahama's mace blasts out of the dust and smashes into Duke Duran hard enough to send him flying. As the dust clears, the rescuer finally comes into view. Rahama stands beside the guillotine and has stopped the falling blade with one armored hand inches above Tina. Rahama crushes the guillotine blade in his grip and shields Tina from the flying shards as the whole chamber stares in stunned silence. Then the undead sovereign lifts Tina into his arms and commands everyone present to kneel and worship the true king standing before them. Rahama names himself the returned king of Aslan, says he has come to bid his people farewell, and then turns his blazing gaze on the vampires as if their souls already belonged to death. Inside the dust-filled audience chamber, Tina looks up and realizes the armored undead carrying her is her father, Rahama. Rahama says nothing, but his careful hand on Tina's head tells her Alan must have revived him to save her. Across the ruined hall, Duke Duran freezes when he recognizes Rahama and realizes Alan created a divine undead king strong enough to kill him. Duran cannot find Alan anywhere, and that makes the whole room even more frightening to him. Trying to buy time for his brain to finish regenerating, Duran rises and wraps himself in blood armor while forming a sword from the same crimson mass. Even Duran admits to himself that Rahama was already one of the few humans the vampires truly feared when he was alive, and now an undead body might make him even worse. Rahama finally speaks to the terrified citizens and orders his former subjects to leave at once. To force an escape route open, Rahama hurls a broken guillotine blade through the palace window and shatters it. He grabs Tina by the scruff and tosses her out first, ordering her to go to his master and protect Aslan's people. Outside the high window, a bone wyvern swoops in and catches Tina mid-fall while the citizens begin fleeing the chamber. Retin and the orcs lock up at the sight of Rahama, and Duran curses them for wasting the moment. Duran roars for his basilisk to kill everyone, and the palace floor bursts open as the giant white serpent rises beneath the fleeing crowd. Before the basilisk can strike, a bone dragon smashes into the broken window and bites straight into its throat. Seeing Alan command both Rahama and a bone dragon at once, Duran finally understands this coup has turned into a disaster for him. Duran's fear spikes hard enough that he starts thinking only about escape, and even suspects Kyram saw this collapse coming first. Rahama gives him no chance to run and charges first, swinging his mace at the vampire who tried to murder Tina. Duran barely gets his blood sword up in time, and Rahama promises to break him into a million pieces. The blow is so heavy that the palace floor buckles and collapses under both fighters. Later that night at the Empire's torchlit camp, Tina arrives on the bone wyvern and lands in the middle of Alan's forces. Charlotte greets Tina with formal royal courtesy, while Alice rushes in more personally to make sure she is unharmed. Once Alice confirms Tina is safe, Tina finally sees Alan waiting behind them in bone armor with Damon and Jerem at his side. Overwhelmed by relief and guilt, Tina drops to her knees before Alan and begs him to forgive her failure and keep Aslan from collapsing again. Alan answers with brutal honesty that Aslan can no longer avoid destruction, and the words hit Tina like a sentence. Then Alan gives her one path forward. If she helps him, he can still save Aslan's people. When Alan tells Tina to lend him her aid, she takes his hand without hesitation. Alan sets Tina on a skeletal horse, climbs up with her, and turns to face the 20,000 troops preparing to march. He orders the army to kill only those who resist, spare those who surrender, and focus on hunting vampires rather than slaughtering Aslan. Alan also warns everyone to watch the surroundings, because Jerem already told him an army of blood is closing in on the capital. Jerem follows Alan now not just out of loyalty to Rahama, but because seeing a dead king revived has turned his faith completely toward Alan's divine power. With the march ready, Alan orders the advance and openly declares that Aslan will become new territory of the theocratic empire. On Aslan's outer wall, soldiers panic as smoke rises from the palace and a giant dragon and serpent clash near the royal grounds. The necromancers turn their eyes outward and see Alan's army approaching under a crushing white aura, with Alan himself leading from the front in bone armor. One necromancer uses a telescope and is stunned to see Tina riding on the same skeletal horse as Alan, with Jerem and Damon escorting them. Still wary, the wall defenders hesitate until Alan gives Tina a branch of the world tree, and she proves herself by summoning a woodman in full view. That proof settles it for the necromancer captain, and he orders the city gates open because the true queen is clearly cooperating with Alan. The defenders bow on both sides of the gateway as Alan enters the capital without resistance. Alan immediately folds Aslan's soldiers into his defense plan and orders the walls secured while scouts search for the incoming army of blood. Then he personally selects the believers raised by Damon and Tina's Hashishans to follow him into the palace and kill Duke Duran. At the royal palace walls, the rebel feudal lords are already spiraling, arguing over whether to keep defending, wait for the army of blood, or beg for mercy instead. Escaped citizens shout up that Rahama has returned as a death knight and protected Queen Tina, which turns the lords' panic into real dread. The rebels realize too late that if Rahama recognized Tina and they allied with vampires, they have effectively betrayed both their queen and their god. Some of them want to surrender to Tina and the Empire, but the others fear no lie will save them now that the vampires have clearly abandoned them. Before they can settle it, a soldier rushes in with the worst possible news. The Holy King has already arrived at the castle. From the wall they spot Alan approaching the castle with Tina in his arms and hundreds of monks behind him, and the human soldiers immediately start to waver. The feudal lords freeze until one of them finally chooses desperation over reason and orders everyone to stop Alan, betting everything on the army of blood still coming. They cling to the fantasy that the vampires will arrive by morning and grant them eternal life, even though their situation is already collapsing. Alan answers by summoning Nasus and Kasim onto skeletal horses and sending them straight after the rebel lords on the wall. Then Alan prepares to break the gate himself, extending his right hand as giant bones grow outward into an enormous skeletal grip. Inside that giant bony frame, a huge cannon appears, and Alan aims it straight at the steel gate. Alan floods the cannon with divinity until the weapon glows with a violent holy charge. The blast melts through the steel gate and obliterates it in one overwhelming explosion. As the rebel side panics in the choking dust, Alan walks through the breach and declares that he is now going to hunt down Duke Duran. At the palace entrance, Alan sends Tina toward the world tree while he leads the Hashishans and monks straight into the royal palace. As Alan's group storms the halls, orc soldiers pour out on every floor under strict orders to stop them. The monks whisper a prayer to Goddess Gaia and, to Alan's surprise, ask for Holy King Alan Alphonse's blessing too. That prayer turns into action fast, and the monks smash into the orcs with brutal divine-powered martial skill. Even with hundreds of monks fanning through the palace, fresh orcs lock their heavy shields together and build a steel wall in the corridor. Alan answers the shield wall with one cold order and levels his giant holy cannon straight at it. The holy blast erases armor and flesh together, blowing apart the orc line and setting the passage ablaze. The surviving orcs stare at Alan walking through fire like a nightmare, torn between his cannon and the vampire spell waiting to kill deserters. When some orcs tried to flee instead of fighting, the obedience curse from the vampires makes their bodies swell and explode on the spot. With no way out left for them, Alan casually picks off another screaming orc with a point-blank holy shot. In the ruined audience chamber, Duke Duran keeps taunting Rahama, but the strain is showing while Rahama still holds his ground on one knee. Rahama calmly admits Duran is strong, then twists the moment by saying that only proves his master is even stronger. A wave of divinity reaches the chamber, and while the enemy turns toward the sealed door, Rahama already knows Alan has arrived. A holy shell blasts through the audience chamber door and tears apart the vampire standing in its path. Rahama collapses from the strain as Retin and the orcs recoil, while the vampire's body starts rebuilding itself from the hips up. Rahama bows toward the entrance as Alan finally steps through the ruined doorway with 500 monks spreading out behind him. Alan identifies the vampire behind the whole disaster and levels his cannon as fear spreads through the half-regenerated enemy. Seeing the vampire survive a direct holy blast, Alan grimly decides to test how many times he has to die before he stays dead. From Alan's view, the fight becomes brutally clear. A Duke-class vampire can recover from holy damage that would finish any ordinary monster. Retin asks what to do, and both sides answer at once. The vampire orders a desperate attack while Alan claims Aslan for the Empire and orders them killed. Alan fires first, but the vampire slips apart into blood droplets and dodges by reforming somewhere else. Alan answers that trick by spreading 12 bone hands behind him and opening fire with a ring of summoned muskets. Retin throws the orcs in front to protect Duran, and the monks crash into them, turning the chamber into a chaotic close-quarters brawl. Using the blood on the floor, the vampire rises under Alan's guard and thrusts straight for his heart. Alan blocks with a storm of summoned weapons and snaps his cannon into a hidden greatsword strike of his own. The two lock blades in a raw power contest, and Alan's divine strength starts forcing the vampire backward anyway. The vampire breaks first, with his blood sword and armor shattering as Alan blasts him away. When the vampire tries to recover by drawing in blood around him, Alan floods the floor with holy water and blows that blood apart instead. Desperate for more blood, the vampire reaches through the broken wall toward the basilisk still battling outside. The counterattack comes instantly, and Alan barely avoids a blood stake that drills through the bone shield he throws up in front of himself. Done holding back, the vampire mutates into a full devil-like body with wings, hooves, a leonyish face, and a blood great sword. One heavy swing from the new blade spreads poison and blood over the chamber floor, corrupts Alan's holy water, and raises 6 blood clones. Alan glances behind him and sees reinforcements arrive as Rahama gets back up and Qasim and Nasuz enter after finishing the nobles outside. Even so, Alan decides the numbers still favor the enemy, and answers by summoning his own bone legion from the holy water. The room turns claustrophobic with monsters, and both the monks and the orcs instinctively pull back to redraw the battle lines. Retin panics at the sight, and the transformed vampire answers with pure cruelty by grabbing him and cutting him in half to make another clone. After feeding on his own ally, the transformed vampire hunches low, roars for the Vampire King's glory, and sends his side charging again. Alan raises his cannon and unleashes the countercharge, sending Rahama, Qasim, Nasuz, the monks, and the Bone Legion straight into the vampire's attack. Inside Aslan's ruined audience chamber, Alan's holy undead, the monks, the orcs, and Duran's blood clones crash into a full chaotic melee. Duran's true body charges in his full devil-like form, stomping forward on hooved feet, while Alan pushes his own body and holy gear to the limit to meet him. Duran swings first and unleashes a blazing wave of poisonous blood, but Alan fires his cannon straight into it and blows the attack apart. Duran barrels through the smoke with another swing, and Alan meets him head-on as blood blade and steel greatsword slam together in a shower of holy light and demonic sparks. Alan answers the power gap with gunfire, and the 12 muskets on his back blast Duran through the body hard enough to drop him to one knee. But Duran heals almost instantly by absorbing blood from the battlefield and pulling one of his own blood clones back into his true body. Alan finally sees the trick and calls it out. Every clone Duran loses is one more life gone. Before Duran can recover his footing, Alan drives both his great sword and cannon into the vampire's abdomen and shoves the giant body backward across the cracking floor. Alan taunts him for still talking like a human, then fires a holy shell at point-blank range and blows a chunk out of Duran's torso. Half destroyed and enraged, Duran vomits blood and turns it into a rain of bullet-like drops aimed across the whole chamber. Alan shouts a warning and throws up defenses at once, rebuilding his bone army into a giant shield over the monks while using his cannon to guard himself. Duran burns another clone to restore himself again, but now he is openly desperate and hunting for more blood. Alan spreads holy water across the chamber and seals the broken wall and openings with fresh bone growth before Duran can run for outside blood. Duran hacks uselessly at the new barricade, and Alan quietly tells him the real reason escape is over. Tina has already reached the World Tree. Roots from the World Tree surge into the chamber, purify the spilled blood, and start smashing orcs while Duran's clones stagger back. When the roots absorb Alan's holy water, they swell even larger and bunch into woodmen that pounce on the remaining clones one after another. Watching his extra lives get erased, Duran finally cracks and blurts out that it cannot end yet. Alan walks straight at him and says the fight is already over. Duran flails in fear, but Alan keeps slipping past the wild swings, slamming him with the cannon and carving fresh wounds across his body. Even the blood spraying off Duran can no longer save him, because the World Tree roots absorb every drop before it can return to his body. Duran curses the Dark Elf behind this reversal and throws his full strength into another spinning strike. The impact cracks Alan's bone cannon frame, but Alan instantly repairs the damage with an even stronger surge of divine restoration. That instant repair leaves Duran shaken, and Alan tells him he can feel it now. Duran is steadily losing strength. Duran still clings to his arrogance, and swears he will offer Alan to the Vampire King. He spreads his wings and launches himself at Alan, while blue flames start consuming his own body like a final self-destructive gambit. Alan already senses what is coming from behind the barricade, and coolly tells Duran he will never reach him. In the next instant, the barricaded wall explodes inward and a giant skeletal dragon skull bursts through with jaws wide open behind Duran. Duran's attack turns into a panicked attempt to flee, but the bone dragon catches him and bites down before he can escape. The dragon tears Duran in half, burning away his lower body and dropping his ruined upper torso onto the floor. As he dies, Duran loses the devil shape and reverts to his more human-looking facade, crawling away in disbelief with bloody tears in his eyes. Alan grabs Duran by the head and drags him to the shattered wall so he can see what waits outside. Through the opening, Duran is forced to look at sunrise over conquered Aslan, the dead basilisk, the towering world tree, the vast city, and the white-clad theocratic army on the walls. Alan tells him to look carefully, because this land now belongs to the theocratic empire. The sunlight hits Duran directly, and even the Duke starts melting in terror instead of enduring it like lesser vampire blood creations can. Alan drops his skeletal battle form, sits on the broken wall, and calmly tells Duran that his invasion only made the empire stronger by handing over new territory. Then Alan raises a musket, promises the vampire king will follow him to hell soon enough, and Duran can only spit out one last hateful curse. Alan pulls the trigger, blowing Duran's head apart, and ending the vampire duke for good as the rest of his body crumbles into ash. With the battle finally over, Alan looks out over sunlit Aslan, and immediately groans about the far less heroic problem of how he is supposed to run this new territory. 5 days later, Aslan is already being rebuilt as Tina's necromancers use livestock life force to summon skeleton workers and restore the ruined palace at speed. At the same time, surviving rebel lords are guillotined in the city plaza under Tina's authority, and furious citizens vent their rage on the bodies and severed heads. Back in the still broken audience chamber, Alan sits on a hastily built throne and receives reports while trying to decide what punishment Queen Tina deserves for failing to stop the coup. He can see through Rahama's shared vision and notices the undead king sitting quietly with Tina on the world tree's roots, while she happily makes a flower wreath for his skull. Even that brief summoning leaves Alan drained, and he rubs away the dizziness while admitting how tired he is. He pulls out the repaired golden bangle of the first Holy Emperor and decides he had better ask Hans before trying to use it again. Then Charlotte bursts into the chamber pale and shaken, which is alarming enough by itself because she almost never loses her composure. Alan assumes the marching army of blood has finally reached Aslan, and the thought alone is enough to make him tense up. Charlotte confirms the army has reached the capital, but her next words stop Alan cold. They attacked Lawrence's, not Aslan. The scene shifts to Lawrence's, where Holy Emperor Kelt puts on radiant golden armor and calmly prepares for battle for the first time in years. Oscar Baldur bows in admiration at seeing the old emperor armored again, while Raphael stands beside them openly frustrated that the enemy is already at the gates. Raphael explains that a demonic beast from hell tunneled underground to bring the invasion close, and Kelt realizes the chaos in Aslan was only bait to distract them. Instead of worrying about being targeted, Kelt sounds almost insulted that the enemy chose him over his grandson, then hefts his warhammer and heads out. From the palace's highest balcony, Kelt sees that the morning sun has vanished under a crimson fog spreading over the valley beyond Lawrence's. At the far breach in the mountain stands a colossal infernal beast, Cerberus, a 15-meter hellhound with 3 flaming wolf heads and saliva dripping like molten lava. From that underground chasm, vampire royal guards, nobles, lycans, and tens of thousands of undead keep pouring out as if hell itself has opened beneath Lawrence's. Kelt learns that Bruce and Juan are already commanding the outer walls and that Alan should be hurrying back after hearing the news. Then Kelt spots the true mastermind standing before Cerberus, the Vampire King, a towering bandaged ruler wrapped in crimson fog and holding a long staff. Even from that distance, the Vampire King's pressure is enough to make Raphael break into a cold sweat. Kelt admits this should make him worry for his people, but instead the sight only thrills him because a holy emperor rarely gets a chance to claim a Vampire King's skull. Outside Lawrence's, the vampire host freezes when they spot Holy Emperor Kelt smiling from the palace balcony instead of panicking. Marquis Kyram lowers his head and admits the truth. Even without the Holy King, attacking while Kelt is still this strong feels unrealistic. Since Duke Duran is gone, the Vampire King chooses Kyram to fill the empty Duke rank and offers him royal blood on the spot. Kyram hesitates because sharing royal blood in front of Kelt seems reckless, but the king coldly dismisses it as useless against a monster like him. Kyram drinks the king's blood with reverence, accepting both the promotion and the risk tied to this final push. The Vampire King then turns to Grand Duke Ivaldi and says the time has come to test the blood-forged spear he created. Ivaldi proudly boasts that the spear was fed sacrifices for 500 years and can rival the imperial family's treasured weapons. With morale slipping, the Duke-class nobles bark at the army to stop cowering and remember that vampires are the predators here. Once the ranks are set, the Vampire King asks how long another failure would cost them, and Kyram answers with a grim estimate of 4 more centuries if their dukes survive. That answer hardens the king's resolve, and he fixes his gaze on Kelt across the battlefield. The Vampire King openly declares this is their last chance. They will seize the capital, turn humans into livestock, and ascend as new gods. The army answers with a roar, and the Vampire King leaps onto Cerberus to lead the attack from the front. As Cerberus begins its frenzied sprint, blood starts falling from the storm clouds and the entire army surges toward Lawrence's. On Lawrence's walls, the paladins look up as the blood rain falls and realize it is toxic, tainted with demonic energy, and made to strengthen vampires. Inside the capital, terrified citizens hide with their families, shut their windows, and brace for the nightmare army gathering outside. Then a loud cry praising the Holy Emperor rolls through the city, and the frightened citizens realize something powerful is moving outside. When the citizens finally open their windows, they see a radiant golden procession marching through the streets, and burning the blood rain away before it can touch them. At the head of that march are Celt, Cardinal Raphael, and the Sword King Oskel, and their arrival starts replacing panic with raw faith. Thousands of monks drop to their knees around Gaia's statue, and Celt uses spirit speech to tell the whole capital not to fear these false lives. Celt declares that they are the victors and that Gaia's protection is already with them, pushing the crowd's prayers even higher. While Raphael begins the sacred hymn, Celt raises his warhammer crackling with lightning and prepares to show both the city and the vampires the imperial family's power. He smashes the altar apart, and at that exact moment lightning tears open the crimson clouds above the capital. The red clouds start peeling away from the capital outward, and the sky turns blue again over Lawrence's. Lightning and the warhammer's power pour into Gaia's statue, and the city stares as the giant figure begins to move. The armored goddess statue secures its helm, reaches for its sword, and starts walking like a living guardian. The monks cry that their goddess has descended, and the giant statue lowers a hand so Celt can step onto it. Riding on Gaia's hand, Celt heads for the outer wall and tells everyone to keep praying because those prayers are about to become real strength. On the walls, soldiers slam their weapons in answer to Celt's confidence, and roar for the showdown ahead. As the enemy closes in, White and Luan shout from the walls for their men to cheer louder than the undead so the citizens hear courage instead of terror. The wall defense snaps into motion as guards ready holy water arrows, silver-tipped ballista bolts, and light-emitting imperial symbols set along the ramparts. White looks out at 50,000 undead mixed with vampires and gives the order to fire first. The first volley tears through the front ranks, and masses of undead are erased in holy explosions before they can reach the wall. But two Duke-class vampires burst through the explosions untouched and declare that they will open a path themselves. The crocodilian Duke slams the ground and sends violent cracks racing through the earth and up the capital's outer wall. At the same time, Boer rolls forward like a living siege wheel, gouging the ground, igniting the path behind him, and smashing into the wall. Even after those attacks, the wall still holds, leaving both dukes visibly shaken. Then they notice why. The damaged wall is laced with defensive runes mixed with silver and ultra powder all through the stone. Before the defenders can recover, the vampire king rides Cerberus into range and draws every eye on the wall. The wall launches its silver bolts and holy arrows, but Vlandmer feeds blood into his spear and sweeps out a blast that erases the firing platform. The paladins on that platform are blown apart, and the dead rise back up as ghouls that immediately attack their former comrades. Vlandmer seizes the opening and orders Cerberus straight into the cracked wall to finish the breach. The wall finally collapses, but a huge stone sword suddenly slices out of the dust and nearly catches Cerberus across the face. The invading vampires look up in alarm and find an impossible sight beyond the breach: the animated goddess statue carrying Celt into battle. Celt calls the vampire king by name, and both sides grin because the obstacle each once dead is finally within reach. They trade savage promises, and Celt jokes that Vlandmer's skull will end up shown off to his grandchildren. Cerberus lunges and Gaia charges to meet it, turning the breach into a battlefield for monsters and kings. Celt leaps from Gaia's hand and brings his warhammer down, but the vampire king catches the strike on his spear. While the kings clash, Gaia yanks out its shield and bashes Cerberus's middle head, making the other two snap back at it. Watching the destruction spread, Oskel and Raphael dryly admit that this place never seems to get a peaceful day. Their attention shifts when Grand Duke Ivaldi steps through the breach, and both men instantly feel that he is on another level from the vampires they knew. Ivaldi asks who they are, and when they calmly answer, his interest turns into a blacksmith's hunger to forge with their blood. Elsewhere on the wall, White and Luan find their path blocked by the two Duke-class monsters and know this front will be decided up close. White asks if Luan can handle one Duke alone, and Luan answers honestly that he is not his monstrous younger brother, and that he is still not at that level. So White leaves command of the troops to Luan and casually admits he probably cannot win either, though he jokes that running away is one of his best skills. Luan can only promise to pray for him, and father and son part with a quick, restrained farewell before the real fighting begins. With White drawing his sword against the Duke-class monsters and the city badly outnumbered, the war fully opens across Lawrence's. While the battle rages outside, Kyram slips into the palace basement disguised as a human because he knows this chaos is his best chance to finish his hidden mission. He finds golden cross guards already cut down in the corridor, proving someone paid heavily to open this path for him. Kyram grabs the surviving paladin by the throat and demands to know where his target is, but the man tries to die before speaking. Annoyed by that loyalty, Kyram drops the human disguise and shows his true clown-like vampire body to force the answer out with spirit speech. Even under supernatural coercion, the paladin resists until his body starts bursting apart from the strain and blood spills from his face. At the very end, the dying paladin finally gasps out the location. Underground on the 44th floor lies second Prince Ruppel. Kyram lets the corpse drop and smiles like a devil, because now he can begin preparing the return of Ruppel Alfels. By the third day of the vampire assault, Hans is still hiding inside the Imperial Palace, listening to the battle outside and nervously counting how long it should take Alan to return from Aslan. Hans works out the timing in his head and grimly realizes the undead had too much time to prepare, which is why the casualties are still climbing. A pounding at the door makes Hans flinch, but the voice outside belongs to Sir Harman, and Hans instantly thinks he might actually survive this. Hans throws the door open expecting rescue, only to find a breathless Harman, several silent paladins, and an elderly priest waiting for him in the corridor. Instead of good news, Harman grabs Hans and says they need him immediately because a powerful vampire has infiltrated the palace and already killed members of the Golden Cross. As they head underground, Hans assumes they are evacuating, until Harman reminds him that Hans himself redesigned the palace prison labyrinth below. That question drags Hans back to when the Holy Emperor personally summoned him to redesign the secret labyrinth. Only a handful of people were even allowed to enter. When Harman asks him to guide them down there, Hans finally understands the plan and immediately panics at the idea of facing a palace infiltrator in that place. Harman quietly admits the infiltrator is estimated to be above Marquis rank, and Hans nearly breaks down on the spot. The old priest introduces himself as Cardinal Uriel, but when Hans asks if he has hunted vampires before, Uriel can only say he once fought a Baron Class 1. Hans realizes their combat strength is not reassuring at all, then suddenly remembers the labyrinth has something even worse waiting inside for intruders. He explains that the prison was already a death maze before he added traps, and no vampire should be able to pass through unscathed because he also installed a special guardian. Deep in the underground labyrinth, Kyram races through endless stone passages, furious that he still cannot find his target. The untouched traps make Kyram even more uneasy, because instead of stopping him, the Imperial Labyrinth feels like it is deliberately luring him deeper. He tries to steady himself by remembering that the Vampire King made him Duke class, with enough spare lives to survive even if he dies here. Then Kyram catches the scent of vampire blood and turns a corner expecting answers, only to freeze at the sight waiting for him. A 5-meter liquid monster blocks the passage, its body rippling with bones and rotting flesh, and Kyram realizes he is looking at a completed bloody golem. Kyram is horrified because Count Timon once failed to make this exact monster, and now he can see the bloody golem's crimson core proving the Imperials somehow completed it with missed calf's heart, and vampire, and leaking remains. Disgusted and shaken, Kyram curses the Imperial family as devils just as the bloody golem opens a rib-lined maw and lunges. The golem's blood lashes smash into Kyram, crush his arm, and drive leaking fangs into the flesh to draw out his blood. Kyram instantly judges this as a terrible matchup for an infiltration specialist like him, and with paladins likely closing in, he gives up on fighting and runs. The bloody golem collapses and reshapes into a lion-like form, then springs after him with a grinding maw of spinning rib bones. Back at the capital walls, the Empire's soldiers are exhausted because even after 3 straight days of killing undead, the horde still keeps growing. The wider battlefield is just as brutal. The goddess statue and Hell's Gatekeeper are both battered, and the Holy Emperor's duel with the Vampire King still has no clear winner. A gargoyle swoops down on distracted defenders just as another shout spreads panic across the wall. The outer gate has finally been breached. Below them, a giant battering ram of bone and steel has smashed the gateway open, leaving tens of thousands of undead packed beyond the ruined entrance. Instead of retreating, paladins and soldiers form a desperate shield line in front of the breach and dare the undead to come through. The two sides crash together, with spears skewering corpses and paladins cutting off heads as the defenders struggle to hold the opening for a little longer. Near the mountain range, the progenitor vampires keep vomiting up more undead and convince themselves victory is close now that the city and its civilians are almost within reach. One progenitor finally notices a strange vampire sitting off to the side on a boulder, wearing a mountain goat's skull helm and resting instead of helping. The disguised man lazily claims he just arrived and needs a few more minutes to rest, which only makes the overworked vampire angrier. But when the progenitor gets close enough, he feels a wrongness from the stranger and notices a golden bangle radiating unmistakable divinity. When the vampire demands to know who he is, the stranger starts laughing under the skull and answers with chilling confidence, "I am the Legion. And I am Gaia's inheritor." Before the exhausted summoners can react, a tidal wave of holy water crashes over the hill and sets most of them ablaze on the spot. One Count-class survivor stares at the skull-helmed attacker in terror as Alan spreads his arms and begins a ritual clearly meant to summon something huge. The surviving vampires finally understand the impossible truth and blurt it out in panic, "The Holy King is here." Alan glances toward the main battlefield, confirms the Vampire King is over there, and decides to stop holding back and wipe out every vampire in front of him. Holy undead burst up all around Alan and lock the surviving vampires away from him so his ritual can continue uninterrupted. That wave of divinity spreads across the battlefield, and both the defenders and the Vampire King immediately realize a new, dangerous power has arrived near the mountain range. The Vampire King instantly understands the problem. If Alan joins the fight, his stalemate with the Holy Emperor turns into a loss. With Kyram still missing, the Vampire King gives up on whatever plan depended on him and orders Cerberus to make an escape path instead. Cerberus slams the goddess statue back, then starts digging furiously with its claws and hellfire while gargoyles descend to help bury the rout in smoke and dust. The Holy Emperor refuses to let the Vampire King slip away and charges in, bringing lightning crashing down onto his warhammer for one decisive blow. The Vampire King answers by drawing all the blood scattered across the battlefield into his spear, hardening it for an all-out clash of kings. Back at the mountain range, the surviving vampires stop even trying to reach Alan because the wall of holy undead around him has no opening at all. Then Alan finishes the ritual, lifts his head with arrogant calm, and calls the name of the being he has summoned, Archangel Metatron. A deafening mechanical roar rips through the sky as space itself begins to distort and tear open above the battlefield. Gigantic hands force their way through the rift, and the vampires can only stare upward in helpless dread at the calamity coming out. Metatron fully enters the battlefield as a colossal upper-bodied archangel surrounded by spinning cogwheels, with 12 wings of divine power spreading across the sky. The vampires watched in disbelief as their blood-red battlefield broke apart under sudden sunlight, and white feathers of divinity began falling instead of blood rain. Their Count-class commander froze because the trap had flipped completely. Alan's holy army blocked the rear, the Empire stood in front, and there was nowhere left to run. At the city walls, the same shock hit the whole battlefield, but the Empire's exhausted soldiers instantly turned that fear into cheers for the Holy King's return. Realizing they could only survive if their king escaped, the vampire commander ordered everyone to stall Alan no matter the cost. He barely finished naming Alan as the target before a divine spear blew his upper body apart in a single hit. The vampires looked up and saw Metatron descending above them, a colossal mechanical archangel ringed by spinning cogwheels. Then the cogwheels opened fire, raining divine swords, spears, and arrows that blasted the vampires apart even when they dodged the direct hits. As the survivors tried to recover, Alan's armored holy undead marched forward in tight formation with shields locked and muskets ready. Their holy gunfire punched straight through vampire bodies, forcing the desperate enemy to shove their own undead forward as living shields. Alan's back line joined in next, with banshees aiming overhead and bone golems loading divine cannons for a full bombardment. The cannon volley landed like falling stars inside the undead horde, turning whole patches of the battlefield into fire and shredded corpses. And when the dust finally rose, skeletal cavalry burst through it and smashed lances into the broken vampire line. On the other side of the war, the Empire also started crushing the undead from the front, and the Army of Light slowly swallowed the Crimson Army from both directions. At the center of it all, the wounded vampire king coughed blood but still thought he had won because his spear of blood had pierced Kelt's heart. Kelt answered with a mad grin, saying a destroyed heart was not enough to kill him. Before the vampire king could pull away, Kelt shoved the spear deeper into himself and grabbed the vampire's head to keep him there. The vampire king clawed at Kelt to break free, but Kelt's body held so absurdly firm that the vampire's own claws cracked first. The two monsters poured divinity and demonic power into each other until the clash exploded between them, and neither side let go. When the vampire king heard his followers crying out for him, he finally looked around and saw how fast the vampires were being erased. His gaze found Metatron descending with Alan's white-armored army, and the vampire king understood this was no longer a war but a slaughter. Metatron turned crimson, folded his huge hands like a prayer, and declared that as the sword of the heavens he would judge the demons. Then a massive sphere of condensed divinity formed between his hands, cracking and burning the ground beneath it before he even released it. One blast wiped out over 1,000 undead and 50 vampires in an instant, and the ones reaching toward their king were simply gone. Furious and humiliated, the vampire king swore he would take revenge on Alan one day, but Kelt's grip started crushing his skull before he could finish. As Kelt told the vampire king it was time to die, the Astal rune flared across his body and began healing every wound at once. As death closed in, the vampire king could only think that even now Kelt was still becoming more monstrous with age. That execution was interrupted when Grand Duke Ivaldi suddenly smashed Kelt's hand apart with a blacksmith's hammer. The Grand Duke followed up by kicking Kelt away and ripping the blood spear from his chest with smith's tongs. Kelt's chest poured blood for a moment, then healed again so quickly that even the Grand Duke realized they could not win like this. Badly shredded and unable to fully regenerate, the Grand Duke scolded his king for giving up and pointed out that their escape route was ready. Kelt lunged after them at once, but terrified progenitor vampires threw themselves in his path to buy a few more seconds. Kelt burned those blockers to ash in a flash, but the dying Cerberus still managed one last desperate stop at the tunnel mouth. While gargoyles loaded the wounded vampire king and Grand Duke onto their backs, the Grand Duke coldly said defeat changed nothing because vampires had always fought to survive for a future victory. The goddess statue dragged Cerberus's corpse away from the opening, and Kelt finally stood at the tunnel entrance glaring into the darkness after them. Even then, the remaining vampires howled for the others to protect their king, still trying to buy him time with their own lives. Golden-armored paladins rushed in to escort Kelt, but he simply ordered a purge and jumped into the hole himself to continue the chase. A moment later, desperate screams from dying vampires echoed back out of the tunnel. Elsewhere at the broken wall, White panted over the blue-burning corpse of the lion-headed Duke-class vampire he had barely managed to kill one-on-one. He knew that lucky break only happened because Alan's arrival had thrown the battlefield into chaos and pulled the other Duke away to help the vampire king. Below the wall, White saw that even Oskel and Cardinal Raphael had failed to stop a Grand Duke together, which showed just how absurdly strong that level really was. As the noise of battle faded, the paladins began rounding up the surviving vampires instead of killing them outright. They shackled the surviving progenitors by the ankles and dragged them away screaming in agony. Then the Empire turned the victory into a warning by tying those captured vampires to tall imperial frames and raising them across the battlefield. Only after that did Alan finally reach the city outskirts, still in his skeletal holy armor and leading the forces that had broken the war. The soldiers saw him, drop to their knees one after another, and welcomed back the holy king who had conquered Aslan and ended this war. Deep in the underground labyrinth, Kyram ran from the bloody golem and finally reached the section where Ruppel Alphos was supposedly being held. Kyram cursed the detour, but he still believed stealing Ruppel mattered more than the battle because the vampires needed the prince for their long-term plan with the sealed Jotner king. Trusting that Vladimir could stall Celt long enough, Kyram threw open the steel door and stepped into a prison block thick with the smell of vampire blood. The imprisoned vampires, blood creations, and lycanthropes rushed to the bars in sudden hope, begging the progenitor to save them. Kyram freed one cell, not out of mercy but because he needed bait to draw the bloody golem away from Ruppel's location. He asked about a progenitor infant, and one ruined blood creation finally remembered that the Crimson Cross had brought in a fetus-like baby and taken it to the last chained cell. That answer made Kyram notice something was badly off, because the prison security around the undead captives was strangely loose. He spotted keys carelessly left on a nearby table and realized it looked almost like someone wanted the prisoners released. And when he studied the walls more closely, he saw holes everywhere and guessed hidden runes had been built into the prison itself. Even with that suspicion, Kyram ordered the freed captives to unlock the other cells while he headed straight for the last prison door. He smashed open that final cell and stopped dead, staring inside in total shock at what had been kept there. Deep in the prison, Kyram finds Ruppel still alive, chained to a wall like a monster baby above a floor of holy water. Kyram realizes the Empire called this torture a purification ceremony, even though a vampire's death means total erasure. His anger spikes when he sees the message above Ruppel: "You are already no longer living." Kyram spots runes on the broken hinges and realizes too late that smashing the door triggered a trap. The ceiling suddenly drops to crush the cell, so Kyram lashes out and tears Ruppel free in a desperate grab. He leaps out with Ruppel just before the trap slams shut and silver spears skewer the floor behind him. Before anyone can regroup, silver arrows start blasting out of the walls and tear through the vampires. Kyram rushes the exit through the arrow storm, but a solid wall drops down and seals the way out. Holy water starts pouring from the ceiling, and the trapped vampires ignite in blue flames as the prison floods. Refusing to die here, Kyram hacks at the sealed wall and clings to a brief spark of hope when the stone starts to crack. The screams behind him slowly stop, and Kyram ends up alone with the dead silence of a prison full of holy water. His final strike shatters his claws instead, exposing an Ultra barrier rune hidden inside the wall. By the time Kyram understands he cannot break through, the holy water has already melted his legs up to the knees. Cornered at last, Kyram grabs the vacant, half-conscious Ruppel and forces the baby to wake up. Kyram decides he is finished, but Ruppel is small enough to send away with a rough emergency warp. He whispers a final order into Ruppel's ear: survive no matter what and find the Vampire King. Kyram pours all his demonic energy into the unstable circle and starts warping Ruppel out of the prison. Right before Ruppel disappears, Kyram senses a shocking aura from him that should never come from a vampire. Ruppel vanishes, and Kyram destroys the circle so the Empire cannot trace where the baby went. With no escape left, Kyram screams to the Vampire King as the holy water swallows him alive. Instead of dying cleanly, Kyram becomes trapped in a nightmare of drowning, burning, reviving, and drowning again. After the war, Alan rides through cheering citizens who hail him as the Holy King, but he cannot ignore how many people are still grieving. Alan tells himself the cost was awful, but breaking this invasion should delay the vampires' dream of building their blood kingdom. Back at the Imperial Palace, Hans rushes out to greet Alan with his usual over-the-top energy. Harmon explains that the Holy Emperor is still out chasing the surviving enemies with his top forces. Hans lowers his voice and reveals that a vampire stronger than a marquis seems to have infiltrated the palace. When Hans says the intruder headed into the underground labyrinth and triggered Celt's traps, Alan bluntly assumes the idiot is already dead. Even so, Alan decides to go down and see the result for himself. At the labyrinth entrance, Alan is greeted by the grotesque bloody golem Hans built under the Holy Emperor's orders. Alan gives Hans a hard look over the abomination, and Hans awkwardly blames the Holy Emperor's command. They push deeper into the labyrinth with Harmon, other paladins, and Cardinal Uriel following behind. Hans cancels the traps, the sealed wall rises, and a wave of holy water spills out of the prison. Inside the open prison, they find Kyram somehow still standing after being half melted by holy water. Alan recognizes him as Kyram, and the ruined vampire answers by charging straight at him. Alan sidesteps the attack and slams Kyram face first onto the floor in one clean move. Harmon orders the restraint, and the paladins pin Kyram's limbs with their spears while he still spits curses at Alan. Hans calls Alan over to a damaged warp circle on the wall, and says he can restore it and trace the destination in about a week. That settles it for Alan, before anything else, they are going to learn what Kyram came down here to do. Later that night in a forest, a merchant named Lawrence and his wife hurry home after hearing the capital was attacked. They talk about giving up the road and finally settling down to start a peaceful farm life back home. Lawrence notices wolves gathering in a clearing, and in the middle of them something small is writhing on the ground. When he realizes it is a baby surrounded by hungry wolves, Lawrence slams the wagon to a stop and grabs a torch. In the clearing, they find a badly injured baby with dark crimson skin, clearly abandoned because he looks monstrous. Lawrence charges the wolves with the torch while his wife wraps the baby up and lifts him from the ground. Seeing the baby's condition, Lawrence angrily assumes some cruel parents threw him away out here to die. He gets his wife back onto the wagon, throws the torch at the pack, and bolts before the wolves can overwhelm them. As the wagon races through the dark, Lawrence tells his wife to use the holy water in their cargo to try saving the child. The baby resists at first, but Lawrence's wife gently coaxes him to drink. Ruppel finally reaches for the bottle and drinks the holy water like a starving infant taking milk. He coughs it back up, so she slows down and patiently feeds him just a little at a time. Once the wolves fall behind, Lawrence talks about leaving this life behind and going home to start that quiet farm for real. Still holding the rescued baby, his wife pats him gently and sings to him until Ruppel finally falls asleep in peace. On the road to Lawrence's, Hilda sulks in her carriage because the vampire war ended before she got to fight anything. Belrog, riding at the front, can only laugh dryly as Hilda complains that the whole trip feels pointless without vampires or lichens to hunt. The reason for her mood is simple. They rushed out to support the capital after a massive vampire invasion, only to learn the battle was already over. Belrog tries to cheer her up, pointing out that a quick victory means fewer citizens died, and Hilda immediately softens at that. That calmer mood breaks when Belrog spots a huge armed procession heading for Lawrence's and tenses at the timing. Once he notices the shield and spear crest, Belrog realizes the force belongs to allied France and starts wondering if Hilda's family is here. Hilda hears that, shoves Belrog aside, and peeks out just in time to see the France procession stop for them. She jumps from her carriage, suddenly bright-eyed, and stares at the front royal carriage as its door opens. A beautiful red-haired noblewoman steps down, and Hilda's face lights up at once. Hilda runs to her and calls her mother, revealing that the woman is Runin Ariana of France, White's wife and Hilda's mother. 10 days after the war, Alan sits in the imperial office staring at document piles so huge they look like a fresh disaster of their own. Charlotte stays by his side for support, while Alice and Hans keep hauling in even more paperwork, making Alan's despair worse. Alan protests that he cannot possibly handle all of this alone, but Charlotte firmly reminds him the city needs these decisions now. He grumbles but gives in, knowing reconstruction has to come before any banquet, celebration, or rest. Then Alan spots Aslan papers in the mess, and realizes his abandoned southern kingdom is already turning into another political headache. Because he left Aslan in emergency hands and only gave Tina temporary authority, the surviving nobles are now fighting her right to rule at all. Charlotte tells him bluntly that once this office work ends, he still has to return to Aslan and sort out his own territory in person. Alan tries to escape by pretending the after effects of summoning Metatron are making him too dizzy to work. He even asks Charlotte to dump some of the work on Juan, hoping the performance will sell it. Charlotte nearly believes him, but Alice coolly exposes the lie and adds that Juan is already collapsed from overwork too. Looking out the window, Alan sees jars of his holy water being loaded onto wagons for the wounded and sick across the capital. He wants to help, but the sight worries him because that holy water is his, and spreading it too casually could create problems later. Charlotte answers without hesitation that it will be fine because the people will simply come to worship and admire him. That answer creeps Alan out, because his dream is to become a rich layabout, not the center of a fanatical cult. Still, he reminds himself not everyone exposed to his holy power awakens, and regular people usually need danger or training for that to happen. So instead of dropping the idea, Alan decides he still wants to build his 10,000 troops plan once the chaos settles. When Charlotte sounds surprised, Alan answers that peace is exactly when they should prepare, because the real threat is not gone. He ends that thought with the real reason for his caution: the vampire king escaped alive. Alan later reflects that the Holy Emperor failed to catch the fleeing vampire king, and has spent the last few days venting his rage on the surviving vampires in the labyrinth. What really bothers Alan is Duke Kyram's desperate attempt to save Ruppel, especially after the vampire screamed that the Empire had done something monstrous to the prince. That suspicion turns into a direct question when Alan calls Hans out and demands to know what was done to Ruppel underground. Hans flinches and admits the Holy Emperor called it an experiment using imperial blood, but he cannot bring himself to explain further. The harder Alan presses, the more obvious it becomes that Hans knows something ugly, and is deliberately holding his tongue. Before that standoff breaks, a knock interrupts them and a paladin quietly delivers new arrivals to Charlotte. Charlotte turns back in surprise and tells Alan that House Ariana has just arrived at the palace. Once she explains that Duchess Runin Ariana is Hilda's mother and White's third wife, Alan finally remembers exactly who this family is. Alan is startled that Runin came at all, because she skipped major imperial events before and was said to hate Rose's side of the family, including Ruppel and the old Alan. Charlotte clears that up by saying Runin was never indifferent, just tied down in France because she has spent years personally hunting vampires there. France is small but plagued by even more vampire incidents than the Empire, so the Holy Emperor once chose Runin as White's wife because she was such a strong fit for that fight. That makes Alan picture Runin as another version of Hilda, a famously tough woman who even came here with troops to help the war effort. Realizing they are probably a bad match, Alan decides his best option is to keep a very low profile around her. Charlotte immediately tells him it is too late, and points to the doorway where a young woman is already peeking in and waving. For a second Alan mistakes her for Hilda, but her lighter, mischievous vibe makes it clear this is someone else. She strolls into the office on her own and greets Alan warmly, and his mind's eye confirms that she is his older sister Saran Ariana. Saran cheerfully says she brought Marvel and Marcel too, and two teen boys appear behind her in the open doorway. The twins look no older than 15, yet Alan realizes these sharp glowering boys are somehow also his imperial older brothers. When Saran breezily asks if they can talk for a while, Alan can only grab his forehead and brace for the family storm. Elsewhere, Harmon leads paladins into a remote forest to investigate where the escaped Ruppel was sent after the damaged warp circle was traced. At the site, Harmon finds a burnt torch while another paladin reports animal traces and faint bloodstains in the grass. Harmon quickly concludes that Ruppel could never have escaped here alone in his ruined condition, so either animals got him, or someone carried him off. The nearby road makes the problem worse, because war, chaos, and refugees mean too many travelers could have passed through in the last 10 days. Even knowing the trail is almost impossible to follow, Harmon orders the Verdant Cross called in and demands a full investigation of every traveler and nearby village route. Staring at the burnt torch, Harmon ends on a hard vow that they will find Ruppel no matter what it takes. In the Imperial Audience Chamber, Emperor Kelt is already uneasy when Runin Ariana arrives from France in person, which tells him this visit is far more serious than simple military support. At Kelt's quiet order, Raphael clears the room so the real conversation can happen in private. Once only Kelt, Raphael, Oskel, and Runin remain, Kelt directly asks why France sent a woman who never leaves its lands. Runin starts with the obvious warning: even though the Vampire King was defeated, leaderless vampires scattered across the continent are now an even greater danger to ordinary people. Kelt barely reacts, because he already knows that much and realizes Runin came to tell him something worse. So Kelt cuts straight to it, and asks what King Zainar's foresight showed this time. Runin confirms that France's king has seen the world's ultimate destruction. Kelt explodes at the idea that ruin still awaits even after the Vampire King was driven off. Runin answers that simply killing Vladimir would not have saved them anyway, and that only shakes Kelt more. When Kelt nearly falls, Raphael rushes in to hold him up while the Emperor forces himself to ask one last question. He asks whether the apocalypse still happens even with him alive, and Runin answers with the cruel detail: in that future, the Holy Emperor is already gone. Runin adds that this future is close at hand, making clear that she came to warn Kelt about his own near death as much as the world's fate. Then Kelt suddenly laughs, almost relieved, because if he dies before that final disaster, the burden can pass to the next generation. He reads the message exactly that way and tells Runin he understands France came to say the future should be entrusted to those who come after him. Privately, Kelt feels almost liberated by the thought that his own end is near and starts thinking less about fear and more about how to spend the time he has left. So instead of tightening control, Kelt tells Raphael to prepare a journey for him. He says he wants to see the peaceful lands his grandson changed with his own eyes, including Aslan, Lomé, and finally Arents where an old acquaintance waits. Kelt casually calls it a short vacation, and Raphael can only bow and accept the Emperor's decision. The scene shifts to Lawrence's, where Saran Ariana happily wanders the capital streets while Alan trails behind under a hood, trying not to stand out.